the more we win. I just pray that we continue with the same spirit, and I believe, I can't wait to see when we win at the end of the road. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much. Want to go to my next speaker. And guys, if you had already spoken, please don't request the mic, because I'm trying to get fresh speakers every time I bring the speakers up. Eric.
Yes, hello, good morning. I hope you guys can get me.
We can get you, but please just take 4 minutes. Do not extend kindly. Just take 4 minutes. Don't speak for too long. 4 minutes, please.
Okay, so thank you. So let me dive in. My first point is as to why I'm protesting. I want to make it about me, not about any other person. One of the reasons why I'm protesting is because of the poor governance that we have in this country. We need to reset the governments that we have in this country. And when I wake up and say Ruto must go, I don't necessarily mean Ruto the person, William Samoei Ruto. I mean the establishment, from the presidency to the judiciary to the parliament, the way things have been done all along. If I get to a mat right now, at some point, there's a policeman who will stop that matatu and ask for 100 shillings tip. I need that to stop. That's what I mean when I say Ruto must go. So I wish these guys can get this message out there to their superiors that when we say Ruto must go, we mean a restructure and a resetting of the governance of this country. Thank you. Number two, I wish you could now start moving to a structured way of demos. I don't mean we are not structures, and I don't mean that we have leaders, but we need to have our activities coordinated. There are coordinators that have arisen out of the need. Like now we have the spaces. We have people who are doing the spaces. They are doing it every day. That is their space. They have found a niche there. We need someone to take care of the welfare. We had Anifa rising up to do collections for those who were shot in hospitals, those who died. So that's a coordinator in that particular area. So we also need to move to who coordinates people in the ground. I'm not talking about leaders. Let not someone misquote me. And also we need to start drafting memorandums. This is what we want, but in a structured way. We have a lot of lawyers on this space. We have a lot of lawyers in this movement, and they can give us guidance, because there are things that we need. When you talk about governance, we are talking about the constitution working as it should be. The institutions are doing their constitutional mandates, but we have some things that are beyond the constitution. And I want to push for us to have a referendum, a citizen-led referendum, especially the BBI that fell, that was fallen by the courts. One thing it gave us is an insight on how a citizen can start a referendum. We need a referendum on a lot of things that we need to be put in the constitution, so that for them to change them, they need to amend the constitution. Things like now, the ceiling on salaries, we need to restructure the number of representatives that we have, from the county assemblies to parliament to the senate, how a lot of things basically. Lastly, I want to speak about Occupy Uhuru Park. We can make Uhuru Park our Tahrir Square. And one thing that Uhuru Park gives us is that it takes us away from the destruction they have been trying to put on us. There's no supermarket to loot around there. We are not interfering with anyone's space. We go to Uhuru Park, we stay there, we demonstrate there every day until someone hears us, until someone listens to us. So no one is going to say that we're trying to cause fracas to anyone, we're trying to interfere to someone is right who doesn't want to participate in the demonstration. And this we can also be able to bring Mwananchi on board. We had the doctors when they went to the Ministry of Health. We had people taking food there, they were taking blankets there, they were taking water there. So we can have people gathered at Uhuru Park 24/7. Mwananchi bringing food, Mwananchi bringing blankets, Mwananchi bringing water, people bringing the portable toilets and everything that can be able to support that movement. And last but not least, I'll say this, kindly let us all find a niche in the movement. If your place is the media, please focus on that. If your place is blogging, do that and do it perfectly in support of the movement. But each one of us has something that they can offer to the movement. Thank you. I believe I'm done with my submission. Thank you.
Are you there? Ama you have dropped?
I'm here, sorry.
Okay.
I'm here, sorry. I'm gonna pick the next speaker. That was Eric. I think I'll go to Radak, then Bluesman. Radak, are you there? Radak is not there. Bluesman?
Thank you so much. Good morning. So thank you so much for this opportunity. First of all, I want to say Ruto must go, and condolences to the families of those guys who lost their lives. Sina mengi sana. At first, nataka kutouch on to try as much as possible ku-educate wase about how wase wenye wanaamini kuna politician fulani mzuri. A good example is Raila. If as much like tunaweza point out the moments zenye Raila amekuwa so selfish, tunaweza at least avoid ile like unapata politician fulani amedivide wase amefanya like venye tulikuwa tushaanza kuback down cause tunamfuata. Like you remember hata hii division ilikuwa hapo kati ya sijui alikuwa Gachagua na kina Moses Kuria. Okay, hiyo ilishapita, but it's an aspect yenye ni muhimu sana yenye ina distract wase. So basically kuna wase bado wanaamini a certain politician ni mzuri, maybe anawawish mazuri, but if we keep on every day tuna point out manze politicians wako selfish, so that tusikwe distracted na wase wenye wana believe ni wazuri, at least tukifind some points za kuwa convince, hii itakuwa a plus for us. And then kitu ingine unapata maybe wase wanasema ati the fight is over. Kama Cairo nimesikia mara mingi sana akisema ati finance bill ilianguka, so tunafaa to back down, wamesack sijui au ma-CS, so tunafaa tutulie, but tunafaa at least tuna point out those very corrupt leaders. Like kama any scandal yenye imekuwa, tuna speak out every day like as a demand of the day. Okay, like kila siku tunaonekana yenyewe tuko na demands mingi, hatuko general sana. Like every day tunasema fulani wa fulani, pesa fulani, can you arrest him? Ama hapo chini Ruto must go. Like ndo tuonekane yenyewe tuko na more points, ati atuleti anaki peke yake. And then the very most important point yenye nimekuwa nayo for the longest time, sijaipata hadi chance ya kuisema, but kitu yenye inaweza fanya tukue very successful ni wake up early in the morning, yani maandamano ikianza mapema. Like that's the main key factor ya success, because I always feel like ile siku yenye wase waliweza kuingianga parliament, kama wangekuwa mengia parliament saa 4 asubuhi, bro, either tungeoccupy parliament like wase wajae huko na wasurround, ama tungeenda set house hiyo siku unstoppable. Lakini shida unapata wase wanakuwa wengi maybe kitu saa 10, and then ama saa 9 saa 10 hapo, and then kuna ile advice mnapewa of which it makes sense, like ikifika maybe usiku demonstrators mnaweza shutiwa nini, of which it's kind of true. But kama hata saa 4 tuseme mse yako home, saa hii mimi nikiwa mtaani nione saa hii ni saa 2 na already hii Uhuru Park imejaa wase, like nitakuwa motivated in the next 30 minutes mimi niingie pale ni wajoin. So unaweza pata like the moment kama kuna siku inawezekana ati saa 3 CBD kukue kuna ka totally different, yani kumejaa wase, hiyo siku it will attract hata msee anaweza toka hadi hadi mbali kabisa apande gari akuje Nairobi because anaona yenyewe now we have the victory. So hii kuna hizi posters zinatoka, unapata poster inasema maybe tuna occupy place fulani, sijui what we are carrying, be peaceful nini. Okay, try insist on mapema. Kama I remember wakati kuna time Ruto alikuwa church fulani huko Mwambili alikam huko from sijui Mombasa. So Ruto alikuwa church, I don't remember the name, and then walikuwa wametoa poster wamesema let's meet up at saa 6. Nao unashangaa saa 6 bwana, and then ongezea wasee time nyingine watajiongeza hapo wafike late. So unapata yes masses zilifika, but zilifika time Ruto alikuwa anatoka, but kama wangefika saa 2, ai bro, ile chaos ingekuwa huko, ingekuwa moto sana. So thank you so much. Yeah, that was my whatever, my time. Thank you so much.
Sawa Bluesman. It's 10:49. I think that's 10 minutes to top of the hour. 11 a.m. East African time. Thank you so much, guys, for just coming up and giving your sentiments and also keeping time. Plantif by Ken, you've been keeping on coming up and dropping. I think it will be only fair if I give you the chance to speak before you drop again, because probably you have network issues. Can you hear me? Plant fit. Kin Arab Sugal, are you there? If you're not there, we'll go to Shokes.
Hi.
Oh, you're there. Go ahead, please.
Hi,
4 minutes.
everyone. I hope everyone is well. My name is Keen. I've never talked on this space or any other one, but okay. My suggestion is that we fast as a nation. I know it sounds ridiculous, but we should all put God first, because it's only God who can undo Ruto or undo whatever is happening in Kenya. And fasting and praying. My suggestion would be from 7 tonight or any other night, from 7 to 7 a.m. in the morning. You basically just fast throughout the night without eating from 7 to 7 a.m. in the morning. And like Jacob Juma said, I think in 2015, he mentioned once that the Kenyan youth are drawn into drinking, sex and other things. So we are children of God. We should never forget that, and we should never forget that it's God who gave Ruto the approval to be president. It's not, even if it's us who voted on the ground, God approved it first. If you know the Bible, you'll understand that concept. So we can also ask God to take him out on our behalf. And I know many people don't go to the church or don't read the Bible, but I can suggest we start there, because this is more of a spiritual battle than flesh to blood. So that's my suggestion. And to the person who said we wake up early and demonstrate early in the morning, that's better, because with that we can be more effective and more arranged, or we can plan, but the earlier birds get the worm. So yeah, that's my remarks. Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone. Thank you for this opportunity also.
Thank you. Shokes.
Ayo, I have a question. Ayo,
6.
before Shokes goes, the lady said that God approved Ruto to be the president. I didn't get it, so I want her to explain that kindly. To explain to me like I'm a 2-year baby. Kindly, just explain. You can give her 1 minute to explain to me because I don't understand. Kindly, please.
So what I meant by hi. Hello?
I can hear you.
Just go ahead.
Okay, so it's God's sovereignty means he allows certain certain events to happen for reasons beyond our understanding. When William Ruto won the election, it was under God's approval. This does not amplify that God endorses every action or choices made by leaders. Rather, it can be understood that Satan, who has a role as the accuser, might present cases against us to God. The churches already are involved in politics. According to the Bible, if you've read the Bible, because I've read the Bible, especially the New Testament, all of it, I'm trying to read the Old Testament, but according to the New Testament, there is nowhere that allows churches and the government to be together, or for them to work together the way we've seen it in Kenya. So first of all, that is number one, we are breaking that rule. Secondly, of course, we know the commandments also. So everything that the Satan has against us, that is why I said, let me read this quote from a Bible verse so that you can understand. It's more of a spiritual battle than flesh and blood. Yes, and I'm saying this, and I was on the road. I live in Nanyuki, so I went to demonstrate those 2 times that we demonstrated in this town. But it's more spiritual than flesh and blood. And I'm not saying that what the police are doing, it's not acceptable. They are human beings. They have family. They have mothers. They have sisters. They're killing their neighbors. You see, so we are also even breaking the 2 main commandments of God that surpasses the rest of the 10 commandments are love your God with all your heart and love your neighbor. So when a police shoots someone, he definitely does not love his neighbor.
Plantfit, can you hear me? I wasn't supposed to request this mic today, but I want to tell you this. The more wicked people in the society hide behind the church. And the church has been a backup channel for all these things. Ayo, I hope you can hear me, Ayo.
Yeah, mi nakusikia. Endeleeni tu. Nakusikia vizuri
I
sana.
was saying the church is the most useless organization in this country and the most wicked people in this country. Look at the likes of, I'll give you one trip, who says ni God but is a wash guy. Cairo does wash. And that is things I have evidence. But atakuja hapa atuambia ni God manze. Ruto killed people, banned people in a church in the 2007-2008 post-election violence. He went to the ICC. He killed the witnesses.
So
Then he went to the church. No, let me just finish, because I want to explain to you. You see, people who hide behind the church, they do the most evil. Go to Catholic church. A person kills in the morning, goes to Catholic, kneels down, says, Siji Salam Maria, umejaa mema, Bwana yu nawe, goes, eats the sacrament, drinks wine, then goes back to kill the next day. When people were killed in Kenya, Catholic churches came out and they gave statement, including Bishop Anyono, who I have interacted with. Mi nimelelewa Catholic, who have interacted with the Bishop Anyono. Then, after things got cool, they were called to State House. They were given brown envelopes. They came back and condemned the youth. They said the youth are killing this country. And that has been the cause.
But that...
Yeah, listen. I'm just explaining to you. If you come to tell me that Ruto was chosen by God, and the other day we were on a space and a lady explained, I can't remember her name, the same space you were with Wanjigi Juzi, a lady explained how the 2022 elections were rigged and how Ruto became president, then we are not fit to come and say here, Ruto rigged the election, Ruto has killed to be the president. And if I want to tell you Ruto, he was a spanner boy for Uhuru, for Moi. But when Moi was leaving that seat, he chose Uhuru as his successor. He was a spanner boy for Uhuru. When Uhuru was leaving office, he chose who? Uhuru chose how do you call him? Raila. Can I tell you why Ruto is the president? Ruto is the president because he has good PR, he has good communication, and he can play with human psychology. He's a good strategist who knows what to say and where to say it. He knows, if I went this place and manipulated these people, they are going to give me the votes. And he came up with a narrative, and this narrative is what made them president and deputy president in 2013, when they came up with Vijana na Wazee initiative. The Vijana na Wazee initiative imewafanya yeye na Uhuru president against Raila. And 2017, they came up with the Turaku Kumira narrative, which made them president. They came up with Hustler in 2022, which is something that was meant divide and rule. These people will come and neglect this cause because when we say hustlers, Kenyans tend to hate people who have a lot of money, and how they came up with that narrative is by putting in that watu wametuibia pesa since independence, since 1960s they have been stealing money. And those Kenyans who hate Raila and who hate Uhuru because they believe Uhuru is a thief and they have been stealing, hated these people and went out to vote for Ruto. But the difference was not much, because these are two forces that have united two major communities in Kenya, the Kikuyus and the Luos and part of Luya. He went to Luya and bought Musalia Mudavadi, who is a just stupid, spoiled kid who has been in government, who knows nothing. Mudavadi was a minister at the age of 22. So I'll tell you this, if you come here and bring that narrative, you're God. Personally, I believe there is God. But one thing I believe in this country, the most wicked people go to church. Look how many churches have been, people go there and put harambes. Ruto lied to Kenyans.
Can you give me a second to explain this?
I'm winding up.
No, let
I'm
him
winding
land
up.
first, please.
Ruto went to church recently. Just recently. After he had told all Kenyans, any public servant shall not participate in harambes. His first place to lie was in church, where he went to church and said, munitumie check nitamaliza hii mambo. Which means he preaches water and goes to drink wine. As a people of the Republic of Kenya, we should get rid of these churches and come up with a policy that allows pastors in this country to have degrees in theology. Give an example where I live. We have more than 50 churches just across. PCA, sijui PEFA, SEK, Catholic, sijui ingine inaitwa Madukani, PCA Madukani, whatever. And what makes this church? They come to steal for us. They have become avenues of money laundering. If an MP goes to church and gives out 20 million to those people, and we see like that is not evil, and we want to say Ruto was chosen by God, I'm just here, I'm saying, Ruto rigged the election, Ruto has not been chosen by God, and Ruto is not fit to lead this country. Let us all agree sometimes, and I'll tell you this, as much as we read the Bible, we've done theory, there are now certain aspects we should know. I work as a strategist, and I work as a PR person. And what I do, I tarnish names for other companies for my company to thrive. I come up with campaigns that will outweigh other companies in the industry for my company to succeed. And Ruto has done that. There's one thing that I was explaining yesterday in a board meeting, and I told them, hii maandamano imenifunza that you always need bloggers that you'll always pay to go and tarnish the name of a good cause. Ruto managed to do that well, paid bloggers, and they have been out here tarnishing the name and trying to drag this movement into mud. So if we say the church, let us try and look what strategies have been deployed for Ruto to be the president since 2013 to date. What strategies have been put in place? What PR has taken place? Go look what came up. The HNIB, Hashla Nation Intelligence, CG Information or Intelligence what? That is what made Ruto the president. Because they used to come up with false lies. They had to abduct Itumbi themselves. They had to abduct Itumbi to bring a narrative for the public to believe that the government of Uhuru abducted Itumbi so that they could get information, which was lies. So if we come to bring a narrative of the church, let us bring difference. Personally, I said all these churches in Kenya should be scrapped. And if anybody has to be a pastor or what, they should have a degree in theology like Kagame did. As much as he's a dictator, he's leading his country to do away with these stupid things that are happening there. I think mi nimeranti ya kutosha. If it's a narrative ya Ruto kukuwa president, look at the strategy wise and not church wise. Kindly, here is a good strategist. And
Everyone,
if I'll say this, just a minute, just a second. How recently Ruto ametanish aje ametumanage aje sisi during this maandamano? Look at the times Ruto has been putting out his press briefings. Just minutes, hours before tuende out streets. Juzi they managed. The DCI came out with a report about the murderer wa Kware, which divided people into two. What walikuwa undecided. And do you know umejua ni watu wagani wana consume media? The media, where they are using this press, they are our parents, they are the old people who are consuming this information. And when they are consuming this information, they know a parent can get through a child's heart. My mother will tell me, usiende, niwe peke yako ndo mtoto wangu. So, that is the strategy he used successfully, using the media against the people, using press briefings against the people, and that divided us into two. There are people who are saying finance bill ilikuwa drop. That is a strategy. He did not drop it willingly, and he admitted it in front of TV when he said he has to cut down budgets and leave what, which he did not drop it with a good heart. A good president drops it and could have said, personally, we feel sorry for the people of Kenya. We had to do this. We have dropped this finance bill, and we've decided to come up with more good measures that will raise funds so that will run this government during this financial year. But he doesn't have to come and say people will have to regret. CG, this was wrong. This finance bill was to do what? Kindly, if you are trying to defend William Ruto with the church, I have said the church is the arbitrator of all evils. Thank you.
okay, first of all, no one say that I'm defending Ruto. And second of all, the Bible itself has no fault. It's the humans who make mistakes. While our money and resources may have been squandered, the teachings of the Bibles and the teachings of the Bible are not to be blamed for human actions. Ruto and his whole team, including you and your company, you are humans. You make mistakes. The Bible is not a human being. Those are God's words. And that is what I'm using. And when I say that God approved for William Ruto to be the president, he did. Whether it's Satan who went there and appealed to God and went there and petitioned and said this and this about Kenyans, he did it. That is why he's there. Second, thirdly,
Who wrote the Bible? Who wrote the Bible plan? Who wrote the Bible? Kindly answer me. Who wrote the Bible?
Humans.
Yeah, if it was wrote by human beings, it means they are not teachings by God. We have to agree all. We have a supreme God.
Really? You just said you believe in God, meaning you believe in the Bible, meaning you believe in Jesus Christ.
So I want you to tell me.
Can you give me a space to talk?
Yeah, I want to ask you one question. Out of the 10,000 gods in this world, which one do you worship?
Jesus Christ.
We have 10,000 gods in this world.
That is what I'm saying. Jesus Christ.
We all have to agree. We have all to believe there is one supreme being that we all believe in. But we shouldn't come here and say the teachings of the Bible. The Bible was written by human beings. Let us all agree that.
Okay,
I believe there is a supreme God.
I believe say my point
I believe there is a supreme being. I pray to that supreme being.
Then
Indians believe in a cow. Will you go and say this because they believe in a cow? They want
Wewe. Where this is not an any contest tafadhali, yeah. Furthermore, I don't want this issue of Christianity being brought here, and we also have Muslims who are also Kenyans. So, what are you trying to say? Are those Muslims not? They also have their own God, and come on, guys, this thing's not about religion. This issue of trying to force religion on people and oh God is supreme. Come on. The enemy is Ruto. Allah, wake up, guys. Stucky back and forth.
So Ayo, just to wind up, I'll tell people this. There's somebody who said in the comment section, in this world we have 10,000 gods and everybody believes in whatever they believe in. Indians worship God, a cow. CG Hindus do what? And that is a narrative. That is something that has happened. We should all sit down and say, religion has failed humanity. And if it has failed humanity, it has been a backup to all this evil happening in this country at the moment. Personally, I'll say this, and I've said it very, very many times. I believe there is a supreme being that we all worship, that we all pray, that we all go to when we have a problem, that we all vent and say when something is not right, that we all believe they are going to bless us. There is that person. And if there is that person, we shouldn't be dragging that person where there is evil. If something is evil, it is evil. If today I made a mistake, I will not say that I was backed by the church because I'm a Christian. It is either we say things the way they are, black and white, rather than coming to sit down here and start, we are not leaking us. Say things the way they are, black and white. I read my Bible as much as it was written by human beings. I read it. I pray. I sit down and believe there is a supreme being, and I'm not against religion. I'm against churches that have been here trying to support a regime that is killing innocent people. And that is something that should be said out here each and every time we move out. Let us not be among people who will start supporting these churches and let evil continue happening. Churches have become avenues of money laundering, bribe, among other things. Corruption starts in the church. So it's upon us to come out and call a spade and not a big spoon. We as Kenyans are suffering. And I'll tell you, we are against bad governance, recycling of leaders, opulence, corruption, tribalism, nepotism. Those are some of the things you are against. You want to tell me is God who tells Rigathi Gachagua to go to church to say Mrima? Saying Mrima is a being tribalistic. And we will sit here, we will sit down and say mtu wetu makachiet. Are we the ones who will say mtu wetu na watu wamebebewa mishale Eldoret and Kericho, they want to be killed because these people were paid. And when we come out, these people go out to church on Sunday, they say we were chosen by God. This is not a religion that was chosen by God. There is something Pauline Njoroge asked. Which church, which denomination does Ruto belong to? Uhuru is a Catholic. And we all saw that bishop that used to come and preside all of his events. Which church does Ruto belong to? Which leader, which pastor can we call right now? Which priest can we call right now and talk to your boy? He's misleading the country. Uhuru, they could call that bishop and he could listen and go and tell Uhuru, hapo wa Kenya wamekata. And he will come back and sit down and talk sense. So it's upon us to start calling churches out and stop telling people here that the regime was chosen by God. There is no regime that was chosen by God. What makes you there, as much as it is God who presides over everything, it is strategy. We should just say William Ruto is a good strategist and he managed having a good strategy. Anyway, I wind up. There is one supreme God, and if I've talked bad, may he forgive me. Thank you.
We Shege, unasikia maneno kwa space. But me, what I want to say, ni venye mi spendi kuargue na watu, lakini when people bring me that nonsense of G, a leader is chosen by God, yet those leaders, same leaders are killing us, then I'm like, so God sent that leader to kill us, because the lady said, and for the record, I did not drop her, please. She dropped herself. For the record, I did not drop her. I've been approving and exiting people on this space as soon as they're done speaking, but she dropped herself, just for the record. So, in nonsense, yeah, I feel whenever people bring up church issues on politics, I feel that's some sort of narcissism and gaslighting, to be honest. But oh well. Let me go to Angela. You've been waiting for so long. Shege, just a moment. Just hold on right there. I know when to bring you in. Angela, I'll bring you in. Shocks. Oh no, it was supposed to be Shocks, then Angela. Sorry, then Roslyn. So Shocks, Angela, Roslyn, then Shege. In that order. Shocks, please go ahead. Forgive me for kukuskip.
Sawa, nimekusamehea. So mnanisikia?
100%.
Hello.
Endelea.
Sawa. Wase wameanza hapo kubishana. First I will thank KOT kuhost this space. Everyone akona a role to play. Na of late nimekuwa kwa almost all spaces from maandamano ianze. Na of late wase wamekuwa complain. Kuna biasness kwa kuchoose wase wanatoka kwa hizi space. So thank KOT, at least tunapea kila msee chance na mraise hizo issues juu kuna wase wengine wako abducted, wengine wajulikani wako wapi, lakini juu ni msee ana ma followers tunamwachilia tu hivyo and everyone anahitajika. So to amplify hiyo story ya kumarginalize wase wengine. So far sasa sikuwa niongelee hiyo story ya church. I think we Kenyans we have to look back and reflect juu sasa wote anything ina happen tunatafuta someone to blame, sijui church, sijui nani, and the biggest problem is ourselves, unaona. So first thing tukianzia kwa Ruto, even if aliiba ama kuiba hizo kura or whatever, unaona, first thing constitution inasema msee yote amepatikana na any graft case afai kuwa akiwa anywhere around kura nini public whatever, lakini sisi wenyewe tu hiyo time ndio tulikuwa tunafaa kuamka, we start complaining mazee Ruto should not be, unaona, jua kona already a graft case, lakini sisi wote tuliingia kwa sympathy sijui wacha sijui nani. Ruto was accused stories za ICC man, he was accused that he had killed some people, of which hiyo story ilidropiwa. And all the others wenye wako kwa hiyo gava, all the people, most of them wako na graft cases, unaona, lakini tuligo tu sisi wenyewe tuka-approve wa run kwa hizi offices, then after all tunakuja tuna complain. Ni mic yangu ama ni nani?
Ni mic yako mzae. Yeah, ni mic yako.
Yeah. Also, after all, after
Please, if you come in here, please just mute your mic. Ukikuja hapa, please mute your mic if you're not speaking. Shocks.
sawa, niko clear saizi. So nasema mazee, let's not blame anyone. Let's not put the blame on anyone. We are the ones na already kuna wase washaanza kuamka, unaona, na we need to recruit wengine tuwalete to take the blame on our shoulders. We say now hii si tulijiletea and we have the responsibility to make it right. This is the time. And if you go back to us, we should go back to history to us,
Shocks mic yako haiwezi. Oh God.
okay, sawa.
6. 6. Is it my mic or
Yes,
whose?
ayo.
Mic yangu ndio mbaya. Keutini drop.
I think kuna msiaga mute. Msimingine kuongea hivi kuna msiaga mute.
Keutini drop unirudishe.
Ayo mic yako ni chafu.
As
But I think
see my Yayo. Ebu Shocks
I
mute
think
your mic because ni mic ya Shocks. Because hata mic yake iko on.
Bado kuna echo.
Bado
Zee,
kuna
iko poa.
echo. Ni kama
I
Ayo
think
hawezi
ni stress.
kujimute. Ayo unaweza kujimute?
Yeah.
Are you able to mute yourself, Ayo?
Cheki. KOT drop.
Tumekuwa tukicompromisewa. Even mine is sounding funny, yeah?
Roslyn, ebu try your mic. Try to say something so that we can get if there's any feedback.
Hear me. Mnanisikia? 6.
What ayo kitu tutafanya nani KOT refresh space. KOT refresh space. Bravo.
KOT to refresh space, but I can siski your space anymore. Siski your whatever echo anymore.
Mimi nasikia echo. So acha tufanye hivi speakers. Fanya hivi speakers wanaweza drop wakitona.
Okay.
Let's try that.
Sawa, nitawapatia mic tena. So, KOT unanisikia? Before word anyone. Can you hear me? Before word mtu yoyote unanisikia? We cheka na mimi hapo. Mic yangu bado ni chafu. Let me restart my phone. Acha ni restart my phone.
How is the speaker now? 6, maybe confirm so that check up your mic. Ikoje Kioti?
Gesa iko sawa.
Then patia kina Roslyn na Chege mic walikuwa wanafaa ongea. Hata 6 aliko kwa mic. It's a bit clear. I think ilikuwa ni mic ya Ayo. Kioti, are you able to add the speakers or you send them the mic for invite?
Nawatumia inbox because may refresh, so I can't even be able to see anybody on the space. Lazima ita take some times. So let me just send them in
Okay.
the
And
DM.
Cyprian can see anybody so that he can send mic. Are you able to see the space? Yeah. Try to add the speakers here, kindly. Because if it starts like that, Kioti may not be able to handle it.
Cyprian, Niaji, good to see you here. Kumenyamaza sana.
Chege endelea as they're adding speakers. Cyprian, I think you're the one who will be able to add the speakers. Either you send them invite, because if Kioti is refreshing, you will not be able to add speakers until he's able to refresh it. So just send them those. Either you accept or you send them direct invites. The people that are on the panel, the speaker panel.
Oh yeah, and KOT had done something. He sent me via message. Therefore, I was able to join. So ukiona kwa message yako umetumiwa speaker, you just log off from the space and then use the link and you'll come in directly as a speaker. Sawa, be real. Thanks KOT, Cyprian for holding this space. Mimi ni Mkristo kama 6. Na I think calling out the church is important, but I also advise against lashing out on the wrong people. I think 6, you spoke very well about how the government was using tactics to divide us, and it worked. We saw after the killings, the bodies that were being removed from Kware, they brought a guy. The conversation shifted. The ninis dropped. The hashtag Ruto must go dropped. The anger was expressed in almost all spaces, and people were outraged by the whole thing, and the conversation became about that rather than Ruto must go. But let us all remember that the hashtag Ruto must go is the biggest push and the biggest weapon that we have against a regime that has failed. When people are screaming out Ruto must go and we are peaceful, they're saying this system is not working. You are put there to represent us and to fix the ills that have been there in society. And 2 years down the line, you have failed to do that. I want to address the acting IG, who is very quickly working himself out of office, because if he can look at what happened to his predecessor, his former boss, Koome, he failed to act as Kenyan youth were being killed outside parliament in the streets of Nairobi holding flags. And all they were doing was giving us rhetoric and inaction. And he had to step down. Ministers, an entire cabinet, except the prime cabinet secretary and unconstitutional body, have been sacked because of the pressure of this movement. So don't think that you are unable to be removed. Don't think that trying to create leaders by capturing Makoure and Gaido is going to deter this movement. No, the anger is not going away. You trying to tell us that a leaderless movement is a reason for you to take away the constitutional right for people to picket is not going to win you any points. You will leave office as well. We will force you out of office because you are also incompetent. You're proving your incompetence. If you are competent enough to hold that office, then show us that you can hold that office. Ama ushuke ukwende na Zakayo, because we are tired. We are tired of a country that does not work. We are tired of an IPOA that cannot oversight anything. We are tired of a justice system that the Law Society of Kenya is struggling on a daily basis. I had yesterday the CJ finally condemning the killings, but then saying that judges are protected by silence. Please speak through judgment. The same judgment that you're saying, the Law Society of Kenya is struggling. We've had a lawyer here who was telling us how they are so tired when they are running up and down from their cases, and then they come and try and be defenders of civil rights, and they try to bail people out. And then they are still being attacked. Our judges, come on, are you not Kenyans? Are you not seeing the kids of Kenya being killed day in, day out? This is the kind of thing that has just made us so sick and tired of this system. Kijana na uwawa nini Kitengela, we all see it in the news. People refuse for the police to pick. For Red Cross, of all people, Red Cross wanakatazwa kuchukua mwili because nobody trusts the police. They took the body to Kitengela police station, alafu akifika city mortuary anaambiwa ati amegongwa na gari Juja. What nonsense. What kind of country is this that we are having? So we will continue to rant, we will continue to hold these spaces, we will continue to call you out. William Ruto, I'm sorry, you stopped being our president. You've lost your legitimacy. Uhuru Park is a free space. Uhuru, not Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru freedom. Uhuru Park is about our freedom. Let us see how many you will kill today when they're not disrupting any business. We are watching everything. Kenyans in diaspora, thank you so much for coming in here and speaking out. Guys in the Middle East, we know how tough it is, the environment there. You cannot picket, but you can be there for the people here. You can support the movement by pushing the hashtag. Guys, we are over 3,000 here in this group. If everybody pushes Ruto must go, and everybody following them pushes Ruto must go, it is going to go back up. Iliteremka, nilipoamka, nilipata iko 500K. Let us push it back to 3 million. Anybody who is here, let us resist mpaka this country we did I really wish we could go to JKIA and so that they realize that this is serious. We are going to put up a day of saying we are going to JKIA. If you have whatever, if you have any flight booked for Kenya, cancel it. We are occupying JKIA, musikuje. Then we are going to occupy all the embassies that are collaborating with this killer regime. Shame on you, all of you, for trying to think that munaweza mkahadaa wa Kenya. We are not fools anymore. Okay, and we are tired. Guys, we are angry. Wakristo, you are not our enemies. 6, wacha nani aende akaombe, wacha Wakristo waombe, kwanza waombe altar, clean the altars. Pray for us to have bishops like Archbishop Ndingi Mwana Anzeki, Reverend Njoya in the pulpit, people who believe in truth, justice, and freedom. Okay, by the way, the police, simuko hapa, tunajua mnatusikiza. The American Constitution was amended. 5th Amendment is the right to bear arms. We are going to amend the Constitution, and then we will have the right to bear arms. We will give ourselves the right to bear arms because you have proven to us that those arms that we have given you with our taxpayer money, mnatumia kutuua. We will give ourselves the right to bear arms, alafu sasa tutapambana vizuri. Gen Zs, we are very proud of you. Keep pushing. I know they have tried to finish your morale with showing us gruesome images of killings and abductions. Shame on them. Don't be deterred. Stay strong. We are proud of you. We went through some of the pains that you went through, clearing campus and not having jobs. Unaambiwa degree ni karatasi, degree siyo karatasi. You guys are smart. You guys are amazing. You guys are leading this country out of the yoke of neo-colonialism, and that is what we are breaking. Washindwe kabisa. Okay, I can see more speakers are on. KOT Manze, I salute you. Ayo, I salute you. 6, chill, man. Let's direct the energy elsewhere. Power to the people, guys. Ruto must go. KOT weka ile nini till number kwa sababu ya support. Kuna watoto ambao wanahitaji kuenda nini. Let's organize ourselves. Me, I'm personally helping kids who are asking me, Manze, I want to go to town, sina fare, and they're asking for just 200 shillings. Imagine, guys in the
Sasa umeenda wapi? Tukusikii. Walikuwa tunaongea tu vizuri hapo. Umeenda wapi sasa?
Nimepotea?
Umerudi?
Hujapotea, ni mimi nimekumute kidogo. So guys, kuna namba iko hapo juu, nimeweka hapo. Hiyo namba nimeambiwa ni ya police officer fulani, amecall kwa simu yangu. So simu yangu iko kwa nyumba, niliacha simu zote kwa nyumba juu ya some 1 2 3. I hope you guys understand, yeah? So nimeambiwa huyo jamaa amecall hapo. Kuna but karibu ishikwe, after kushikwa ikakatika. So kuiangalia nimeona ni namba ya police officer. So just in case of anything, mtu aende kwangu nini, mjue ni hiyo namba ilikuwa inanitafuta. So yeah, but place niko mahali tu, of course nimetulia. Anyway, ni hivyo. I hope mmeona.
So Chege, you back? Shege. Ala. We mzee, maliza sentiments zako.
Oh, I was muted. Thanks. Ayo, hashtag stop abducting us. Hashtag stop killing us. Hashtag Ruto must go. Guys, munaweka hizo hashtag 3 in every tweet that we put until they hear us. Okay, there was a very nice guy, Center for Multi-Party Democracy. He was on Citizen TV this morning. Ruto, police, and then mumusikize. Munataka dialogue. Hatutaki dialogue. Our message is very clear. Listen to the people who are speaking the voice of the Gen Z. Manze, nilikuwa nimekasirika, bado ninaendelea kukasirika, lakini let us direct our anger to the right places because they cannot kill us and then we remain happy. We are not happy. We are not happy. Na watashuka. Asante ayo.
Thank you so much. Unajua hizi spaces zinafanyanga nikutane na watu wa ajabu sana. Wanafikiria Ruto alichaguliwa na Mungu. Unanifurahishanga sana lakini by the way. Yaani mtu alichaguliwa na Mungu anaweza kuwa anaambiwa aende home na hao watu wengi. Ati watu wana nini petition. Wanasema president alichaguliwa na Mungu arudi nyumbani. Surely. Nye bwana, hata kama tunaenda kanisa.
There's something Muslims say.
Na,
There's something Muslims say that I like. There is good in every evil. So Mungu ana mipango mingi kuna ile wimbo iliimbwa mipango ya Mungu ni ya ajabu. So Wakristo wakaage tu akijua Mungu alikuwa labda anataka jenzi waamke. Kwa hivyo the problem is not God.
Bwana Chege wewe pia umeanza kutuletea theories hapa, vitu za conspiracy.
Tutampiga hizi conspiracy theories zake. Wewe mzee.
Bwana, wacha nikwambie Chege, one thing I'll tell you, and this is after me nimekaa chini na watu. Strategy is what drives success. And if strategy drives success, somebody here, do you know why Nyakundi is an accomplished blogger? Is because he has his strategies. He knows when to hit, he knows when not to hit. Do you know why Alai is a good blogger? Because he knows when to hit and when not to hit. Try and focus on that strategy. Umejua mbona mimi siwezi pata likes, siwezi pata comments? Because I'm inconsistent. But mtu kama Keoti Sonko atapata because he's consistent. That is his strategy. He knows if he... Guys, there are things sahi muache kuweka kama conspiracy theories. Muanze kusema ukweli venye iko. Kindly.
It is the same thing na inaitwaje? The same thing na kupiga magoti kila siku kwako asubuhi. Unaomba Mungu akupatie kazi. Alafu unaenda on Sunday unaenda church unatoa tithe, hiyo pesa kidogo uko nayo una tithe, Mungu akupatie kazi lakini au hit streets kutafuta kazi. Alafu unafanya hivyo every single day of the month, of the year, and then you expect the different results. Come on guys. God, acha mimi nataka kuongea story ya God by the way. Mimi mwambie mabesti zangu.
Ayoambie God helps those who help themselves.
And then another thing 6, mimi mwambie wase Yesu, wanasemanga Yesu alisulubiwa kwa msalaba. God did not send his son to die on this world for you to be stupid. Sorry for using that word. Usikue mjinga. Mwambie wase, it sounds very harsh, but mwambie wase usikue mjinga. Tafadhali. See, just we are not sheep, we are human beings. Anyway, I digress. Let's go back to the conversation. And I can see new speakers. I have Muthomi, Engineer David, Caroline, and Lexishish. Jesus, kuna majina kwa hizi spaces. I'll start with Lexishish, then I'll go to Muthomi, then Caroline, then Engineer David Owino. And guys, I'm giving you 4 minutes each. Saizi ukioverrun na commute. Allow me. Ukioverrun hivi na commute. Alafu nakuelezea, hata sitakuelezea kwa nini nimekumute. But guys, let's keep time. Discipline inaanzia hapa. Ukioverrun hapa ni kama hii ni radio station. Lexishish. Is your mic hot? Talk to us. Lexishish going once. For the second time. Muthomi, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Keoti Sonko and friends, our co-host, and every citizen listening in. I hope you can hear me clearly. I have had a lot of submissions. I feel like most of them have been covered, but I'll cover just the little I have with the 4 minutes. So, guys, thank you for this, everything that is going on. I thank everyone who is in this, who is trying to push and to make sure we clean this country to be a better country. Yeah, I've had some few arguments. I'll just pass through them. I'm not like repeating myself, but I'll just pass through so that I can clear my mind. Yeah, someone talked about religion. You see, you can't separate these two, religion and politics. You can't separate them. Actually, that's where it started. Politics started in the religion. That's where it started. So it came up and the religion became corrupt. And that's how like, you can't separate these two things, eh? Whether it's a Muslim, whether it's a Christian. In fact, Muslim just don't believe in just Jesus Christ, but all the Old Testament is just for Muslim. They know it. So you can't separate anything. So when you say that some lady was trying to explain how God was involved in this thing of electing Ruto and being a president, yeah, sometimes God can allow things to happen so that He can like teach the nation on how to choose better leaders next time. Like, how do you expect mtu amekuja juu ya gari, amekuja amekulipa, amekupea 200, alafu ukampea kura instead of following the real facts, and then you think God will help you? And someone just said God helps you those who help themselves. How are you helping yourself, kama you just accepting someone to lie to you and you can see it? God will punish you. Even the Israelites, they cried sometime back in the Old Testament, oh, we need a leader, we need a leader. Oh, God, okay, you can get one for yourself. They got a very terrible leader that they ended up being in captivity for the years that we all know, we all read about, because of that was a punishment. So God is in this thing, and the Bible says there's nothing new under the sun. Nothing. Even this one, having traitors, having people who are selling us, it's not new. Judas was there. Like, this thing is all connected. Okay, thank you for that. But the next thing I would say is I was passing through some place in the morning, and I happened to meet a friend who works in prisons, and it turns out that the guy supports the movement, though he's a cop, but he likes it. He told me I felt so bad when I saw my fellow colleague. I know everyone remember the police who was just fired, who works in in prisons because of supporting this protest. And the guy told me how he wishes that one day we all protested, storm the prisons, and even unlock them. Because you know what? Actually, I started thinking the people inside the cell are not the ones supposed to be there. The ones supposed to be there are the ones who are killing us. So I think we have a common enemy. I thought like that, like this is a common enemy. Eh? We get these prisoners out. Eh? They come out and we fight these guys. Bana, kwani unafikiria those people who are in jail are worse than the ones who are killing us? No, let them come out. I thought it was a good idea too. Yeah, and I felt like it is one way of paralyzing the government, because in the way they are going, like they just want to kill us. They just want to make sure they confiscate the truth, because your truth ndio inakuwa ngumu ku accept. So guys, I don't want to talk too much. The points are many, but most of them have been covered. But the little I have said, let's continue pushing. Don't be scared, because if you stop doing it right now, then you will never do it ever. We'll have to leave it for other generations to do it. So let's do it now. It's now or it's never. Let's work with that law of victory. Anyone who have read the book, The 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership, it says the law of victory. It says it's victory at all cost. Victory at all cost. We don't care what happens, but we have to win. Thank you guys, and have a good day. And I wish everyone to get home safe. Let's meet there. I'm in town though. Thank you.
Asante sana. There are guys who are DMing me, Buda, nisaidie mic. Buda, mi hata sioni request yo. Naona tu request moja hapa. Space imekuwa na issue. So, KOT, if you can see any request, please accept them. If I see your text, if you see your DM, I'll send you the mic. So when you see the mic, just drop off from the space, go on your DM and tap on that link. It will bring you straight to the speakers panel. Moving on swiftly, I'll go to Joseph. Let me go to Joseph first. Joseph Kipruto, your 4 minutes begin now. Please do not overrun. You know the drill, and after you are done speaking, please just drop so that we accept other speakers. Thank you so much. Joseph, take the center stage.
Asante sana Ayo kwa kunipa chance ya kuongea kwa hii space. Mimi langu tu ni kuwashinikiza tuingie pale Uhuru Park. Actually mimi niko hapa around, nimejizuia kamvua kidogo hapa. I'm just waiting for the others. Yeah, actually niko hapa around Uhuru Park. So actually sioni movement yoyote, but niko sure mtaingia. Alafu kitu ingine nilikuwa nataka niwaambie majamaa, chances zinakujanga, kuna chances zingine zinakujanga moja na inaenda hivyo. So I think hii ndio chance nzuri sana ya kumkuta huyu mjamaa vizuri sana. Tunaweza iacha hii hapo mbele tukuje kuregret. So lazima tutumie hii chance wametupatia, tutumie, tumng'oe huyu mjamaa mamlakani, alafu tuendelee. Majamaa, moral, naamini mtaingia.
Asante sana, Joseph. Let me go to who was she? She's dropped. Let me go to Caroline. Caroline, how are you?
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. Your 4
What I
minutes.
was saying, kenye nilikuwa nasema ni right now our biggest, I don't know what cops want, but mnafinyiliwa kama sisi. Like you guys, you need to work for the people. Kwani hamjachoka kudhulumiwa na one class of people? These people are using you to protect themselves. They're using you so that they can protect themselves, ndo tusiingie ndani, so that we can't get what we want. Kwanza right now, there are a lot of things that really annoy me. Like a president going to commission a borehole. You guys, can you imagine if this president commissioned Tatu City? It was supposed to be a modern city. Sahii tungekuwa wapi? Mimi sahii nimekaa home 4 years without a job, 4 years. And when you want change, people are coming down, they're telling you hapana, hatufai kufanya hivi, eti we are going to spoil things. By the way, ni eti tukue wabaya na tukue vichwa ngumu na tukue mang'aa, cause tumesuppressiwa sana for so long, and Kenya is home, and we need to really fight for our country, because my child's future depends on a better Kenya. Our nini wenye hawana
Is she still there, Caroline? We've lost you. Caroline, I can't get anything from you. Probably you just get to fix your mic.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hello?
unmute your mic and go on. Yeah, go ahead. We lost you.
Oh, I was saying, like, these guys are stashing billions, millions in offshore accounts that could help the health sector, that could help our education. Yani, kwanza, the things that annoy me, like you see in other countries, even if they're impoverished, like Senegal. I was looking at Senegal. They have, like, look at their stadiums. They really focus on, even hata kama wako impoverished aje, wana focus on things that bring them money. Sisi tuna wakimbiaji, sisi tuko na people who do rugby, but when you go to Eldoret, hakuna hizo tracks, hakuna hizo nini places zenye people have to nini. You see, like in the US, the nini boxing arenas ziko, baseball. Why aren't we focusing on things like that? Like mtu mmoja anakuja anakula hizi pesa zote, na this money zinaenda kwa obviously these others are pawns, they're going to specific people. So can we come up with impunity? Like, can we come up with measures for these people? Wakishikwa hivi, hizi pesa zetu zirudi. And can we come up with the really tough measures on corruption? Like the way Singapore did, like the way other countries that have been released from the shackles of corruption have done. Like, can we come up with these measures that can really deter corruption in this country? Because we are tired, we are angry, we are hungry. I don't know. Can we suggest measures? And lawmakers, can they be lawyers who have run successful farms? I'm sorry, I'm putting a lot of things into one box because of the time. But can our lawmakers become, can they be lawyers? Because why is my lawmaker a D student? Why? We need now to start having accountabilities. on our way forward, can we do a referendum where cops go to have a specific grade, they are paid well, and then they attend police academy so that they can know what human rights are? Can we have that in our country now? Can we have people who have done the job, have had the merit, and we can see they've had results? Can they be those people who are leading us? Tumechoka na wa D-list students, tumechoka na watu wenye wanaweza kamanipulatiwa. We want systems that can work for us. Why is the Minister of Health not a doctor who has run a successful practice? Why? Who can bring some change? Why? Mbona nini watu nini vitu mob sana zinaweza kachenjua? Why is kwanza minister wa IT, why is it an old person? Anajua kuencrypt. We want systems that work, and I pray to God that to succeed. I just pray, I just hope tutakuwa na measures zenye zitadeter corruption. I think
Wind up.
Hello. Oh. I think Egypt failed because they really walifinya and then huyu president next akaogopa. Can we have something that will work for us, that the next person who's coming, or the next crop of leaders who are coming, it will deter them from stealing or something like that? Thank you for the time.
All right. Let's go to Kennedy. Kennedy, then with Ngigi, then Sir Ken Odongo, in that order. 4 minutes each, no wasting time, no overrunning, then we move on regardless. Kennedy, speak to us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yo. And the host KOT. Vitu ningependa kusema, unajua saa zingine the only thing we should not do is to blame God. Maybe Mungu akona mpango zake. He wanted us to know the real leaders we have in the churches. Hatuna mapasta siku hizi. So if God want to reveal for you something, he will use any means. So this is the means God was using to reveal for us that we don't have pastors today. So in kwa hii situation tuko nayo saa hii, hatufai kublame Mungu. Ni vile tu Mungu alikuwa anataka tujue ukweli. Do we really have the pastors today? Nikiachana na hiyo mambo ya makanisa na pastors, the problem we have in this country, where all this problem starts with, is the parliament. This is where all this problem starts with, because inafaa tuangalie, we look at this constitution. There are some powers given to the parliament we should not be there, especially unapata kwa parliament the parties wako na more say in parliament. Unapata mtu alichaguliwa na ODM, tuko na minority whip pale, tuko na majority whip. Tunafaa tujue the role of these people ni kufanya nini. Hapo ndio unapata the ruling party, they will always make sure that they have the majority in the rule, so that they can control everything in the parliament. So where the problem is coming in Kenya today, ni hapa kwa parliament. So the members of parliament will not go there to serve the people who elected them, but they will go there to serve their party and the party leader. That's where the problem is coming. So even that today, if you say you want to impeach the president, you cannot impeach the president as easy as you think, because all this process must start in the parliament. There must be an impeachment motion taken to the parliament, because the president himself has the majority rule. All these people, all these idiots you call these people, they will not support that bill. So that is where we have the main problem. Then another thing, we should avoid these politicians who are talking about tribes. I come from Nyanza. If you want to make a cabinet, all the 8 cabinet or the 10 cabinets should come from Nyanza. No, this is another problem we have, because these people are mtu anachukuliwa from Nyanza The person cannot even be able to do that work. Why can't we take even somebody from Kisii who is capable of doing the job? We take that somebody from Mijikenda who is capable of doing the job. Why is it a must that because we supported the president getting into the Nini, we must just have to get that big portion or the cabinet, the majority of the cabinet should just come from that region? That is nonsense. Then these people, they know very well that the politicians know very well that this is what I want to tell you today. They know very well that if that day citizens will come together without tribe, without considering language, without considering where you come from, they will be in a problem, because dealing with these people will not be easy. That is why they always fight. They will always fight. Let us say what a fight bado. They will not agree. Even the opposition people, they will not be in a good. They will hawatakuwa kwa side mzuri, wananchi wakakuwa pamoja bila tribe bila nini. That is why you find them
Wind up.
fighting this issue of tribeless. Do you what? I think ayo things are many, but let us consider these things. The only thing is to be together. Let us be together, all of us. These people will not kill all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kennedy Odek. I really appreciate your time coming to speak to us. So next we go to Wit Ngigi. Then we hear from Sir Ken Odongo, then Roslyn, in that order. Please ensure you take 4 minutes each. I want to delegate now, going forward, the co-hosting duties to Biril. Biril will pick up the mantle, at least for now, as I get something to munch. Yes, but I'll be here any day, anytime. With Gigi, your 4 minutes go begin now. Go ahead, please.
All right. Good afternoon. I hope I'm clear. Hello.
Yes, you are. Just go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, KOT, Cyprian, and everyone who's co-hosting this, and everyone who has taken the time to be here. We've come from far, and we are still going far. That's what I believe, first of all. However, I have a big concern, especially on X, Twitter, that is. You find that we have people who are passing the messages around, like, let's occupy this place, let's do this, let's move here, or this has happened. However, we also have people who've been diverting their attention to other things. They started with the movement, but along the way, they tend to lose it. For instance, sorry to mention, but I'm a follower of Cairo. In the beginning, there was all this, he's in the movement. However, at some point, he's also trying to tell people, please don't go, don't do this. It's so bad to be following such a person who changes their mindset in the middle of the night. Because, for example, if Cyprian says something different from Cairo, now we are torn apart. That's why we say 1 million, let's march to Nairobi, but because of few people as such, we divert. We only get 500 people in Nairobi, and then people get killed. But if there's so many, like on that 25th, I believe that was the mandamano of all mandamanos, we could do that again, but then there's a lot of diversion. We are still fighting even through X spaces, and we are fighting against ourselves. So I think we need to stick together. Who's speaking the truth? And I really want to thank people who have remained authentic. For the bloggers, for instance, there was some that was trending that these people didn't show up. There was a list that came out. I saw that on Cyprian that these people are only inciting you, but they're not showing up. But this movement, everyone has a role. There's someone who will come to preach. There's someone who will distribute flags. There's someone who will keep us updated on X. So let's appreciate everyone in every way they can. Let's not get diverted that everyone should be on the streets. We can't all go to the streets, but others can. Others will do other things. So please do what you can do best. Let's not divert. Let's not fight each other on X. It's our space. It's where our movement really began, and we have to maintain our territory, because they're finding ways. I know they even here listening. They know when we are going to occupy where, and we're not hiding it from them. But we have to be very careful on how we respect this platform. Even the same goes to TikTok and everywhere that's working towards the movement. So please, let's protect this territory. Let's know who to listen to and at what time. And again, it's a movement for everybody. It's not Cyprian's, it's mine, it's yours, it's for everyone. Kenyan is CC, and just do what you can where you are and at your best. That's all I have to say, and thank you for their time.
Ayo, are you there? You've dropped, or there is someone who is speaking.
Yeah, I was the next speaker according to Ayo, the host.
Okay,
Allah,
kindly proceed.
Can I go?
co-host amedrop. Co-host amedrop, jamani, mnanimaliza hii town. So the next speaker is Kennedy, yeah? Ken Odongo.
Yes.
Then after Ken Odongo we have Roslyn, then Makolabo. We, yani co-host amenitoka hivyo. Mambo gani haya?
Thank you. I think he had already requested that he would be passing on, getting something to eat. Now, okay, as I dive in, I have a few issues that I want to raise because I have realized that there is a lot that is still needed to be done. One, if you look at what is happening in this country right now, these people have not understood actually what we want. They still think, especially the political class, that there is going to be some sort of ethnic balkanization, and then they will get us into singing our tribal songs again, and then going back and saying, now this is the end of our demonstrations. You know, a lot of times people have said it this time without numbers, that politicians, the political class are very few, but they are very organized against us, the people they rule, their subjects. And I think the biggest shock they have today is having that narrative changing. Because today what they are seeing is a leaderless revolution that they don't even know how to approach it. And we look so organized, unlike what they have always thought we should be or we were for them, that made it easy for them to rule us. So I want to encourage us with that to keep pushing, because now if we stop today, we shall have achieved nothing. Every gain that we have made within this short time will be reversed within no minute. That is why you can see hashtags and sponsorships going on them trying to tell us that there's some fake poll that was done to, Kenyans saying that a given individual should be reappointed back. I think if you look at some of those posts within the media, you can clearly tell that they are still sponsoring these things. And if given a chance, if we're to back out today, people like Murkomen will come back to the cabinet secretary positions. I can see Kindiki, some people are saying her work. There is nothing we want. The only issue that has to be there is Ruto going with all the political class. Like a speaker had said, the problem we have is not about individuals. Problem we have is about the whole political class establishment. They all have to go home. There are so many problems that we cannot solve by trying to even change our institutions. I know, and I'm well aware that our constitution very much wanted development and capacity building in our institutions. We wanted to run away from the individuals running our organizations and our government to institutions doing the same like it is done in developed countries. But it is not going to work. We are not going to be able to do that because every system is rogue and corrupted today. So the only thing that we have to do is to overhaul it. Overhauling it means we have to keep pushing. And at the end of the day, we have to show these people that we can achieve this. There is something that David Indi said that I want to bring back to our attention. Before he joined the oppressors, he said that we have a chance. By that time, there was the Raila running with Uhuru backing, and then Ruto running on his own. And he said that we need to understand that if we were to choose these same faces that we've had all along, what the people they call dynasties that time, we would not have a chance as Kenyans to get anything right. But if we were to choose Ruto, we would have a chance to uproot him because he does not have his tentacles around the political leadership of this country. So it means he is the only guy. He's the only guy right now that we have a chance to get, to push out of power. And if we do that, we are going to change a lot of things. So I am still just encouraging people that we have a chance, and if we don't do it now, we might never do it ever again. We have a chance with someone who is not so grounded in our political cycles in this country, what we have had for the last 50 years. So we have to push. Tomorrow, all of us has to be there. We have to all be there at the Uhuru Park. Every other demonstration or any calling that is going to be there, we have to all be part of it. I want to finish my submission by saying that if you look at the current political establishment, everything is rotten. The only thing we can do as a people is to clean it. Cleaning it will not take a month. It might not take even a short time. It means we are in for a very long run. And sometimes, I am sorry to say this, but sometimes even the kind of the atrocities that we are meeting in the field, they are part of the struggle that we have to go through so that we can get what we want. Always revolutions and any kind of change takes a lot, and there are costs that comes with it. It's unfortunate that they're killing us. That is the worst thing that can happen to us. But I want us to all still fight and keep this spirit alive, because without it, we can never achieve anything. Let us not get tired with all these things that they're doing. Let us keep pushing and show these people that regardless of what they think they are or who they think they are to us, we can equally organize ourselves, even as leaders and scholars, and still get to the bottom of everything that they are doing today. If you go to the health sector, it is rotten. Things like ID that we were taking on the other day at 100 or less cost, today you are told all those outrageous costs. Everything is getting worse in this country. We have to stand up for ourselves and we have to keep pushing. I hope I am still within my time of 4 minutes, but again, I want to.
It's actually up. Just give us your landing statements. Finish up. Conclude.
So now I think what we have to all agree with is that there are going to be a lot that we have to do. It is not going to end by tomorrow's meeting. We still have to push, and I am for the revolution to the last day and to the last end. We cannot change anything today by trying to go the institutional way. We are not going to achieve anything. These people are just going to be the same characters that we are going to have today. If Ruto were to come up with the cabinet ministries of the people he fired, they're just going to be the same political class, because that is how they know best to organize themselves. The very few people will co-opt from our system, from our group, are people that they are going to corrupt within the first 1 week. So the only language these people will understand is the state's language. Thank you.
Yeah, you can take that break. Sorry, Kioti dropped me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Okay, take a rest a bit. Rosalind, I'll give you the mic. And I agree with Saken. We can't go back to touching on the constitution. We'll work with what we have so that we can clear the swamp. Caroline mentioned something that, how can we get these people out? These people are, we call them political class. Everybody's having a shadow behind them that they did this, they did that. So everyone is covering the other one. That's why we cannot get a change with the current, because everyone is corrupt in their own way. This one stole this one has this case, this one has this case. So if you try to expose me, then I'm going to expose the other one. We cannot get it cleaned up with the existing. Rosalind, take the mic, and then we'll go to Bocha, then Escowino, and then Makolabo. Rosalind?
All right. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. And when you take the mic, just check the screen. I'll give you 100 emojis so that you know we can hear you. Carry on.
Awesome. Thank you for the feedback. Allow me to build and actually pick up from where you have left off, because thinking about the revolution and the movement going forward, we need to be able to change tact and to grow into different spaces, because we need a social revolution in as much as we are looking at political revolution. The thing is that if we ask for political accountability, we must have social accountability. So that means we need to raise our standards. That's on a personal level, a social level, at work. The shortcuts, the culture of shortcut, the culture of looking for the quick way out, that needs to end with us, so that as we are demanding it of those who represent us, then they know they cannot lie to us, they cannot take us on a joyride, and this is the basis on which they will know that they cannot divide us on tribal lines. They must come with issues, they must come with facts, they must come with reports, and they must come with performance to us, rather than telling us, oh, promises here, promises there. I believe this is the era of promises as a culture to hoodwink people coming to an end. My second point is in terms of the money and the budget that we have seen. The finance bill has been a catalyst for us to ask hard questions. The encouragement and call to action I'll have to the audience is be involved in at least one budgetary proceeding to know where the money is going. If you can't follow them all, choose a specific ministry, choose a specific department or agency, and ask the hard questions. If money is meant to be building a school and if that school is not built, or they're using substandard materials or substandard processes, document it. Say that they had allocated X amount or X millions for this particular school. It was not built, and until we document, then a lot of our stories, a lot of our feedback, a lot of our concerns are getting lost in the sea of anger and emotion, such that if I cannot track how many schools were not built in the last financial year, then it's easy to dismiss and say that maybe the next person will come and build schools, right? But as just as the burial has mentioned, it's that if we can't expect this change of the current crop, it has to be from the next crop. But we need to set a right template so that whoever is coming into these positions of representation knows what is expected of them. My third point is that as we're looking at social and political accountability, we must educate ourselves about the money, because if you hear, for example, 1 million shillings has been spent on soda, or 5 million shillings will be spent to launch a borehole, that is not right. The fact is that we must educate ourselves about the basic and the unit costs of government processes, government procurement, so that we don't have all these cases of millions and billions missing. But if we do not, if we want that higher level accountability, it has to start on a personal level. If we find ourselves stuck on predatory loans, if we find ourselves stuck on gambling, and we find ourselves stuck on all these, especially betting and scams that tend to come to hoodwink Kenyans and say that they're offering quick returns, we must be the first line of defense to say stop. You're not taking any more of our money. You're not taking you're not taking any more of our time. If someone is telling you to bet here, bet there, refuse. Because if you can refuse someone who is trying to bet your money away and trying to scam you, whether it's a friend, whether it's a relative, or it's a former classmate, if you can refuse in that regard, you will have the same mental discipline to refuse it when a politician is telling you do this, do that, and sell your time or sell your integrity for this other thing. We need to have a higher level of fiscal discipline on a personal level before we can see it on a social and on a national level. So allow me to close it with that, because the fact is that we vote with our money. Our money is a voice. And until we think about the way we spend money, where we allocate money, be it in saving opportunities or in investment opportunities and in the business world, we are making votes every day with our money. So the fact is that we need to reclaim and rethink our identity and personal sovereignty from a monetary perspective, because if it's the one thing that politicians are abusing, then it needs to be the one thing that we uphold and we tell them, we know who we are, we know where our money is going, we know what we want to do with our money. So you can't come and sell us a different vision. You can't come and sell us a manifesto that you will not uphold, and you can't come here and expect that we will say nothing if you're flashing luxury and abuse of our finances right in our faces. So let it begin with us, and going forward, let us know we have the power to do it. Thank you so much. Let me wind up with that.
Sorry about that, Rosalind. One person opened the mic. Kindly wind up. It's a great thing you're saying.
Yes, so I've actually just given the closing remark. The fact is that let's wake up to our own personal responsibility. We can recover our identity. We can reclaim our financial sovereignty. So let's be diligent to study where is our money going. If you're getting that little, if you're getting that much, have financial boundaries. Refuse to be sucked into betting and scams. Because if we have that discipline within ourselves, then we will be able to demand it of the politicians, so that someone doesn't tell you that I've spent 100 million on something that should have taken less than 1 million to do. And I believe we've seen a great example with how Hanifa has accounted for, trying to sort out the different, cases with people. And, she's done so much with so little. And we are wondering, how can somebody, say that 300 million is gone because of a typing error? That kind of fiscal irresponsibility should come to an end. And we have the ability to stand with that. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Rosalind. And guys, I would urge you to follow her. It's not the first page she's talking about money and where our money is disappearing. We might just talk about politics, but politics goes with governance. And right now we are talking about governance and management. So if you don't have a handle, just click on her photo and follow her. She talks about money most of the times. We could not all have the same information. So the next speaker will go. Thank you so much, Kowino. You're here now. Makolabo will go, and then Kowino, now that your co-host, will jump in the middle along the conversation. So we'll go Makolabo, then Bocha. Nyakundi, when you get onto the mic, kindly mute it, and then when you start talking, we'll give you an emoji 100 so that we can hear you, and everybody will get the mic. Makolabo, kindly go ahead. Bocha, you can take it if Makolabo is still preparing.
Yeah, thank you very kindly, host.
Just a moment. I think Makolabo has a connection issue because his speaker is on, but I can't hear him as well. So Makolabo, you can fix your internet, then you come back. Watch it. Then KOT, maybe you should set a specific time and you normalize a space so that those who are going to Uhuru Park can get there in time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much,
yes,
host.
Okay, so before that, I've seen the weather in Nairobi is inakaa mist, so I don't know if there is anyone in Uhuru Park to update tujue how the weather is then we see the way forward, because huku hata bana ukivaa sweater jamani, nimefika Githurai nimerudi.
Bocha, go ahead.
Thank you so much, host. I want to commend everybody for the great job they are doing, because everybody is taking their role and playing it excellently. Now, there are a few issues I'd like to highlight. First is that Generation Z is supported by everybody in the country, by the way, whether these are some of the politicians, but let's leave politicians aside, whether you're talking of civil servants, you're talking of the army, you're talking of the police. I know a lot of guys are favorably talking about and are even proudly talking of this generation. So I want to urge you to carry on without feeling intimidated by everybody. After all, what you're fighting for is competence. What you're fighting for is inclusiveness. What you're fighting for is patriotism and nationalism. So nobody should make you feel that you are not worth being listened to. So the other thing I want to say is that when you look at these loans that politicians are taking on our behalf, they are essentially robbing the exchequer. So going forward, we need a chance, once the revolution has succeeded, to revise the constitution so that nobody takes loans on behalf of us without a referendum. Nobody sells national assets without subjecting that to a referendum so that all of us can agree that let's sell Uhuru Park, for example. Without that, we are not going to allow anybody to continue doing the things they are doing. Now, the other thing is that if you look at this opulence that is being exhibited by politicians, it's not merely happening in the political scene. Look at what is happening in the police and the army, for example, and even in parastatals. You'll find that the heads there, someone can go to the extent of allocating himself 15 cars, and then several cars for the wife, for the children, for the grandchildren, and yet these are public servants who are supposed to abide by chapter 6. So we need you, Gen Z, to ensure that you are documenting this. For example, if you have an opportunity, document what the army generals are doing. These guys are opulently exhibiting what does not belong to them. Look at what the police commanders are doing. Look at what parastatal heads are doing. And then the other thing that you must be cognizant of is that for us to fully liberate Kenya, the thing that we got to fear is fear itself.
Buacha, Biril unampata ama nimempoteza peke yangu?
I think we lost Buacha. We could go to Ismail. Then Buacha, once you fix your mic, we'll add you back.
The other thing I want to insist on is that this housing levy and this university funding formula must be resisted by Generation Z because they are hurting. These are our kids. Going forward, never allow anyone to bribe voters wherever you live. Mobilize your friends, arrest that politician who's bribing voters. And then there is this thing that we see again and again. For example, politicians like the octogenarian running Kotu. These are things that need to be watembelewe. And then if you look at these tribal appointments, we need to ensure that everything is revised. There is no turning back, my friends. Let's revise this so that our intelligent youngsters get jobs. And this thing must take a tribeless angle. The issues of letters, for example, you saw by Osoro and Machogu, that was crazy. When we got jobs years ago, we went through a procedure that was very fair, and that those who deserved the positions best are the ones who got them. But then along the way, everything has failed. When you hear people say that Kenya is a failed state, this is what we are seeing. So I urge you, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, that we fight to the very end, and that we are better dead than living in perpetual slavery. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Buacha. Biril, who was next? Okay, I think it was Lydia. Biril, kama unanisikia. Lydia?
Yes, hi guys. Okay.
Hi.
Yeah, I will be very quick. I have seen the latest update that they don't want. I feel like Uhuru Park is going to be condoned off. In as much as this is political, it is also about mental health. We have nothing but time on our hands. So if they don't want us to occupy safe places away from other people's businesses, then we occupy highways. Tuone ni nani, we go play in traffic. Because so we are not going to discuss any, major issues in Kenya because the political class, want to suppress people. You see, this is not okay. So instead of people sitting at home getting depressed and they have nothing but time, we must be allowed to protest in a safe way. So, and Uhuru Park is a very good idea because it's away from businesses and we are doing nothing but sitting there and protesting in the most peaceful way that anybody can think of. So wakikataa hiyo, then all over Kenya, let people congregate in highways. You see, because we have to find a way of expressing ourselves. That is all. Asante.
Asante sana Lydia, asante. Next we have Ismail.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My brothers and sisters, I would like first to, I think I'm audible, yeah? I would like first to pass my condolences to all the kids, all the innocent kids, the innocent blood that was spilled for no reason. And the people who are spilling that blood, the man they think that they are protecting is the man that will throw them under the bus at the final end. I just wanted to brief you on some aspects regarding security. Yeah, there is no turning back. I'm a guy who has served in the security forces with a vast experience, served in the special forces. I know most of the things, how they operate and how everything goes on up there. I would like to tell you, please, if you turn back now, you guys are doomed. We are all doomed. Trust me, we are all doomed. I got some inside information, and kama wanasikia hapa ndani, they can listen to it. I don't give a shit. Me, my life is out there. I'm ready to lose this life. There's no problem. But let Kenyans, the ones who will come after me, live with freedoms and live a honorable life. So I have nothing to lose. I'll basically spill everything for you guys. The guy who is currently, we were complaining before about Kome, yeah? Kome, and I'm sorry if I'll take some time, but Kome was just incompetent. That's the guy who was pushed through the ranks. But I'll tell you, the one who is now the so-called Inspector General, the acting one, Kanja, is somebody that is so rigid. That guy is a tyrant. He is exactly, he matches the exact character of William Ruto. The other guy that was taken to the GSU from the DCI before, Langat, now brought as a deputy. Yeah, he's something like that, the Inspector General. So there is no easy ride here. Watu, as in the way the movement came up, that is tribeless, we are leaderless, we are all Kenyans. We all live under the spirit of being a Kenyan and a proud Kenyan. So the aspect of patriotism lies with the Gen Zs and the millennials and the people who are supporting this movement. There is no any other patriot. Msidanganywe. Atibaba, this. We just wanted to know how how, and they proved themselves. They want to ride on Gen Zs and the young men and women of this country, and they achieve and what they achieved in a very short span of time. They did not expect this. So I'll advise, I'll advise KOT and the team, when you feel that you're threatened, these guys might be coming looking for you to abduct you, whatever. Don't stay alone. Skype peke yako. Always make sure you are in a hood. Make sure you are in a certain group. These guys cannot come for you when you are in a group, and you have the right to protect yourself. One thing, the ones who are coming to abduct you guys, don't show their identities. There is no warrant to arrest you. There is no offense that anyone has done apart from exercising your constitutional right. The threat will be if the judiciary will be on their side. But the thing is this, the judiciary currently is showing a lot of restraint, and they are almost siding with the people as much as they were compromised before. Now let me come to these security guys who are currently doing this bullshit or arresting kids and abducting people. Deaths are there. A lot of people are missing. A lot of people are missing. The few of us who maybe know each other through Twitter, through X and these social media spaces, they are those kids that even don't have a smartphone. They are those kids that are out there protesting and speaking out, supported by their parents who have nothing but came out to liberate this country. So remember, let's be so watchful of the kids. They are the ones that are not connected to any social media, but they will hear the word just by mouth. Somebody passes through them and they'll all come and appear there. What these people saw on Occupy Parliament is something they did never expect. No one expected it. So there's a greater power watching over these kids at the end of the day. This thing was just not normal. These guys are in utterly total shock, including the security agencies. Now this Kanja guy and the DCI guy, who is here, these are all criminals. I'm not fearing to say that. They are all criminals. When you try to cover up a crime that has happened, how do you feel? A kid that has a mother, that has a father, that has uncles, that has sisters, that has brother. Those bodies that were chopped, that's a lie being told that it's a serial killer. That is bullshit. Those are the ones that we know. How many were taken and their bodies, I don't know if we'll ever even find them. How many are in great danger now? But the thing is this, the way the things are going on right now, it shouldn't stop. The momentum should increase. The momentum should just increase. The guys have been mobilized from majorly on tribal basis now. The tribal basis is that there are guys who are not even questioning orders. So when you hear now that demonstrations have been banned in the country, these guys have already formulated something. But with unity, that will not happen. The kids they want to murder, the youth they want to murder, the people of Kenya they want to kill, they cannot do it. As long as we come out in numbers. And for the youths and the Gen Zs, please, history, we are peaceful, should not be taken to be a sign of weakness or a sign of, it shouldn't be seen as a sign of cowardice. No. I'm telling you, the ones that are coming out there, we decided. You touch one, you touch us all. You don't have any constitutional mandate to come and shoot somebody. No. If tear gas wanarusha, there was that poisonous gas. Please avoid that. If you see that poisonous gas, you're ready kitupwa. Just try to go where the wind is not blowing towards your end. And when the tear gas is thrown at you guys, you should come towards the tear gas. Where they're throwing it, run towards it. They will retreat because once the crowd comes charging, they cannot contain that. Let me don't lie to you. Blood will be spilled. These guys will spill blood. But for the sake of this country, if I am the one who is in that front line and I get hit, I am ready to go. If you don't have that spirit, where can you body? Just stay there because these people will not hear anything else. The time for begging, talking, the constitution is totally disregarded. William Ruto has been against this constitution since the day of memorial. So there is no day you will expect William Ruto to obey the rule of law. He knows the hard way. The old man has joined him now in the pretext of we are saving Kenya. There is no Kenya they are saving. These guys have a lot to lose. The budget that the youths came out and saw, the Generation X and millennials, what we couldn't see that these kids saw is that this budget was drafted by the IMF. Now look at what William Ruto has done. William Ruto has a lot to lose if the movement wins. So we must win. How do we win? Look at the American bases being established in Kenya today. They have taken over Lamu completely. The British guys and the European guys are coming in batches all over this country. When these demos are going on the youth, we are all out there. We are being monitored. I think Nyakundi has enlightened one time about it. We are being monitored. What the hell will American airplanes be on our skies? What are they doing there? Why are they monitoring whatever that we're doing? The social media spaces, they are totally now being monitored. This guy is trying to get refuge in all sectors that is possible that he can go there. But the thing is this: we are doing it for Kenya. We are not doing it for ourselves. If I lose today, if I get hit today, I did it for Kenya. Let the ones that we left behind. We are not looking for publicity. We are not looking to get fame. We're not fighting to get into positions. No, that is none of our business. We don't want that. We just want this country to run better. It's not that our country is poor. You will not believe what William Ruto has taken to give those Americans the bases, because West Africa, they are kicked out. There's no other place now. The one in Djibouti, do you know what goes on there? They need a stable country that they know. Kenya, this guy has already went there and amount of check now and everything, and America, everything out. He's told the amount, whatever, everything is gone. IMF used to give a lot of conditions for them to give you the loans that they are giving. Why is he being given the loans on behalf of Kenyans on a silver platter? Because a lot of interest is there. That's why you find in that bill the land and so many issues that are entailed into it. So this guy doesn't go for it's not easy. There is a lot of money that has been frozen by the CIA's through the CIA FBI thing that's out there. This guy was asking that money to be brought back to the country, and the American guys refused. It was almost immediately the uprising was starting, the revolution when it was starting. He was on the verge of getting back that money. If that money that is frozen out there through the offshore accounts, most of it are frozen, it's out there. It's Kenyan money. Stolen Kenyan money that is out there. We can demand that money should be returned back to our country. That money can offset whatever that we owe, the loans and the monies that we are told we owe. Although I don't believe if we owe any money, it's just a scheme to steal our monies. This guy has put all the parastatal chiefs, the parastatals that are in this country, apart from the ones that are service to the citizens, they are supposed to generate income towards the Kenyan economy. But every year they are given money in form of their budget. What do they do with our money for? What are they using it for? Where is the money that they are bringing back to the economy, and where it goes? There is no accountability. So don't rely on IPOA, on your issues of human rights and the police brutalities. Don't rely on anti-corruption. These are institutions that William Ruto has already planned, and he put his people there. If I ask you today, anyone amongst you that is in IPOA, and that is, I swear to God, I will be in IPOA or I'll be in anti-corruption commission, that commission, when our day comes that we come to victory. Because we will be ruthless and we will not have any mercy. These people will not have any mercy towards us. They will be brutal to us. But one thing is for sure, As we are united, they can do nothing. These bodies that are supposed to safeguard the interests of the citizenry have failed. William has put
Wind
every
up.
one of his team up there.
Wind up.
Yes. As I
Wind
wind
up,
up,
Ismail.
please do not relent. Please. We have won. The world knows we have won. But the fight is for us. It's not for the world, it's for us. Our Kenyans that are here, our Kenyans who are abroad in diaspora, we are all standing together. If a Kenyan is living a better life today, we will be proud that yesterday, yes, if it wasn't for us, this couldn't have happened. And it cannot happen. The day that it needs to happen is now. The moment you show in numbers, please make sure you stick together. Don't be fragmented. The guys will be selective. You will be threatened. Others will come to us to solicit bribes and whatever to buy up youth. Let them come with whatever they want. Don't allow it. Stay with your honesty. One way or the other, you will be recognized one day in this nation. If it's recognition, if it's publicity, you will have it. If it's people to follow you, you will be followed. But please, let's do it for Kenya. Let's do it for Kenya. These guys are never patriotic. They have stolen everything from this nation. Let them not finish us now. Let's stand up together. I applaud everyone. Thank you for listening to me. Please know that these policemen and these murderous gangs that are now being brought all over the country according to their tribal lineages will not succeed in whatever evil that they are planning towards the youths and the Gen Zs and the millennials and the Kenyans at large. Whatever they are trying to do against us, they will not succeed. We will be there in the front line. Please let everybody specialize in his sector. I will be there running up and down in terms of security and giving guidelines, and I will do it. Let them hear it well now, even if I know they are inside here. Let them do it. I will coach others to go ahead, do the drills 1, 2, 3. We'll fix it, but do not relent. Do not. If somewhere that I am, in case a kid or anybody gets hurt, I will follow that one. That nigga. I know how to handle it. Don't worry. We will do it. A lot of guys from the from the security sector are in the movement. You are not alone. We are all inside there. We have felt the pain more than anyone else. We will stand up together. We will stand up together, and they will not win. Thank you so much, everyone. God bless you all. Let's stick together. Be safe. Take care of yourselves. Inshallah, we are winning. We are winning.
Thank you very much, Ismail. We really appreciate the millennials that are joining us. And we would like you open your come on.
Excuse.
No, you don't speak until we give you the chance, kindly. Let's just have some order. Ismail, thank you very much. We have some people that are on the ground with us. We ask you to open your inbox because some things we can't share on the platform. And for anybody that is still having somebody that is missing, kindly, you know that you inbox the co-host, you inbox the host, you inbox anybody that you know can be of help, because we don't want any more life. One more life is one too many. So thank you very much, Ishmael, for that input, and we really appreciate it. Kowino, internet has really given us shit since morning, so you'll understand when you keep on being dropped. Actually, some people cannot even join the space. They're actually asking where is the space because they can't really join, and we've held on it. And if you see me dropping and you dropping, you just come back on, don't tire. So we'll carry on. I don't know what your lineup was, but I was just dropped and I couldn't rejoin back until I had to switch off my phone and come back again. So those kind of inputs that Ishmael has given us is what we're going to carry on with.
Yeah, next we have, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Carry on.
Okay, good. Next we have underscore, then Esther, then Gloria, in that order. Underscore, what's your name?
Hello. Niajini you guys. Nimekuwa nikingoja sana lakini acha nifike tu. Niko na dakika 4. Si ndio kwa wino?
Yes, go ahead.
Just to echo what some people have said. Cha tuweke kizungu kando kwanza. Occupy parliament ilifanya kazi vizuri. Sai tuko kwa Occupy Uhuru Park. It's a good idea, but sasa we are missing out the point, you guys. We want to be heard both locally and internationally. Lakini ukiangalia where Uhuru Park is stationed, its location haitu favor juu iko huko. Nyi mnaweza kaa ni kama mumeenda tu kuangalia maji na mkae mtulie, lakini tebu mkipeleka hii muende sit down wapi? JKIA, mkae chini hapo kwa barabara, kwa hiyo entrance, ama hata kama mtaingia ndani, watu waingie ndani, mtakuwa mmesimamisha juu sasa kutakuwa na some tension, tiaga zitakuwa mingi, yes and all. Mtakuwa mmesimamisha hizo flights zenye zinaingia to and fro. Mbona juu watakuwa wanasema watu wako unruly na kuna hiyo tension mingi. So itafanya nini? Watu watawasikiza, watauliza mbona ndege zilanda, mbona ndege zikubaliwi ku take off. Yes, najua matiko zitakuwa cancelled out, tunaweza lose do mingi, lakini tunadai kusikizwa na tutasikizwa aje? So ndio hiyo strategy. Ismail amesema hapa amekuwa in the service na most of this service tuseme war inafanyika sasa, kuna war. Msi akienda kuattack, hata attack penye mnaendanga chini kukaa na kuchill, atapeleka pale kwa atawahat pale kwa infrastructure penye watu wengi wana rely on hizo vitu. Target major highways. Kuna msee amesema tukae kwa major highways. Tunafunga transport, hakuna gari zenye zinaingia to and fro. Au wanatuzuia na roadblocks, ati wanasema sisi wenyewe hatuwezi pita. So acha sisi wenyewe tuwafungie barabara au wasipite. So mimi hakuna wenye wanaingia CBD, hakuna nini nafanyika CBD. So Nairobi hakuna watu wanaingia. Tukisema twende CBD, most of hizi ofisi hata ziko CBD. Most of hizi embassy, most of hizi government agencies haziko CBD, ziko outside CBD. Most of the offices ama hizi ma international companies hakuna ofisi yenye iko CBD. Ofisi yenye iko CBD ni ofisi ya Kanjo na ya Sakaja peke yake. Tokeni CBD, mseme hata mnaenda Westlands, kuna hizo maofisi mingi Westlands zenye mkiweza shika Westlands, mshike barabara Westlands Chirom, huko ndio penye kuna hizo the maofisi kubwa, the head offices to most of these international banks, international organizations ziko huko. The likes of naitwaje, Milimani, huko ndio penye kuna hizi government offices mingi. Mkisema mnataka kwenda Occupy, hata hiyo prison offices za prisons, offices za lands, offices za nini ziko huko. Wametuzoea sana CBD, mbona tuchange narrative? Kuna msee alisema hapa, niliona tweet, tumekuwa tukienda CBD, tunatumia the same strategy as always. Mbona tusichange strategy? Mbona tuache kwenda CBD hata kesho? Tuseme tumebadilisha, twende wapi? Tunaenda Milimani, tunaenda West. You guys, we need to be heard. Na tutasikika aje? Hatuwezi rudia kufanya the same thing over and over again expecting the different results. Results zitakuwa same. Tutaenda CBD, tutamwagiwa hiyo maji, tutamwagiwa hiyo kitu ya brown yenye tulipewa, lakini tutarudi tena home jioni, watatufungia barabara tutembee. So we need to change, we need to re-strategize. Tunashika wapi? Hii kitabu fulani inaitwa Art of War, inastahili hata tutumie hata some things, we need to borrow some things hapo juu sasa hii gava inatucheza kama chess. Unaonanga vile chessboard inakanga, basi hivyo ndo natucheza. Watu waambie tumetoa hii tunafanya hii, tumetoa hii tunafanya hii, alafu wanataka au pia wanatuoccupy kiplani, wanatuoccupy na hao mabloggers wenye wamelipwa hapa hivi, wanatuoccupy na the church juu najua church ikiongea, maybe our parents wako wanaendanga church sana, watasikia kitu new pastor anasema, alafu kama kuambia kijana wangu usiende street, sijui nini ndafanyika, ndo watuuzie hiyo uoga. Sasa ndio hiyo wanataka kushikana na the opposition. These guys wanatucheza tu kwa hii table, wanatupanga tu kwa table ni kama sisi sijui nini. Hizo wanaita pawns ama sijui nini, sijaicheza chess, lakini hizo vitu zenye zinakanga hapo, hizo ndio vitu zenye wanatucheza nazo, wanatupima kilo, wanatubeba wana. Hii kitu ukiangalia Citizen, si ati nasema kubaya. Citizen kuna an ad they're running. From ukiangalia iko na graphics poa, iko na hadi kangoma fulani hapo inakaa poa. Inaonyesha vile ni kama wanatusupport sisi na hii protest. Inaonyesha unaweza fikiria they're listening, wana portray vitu zenyu, lakini in the end kitu yenye wanasema hapo nini, hapo mwisho ni nini? Tubonge. Na inakaa hapo for like some 4 seconds. So unashangaa mbona waste 30 seconds yako kurani hii ad, alafu hapo mwisho unakuja kusema tubonge. Sisi wenyewe hakuna msee mwenye tunataka kubonga naye, ama hapa kuna msee anataka kubonga na msee. Ni kitu yenye tunataka ni tusikizwe, hatutaki kuongea, ni hao wasikie na wafanye kitu yenye sisi tunataka. Lakini hapo unapata tubonge. So unashangaa, is Citizen in bed with the government? Kama mnafikiria nadanganya, just wait and see, mutaiona. Niliona jana, muangalie hata saa hii, muangalie. Saa hii ndio hiyo TV47 juzi nasema sijui tunataka 4 cabinet secretaries wenye wametolewa juzi warudishwe. Kina nani hao wanataka? Mimi sitaki, ama kuna msee mwingine amesema ati anataka. Sijaona, ama kuna msee ametweet. Hii communication authority ndio tena inataka kuanza kulimit kina nani kina nani hizi mainstream media, kina nani kwa mainstream medias watakuwa wanaonyesha protest. So in some way hao watu wanataka kutufinya tusionekane, vitu zenye tunafanya zisionekane, lakini wanasahau tuko na internet, tuko na Twitter, yes, tuko na Instagram, tuko na TikTok, watu wataenda live. Lakini kitu yenye nafani, we need to be heard. Hiyo ndio kitu yenye nafai kuwe, we need to be heard. Hatuwezi sikizwa kama tuko CBD, hatuwezi sikizwa kama tunacheza Kenyatta Avenue. Tutoke hapo, twende JK, hii JK yenye unataka kuuza, twende tuone ni kina nani wanauziwa. Twende tukae hapo, hizo mandege ziache kuenda na kutoka. Ama hata hizi ofisi ni bigi hapa za magava za mani, na zimekaa tu hapo. Jua tunajua protest zinaendelea CBD. Yeye ako sawa, yeye kazi inaendelea kwa wake as normal. Mbona tusiwa occupy? So tunafaa tujiulize maswali. Tunataka results tofauti, lakini tunataka kufanya strategy tofauti. Alafu tena kuna some MPs hapa, some MPs at start tukianza hiki kitu walikuanga like tunaona tuko sawa nao. Acha nipatiane example na huyu wa Mushomba, that lady was specs amekuwa against finance bill from the start, pamoja na ule governor wa Nyeri from the start. Lakini juzi after cabinet imekuwa dissolved, unaanza kuona wanasema ati umpatie Mount Kenya sijui nini. So you should just ask ourselves, hao ndio wale watu wenye walikuwa wanasema wako na sisi, ama walikuwa watu wanataka vitu zao? Those people are opportunists. Hao wanadandia tu, hao wanatupeleka hivi alafu wanatudandia. Sasa wako wapi? Sasa ongei. Huwa Mushomba sijuzi amesema hapa ati tupatie dialogue a chance, ati prezo, tukitoa prezo sijui nini itafanyika. So mnafaa muangalie this our MPs, muulize mlikuwa mnasema hivi, sasa mbona mnasema hivi? So niyo hadi kitu na bo.
Thank you underscore. Next I had Esther.
Hi Coyote, unanisikia leo?
Loud and clear.
Jana nimejaribu kumake submission nikakata, but I am glad I'm back. So personally I have a lot to say and I'll try and compress it. One of the things yenye imeniwasha sana kwa space leo nikasema lazima niongee ni mwenye alijaribu ku raise the religious card. Let me start by saying that I respect all religions na sijawahi leta issue ya religion hapa. Personally, I have a personal relationship with God and my father. So mtu asione tuna support movement afikirie si ni mapagans atujui Mungu. na nikasikia hiyo hapo akihepa hiyo point ya religion, hadi akasema hapana, mimi nasema ukileta banta hapa, be ready to ende nayo hadi tuimalize. And I'm personally not afraid of the religious card. Mimi nimelelewa church kutoka nikiwa mtoi. I was a Sunday school, like nimefanya kila kitu can imagine. I've been a Sunday school attendant, hata leader, worship team, hizo vitu. So mtu asijaribu kutugaslight na mambo ya Mungu. Na personally naweza sema hivi, the same way tunachambua constitution, mwenye anataka tuchambue Bible hapa akijaribu kusupport the evil that the government is doing, because personally if you banta tunaenda nayo hadi tumalize. I want to point out a few things from the Bible. God rejected Eli. One thing you should know, Mungu anaweza kuwa na kukatae. If we started with God nicely na umalize na mwili, believe you me, God will reject you. I want to try and compress a few points. Number one, I've written my points down. God rejected Eli. God rejected Saul. God rejected Nebuchadnezzar. God corrects people and does not condone nonsense. Let me tell you something. Mimi napenda Mungu na mimi ni wa church, lakini mimi spendi ujinga. And I say that all along, and I apply that from family level, work level, everywhere. Mimi spendi ujinga, na usiwahi tumia Mungu kujaribu kubring up that card ati oni ni nini. So now, kuna hii part ingine. Kumbukeni Yesu vile alichapa watu. Kwani wale watu walikuwa hapo, do you know who Pharisees were at the time of Jesus? Pharisees were highly respectable people. Watu walikuwa wanajulikana, like don't try nonsense with those people. Na Yesu hakujaribu kunini ati kusema ati juawa ni Pharisee sitawachapa. Aliwachapa na hakuwa support. Another thing, if you want to bring the by the way, mkiwa niona kwa hii space, mtu ajaribu kuleta the religion card, muniite, juu mimi nitakuwa hapo nayo hadi mwisho. God doesn't support bloodshed. God is a God of justice. God is a God of holiness. There is nothing that anybody anafanya wrong kwa hii government imesapotiwa mahali kwa Bible. And another thing people need to know, Bible usapotiana from Genesis to Revelation. I don't know what we call referencing. If you give me a verse, don't go with one verse. Unipatia verse ya kwanza, una reference na ingine na inasapotiangwa na ingine katikati na ingine mwisho. Then another thing, don't be cheated. The Old Testament and the New Testament, they are all together. Vile Mungu alitengeneza hiyo kitabu yote inasapotiananga. So mtu asiwe jaribu. Now I'm speaking from a Christian perspective. I can't speak for the Muslim or for the Indian. I'm speaking for what I know and what I've been raised in. Another thing, if God has sent out his people and they have disobeyed him, and again I'm referencing from the Bible, Mungu akikutuma ukatae, he will pick somebody else. God cannot be fooled. God cannot be bribed. There is something also called holy anger. Na nimesikia kuna watu kadhaa wa Mungu wakisema, kama nyinyi mlitumwa na Mungu mkakataa, God has raised Gen Zs. He has poured out holy anger so that you can bring out his mission. For those people who don't know, na ndio nasema msituone hapa tukipiga kelele mkadhani hatujui God. This country was appointed by God to bring revival. For those who know and for those who are born again in this space. And if the revival is supposed to come from Kenya to go to the whole world, but Kenya has been filthized by people, it has been dirtified, bloodshed, rape, every evil thing you can read in the Bible has been done in this country. And I can assure you God is very angry at the people who are delaying revival in this country. So mtu asijaribu kule, yani I am shaking with anger. Mtu asijaribu kuleta hiyo kadi hapa ya religion na Mungu. Kwanza usitumie Mungu kujificha kwa kazi chafu. If God appoints you and you refuse, hata kumbukeni mali kwa Bible imesema musiponiabudu mawe itaniabudu. That is another thing. Musisahau pia mahali, who is this person God used the donkey kuongea na yeye, umekataa kusikia, punde itaongea, ng'ombe zitaongea, farasi zitaongea. So kama Mungu amechagua sisi ndio tutaongea because mouthpiece zake zimekataa, so be it. I want to, when I was thinking about the points that I had in mind, it's like God was also dropping a few things in my mind on what I wanted to speak. Remember, if you read the story of David and Saul, and I want you guys to go back to your Bibles, the same way mnasema constitution for those who are Christians. When David started out, he was probably a Gen Z in his time. Alikuwa amedharauliwa na brothers wake. His father was Jesse. Alikuwa huko kwa mang'ombe when his brothers were fighting in the field. And when he was picked, he was probably a Gen Z of their time. And then when he was picked and he started now, nani sola kaona, kumbe aka kaboy kaneza nisaidia. He was also, sorry to say, like Raila. Akaona, wacha ni ride kwa hii glory iko kwa David, ndio nifike mahali nataka. He had his own dubious motives for using what God had poured into David. And if you remember how Jonathan had become friends with David, Jonathan was Saul's friend. They were best friends. Ni kama mimi sasa nikwe best friend ya mtoi wa Ruto ama wa Raila. But for example, kama ni mtoi wa Raila, si believe Kenya my dad anafanya. That is what David and Jonathan were. They were best friends. And so David was anti-government at that time. So I want you to relate those things. Even that time, at some point, David was anti-government, and then sijui roho chafu ikaingia Saul, so that now, again, God had to use the gift he had given David to play the harp to Saul so that the evil spirit could get out of him. So relate that to what is happening to the Gen Zs and the movement right now. And that is what exactly is happening. So somebody is trying to use what God has put in us to ride into our glory. Wao walitumwa kwanza, sisi tukanyamazishwa, lakini sasa Mungu ameinua his holy anger in us. Now, so when David started out as anti-government, he finally became king. Okay, he finally became king, overthrow government because Saul got rejected. The minute God appoints you, let me use that card that lady used, though I disagree with it for my personal reasons. Let us even assume that Ruto had been appointed by God initially. Okay, fine, he was appointed, but now he's rejected. We cannot keep on swinging onto that card of he was appointed. You want to use that card? I will also come with my nail at the coffin and say he is now rejected. And he's rejected because he's gone against what we had promised. He's been rejected because he's just gone against everything he's been saying. Now, by the way, as a Christian, I don't think Ruto stands for anything that he purported to be supporting. Ata iwe ni ya Mungu, ama iwe ni ya constitution. And by the way, God hates a lying tongue. I'm so angry right now and I'm shaking. My ears are hot and I believe I'm all red right now. God hates a lying tongue, and mimi mtu asiwahi jaribu kutumia hiyo kadi. Hiyo nimemalizana nayo, nikiongea mambo ya Ukristo hapa sitamaliza. So hiyo kadi mwenye anataka kuileta hiyo msiogope. Tunaenda nayo hadi mwisho. Something else Kenya, my last speaker amesema, double speak. I have noticed that people want to ride with the Gen Z wave when we are being celebrated, and again they want to move backwards when we are being condemned. Mimi usema hivi, even in my personal life, stand for one thing. Wacha kuwa kigeugeu. If you're for the movement, be for the movement. If you're against the movement, be against the movement. Wacha hii maneno ya, I'm for the movement when people are being all nicey. I'm against the movement when now we are being condemned. Personally, I've been for the movement from the word go. I've been for the movement for the word go, not because of the wave, but because of I, as Easter, what do I stand for? I will not swing because somebody has told me I'm doing a good thing or a bad thing. Because Wamushamba is now not clapping for me, now I'm feeling ashamed to be for the movement. I'll be for the movement all the way. If I need you guys to read something about the Financial Times article. I've read that article, it's so good. You need to go read it. Nimeiona kwa timeline na nimeisoma. Ruto started a class war. When initially he thought this wave will work for him, yes, it worked for him, but he should have made it work for him all the way. He started by saying the poor, the what was it called, the dynasties, and now it has become a class war. And now the rich people are saying, oh my God, the poor people have risen. They have known what they need to. They've known what we didn't want them to know. Yani mjinga sasa amerevuka, and we have become a danger to the rich people. I'm sorry to say, I never wanted this argument to be about rich and poor, but you need to read that article, and I agree with it. When these guys started saying ati watu wa vitendawili na watu wa bodaboda na nini, kwani what was that? That was a class war. And if you go back to everything that happened and all the clips that were replayed, there was some leader, hasa nakumbuka Uhuru akisema, this is a class war you're starting, and he started a fire that he cannot put out. Hiyo nimemaliza. Be true to who you are. If you're for the movement, be for the movement. Then there is something else as I close my submission. There was this thing about the police saying CBD is out of bounds because nini. I have one thing to say. Why do we have to be double standard? Again, I go back to that thing. Kama wanasema tunaharibu CBD, why are they not saying, and by the way, as watu wanaharibu pia sisi tuache kushoot? They've still not given us the person or the people responsible for the deaths of the people who are in SACS. You know, Kenyans, we have this weakness of forgetting. Tunasonga, syllabus inasonga haraka na tunasahau. Let us note in our minds the things that are being left hanging here and there. So we've still not been told who killed the people. And by the way, I've heard people saying it's not only women who are killed. Kill that narrative. Si wanawake pekee walikuwa kwa hizo magunia. We still don't know who is responsible for that. These people are also not saying they've been shooting protesters. Hiyo kitu NPS ime-release ya kusema nini? Ati tusiende CBD juu tunaharibu vitu. Have they also admitted that they're shooting people and they should stop? So maybe even in my personal life nasemanga, as I correct you in your wrongs, I should also correct myself. The other thing as I finish, abductions by the police, it is very good that God is releasing confusion amongst these people. Wenyewe wanaambiwa sijui gaitho huyu, and there's a part I put in my timeline and said, who is this Kanono? Sorry to say, I can't remember his first name. Is it Francis Gaitho became collateral damage? Yes, it's Francis. Francis Gaitho became collateral damage. The person they wanted, it was not a mistake. Walikuwa wanataka Macharia Gaitho because of what he wrote. Kwani wewe unaweza confuse mtu mali anaishi hata kama tunaitwa the same surname. The same thing Mash said. Huyu mtu hakuwa ati ameandamwa bure. Now because they had to clean up their narrative, that is why they had to arrest Francis Gaitho to try and make it look like, oh, by the way, it's true. This is that he was collateral damage. Just drop that narrative. So right now, I'm so angry, and I'm angry because of hypocrisy. I'm angry because even we, sometimes the citizenry, cannot decide on which side we are on. People want to go on the populist side. Na mimi husema, hata kama nitaachwa peke yangu, I will stand on the side I believe is right because of my morals. I close my submissions. I am so mad right now.
Thank you, Esther. Thank you very much. Tafadhali usikunywe maji. Just take a deep breath in and breathe deep breath out. Don't even drink water. I don't want you to drink water because these guys are playing us.
They are playing us.
They're playing us.
Biril, I've seen
Yes.
finally somebody is with me akiongelea the classism.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Esther. Thank you. Next we had Gloria. Then after Gloria, we'll go to Western. After Western, there is Wallace, Pambazuka, then Kevin, in that order. Gloria.
Okay, thank you very much. In fact, I'm glad Esther went before me. Na ame-explain hizo vitu za religion vizuri sana. And it's from there, because these people are so much anchored into religion ama nini. Hapo ndo pia sisi lazima vita yetu tuweke. Not necessarily openly saying, oh, God has refused this or God has refused the other. But we can strategically, tuseme Mondays, we want all our days to be occupied. From now, because hao wanaandika vitu, they're writing narratives, so we are always going to their, whatever. I see most of us going there to try and negate or counter their narratives. We do not have to counter them like that. We can have our own narrative that we stick to, which is still going to counter their narratives without us having to waste energy going to their pages, seeing what they are doing. It's a good thing Raila ameshajitokeza, because hiyo ndo inakuanga mostly a hindrance. He is usually the hindrance, because we always have this fantasy that what if tungekuwa tumechagua Raila, what if now hata ungemchagua hakuna kitu ingechange, they are the same people. Unaona sasa ameenda ameshikana na Ruto. Thank you very much. It makes our work easier because all enemies one side. The rest of us citizens who are looking for good governance, who are looking for change, one side. So now let's just have every day one narrative yenye tunapush. Tukisema Monday, exposing Ruto's lies. Tunakuwa na hashtag kama exposing Ruto's lies, Ruto must go. Wewe ni kutafuta zile video vitu zenye amekuwa akisema. Hiyo ndo kazi yetu. Hatujali hao wanapush nini. That is what we are pushing, but always we have Ruto must go. Tukisema Tuesday, tunaoccupy mahali, tunapush hiyo siku ya tunaoccupy. Tukisema Wednesday, corruption in the government, hizi vitu zenye zimetolewa hizi sijui 15 billion lost where tunazicollect zote, tunazipush. Mtu una copy tu paste kwa mwenzako, ukisema exposing corruption, Ruto must go. Hivyo we fight our own war without having to be distracted with what they are doing. So right now they are fighting the media. Okay, we agree the media has always been not balanced. That much we agree, but still we need the media. So saizi unaona Citizen venye Macharia alishikwa, and then Mashaira Gaido, then they shot some journalists in Nakuru. All of a sudden Citizen TV nao wakatoa hiyo that ka short compilation of theirs on police brutality, hawajakuwa wakitoa, and because of that now they are there occupy Citizen TV, genocide media. When something like that happens, much as easy media ziko corrupt and nini, just know that we need the media. So we can even come up with a counter hashtag while pushing our own things. Na lazima tukue na sisi pia media day, Friday ikue media day. Tuna unleash video zetu za what happened during the week. Media day, media information day. That is the only way we'll keep these people on their toes. Tusiende kuangalia Itumbi ameandika nini, tusiende. No. Sisi tukue na yetu na tuweke energy zetu hapo. Let's not bother what it is they're doing, because they are dividing our attention, they are dividing our energies. Ujui ujigawe mara ngapi? Mara hapa ndo huyu, mara kuna huyu Raila traitor hapa to deal with, mara there is the other. No. Let's just say bad rubbish, bad whatever, one side. Wakae huko, wajipange wenyewe. Sisi tunapanga yetu kila siku. We have something we are pushing every day, putting all our energies on our own mission and not dividing our attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Funny guys, you still follow those guys? We asked to unfollow them so that they don't have a platform. Let them talk to
No, we don't
themselves.
follow
them. Yeah, don't
follow
follow
them,
them.
but thumbs up, and you see people that are in the movement, you see them, struggling so much to counter. Ndo nasema, let's not struggle. Let's leave them to say whatever they want to say. Let us have our own strategy, our own message yenye kila siku tuko na mission, hii ndo message tuna push.
Thank you again. If you're here and you heard what Esther said, we stick to one. If you're in the motion, if you're in the movement, you stay in the movement. If you're not for it, just drop out of it, because unatuchokesha. Pambazuka, I'll give you after Wallace. So let Wallace speak, and then Pambazuka.
We had Western
Yes.
first, then Wallace.
Okay.
Western, Wallace.
Western, then Wallace, then Pambazuka.
Thank you
Western.
so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity to make some submission. I salute all of you. I salute our fallen patriots, our comrades, our soldiers committed to this cause. I wish to say something about the media. The media. I've heard the concept of genocide media. Fellow compatriots, the media is referred to as the fourth estate for good reason. Fourth estate. It means the media is the fourth leg of a democracy. Fourth leg. You've got the executive, you've got parliament, the legislature, you've got the judiciary, then you've got the media. Without that leg, then you have no democracy. You don't. And it's the media that the citizenry relies on to expose the rot by the powers that be. Because often these other three legs tend to conspire against the people. So it's the media to at all times stand by the people, raise what are called public interest issues, issues to do with human rights, issues to do with human dignity, issues to do with constitutionalism, social justice, corruption, the media should never relent. But in Kenya, unfortunately, the media is reactionary, is state-centric, panders to the state interests because of advancement, who gives them money. You've heard them complain about the government is not, giving them adverts. That compromises them. Because of ownership, the media in Kenya is owned by the very, very individuals who have dominated the state for years, the Kenyattas, the Mois, and name it. So they're not independent. In fact, it's a misnomer to refer to the Kenyan media as national media. It's very parochial, which takes me to the genocide media, ladies and gentlemen, fellow compatriots. For some of us who have cared to read what happened pre-genocide Rwanda in 1994, you will come across a newspaper called Kangura newspaper, Kangura. And there was a radio station called Radio Milkoli. Those two media stations, they were instrumental in the propagation of hate speech, which provided a conducive environment for the commission of genocide in Rwanda. So when the media is irresponsible, that spells doom for all of us. It spells doom. When the media exercises self-censorship, the way the Kenyan media does, when the media plays to the cynical politics of the political elite in Kenya, today they are pandering to Uhuru Kenyatta's orchestra, demonizing William Ruto. Tomorrow, they have gyrated. They're pandering to William Ruto's orchestra. I don't know who they're demonizing. The following day, it's somebody else. It's never about the Kenyan people. That's the most unfortunate thing. Such that I used to watch Citizen TV, and then you would see in the background, there was the image, I don't know whether they've removed, the image of Nyayo House. And I would ask myself, this media house, what do they mean by this symbol of Nyayo House in the background? Nyayo House, for all we care to know, a symbol of oppression, dictatorship, brutality, death. Why would a media house have that symbol in the background? And it's still even a symbol of corruption. When we're talking about passports, IDs, and what have you, it's still a symbol of bad governance, oppression, corruption, inefficiency, dysfunction. So I would ask, now a media house that can be so illiterate like this about Kenya's history, how can it inform? Because that's one of the core mandates of the media, is to inform. How can it inform? When you celebrate a legacy of oppression like that, how can you inform the Kenyan people about social justice, about human rights? You cannot. So we do have a problem with the media in Kenya. And it's not just the political elite who propagate ethnic sentiment. The media is a cog in the tribalization of the state in Kenya. Listen, when we are gearing up for elections, they'll frame the elections like a two-horse race. They will ask some candidates what they're bringing on the table. When they ask what you're bringing on the table, they're asking for your core ethnics. Do you come from the so-called populist ethnic group? Such that, okay, you're such a viable presidential candidate. It's never about your policies. It's never about your morality, your ethics. It's never about where did you get your money. It's always about he has the numbers. This other candidate doesn't have the numbers. That narrative is about ethnicity. It's about tribalism. They're very integral in that. And then pandering to tribal stereotypes. They do that a lot. The media, very responsible. Some of you must have perhaps watched Churchill's show. And that show, the snippets that I got an opportunity to watch, my stomach would churn. Because why would ethnic stereotypes constitute raw material for fun, for humor? If somebody speaking English with the with their first language accent, why would that be fun? Why would that be humor? Why is it humorous? Of course, this person has got a first language. English is not their first language. French is not their first language. So why should that be a source of humor? That's not satire. Satire, you poke fun at the powers that be. That's satire. You satirize the powerful, not the powerless, not the ordinary people. That's not satire. You're making a mockery of satire. You're debasing them. And the media will broadcast those things. That's not satire. JK, there's an MP called JK. They used to satirize Moi, how Moi used to speak. That's not humor. Because if Moi at that time would turn on his TV and watch them, doing that thing, he would just feel, yeah, there's some light moment here. But if you want to know it's satire, the powers that be will fidget in their seats. They will squirm in their seats. That's satire. But these attempted to speak the way, pronounce, enunciate words the way the political elite does, that is not satire. It's not satire. And that's why the lives of John Kiari, people are wondering what became of him. What became of him? I don't think he was conscious. If he was conscious, he would really have satirized Moi. He didn't satirize Moi. And that's why he's in parliament, and is very much part and parcel of the very excesses that Moi was accused of. So the media in Kenya, the church in Kenya, the state in Kenya, the education sector in Kenya, ladies and gentlemen, these are the most colonial of institutions in Kenya. And they're the ones that are yoking us down. They jealously guard the colonial way of doing things. And they look at people as, the ordinary Kenyans as, these are not full human beings. These are superfluous people in Kenya. So they have no right to dignity. They have no right to decency. They have no right to human rights. You kill them at will. You debase them in life. You debase them in death. Chop them into pieces and dump them into some compost, site with the rubbish. So you debase them throughout. From the womb to the tomb, Kenyans are debased, ordinary Kenyans. Why? Because we have colonialists for leaders. We have colonialists for pastors and priests. We have colonialists for people in the media. We have colonialists for people in the education sector. You people, have you ever talked to Kenyan students, the kind of experiences they go through in schools in Kenya? Have you ever talked to them? You are told, oh, we were found, I don't know, doing what? And the teacher told us to go and lie out in the sun there. We cover ourselves in blankets from morning until the afternoon. And the sun, the sun along the equator is so hot. Poor kids are lying out there, outside their classrooms, covered in blankets. That is oppression. And it happens in Kenya. We say nothing about it. How did colonialists treat Kenyans? Read history. How did they treat them? Not any dissimilar from that. It's not just that way. And they will tell you they're disciplining them. How do you discipline someone? By denying them of their dignity. How is that disciplining the person? Even prisoners, you don't have to break their spirits. You have to correct them. You don't have to break them. And students in Kenyan schools, especially boarding schools, are like concentration camps. So we're saying it's the entire architecture, the state and its apparatus in Kenya don't work for the Kenyan people. And it doesn't matter where you turn. You go to a public office and somebody asks you, unakuja kutafuta nini hapa? Mkubwa yuko hapa. Mkubwa yuko hapa. Come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow, but I don't stay in Nairobi. I came from where? I traveled overnight. I came, no, ukuje kesho. Nikuje kesho. Where do I get the money to come back tomorrow? And they tell you like that in a matter of fact. They don't care. You can get jump. You go, mkubwa yuko. Mkubwa yuko and you just wanted a signature. Signature for 1 month, for 6 months. Haujapata signature. Ni ile tu karatasi mtu aweke signature. What kind of a state is that? What kind of a state is that? And they speak to you so arrogantly, with a lot of hubris, as if they're doing you a favor. Whereas they're to serve you. Because it's your taxes that sustains them. very arrogant, very hubristic, very callous, even in hospitals. Mtu amekuja ni mgonjwa anauliza, huyu ni nani? You just lie there writhing in pain. No one gives a damn whether you die or not. We must have a society that prioritizes human life, dignity, as opposed to money, as opposed to wealth. Government spokesperson is telling us about how much was lost in billions. We're saying that kind of talk is completely retrogressive. Don't make money take precedence over Kenyan lives and their dignity. You're calculating, you don't care about people who have lost their lives. You give some very conservative figures, but you'll talk about the billions that the economy has lost. You'll talk about how business people are being inconvenienced by protests, but you don't talk about human rights. You don't talk about decency. You don't talk about freedoms. You don't talk about development and prosperity for all. You care about the interest of a tiny fraction who behave like slave owners in Mississippi, or Georgia during those days in 2024 in Kenya. Folks, ladies and gentlemen, fellow compatriots, we have got our work cut out for us, and this work, more than anything, is ideational. It's about the mindset, nothing else. A revolution begins from the mind. But people think a revolution is about anarchy, is about destroying property. They don't get it. It is the mindset that we will have to think differently, and we will have to stigmatize anybody who thinks the way they've been thinking all these years. 60 odd, we will have to stigmatize anybody who insists on thinking like that. We will have to center Kenyan people, not money. We will have to stop these questions about how much money do you have before you run for this election. How many people are you bringing on board before you run for president? We will have to stop that kind of conversation, because it's what has yoked us into this servitude, into this backwardness, where we still suffer and die of preventable diseases, whereby we cannot bring to an end maternal mortality in 2024. Why would a mother who is going to a hospital to give birth, why would that be a matter of life and death in 2024? Why? Why should that be? Because we don't care about life. We don't care. Whatever happens to you, tough luck. It was bad luck. Bad luck. These things happen too often for them to just be dismissed as bad luck. So it is the mindset. The political elite don't have that mindset. The media don't have that mindset. That's why they keep asking, what next after Ruto? These kind of people are caught up in a time warp. Honestly, they're still carrying out some very weird polls. Which cabinet minister is supposed to return and what have we? We are not like dogs which vomit and then eat their vomit. Why would you call for a government to collapse and then at the same time say so and so should come back? No, but those are the narratives they're running. There is no Kenya they've interviewed. They're running a particular narrative to corral Kenyans in a particular direction to maintain the status quo, and we're saying no, we are wiser today. We are wiser today, and we're only getting wiser by the day. You're not going to take us for granted. We promise you. We are wiser. And it's where it matters most. The mind. That's the power we have. Nothing else. They have the guns. But I can tell you for free, the mind, the pen will always prevail over the gun. Will always prevail over gunpowder any day. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's soldier on. For only freedom is what we are yearning for, and we'll get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Thank you
Esther.
very
Thank
much.
you.
We're not being biased, but we give Sheila a bit of more time because he's a realist. We want you to speak that hard truth, that uncomfortable truth, those factual facts that we really need to table, those things that are really affecting us, those things that they're trying to blind us. You're blinded with security, you're blinded with Christianity, you're blinded with you want to ban your country. Who would want to ban Kenya? We all live in Kenya. So we're not going to be blinded by that. We need those factual hard truths that we are dealing with. We speak about them, and we speak about them and as a matter of fact, not as if we are begging. You go to governmental offices, you're always begging for services. Why should you go through that? Kowino, I lost your rest of track on the next speaker kindly. I just wanted to add more to what Sheila said.
Thank you. Thank you, Weston, so much. It's always good to have you here. Guys, like Biril has said, it's not that we're being biased. He's always our political analyst, and he always hits the points home. Wallace, you're up next, brother. How are you?
I'm doing good. If you can hear me, let me just see any sort of like 100 or something. Excellent.
Yes, I can hear you, but would you mind getting closer to the mic? A little bit closer?
Am I better now?
Yes, better.
Perfect. Man, as I listen to these conversations, I'm feeling so blessed to be a Kenyan. Kujua kuna wazalendo wamekuja pamoja kwa ujenzi upya wa Kenya. That's why we are here. We love our country. I've been happy to hear Ismail saying it's time to be ready to die for our country. Surely, if patriotism is not being ready to give your life for the fellow Kenyans that you love, what is it? And also, I think it's also marvelous to see that since we are soldiering on, people like Rex and those who have already died before, their sacrifice is not in vain. I think it would be important for any one of us to know that should anything, God forbid, happen, Kenyans are not going to be scared away from liberating this country once and for all. So I think I really appreciated his statements, and as well as Easter. Easter really charged me up. She was so mad, she was shaking. And it's because I'm of the same persuasion. I also believe that there's this the confusion between religion and relationship that the church had, that has been there before, has been misused in its religious format to misguide a lot of Kenyans. And in that respect, it has been anointing people who are obviously and outrightly in the wrong. Think about, because even the African church likes to copy the American church. Look at the people they've been trying to anoint their saints. For example, a guy like Trump, though I'm trying not to go too much into politics, but that obviously there's a disconnect between the behaviors of the person they want to endorse and that they are claiming to be a particular faith. So I agree with Easter and even Gloria. And I think also there needs to be a cleanup, like an Occupy church. In fact, I want to urge we come together also as people who are eager to see the church clean up its act. We start having some spaces to highlight that there's a difference. Being for God does not mean you stomach injustice or you stomach foolishness in our country. And I think also Onyango pointed out that we have to have new strategies, chess strategies. I've said this before in spaces. We can't have the same old way of protesting where we say on Tuesday we are going to be 5 million. They now know they're in the spaces. They'll just wait there. Gen Zs will shed a bit more blood. But the idea is, let's change our tact. Let's change our strategy. As somebody was saying, you don't have to be there. We can like now Gloria, the way she's saying, we can have our media strategy. For me, protests, I've been trying to say, we can now have a protest where everybody gets engaged, where we say we are all just going to go to town, normally dressed, so that business doesn't stop. But we agree on that specific day, maybe at noon, we will all stop together, wherever we are. I don't know if you remember, there was a time Kenyans used to do, they used to call it Feb 28th. On the 28th of February, we would have a time we would stop, everybody sings the anthem. But then we would say, what was that going to gain then? But now it's a difference. Now we have a momentum. Now when we do that, we sing our anthem, and then we can proceed to say whatever is the hashtag of the day. Of course, the Ruto must go is always there. But the idea is we look up for that way businesses don't have to close. All Kenyans can participate, everybody in the office, everybody, because and then we record, make sure we record it and put it, we'll find a common maybe media space to put online. So we have to shift our tact. It can't, there's other way. I like that idea of media hashtags being pushed on different days of the week. I like that Kenyans are thinking differently. That's how we need to do it. We can start even boycotting products. The way we said, if we know a hotel, we don't need to burn down stuff. You say, if you know these people have stolen money and opened this business, we can say we are going to be ignoring, we won't engage those services. We'll be boycotting services and products, and they'll feel it. Even some of these American companies that maybe are working together with IMF, if we know who it is, we could say we are boycotting Coca-Cola products, for example, and they'll feel it. They'll feel it, but definitely local, because these guys, remember, when they steal all this money, they have to convert it into something to launder that money back into real cash. So it's usually real estate, it's usually businesses. They have to make it something that can clean their money. If Gen Z intelligence we've been seeing can find out these are all the businesses owned by these people, immediate boycotts, that one hits them in their pockets because they need money. They need to clean their money. So we need to have a new strategy for how we are protesting. One that engages, because as we've said before, all generations are in support. We are letting Gen Z take the lead. Gen Z has taken the guts and said, guys, we are willing to be on the forefront. We know they'll shoot us. We know they'll do all this crazy stuff. They'll arrest us. But we who are older than them must support that movement by saying, hey, there are days we will be in town, but we will stand together and sing the anthem. And by the way, I've stated this also, that one of the amazing things about Kenya is our national anthem is a prayer. So I think since independence, we've been singing this prayer without knowing it. And now God finally, after 60 years and 61 years of rubbish, he has answered it with a Gen Z that has come and said, we are tribeless. That dimension of tribelessness is what has, because of it brings unity, is what has enabled the Gen Z movement to be what it is today. And remember, the devil has no new tricks. If there's anything this government or anybody who hates Kenya wants to do, is to divide us along whatever means they can. They know the oldest thing that used to work was Ukabila. So they are not giving up on it completely, but they are trying classism. There was a time they were saying these Gen Zs are just people with iPhones and using Uber. What do you think that was? That was a push to try and say that you're not, these are just spoiled brats who are trying to bring about this cause. So we have to refuse the old tricks. They're going to try tribalism. They'll try everything. You've seen, as we've said, it's shocking to see opposition trying to merge with government. This gentleman, whom we've respected so long, I have told people, it's that Gen Z might not, were too young to know this. When the first time Kenyans were out to remove KANU from power, and all people had joined in one opposition, this gentleman sold his party that was called NDP to KANU. He's the one who enabled KANU to survive. So it's not a new thing he's doing. He's always been a political survivor. It's that people couldn't see it. People couldn't see it. So he's just playing the old playbook. As it's been clarified, they have all put themselves on one side. We know it's about there being a new generation. When you're doing something new, you format the thing completely, you put new software, new operating system. We remove them en masse. So we need to realize that we don't accept, since it's a partless thing, we don't accept tribal kingpins, we don't accept any division along class, and then we be wary. I like what Western has put about the fourth estate. Remember, the fourth estate is the reason why you find big shots always like to own media, because with media you can influence the way people are thinking. That's why you see the Rupert Murdochs and all those people. They use media and entertainment to influence people. Actually, entertainment is also a form of lulling humanity, okay? Because we have to know there's a bigger game at play here. There are people called globalists who want to control the whole world. But you need to do your own research for that. But religion, remember, religion is not a relationship. I want to be clear about that. Religion and entertainment are the opium of the masses. Those are the two most powerful tools they use to keep you in a state of foolishness, like in a trance. Your whole life rotates from, you're in the rat race one day, in the evening, you're in the entertainment space. You're just focused on the Premier League. You think Arsenal is your team. Manchester United is, when they win the Premier League, do they send you money? Do they send you a share of the money? When Argentina wins, because you think it's your team, do they send you any money? I'm not saying you don't support teams, but you be clear to know that this is just entertainment. This is just for fun. I need to be able to look at my country and see what issues are going on and what needs to be addressed. So this kind of space is exciting because I am seeing wazalendo waking up. We have been wananchi for long enough. We used to say we are wananchi, they are wenye nchi. And it was true. They own everything. And for us, we're just saying that's Gen Z has made Kenyans wake up and realize, we, since the promulgation of the new constitution, we, the people, are in charge. They do what we command. Your employee doesn't question. You state it, it's an order, it's not a request. So it's time for us even to put them in their place, to remind them you've been wabunge. You stopped being waheshimiwa a long time ago. So we realize that the fourth estate is open to, fourth estate is about making profit, not progress. They will sell what is, as we say, sexy news. What will sell the newspaper? That's all the fourth estate cares about. So it doesn't matter who is in power. The question is, what will make our papers sell, our people watch our news? Because when people are watching news, they are getting money from adverts. Adverts, the big companies are throwing the adverts in the middle of the news. That's how they make their money. Adverts in the newspaper. The main money is, besides the cost of the newspaper, is the advertisement in the newspapers. That's why if it reaches a point we start identifying companies that are anti the movement, we will boycott their products. We don't care whether it's a local company or an international company. We change tact. Let's stop. We know our young people are ready to die for Kenya. That's why we should say, we who are on the keyboards and behind our laptops and whatever, surely if the young people have put their lives on the line, they can be on TV today, like let's say Kasmuel. He's on Citizen making orders and telling the president, we will not take this rubbish, you should resign. And he's still ready to go on the street. Don't you realize if these guys want to take him out, they would just pretend he was hit by us. He's right there on the street protesting. And for us, why should we be afraid we are behind a keyboard? We can be picked fine. I mean, it's happened. Social media, but you see how fast a lot of influencers were bought. They told themselves being behind a keyboard is not, I can't lose my life for that. But the idea is, if you are truly a person who stands for justice, you are beyond being bought. And the power of the Gen Z movement, also besides being tribeless, is that it's a true cause. It's based on truth, on justice, on that anthem that we pray to God. Haki iwe ngao na ulinzi for this country. And for us to tayari kuilinda. We are living right now our anthem because we've been praying it, we've been singing it. That's why we do a protest where we say on Monday at noon, all Kenyans, wherever they are, here and abroad, we are stopping to sing the anthem. We've done it before. It's not a new idea. And then when we finish, we remind the statement, Ruto must go, and we chant it even if it's for 5 minutes. The message still comes through. And we are recording and we are sharing it. And we tell him right now, you fired yourself from that seat. Nobody pushed you out. The moment you killed the first protester, that was one too many. You fired yourself. You are just now resident Ruto. You're nothing more than that. I've seen people sharing something written, they're not my president. Me, I added, he's just now a resident. And definitely not my president. I didn't even vote for him. But that doesn't matter. The point is, again, a good revelation. That's why I love Wazalendo. Wazalendo, we are very smart. We have realized whichever side we had voted, we can see now very clearly the difference would have been the same. They are still puppets, no matter which side you go. That's why it has to be a clean sweep. I don't care who you loved before. I don't care where your affiliation was before. It has become obviously clear that people who have been dynasties before, who have been stealing before, don't want there to be any transition that brings liberation to the ordinary mwananchi of Kenya. That's why we all have to become wazalendo. Beyond, we cannot be citizens who you send somebody to represent you and then you sit back and you hope things will happen. We are going to be in a place where, because we are the people, we have a system that helps us put our voice together and our choice together. For those who've had me in this space before, I said we've started creating a technology for that. I've put it in the comments called mkura.vote. And I'll not go too deep into it. If you want to follow it up, you'll see it or just remember that word, like the way you write M-Pesa, mkura.vote. I've put a link for a Telegram group. So I'm inviting guys who, again, the way we are pulling ideas here, let's meet there. It's again leaderless, it's tribeless. It's not about focusing on any specific faith as much. It is very value-based and principle-based. What we need is when we bring all these ideas together, we concentrate them, we focus them. Remember, light, when you focus light, it becomes a laser beam. The most dangerous weapons human beings can make. Concentrated light. So that unity is part of that concentration. We come together, we have different ideas, we have different ways of looking at things. Like that's why I'm saying I've loved that concept of we can commit different days of the week to a specific hashtag, a day for corruption. Like if you see my t-shirt on my profile, it's Ukabila ni Ujinga. I was singing that from 2008, 2010, after the first post-election, the 2007 post-election violence. You can have an ufisadi ni ujinga. I point out that Kenyatta came and said that we are going to fight three things: ujinga, umaskini, and ugonjwa. What he left out was ufisadi and ukabila. Can any one of us deny that they did not use those two things since independence to date? So they focused on three U's. They left the two most potent U's. Because let me tell you, ufisadi and ukabila play with each other. When a guy is caught in ufisadi, he jumps behind ukabila. Ukabila is his shield. Oh, people, that's why by Gen Z slaying that Goliath, it has dismembered all these fake leaders in one fell swoop. They have nothing to hide behind. Kenyans refuse to see ourselves as a specific. We are Kenyans. We are human beings. You will not kill our children. You will not kill us and then think you will lead us. We will not relent. And that's why this movement, I'm telling you, I'm feeling blessed to be a Kenyan to know that even if I was the one to go, you guys will not quit. That unity is what will make us, it will make this thing unstoppable. They can't kill all those Kenyans. And as we've been told, even by Ismail, I think it was Ismail, I've forgotten his name, that even people in the armed forces are for us. Some of them, enough. They have a conscience. They are our brothers. They are our sisters. So even part of our movement should be, can we start also agitating for the improvement of their lives? They don't live well. We know they live in tin houses. Let part of our agenda, maybe one of the days, be the improvement of all services, including the lifestyles of, so that they know we are not their enemies. They know we are not their enemies. We are against injustice. They became policemen to protect citizens from thieves. Now citizens have said, no, the thieves are the ones giving you orders. And we have evidence, and you know it. So we have to say we shift from being just regular citizens to patriots, ready to sacrifice, ready to push ourselves, ready to support Gen Z. So we have learned that there's no difference between opposition, the old opposition and these old governments, and that's what we have to stand up against. I'm finishing. I know I need to hand over the mic. I'm just reminding you that we need to say that the power of our movement, of this movement for Gen Zs, is its integrity. I want you to remind you that Gandhi liberated India from the British powers without using force. Just that moral authority. And you remember it was called Satyagraha, if you remember your history. They did not need to use violence. Mandela didn't use, South Africa was not liberated through gunshots and bullets. They used ballots. And now that's why for us, we want to make sure that ballot is protected. That's why we are talking about Mkura.vote is about using blockchain to protect Kenyans' votes, so that we have a system that is beyond manipulation of any IEBC. I won't go too much, but I'll put the link again. So let's remember that the strength of this movement is its moral authority. It is stronger than the government in numbers, and it is stronger than the government because we are standing on the right side of history. We are standing for justice. We are standing for truth. We are standing for what is in the anthem. So, and then we need to remember that we are part of geopolitics. The reason this guy went and wanted to be part of, I don't know, a non-NATO ally or whatever, we as Kenyans, When we start speaking as we the people, that's why we want to concentrate our voice using technology. We will say we are not partaking in any world cold wars or hot wars. We are not for BRICS. We are not against BRICS. We are not for NATO. We are not against NATO. We are just for humanity. They don't pull us into their wars. If they put their bases on Kenyan soil, when those guys want to bomb, they'll bomb Kenya. What did Kenya have? Don't you remember the Kenyan embassy was bombed in 2008? We were not part of, we have not been part of, we have been just collateral damage. And at that time, we were angry because the American media had the audacity to only report how many Americans died. They were saying 200 Americans died, CNN, in a bombing in Kenya. We asked them, what do you mean? Over 3,000 Kenyans died in those stupid bomb blasts. So remember, the world, they only see us as they've been thinking we're just backward, a dark continent, but we are shocking them by waking up to become we the people, that even America has never been that we the people. They've been stuck in their racism and in their foolishness, in the sense that as long as you are divided along racial lines, you are not wise. Likewise, as Kenya, we refuse to be divided, especially along ethnic lines. So I want to urge you again, so that I know I've taken a lot of airtime. I wanted to keep it real. I've been told it's important to keep it real. I'm just restating this the last time. The way we get strong, now let's unite our voice. We already have the same, we all know one thing that is playing in all our heads. Ruto must go. Not because we hate him. Let's say because we hate corruption, Ruto must go. He's made himself that. Because we hate injustice, Ruto must go. He's been murdering children. For goodness sake, in Nairobi, if you are caught stealing a phone for Amulika Mwizi, 3,000, and somebody says, Mwizi, aren't you going to be lynched by Kenyans? Because you are stealing something for 3,000 shillings, and we don't know even, maybe you are honestly hungry. You are looking for a way to make money. Have you ever heard of Kenyans when they find somebody has killed his wife? What happens to that gentleman? He didn't get to court. He didn't even get to jail. But here are these guys killing us, using the police that should protect us to kill us, to kidnap us, using the NIS that should be spying on terrorists trying to infiltrate our population, and enemies from without to kill, to abduct us, to try and interact, to bring us into scary rooms, to ask us, why are you fighting for your rights? Tried to use the army. The army should protect Kenya from external forces. They put the army in Nairobi City. Gen Z's foreign armies. They're coming with a flag and water and saying we are peaceful. Meekness is not weakness, my friends. They need to know that. The fact that this movement is humble doesn't mean it's weak. And that's why I'm saying, let's unite our voice. Let's reach a point where we have a thing where we can say the Kenyan people have voted together. 30 million Kenyans have said, these are the requirements for the CSs. These are the requirements for IBC. We will be stating, we will not be requesting. And it's all within the Constitution. So even if you are picked up, let them show you, first of all, what have I said? What have I said that is against the Constitution? So let's unite our voice. They can't deny it. When Ruto speaks, he's speaking for him and whoever is in his. How many people are in the Kenya Kwanza team? They only have one vote each. So when 30 million Kenyans or 10 million Kenyans are able to speak in one voice, we are going to use technology to fuse that voice into an incorruptible blockchain vote. They cannot corrupt it. They cannot hack it. It then sit in one server.
Wind up, Alice.
Okay, so I'm done, guys. Let me paste for you the links in the comments. But let's keep at it. I'm blessed to be a Kenyan. For those who are Christians, let's clean up church as well. Maybe let's follow each other. I think now from what I heard from Easter, I was so fired up. I think that's the next spaces we'll start doing, because the old religion system really let down Kenya, and we have to let the real thing stand up. Thanks, guys. God bless you all. God bless Kenya. I'm still listening in. Thanks.
Thank you. Pambazuka, are you there? Can we try to keep it short and brief, guys? so that we have more
Hello,
people coming
everyone.
in,
Can you
because
hear
we have
me? I think I was
like
next. I cannot hear the co-host, even though I see his mic is off. Kowino.
Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you. Okay, thank you so much. I do not want to repeat. All the speakers who came before me were saying exactly what I was thinking. Mine is to say that I'm so encouraged as well. And I have been thinking about how anxious dictators and wavering democracies around the globe are just building up. It's not just Kenya. They are the worst of the worst that are still struggling for the freedoms that Gen Z have been fighting for us. And I am so encouraged, like everyone else. What I loved the most, and just let's get to work on this because me, I'm not on the ground, but I want to help in any way. That strategic messaging of the movement on Monday, exposing lies on Tuesday, it was such a good idea because I think that's how we don't have to pay attention to the propaganda that they're spewing out there. We can just stay in our lane. I also wanted to just shed light on the brilliance that resides amongst us as Kenyans. Having lived in the US for many, many years, when I hear about things like M-Copper, the first image that comes to mind are these Americans, white, black, who look at it with ogling eyes. M-Copper, M-Pesa, M-Kura, now, and they're like, oh, Africa has been deemed the last frontier since 2013. I believe it was Time magazine that started touting it being the place. It was deemed in the scramble for Africa during imperialism. Everybody was scrambling in 1914 or so. And now Time magazine in 2013 talks about it as the last frontier. Okay. And since 2013, we've seen the brittle authoritarian counterparts fighting for a fresh start on the continent because with their overlapping crises, they have nowhere to turn but to Africa. The last time I flew from the US to Kenya, it was full of young teenage white American missionaries. And I was shocked. They have been climbing in number, coming to Kenya to spread the gospel. And yet you don't even hear them saying anything now about what is going on. I've been following here, and I'm saying, what do they want? So you can see that there's been mention of the global interests that Kenya is. So what I want to say is this, because I don't want to repeat anything anybody has said. I just want to say, come on, somebody. If we have amongst our midst somebody who can create a blockchain technology to protect our votes, do you know that's money? Okay. That is money. And it's also political. It's like putting a deposit in the bank before the time comes when you have to withdraw it. These are the kinds of conversations we should continue having. The quiet, intellectual, smart strategies, because we're dealing with morons out there, greedy pigs who don't even hata hawezi kuelewa internet ni nini. Let's just take over, and so yeah, I don't want to repeat myself. And I want to drop down and listen to all the other wonderful speakers I've been following because, I'm learning a lot. I'm learning a lot. And believe you me, here in the US, we have issues. Okay. And we want to come back home. We don't want to be here in the quote unquote diaspora, disseminating our money that we don't even know what it's doing. Give us some work to do. I'm ready with my keyboard. Asanteni sana. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Next, I had West King, then Professor, then Duncan J. Let's keep it brief, guys, please, because we have a lot of requests, over 40 requests. Let's exhaust this set of speakers, then we can bring in new speakers. West King, can you hear me?
Unanipata?
Yes, I'll put the timer on now. We'll have 3 minutes each because
No
requests
problem.
zimekuwa mingi ajabu.
Fiti, haina noma. Kwanza nataka kushukuru KOT kwa kuhost hii space. sababu nadhani nilimwacha huku kama almost saa 8 usiku bado akiwa kwa space akihost, but your speakers walikuwa wengi, but I want to be very fast because umesema watu ni wengi. Kuna vitu tu nimeangalia. Ya kwanza nilikuwa nataka kuongelea ni wasee wanakwanga wametubeba ufala sana. There was somebody who was talking about that wakati tukiitisha tukiwauliza about accountability development na nini, wanatuambia kuhusu sijui South Sudan nini, unajua wakitaka kutuambia kuhusu taxes wanatuambia kuhusu Singapore. So nikasema jamaa, kuna mse ameongelea kuhusu story ya blockchain hapo hivyo, na kuna mtu alikuwa ameiongelea blockchain ifanye kazi kwa ministry zote kutoka kwa president mpaka chini, all public offices, so that itakuwa ni rahisi kufuatilia ni aje hiyo ilitumika wapi na ilitumika vipi na ilitumika lini. So hiyo kitu ya blockchain ni kitu poa sana, kama hata inaweza enda hiyo itumike mpaka hata kwa election, so that elections zitakuwa ngumu kufanya nini, kuiba. So alafu kuna nilikuwa na echo statements za speaker mwenzangu mwenye ametoka akisema ni aje we have to think about new strategies on how to beat these people on their own game, because saizi najua hata venye tuko hapa ndani kuna ma CID, kuna ma DCI wanatusikiza hapa pia. Sisi lazima tutafute njia yenye tutawaka pamoja to beat these guys. Nani inasema okay, sisi we are leaderless, tunasema hiyo, but kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema na mse aliongea asubuhi. Ile maandamano yenye ilikuwa the most successful ukiangalia pia ni ile ilifanyika in almost all counties Kenya. Ikifanyika hivyo then unapata hawa polisi tunawaskata, hawawezi kuwa mahali pamoja waitwe. Kama ni hapa Nairobi for example, tuseme JKIA, waitwe wote wakuje JKIA kutupiga hizo tear gas na nini. Tuna make sure inafanyika Kiambu, inafanyika wapi, inafanyika so that wanakaa kwa makaunti zao na constituencies zao. So mimi ningesema we need to re-strategize na tuanze kupatana kutoka kwa constituency or county levels. Hata kama tutakuwa na leaders in shifts, si lazima tukue ati na sijui nini. Tunaweza sema hii wiki, because kama saa hizi kuna watu walikuwa naleta maji tao na magari nini, najua kuna venye kulikuwa na coordination. So tunaweza kuwa tunasema ni aje for example Kisii County wewe fulani na fulani na fulani ndio tunaenda kutumia hii siku. Tunaangalia venye tunaweza watumia kakitu wanabai labda hiyo maji na nini. So county zote hivyo then tuna meet kwa county levels. Kutoka kwa county levels then tutagrow polepole tukuje kusema ni aje sasa tunataka watu wote jamaa wasafiri waikuje Nairobi. Unaona, tufanye maandamano yetu mahali fulani. Then I talked about hizi maandamano, state house ni mingi. Wacha tu hizi state house ni mingi, tunaweza enda state house yoyote na tukae huko. Sio lazima tuende hii state house ya Nairobi. Kitu kingine nilikuwa nataka kuguzia hii issue ya kuna mse alisema okay, wakina Okio Mtata tuna wakina kama Babu Owino wa politicians kuingilia. At times kuna movie nilikuwa na watch ya kitambo ya Rambo akiambia mse fulani I like fighting from the inside. Unajua? So as long as tuna wasee wachache wenye wako pale ndani, si wote wabaya. Unajua? Lakini as long as tuna wale wasee wachache wako pale ndani yenye na tunajua wanapigania hii movement. Tunajua kuna counties pia, magavana. Hizi maandamano hata zikifanyika unazijua, hata sisi tunazijua poa sana. Unajua county fulani huyu ana support, county fulani huyu ana support, MPs wana support huyu na huyu na huyu. Tuna viongozi everywhere. So these leaders, let us not scare them away ati sasa we don't need politicians, don't want you to talk in our platform or whatever that tunawafukuza kabisa. Hapana, wacha tuwalete pia karibu. Wacha pia tuwalete karibu so that we fight from the outside and inside, because kuna mahali itafika tunataka watufanyie vitu zingine zenye zitakuwa zinataka kufanyika either kwa Senate ama kwa parliament. Then kitu kingine ni ya hizi wanajeshi. Wanajeshi kuna time Ruto alikuwa anasema sijui I'm the commander in chief of the armed forces, mtajua mjui. Hii juzi ametuletea wanajeshi huku. So kuna msee aliulizwa ni aje mbona mlete wanajeshi kwa streets za Kenya alafu mtume polisi huko Haiti. Huyo msee ana reason, anasema ati tumetuma mapolisi Haiti sababu wamesoma law and order, to reinforce law and order. Ati wanajeshi wangeenda huko, wanajeshi wanajuanga tu ni vita ya kupiga watu na kuua. So yani sisi in our own country tunaletewa wanajeshi kwa street, ndugu zetu na dada zetu na mababa zetu wakuje sisi kutupiga, lakini Haiti tunatumati because maaskari wanaenda huko kuongea, wanajua sheria, ati they are going to kuleta law and order huko Haiti. What kind of thinking is that? What kind of thinking is that? Tunafaa tuangalie vitu kama hizo sana. Such a thinking ni very reckless na nini sana. Alafu kitu kingine nilikuwa nataka kuongelea, labda point zangu za mwisho ni hiyo. Okay, hiyo nimegusia hiyo ya nini, hiyo kufanya maandamano kila mahali, so that hawa polisi wakuwe scattered, wakuwe kila mtu wako busy. Unaona walikuwa overwhelmed ile time yenye tulikuwa tunafanya maandamano kila constituency, hawatoki kwa constituency za watu wengine, walikuwa watu wanaangalia mpaka hata bindi huko Kikuyu huko kwa Kimani Chungwa, wenye walikuwa hapo walikuwa tu wanaangalia CDF ikichoma, because hakuna kitu yenye yote wanaweza do, because wananchi ni wengi and they are agitated. Mimi nawaambia hao MPs hata watarudi bunge hivi karibuni, hao wenyewe tena ndio wataturudisha kwa barabara, because of their policies, because vitu watakuwa wanaongea na kupitisha. You see the likes of kina Naosoro, vitu wanaongea, yani akifungua tu mdomo yake hivi ameudhi watu more than sijui 10 million. Watarudi parliament na utaona nao ndio wataturudisha tu hiyo tao CBD hivi karibuni tu. Utaona mtu akiongea bunge aongee upuzi tena, amushe tena amaki zetu tena juu kabisa. So ni sisi tu strategize, tujue ni aje hii maandamano sasa. We need to take a new nini, tunajua ni aje, tuna hit hapa kidogo, tuna retreat. Retreating sio kuogopa, retreating mtu na retreat kujipanga na kuangalia ni aje. So kitu ya point zangu mbili za mwisho ningeongelea mazejo, hata huyu Sakaja huyu governor wetu pia natubeba ufala. Sasa hatuwezi kuwa tunakati kukojoa town ni 20 bob, macho ni chafu, ati tunakojoa town na 20 bob, na alikuwa anatuletea maji na matanka na mapipa siku ya maandamano zile za kwanza. Huyo pia yeye inafaa tena tumsalimie tena huyo Sakaja, because hatuwezi ati ukienda choo ati ni 20 bob. Then ya mwisho yangu nikimalizia KOT ni okay, kuna huyu msee aliniudhi sana jana, but kuna msemo usemanga when a mosquito falls in your testicles you don't need a hammer to kill it. Hutaki ama. Kuna huyu msee anaitwa Nuru Okanga aliongea upuzi sana jana, na mimi naonanga Nuru Okanga wanashindana Eric Omondi. Eric Omondi akiongea kwa video zake, that guy hata kizungu hata hawezi ongea. Hata ukisikia hiyo video yake venye alikuwa anaongea hata unaweza ati anasema ati GNZ ati Ruto piga hao risasi, tengeneza kichungi. Mimi nataka huyu Nuru Okanga, kwani nauliza hapo Jakaranda hakuna ma-GNZ, hakuna watu wenye yani waliona anaongea upuzi. Huyu guy amefinywa na ma-CID huko na ma-DCI huko, amefinywa makei. Sasa anaona sisi anaweza tuongelesha upuzi. This guy anafaa patikane mahali afanyiwe ka justice kidogo tu, ka justice kidogo, uso ifure hivi nini, afanyiwe ka justice. So mi yangu ni hao jamaa, namalizia na hashtag bado ni ile Ruto must go, let us not relent. Ndio chance tuko nayo. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Asante sana West King. Next Professor ni wewe.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I have 3 minutes and I have to keep that. I've had the good presentations that my friends have given, and I would like to start from the last speaker who has spoken, and we should not argue with fools. That's what Babu Wino said, and I believe that whatever Nuru Okanga was speaking has been paid by the government to speak it, so that he diverts your mind from the real cause of action. So today I want to speak about only 3 things, and I hope maybe each one of them will take a minute also. I could have loved a lot of time to explain these concepts better, but let me just be brief. First of all, you have to understand for every force, there is an equal force which is opposite. So if the force at which the Gen Z and the millennials came, where I fall, the government was going to respond with the unequal and opposite force. That's a law in physics. Now, look at what the government has done. There are tactics that it has employed. First of all, it has used violence and repression, whereby there is the use of police and military to force and intimidate, injure, and kill innocent protesters. Then the next tactic that the government has at its disposal, and it has used effectively, is the idea of arrests and detentions. We have seen all that happen. There is also surveillance, whereby I know even here they are monitoring our communications, activities, and also sometimes preemptively toward the plans. For instance, Occupy Uhuru Park, they have already issued something that's now under legal restriction. They implement laws to criminalize protests, and
whatever I've read the letter, and the guy is talking about the acting IG. He's talking about the international laws and blah blah. You don't have readers. That's why we cannot allow you to. They are trying to find a loophole in the legal arena so that they can criminalize the protests, and also they used the idea of using guns and saying how much the country has lost is a way of trying to kill the movement. And to some extent they are gaining ground because there are people who fear dying and they have decided to stay at home. Also, sometimes don't forget there are two major instruments that the government uses. That's infiltration and also propaganda. Among us here, among the people who are championing for Ruto must go, there is also people who are pro-government. They are telling you Ruto must go, let us go fight, let us go fight. And then finally, they disappear. They disappear, or once you are almost going to State House, like when we were to march to State House, they pop in among us and say, no, we should not go. So now what can we do? That has been the question that most people are asking. What should we do? What strategies can we change? In my view, there are three strategies that we have not implemented yet. And one of them is what we call carcasses. We should have we should make sure that we go to grassroots. We form what we refer as formation of assemblies, small groups. You meet and discuss. You meet and discuss. That's how the movement now becomes stronger, and come up with resolutions from the grassroots areas. As we speak, I'm in one of the rural areas. I don't want to say where. And I was surprised to find that the youths in those rural areas don't know what is happening in Kenya. Some of them don't even know why people are on streets. They don't know where these people mobilize themselves and why should they come out. So I had to explain to some of them. I spent around 2 or 3 days trying to explain exactly what is it that we are fighting for. And you find that these people don't have that information. So we can think about forming assemblies and meeting kwa mahali tunakutana pale tunakunywa chai somewhere. These small groups can help us achieve that goal. The second thing that we have not really tried to use very much is the idea of trying to see where does the government get its most revenue from, and one of it was the central business of the central businesses of Nairobi and major cities, where we have been carrying our protests. And that's why you see the government is banning you from going to the city, so that you can picket anywhere, even in your shamba, because they believe if the city keeps on running, then they are going to achieve. If it does not keep on running, then we are going to achieve nothing. So that's I think that's the strategy they are trying to use. So I agree with one of the person who said that we should try and occupy all roads. Now, if we cross all roads, we are ensuring that the government is not getting revenue from the roads, and we should also look at companies like Safaricom. We can decide and boycott them. These institutions, these billionaires and businesses can put pressure on Ruto even to resign, because they're the one financing the activities of the government. So if the government loses revenue, then it will lose money that is going to pay the goons that are running in form of police. The police, if the police miss their salaries, then they will also join us, because they will think, okay, they are fighting for a losing cause. Okay, so my last submissions, I have a lot to talk, but I can just be brief because that's my profession and I'm a professor. Then what should we do and what should we not do? Now, first of all, since we are leaderless, we should try and make sure that we crush our enemy totally. Crush our enemy totally. I agree with one of us. If we leave Ruto now, Ruto must go. Tukimwachilia saa hii na strategies zenye anatumia, my friend, you will not like it. You will not like it. Mtaona fire. So we have to keep the pressure moving on. Then also we must concentrate our forces. We should focus on efforts on key targets and maximize impact. What is really making this our movement try to seem like haiko is because tumekuwa na very many targets. Wakati tulikuwa na target ya parliament, we achieved it. When we wanted the ministers to go, we achieved it. When we wanted the IG to go, we have achieved it. Now, what do we want next? So we should have targets. We should reach the targets and concentrate on one target. That's the moment we can break that. Okay, and then also we should make sure that we think as we like, but behave like others. Think as you like, fikiria vile unataka, but behave as others. Let us be a group. I think if we go that way, we are going to succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Duncan.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Asante sana. Mimi nasema ni kuendelea yangu is 3 points. Tuesday nilikuwa town, it was very bad and ukiona venye watu wanashutiwa sometimes unaisha psych, but we started this thing, so they are reacting to it, so it was not there and for us to know it's big Rao na Ruto wana meet. Hiyo ni kitu tunafaa to celebrate. We should not feel like hatufanyi anything. These are two big guys wenye wangeongea last year, but sasa tumewafanya wakae kwa meza waongee. So I know when you are pushing kitu mzito, sometimes unachoka. So as one of the guys said, kuretreat sio uoga. So tumeisukuma round 1, tuna pull back kidogo, tuna reorganize. Another thing yenye tunaweza tumia ndio tusikimbizane na mbio zao. So they are reacting, so we should not be reacting. Tukae chini tufanye strategy ingine. So every time we have to make sure they are the ones reacting, not us. Another thing, najua Tuesday hatukutokea watu wengi, lakini one guy did kulikuwa na space ya usiku akasema as much as watu wakutokea, the effect biashara hazikufunguliwa, and that's what we want, so that hii information yetu itoke. Point number 2, kwa hii movement yote kuna watu watakuwa wenye wako against us. Hata ukiangalia Burkina Faso, there was this guy mwenye ali overthrow before Traore, Damiba. So walikuwa wanafikiria wako kwa boat moja wote, but Damiba after kuingia kuna kitu moja alifanya watu wakarealize enyewe huyu msee ako side yetu, and that's why Traore ali overthrow. Hakukaa sana, alikaa very few months. So even kwa hii mission yetu kuna watu watatusaidia watufikishe mahali, but then wako side yetu. Tukirealize au tunawatoa, then we continue going forward. Mwisho ni kuna watu wanatupatia pressure mingi ya kudecide the way forward, and the speaker mwenye amekuwa hapo mbele amesema we need to focus. So when we are asked this question, what is the way forward, tufanye nini, inatufanya tukue divided. So we just need to pick one thing na tukwame nayo. So after Tuesday nilikuwa nimeisha ari, lakini after kuja kwa hizi spaces naona wase tumejikaza, so tusikufe moyo. I would rather be watu wachache wenye wako committed kuliko watu wengi wenye watatutoa saika hapa mbele. So that's my submission.
Thank you. Thank you, Duncan. Lisa? Lisa, are you there? Lisa? Okay, Lisa is not there. Ebu 6 uliza Lisa kama ananisikia. 6 or KOT. Okay. Mzalendo?
Let me ask, Lisa, can you listen? Can you hear Koino speak? Lisa going once. Lisa,
let's move to Mzalendo.
Ni kama yuko.
Yes, Mzalendo. Interesting. Mzalendo ameinua tu mkono sasa amefunga mic na shapotea. Mzalendo?
Acha nimuulize Mzalendo, uko hapo? Are you there Mzalendo?
Okay.
Biril, can you hear us? Just Biril?
Yes, I can hear you guys. I think the problem is from their side. I can hear you both.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Redemptor, Mikali?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, KOT. Najua tulilala jana saa 9 and you've been here before me, so well done. Keep the fire burning. And all the other co-hosts and the people who've spoken before me since morning. I just want to remind you that 51 Kenyans have died, and it is unacceptable. I hate old men who kill young men. So I'm here as a mtetezi, as a mwandishi, na kama mzazi. And so while you're saying you cannot kill us and lead us, I am saying you cannot kill our children, and we have any respect for you. So the young people told us the revolution will be televised. And we are telling the powers that be that your atrocities will be documented. And where the fourth estate has failed us, the fifth estate is doing a great job because we have thousands and thousands with cameras. The president has refused to read the mood. So maybe I just need to remind him. You cannot kill us and lead us. You cannot kill our children and we forgive you because you've lived your whole life. And so has Raila. You've lived your whole life. I've heard people say, let's get united. We are not united, but I can assure you again, we are united by conviction. We are united by oppression. So that every time people say this is going to fizzle out, shule zitafungwa, Gen Alpha will come and they will be angry when they see the images. Come election time, I'm very excited to see my old friend Wallace. Is an expert with IT, so if he says our votes will be safe, I can guarantee you he's committed to social justice. The ukabila ni ujinga thing, I can vouch for that. He has been on that. So you are the every day a young person goes out there ready to get killed. And that is an honorable thing. And every time an older person goes there ready to kill, you can think you're untouchable, but this movement is going to become unstoppable. So the more you oppress people, the more they come out and unite. So again, just to pass condolences, I have been documenting atrocities. People have been hurt by the state, either by omission or commission, from 2017, and the number has grown so much, I would have gotten depressed if Gen Z had not come and taken the lead and said, enough is enough. So the conviction is you all know that you need IDs. So we need to have groups, clusters, in as much as they're saying we are leaderless, everyone is being led by what they are good at and what has annoyed them about this. Just a kind reminder that I keep hearing you mention institution. Let's focus. One of our biggest enemies is the parliament, and I have said this without fear, that as people were screaming, they were still discussing a bill. So we moved let me summarize, we moved from reject finance bill. A lot of media is misdirecting this topic and calling it anti-government. It is not anti-government. One of the young people told us it is a movement. It is a clamor for good governance and accountability, and that all the killers and the thieves must go. All of them. Asanteni.
Asante sana Redemptor. 6, you can add the new set of speakers sasa. Because another new set of speakers, kuna a lot of requests. Can bring new fresh people up.
I can say I'll just add them by the order which they appear on my end. So ukiona umekuja ni by the order of which you appear on my end, from first to the last. So Koino, you can proceed as I add them.
Aya, I can see people, watu wamekuja, watu wamehudhuria wengi. Asanteni sana guys. Tukiendelea tafadhali, let's not forget, I've also received a DM that there is a boy who is missing, anaitwa, let me check this, from Nyahururu. There's a boy who is missing, anaitwa Mairoinyan Griffin. Yeah, he's a media personnel and he has been in the first line on the Nyahururu protest, but he's missing now. He's been missing since the day the president attended AIPCEA Ndogino on Sunday. Yeah. If you have any information, you can reach us. You can huyo hayuko. Jojo, your 3 minutes start now, brother. How are you?
Doing fantastic. You know, been chilling out here listening to these great speakers. You can tell they did some speaking lessons. I love them. I didn't even know in Kenya we have great people like this, smart people. Ruto must go. And when we say Ruto must go, hello, governors. Hello, governors of Kenya. The 47 governors. Kenya is in a heap of trash. It's a heap of trash. Let me give you an example of the chairman of the governor. I'm a Kenyan. I know what the fuck is going on. Waiguru, you are the chairman of the governors of Kenya. But you're a good example of Wango wa Makeri. Wango wa Makeri is was a chief in my village. She hated men and their rule. Every move she did was to make sure that men understood that women have power. Waiguru you took, and it's not just Waiguru. I'm calling Waiguru out because you are the chairman of the governors of Kenya. When we are talking about Ruto must go, you need to be resigning and taking your asses home. Waiguru, what do you do? The other day, it's not too long ago. You going to an apartment complex in Nairobi. It's in Lavington. You go, the guy at the gate, the security guy asks you, you need to identify yourself and the house that you are going. What happens next? Bitch is so arrogant. The security guy ends up in jail. Waiguru, huyu jamaa ulimpeleka jela. He's a poor security guy. This summarizes the arrogance. If Gen Z does not do what it's doing, there is so much trash. And this trash gonna have to be taken out. And then what do? You divide my Nairobi in two. The raw Nairobi or matatos. Or matatos. That will never end. The trash matatos. They will never end. You will never create an underground rail system for a beautiful city as Nairobi. You come to America. Here. You come to Tyler Perry. What the fuck Ruto, what the fuck you coming to Tyler Perry to do? What does my mom know who is Tyler Perry? My mom does not even know. My mom is the one you are representing at this Gen Z. My mom does not even know who is Michael Jordan. I'm sorry. Let me just finish. 30 seconds.
Okay.
There is a heap of trash, and this is what we are trying. We are trying to clean up our house. Governors, you have the attitude of your chairman of governors. We know this. We have not even touched you. But you need to be resigning. When we are doing this discussion, we are asking you to clean up your house. Because if we have to come, ikiwa lazima tukuje tukusalimie, ili you clean up your house, it is not going to be sweet. My people, thank you. My people of the diaspora, we are fighting a giant. Come on, where is the international community? Come on and help my Kenyan people and the diaspora people. Send some money. And if you're going to come for me that I'm sponsoring this because of sending $10, you better come on now. The movement needs to come strong. We need to boycott a lot of shit. Boycott it. Boycott. Occupy Karen. Occupy Westlands. I love you. Let's go. And we are strong. We ain't going back.
Thank you, Jojo. Thank you. I think we tunasemaga ni even if we cry to the international community, those people now are not going to help us. They only help us when it's beneficial. We have to clean this mess by ourselves. If we wait for international community to come and help us clean this mess, then it will never happen. They also have their interests when they help us. So Buyaki, Jambo.
Jambo, my brother. Good afternoon, and I love the energy in this house. Thank you very much. The hosts, may God bless you so much, Kioti and the others. I'm humbled to be here, and this is my first time to speak here, and I want to congratulate the Gen Z fraternity wherever they are, those who have lost their loved ones, those who have been maimed. We pray for you, and we are praying for you, and we pray to a living God who is going to help us save this nation from all the mess that has been there. Actually, if I have only 2 points to make. One, Gen Z, as much as some people are against us, we are cleaning a generational heap of rubbish, as our friends who have spoken have said. From 1963, from the first president, he left a heap of his mess. He covered it and went out. Second president, the same. Third president, the same. So we have layers of messes, political messes and injustices that have been all along been covered. But God is using the Gen Z generation right now to remove that heap of rubbish. Mark you, wherever we are, even if we are, let me say we are staying in the estates and we see those rubbish, the heaps of rubbish outside our homes. When those people who are carrying that rubbish, they come to clear, maybe it's a week or a month old. It's so messy, it's so smelly, it's so ugly. Even the people who pass around that place, they just go smelly. So my brothers and sisters, the Gen Z generation, people will call you names. People will mock you. People will discourage you. But be focused. Be focused because God, we worship a God who is in heaven and we are behind you. Me, I'm a medical person, and wherever in the 25th, the first mandamano we had, I was there behind with my first aid kit, and I helped very many young people to do first aid before they could be ferried to hospital. So we are behind you, my brothers and sisters in this generation. We are behind you, and God is behind us, and is ahead of us, and is beside us, and He will walk with us. Ruto must go. Ya mwisho, I also believe in the Bible, in the book of Nehemiah. And whoever is here, kindly go and read the book of Nehemiah. Nehemiah, the Israelites had refused to listen to God. They were taken captive, and they stayed for many years in captivity. People were born and died, and no one went to the authority to tell them what they wanted to do. And Nehemiah went, and he was given permission to go and rebuild the wall of Jerusalem. He went there, and there were some guys who came and they want to bring him down. Sorry. I'm finishing. He told them, I want to build. I cannot calm down. I have to stay focused. And finally, he finished the wall with a very few people. So don't mind. Go ahead. We are behind you. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Buyaki. Six, you had accumulated new speakers. I think we've exhausted the last set of speakers. Afrocentric, jambo.
Jambo.
Ongea na sisi.
Mambo yangu ni matatu. Number one, reject tribalism, reject tactics of division. Politicians are now fearing. They are huddling together. They are planning. They are meeting in hotels. They are meeting in their current homes, planning to balkanize us back to our tribal cocoons. Let us reject to be identified as the ethnic persuasion that we come from. Reject fear, reject kuziwa uoga. Hatuwezi, wameanza kutuua, wameanza kutuabduct, trying to lie and hold flimsy accusations that the youths who were caught in the maandamano were told that they were drunk and disorderly. Just pure lies. This regime is the one which is trying to perpetuate anarchy because they're operating outside the confines of the constitution. Number two, Inject. If you're on this space, please retweet this space. Let more comrades come into this space. That is injecting social media activism. Inject. Ruto must go home. Keep injecting. Na kwa ya mwisho, eject. We are here to say unilaterally across Kenya that we have lost confidence in William Samoei Ruto and his illegitimate regime. They are all thugs stealing our public coffers money. They have borrowed over 6.1 trillion and not even one project to show. Nikuuliza, what has Ruto done in the past 2 years? You can't even say. Kutengeneza tu jina yake huko abroad, every day on a plane. Lying and flying. Those are the only two things Ruto can do very well. Lying and flying. Anyway, wadau tuko pamoja. Keep injecting until we eject this illegitimate regime. Asante.
Asante sana Afro, asante sana, thank you. Tunaendelea majamaa. Again, follow each other tafadhali, follow host, follow the co-host, follow everyone else hapa ndani. Tafadhali. Follow back, follow. Kuna nani hapa? Guys, tafadhali tuinue mkono. Fanye kazi, murahisishe kazi. Aya, okay. You go first, your hand is up.
Thank you so much. So good evening, everyone. Yeah, thank you so much, Kenyans, for coming up and addressing the issues that are affecting us. So I'll go straight to my.
Nah.
Sorry, can you guys get me?
Go ahead. Guys, tafadhali, just a minute. Tafadhali tulisema ukikuja kwa speaker panel, please don't on your microphone until you are told to. Please. Wacha ikae on mute. Then raise up your hand kurahisisha kazi. Okay, go ahead. I'm restarting your time.
Okay. So most of African nations fall because we rely on churches and religion to hide the reality and the desperation and that's why the politicians have actually taken advantage of this situation and they're exploiting us. Politicians are swindling money through the churches so that we cannot support, so that the president claiming that he's the chosen and someone is claiming that the president is the chosen person by God. How can the Lord choose someone to come and kill people? People are dying. The police are very brutal to us. Everyone is in danger. People are fearing their lives because there's abduction. So let's not bring the religion in our revolution, kindly, because God does not choose someone to come and kill people. Yeah, so I wanted to start with that. So I wanted to move on the strategic moves to spread information. Number one, I want to keep it short. We can invite experts. We can bring in knowledgeable speakers to add credibility to the discussion so that we talk about facts regarding the financial matters. Because now we know that our money is being swindled, our money is being stolen, but we need the financial people to come and actually tell us what is going on so that we know the specifics and what is happening. Number two, let's emphasize on the importance of civic engagement by number one. We need to register our ID cards. We need to highlight the obtaining an ID card that obtaining an ID card is crucial for voters and registration and empowerment. So we need to go ahead and start registration of our ID cards because when you give these people time, they're going to start claiming that the systems are not working, that everything has been, the machines are not working as they're supposed to be. We've seen in these cases because most people had applied for their ID cards and it is now taking a long time. Some have taken a year, some have taken 8 months. So let's stress on that. Number two, voting. 2027, kindly, just in case this guy survives this revolution, let's vote. Let everyone come out and vote and, take this guy home. He need to be the first president in Kenyan history to serve a one term. Kindly, everyone, let's register our IDs and, prepare for voting because this guy has to go. Number three, advocacy. Let's encourage peaceful protests, petitions, and other civic engagements. As we are protesting, let us be peaceful because now I can see they're saying they've banned, the demonstrations in town, which is, they're disrespecting the article. Article 37 of the Kenyan Constitution. So we have the right to, to demonstrate peacefully the way we've been doing, unless provoked, because we have to protect ourselves. So as I finish, kindly a minute, Kowino, kindly. Let's begin by acknowledging. Okay, thank you. Let's begin by acknowledging the complex socio-political landscape in Kenya. The government manipulation, corruption, and human rights violations are pressing. These are real pressing issues. So it's important to frame these discussions in a way that is accessible and relevant to the lived experiences of our audiences. So we need to focus on key issues like providing a strong foundation for effective education to our community. People are in the dark. A lot of people are in the dark and they don't know what is happening. And that's why you can see yesterday someone is saying we don't need to occupy the state house. Kindly, let's come out in large numbers and fight for our rights. I can see people are going here, but let me just finish from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, I have Moses Otieno, then Hezi, in that order.
Okay, thanks. So mi kuna kitu namba moja yenye nimeboeka nayo last maandamano yenye imekuwa Tuesday. What I saw at Kitengela sikubambika nayo. Cause unapata askari alishutu huyo jamaa, huyo kijana mwenye alikuwa anatangazwa ati amepata accident Juja. So hiyo kitu ikunifurahisha by the way. Mbona saa maaskari wanatuua bure? Why? Then ya pili, I was at Kajiado. At Kajiado tulikuwa tunafaa kuwa na maandamano huko kupinga hii risto za Ruto must go. Then I hereby watu walikuwa wanasema ati governor amelipa vijana huko. So ndio maana maandamano haikuwaka huko. So vijana, mimi kitu naweza kuambia, hii ni life yetu tunafaitia. By the way, tunafaitia life yetu. Na kitu yenye inafanyika hivi, mtu unapata mnalipwa, hiyo ni ujinga mnafanya. Cause haifai mnalipwa. Unaona? Cause saizi we are so haifai kuwa tunalipwa kwa hizi vitu zenye zinafanyika. Cause tunafaitia rights zetu. Alafu hawa watu wa media, story ya kuficha news ati mnasema ati mtu ameuliwa Juja accident, hizo vitu hazifai, sifurahi. Na kitu iko hapa, Ruto must go. Asanteni.
Asante sana Moses. Hezi, your 3 minutes starts now.
Hello, agenda number 1. Sanctions. Hizi kampuni zote za wanasiasa zikuje tuache kununua vitu zao. When you hit where the money is, they feel the impact more. Mambo ya Uhuru Park, let's leave that kwanza. JKIA vile brother yangu alikuwa amesema tuende JKIA. Tuseme tunataka kuhama nchi, hata watupatie passport, tunataka kuenda. Tumechoka na wao, hatuishi nchi ambao wanatuibia. Let's leave. Watu wa Mombasa waende Moi International Airport, waende Port Authority huko. Kila kitu isimame. Let this money stop kabisa. Wa feel impact ni tunafeel pia sisi. Because hakuna vile wanaweza watu 50 plus abali wanataka tuongee. We have no time. Kitu ya tatu, kuhusu religion and everything. Do you know how much money is collected kama type na sadaka in Kenya? Tuamue for the next 3 Sundays at least kanisa atuendi. Let's tell our parents wakae nyumbani. They'll feel the impact. They need the money, they need the tithe, they need the sadaka. Let them know they are alone in this war. Thank you.
Thank you Hezi. Wengine mmekataa sasa mkono nayo haitainuliwa. Okay, interesting. Kama tuko na Ruto wengine huku pia, but ni sawa. Tutamanage our Ismail. Sorry Ismail. Sylvia, your hand is up. Mtu akinua mkono priority.
Good afternoon everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yeah,
Mimi nataka tu ku echo what others, those people who have spoken before me chenye wamesema. Let's actually occupy penye kutakuwa na tension na attention. Place kama hiyo JKIA ama any other tuseme airport, twende tu tuka occupy huko, hata kama hatutaenda wote, because hata hiyo tear gas tutakula tu na hao watalii wanakuja, so that whoever will be recording or will be going live from whichever country they are coming from, we will be heard internationally. And pia wakati tunaenda huko, let's make our placards, let's put their information that we want to yani ikue aired huko nje. Tusiandike tu vitu fani zenye zitusaidi. Let's speak about corruption, about bad governance, about police brutality, hizo vitu. Then I was also suggesting that we occupy, like we barricade things like these highways. You see, what we don't understand is that like these neighboring countries, they rely on these highways. And these politicians, most of them, they have big businesses, na ni import na export. So hata kubarricade tu hii barabara tu hii highway ya kuconnect these two neighboring countries, tutakuwa tumefunga mchezo, because even 12 hours they will lose a lot of revenue, and for those business people who are maybe supporting the government, they will also lose a lot of money. And that is when they will wake up and listen, or maybe they will even want to negotiate with us and ask us, what do we want? And maybe our bargain will be Ruto to step down, so that we go ahead. And you see, now the main agenda here is, how do we get this person in power? We have so many good ideas, we have all these suggestions that we want to put in, but we cannot actualize anything when this guy is still there. He's showing us the middle finger. Another thing, even the IMF, these people, these World Bank, they are the ones who mostly fund these highways. And our colonizers, they have never left Africa. And the reason why they also, somebody said that we elected Ruto. Are we the only African country suffering? No. Even these other African countries that have leaders that they do not want, have you asked yourself how they found themselves there? It's because these our colonial masters, they're the ones who put these people there. They are puppets. So wanakuja hapo, they mine our minerals. Hizi barabara, hizi highway ndo zinapitisha hizo madini kutoka Congo, kutoka hapa Kenya. When you hear people say that there is active mining here, so let's occupy where it will affect their business, so that they speak to us. Na bure saizi we are just there being hit by tear gas, na huko hao wanaendelea mikutano zao with their international friends who are here.
Hello, Sylvia. I lost you when your time was up. Umemaliza?
Yeah, finished.
Okay, thank you. Next I have Future. Six uko available?
Unasemaje Koino?
Uko around because I want to give like two
Leo niko
speakers time, then I want
leo
to leave it up to you na uendelee.
leo niko free, sijaingia job mzee.
Aya, sawa. Let me finish with Future and Masha, then you take over. Future, go ahead. Your 3 minutes starts now. Mnamsikia? I can't hear. Mnamsikia? Six, unamsikia? Six, unasema uko available na uongee.
Mimi siwezi musikia mzee.
Huwezi ama humsikii?
Simusikii.
Future, fix your connection, then you will come back. Six, KOT watakupatia microphone. Masha, are you there?
Yes, guys. Mnaweza nisikia?
Aya, safi. Go ahead. Your 3 minutes starts now.
First of all, I wish to give my condolences to all the Gen Zs and other guys who have lost their lives. Now, I want to talk like 3 things ambazo mnataka mnisikize kidogo. Mimi, I'm not a Gen Z but niko millennium and I support fully in this movement. But nataka niwaambie hivi. I've worked in government institutions. Hizi position za chini tu. But guys, nataka niwapatie siri saa hizi. These political classes zitaua hii Kenya. And I'm telling you this president we have, unajua huu jamaa amekuwa wakati wa Moi. You see, anajua all the tactics, vile watu waliuawa, anajua kila kitu. Akakuja wakati wa Kibaki, akaingia wakati wa Uhuru. So this guy, he knows everything. And if we don't be careful, huyu jamaa tukiachievement atagonga moja moja. You see now, Raila Odinga has gone to bed with William Ruto. Kwa sababu anajua asiposhika Raila Odinga, then this movement is going to remove him in power. That's now you see the other Azimio guys that are going against Baba. Baba, we have always respected him, but now he has lost the ground completely. Huyu mzee sasa ni aende pamoja na Ruto. Now guys, nataka niwaambie hivi. We need to have a strategy. We have been having those strategy. Tulikuwa na ile matakwa yetu yote. Yes? Huyu jamaa amewekelea moja moja, but he has not yet done it. Now, we need to retreat, not to attack. Retreat and to retreat, si eti wewe ni mwoga, una take ile strategy and then you attack. So we need to have a strategy, tujue what next after. Na kama ni strategy, twende moja moja. Tusiende zote kwa pamoja, we will fail. This guy will go and hit us properly. Right now, as I speak, I know I can't tell you where I'm working right now, but guys, wacheni niwaambie ukweli vile unaenda. This country, we need to take it back. Imagine in this political, in this government institutions, unaambiwa eti Kenyans hawana kazi. Kazi ziko mingi sana hapa ndani kwa all the government institutions. But you know what? Hizi kazi zote zinapewa with the political classes. You can imagine an MP anapeana watu 100 kwa institution fulani. Another MP anapeana without merit kabisa, without merit kabisa. So we need to remove the entire political class. Hatuwahurumii, tusiwahurumie, all of them. Now, kuwatoa, we need something, a voters card. Right now, lazima tufanye njama zote. All the gens, millennials, lazima tuwe na voting cards. ID lazima kuweko. Na hawa jamaa wanajua, seti hawajui, they're going to sabotage these young kids not to get ID cards. Then we should take the step forward. Ikifika 2027, anyone who has been the political field for years, waende wote. We are the majority, 80%. Huh? We are the majority. We need to remove these guys away. Thank you so much. I'll be contributing more, guys. But mujue ni hayo. Thank you.
Asante sana Masha. This is now where I live. I want to give it my other co-host, 6,000. You'll take over from there. KOT, it was a pleasure being here with you guys. Thank you for all you said. I love this discussion. And I can only say that we cannot give up. We will find avenues of which we can air out our issues and which we can bring our leaders accountable from time to time, even if in mpaka 2027 general elections, so that when we go to elections, we elect accountable leaders. We don't elect leaders based on political parties or leaders enforced on us by tribal kingpins. We elect leaders based on credibility. I think that is the direction we are taking. We also don't elect leaders based on which tribe they come from or what is their political background. We elect leaders based on what they can do for us, what they have been doing for us. Thank you guys. I really appreciate for your time. 6, you can take over. KOT, you can bring someone else up to help. Thank you.
Well, yeah, Jachode, siku poa.
What is that?
We'll
To whose
definitely
name?
have we'll definitely have a name call with you later on. So guys, as Koino departs, we now come to have to continue with this conversation. So who was next? Who was next? Coyote, who was next? We'll go with the Biril. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. You can give it to Joanne Ishmael. Non-Vic could not speak. Masha has spoken.
Yeah,
And then you can add new
So
speakers.
it is Joanne, Ismail, then Masha.
Novik.
Oh, Nanvik. Okay. John, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
You have your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. So my name is Joanne, and I'm not a Gen Z. I'm a millennium. Millennial, a proud mother to a Gen Z, and a teacher, a very proud teacher now that the people that I taught are now coming out to defend their rights. Yeah, what I want to just comment is the fact that I've been listening in different groups, different spaces, and what I've heard is just impressive. Mi nimefurahi sana because I remember I was thinking about it some months ago and I was like, where are we heading to as a country? Nilikuwa ninaona nasema, oh my goodness, religion, wametumia religion, yani ni kama missionaries wenye walikuja na wakakuja wakacolonize Kenya wakitumia religion. Ruto came, sasa amekuja ameradicalize our parents to an extent that hawezi hata wakasema huwezi ukawaambia anything, like you try to tell them this is not the right thing, wanasema no, this is, huyu ni mtu wa Mungu. But I'm so happy that kuna watu waliona and you guys came out na mkaanza kudefend our rights. I'm really proud. Si kama wazazi tuko nyuma yenu. Me, I totally support you. Kitu yenye nataka tu kuwahimiza ni kwamba there are people who don't actually know what is happening. Bado they still rely on the politicians wakuja wawaambie this is the way, this is the way. So what I will ask us is, ukipatana na mtu hata kama ni Gen Z, kuna wenye hawajui, they just rely on the information that they get from the politicians. So tuwaeleze, let us tell them that nowadays ati tuna rely on politicians to tell us things, this propaganda. So tell them this is how, nakwambia kwani ni nini ameguza yako, you get it, like so
John,
let
you're
us
breaking.
sensitize these people. Oh, sorry. So nilikuwa nasema tufanye sensitization. Hiyo ndio something that I would want us to really focus on. Otherwise, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Joan. That voice has made me happy this afternoon. So, Ismail, then Nanviki, then we add new speakers. Ismail.
Habari majamaa. Thank you bana. Mimi simu yangu iko karibu kuzima, ndio maana naona narusha mkono juu. Niko hapa karibu na parliament. Tuangalia upande wa Uhuru Park. Askari ni wengi kuliko mamiti. Asubuhi nimechai timu nzuri, tumeingia tao mpaka simu inazima. Sasa nataka niepe tao. Ama mnataka kusema this is a storm before, inaitwa nini? Calm before a storm. Mnakuja ama tujitoe? Naona mko space. Six, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Six.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Muko ama najua ni kama leo mjaingia town. Kwani mlikuwa aje leo?
Bwana, leo tulicheza mind game. Tuliacha waende wakae Uhuru Park, alafu sisi tutulie kwa nyumba. Wakishapigwa na baridi, we will strike again on Tuesday. Today tulikuwa tunaonyesha na hii weather we can also play mind games. They have been there since 5 a.m. in the morning.
Wako
They are now wanatetemeka saa hii wacha tutakutana na hao kesho. Hawana masweta.
wamepigwa, naona wameingia kwa malori, hata wasimami nje sasa hivi, wamekaa kwa malori tu, wamesurround Uhuru Park. So majamaa spirit high bwana, spirit high manze. Naona parliament yao wamewekewa fence ya curtain, sasa huwezi ona ndani. Hivyo hivyo tunajua wakora wako ndani bado. Watu tunataka kuambia watu wasivunjike moyo. Kama amua Tuesday tunatokezea, basi watu watokezee Tuesday vizuri. Na bonga, weka namba hapo juu, weka namba. Tulikwambia usisahau kuweka namba hapo juu. Facilitation ya Tuesday ikuwe ni juu. Na sijasema bonga ni sponsor. Nimesema tuweke namba kwa watu wenye watakuwa wanaweza saidiwa hiyo siku kufika hapa. Otherwise mimi ni simu yangu inataka kuzima mpaka nifike kwa Kejani kwa kidogo ni boost. Nimeingia asubuhi town mapema. Hata mimi mmenichezea mind game bana, nimepigwa na bahati leo. Kuma ya Gen Z. Anyway ni sawa tu.
Sawa, shukran Ismail. Nanviki. Nanviki, are you there? Okay, so we'll add a new batch of speakers. Nanviki, you can't speak. It's okay. You can. So we'll add a
6. Maybe a G button on your mic. Nanvik, do you know where to press when you want to speak? Kuna kitinaka kama mic hapo chini. I don't know what to describe that thing. Add more speakers because amekuwa hapo na ana struggle na mic, I guess. Add just more speakers.
Yeah, naona requests zimekuwa kibao. I'll add speakers randomly. Everybody will speak. Everybody will contribute. And here we accept everybody's opinion, unless at some point you're not making sense. So I'm adding speakers randomly. If you come up, raise your hand. We will give you strictly 3 minutes. Kindly stick to that. If you have a lot to say, just try summarize. You can put them in bullet form. So that we don't tusikae tunarudia the same thing over and over. If there is something other speakers said and you wanted to echo, you can echo with the least time possible. So if you hear and you want to speak, raise up your hand so that we can have order as we flow. We have a very, very huge list of mics that have been requested. So this is how we will go. Eunice, you'll start. Eunice Maina. Then we'll go to Mr. No, Mr. No How. Then Mwende. Then Smith, MC, Pinky, Mr. Matite Soja. Then Nanvike and Vincent Imanyara. That is how we will speak. That is the order. Make sure you've had. Make sure you have it. So Eunice, you have your 3 minutes ending at 15:21. Kindly keep time.
Okay, can you hear me all? Just confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, you can hear. You are audible enough.
Okay, great. So first is to just to to condole with those that are mourning our fallen heroes, those who have really fought hard for us to get here. And number 2 is to congratulate all of you for what you've done so far. I'm not a Gen Z, I'm a millennial, a very old millennial. I'm a mother of a Gen Z. And I have been, following, actually, I'm almost becoming an activist. And what I would say is, so far, we have achieved quite a lot, and let's not give up. And also to remind you that culture takes so much time to become. And the strategists say that culture eats strategy in the morning for breakfast. What does that mean? We have a nation that has a culture of impunity, a culture whereby we glorify the corrupt and the thieves, and blame those who are not, who do not have money because they have to work really hard, and especially entrepreneurs. As we do this, let's remember that what we need to create is a culture. We have laws that are very good laws, and I feel that making laws is not our weakness. We make good laws, but people don't follow because culture eats strategy. It will eat even the laws that we make so long as we don't change it. And this begins with each one of us to ask, when I get an opportunity to be corrupt, do I get corrupt? When I get an opportunity to do good, do I do good? And then we start holding each other accountable on that. And the other thing is, we need an environment in Kenya that we are able to manufacture. And manufacturing starts with agribusiness, agriculture. Especially most of us young people, we need to start rethinking. As we push the government to create an environment, what else are we doing at our own capacity to start preparing for this nation whereby when you want to get rich, you become an entrepreneur or a farmer and not become a government official so that you get rich? So that's my few submission for now. But let's think critically, inwardly. What are we doing to make Kenya a better Kenya, even as we go to, we do our activism online and even on the streets, wherever we do it? Let's shame the behavior we don't want to see. Let's not relent at any one time, whether we are stopped from going to the streets or not. We must shout, we must stop businesses that are supporting the corrupt. We must stop anyone who is supporting the corrupt. Thank you.
You're welcome, Eunice. I like people who keep time. You've talked about culture, something that I'll come. Maybe I would like you to write tweets about culture so that I can follow and learn more about. I like your submission when you started, and we need such conversations to keep going. The second speaker was Mr. Know-how.
Hello guys, I hope you are fine. So mine is not a lot, but I want to say that one thing I once said that enthusiasm sets the pace and endurance finishes the race. So we must endure to the end. And then another thing is that sometimes we are always acting as if we don't know some things were supposed to come. Such things as betrayals, divisions, and other thing will try to come. Like for example, now we see like the political class, Raila, the conman, and Ruto want to unite. The reason is because they have seen their interests have clearly are clearly in danger. When the citizen unite and say no to political party, they are clearly endangered. So what they do, they have restructured. Wao wame restructure and they have now united to stand against us. Now, one thing we also should note is that we are supposed to be adaptable. Like one thing is that one thing that was giving strength to our movement is to remain undefinable. Like they cannot tame us, they cannot define us, they don't know who the leader is, and the movement goes on. And this is actually proving to be a problem to them. That's why they can ban mandamanos by saying that due to lack of leadership or such. They clearly know that. Okay, they clearly know that that is very dangerous to them and they'll not be able to tame us. So we must be very adaptable. For example, kama leo ilifaa twende Uhuru Park and then wakapeleka kule askari na watu wengi. Like what we ought to have done is like tungetokea and then we can communicate. Like one thing for a revolution to go on well, there must be effective communication. So sahi hadi tuko na hii nini smartphone, it can be so easier to communicate and change. Like what if wanajua tunaenda Uhuru Park, waweke huko wanajeshi wengi, and then juu wase wametokea, message zinasambaa haraka, tunaamua tunaenda occupy another place. That will prove to be so hard for them to tackle, by the way. Mkieza master to that one, like to be undefinable and to have effective communication. Like Uhuru Park is not the only place we can meet. As long as watu wametokea, and then we have like vision. Yes, we don't have leaders, but we can have visions whereby tunaweza sema okay, so wamesema anaenda huku, and then we change immediately, tuna occupy another place. Like kuna places nyingi tunaweza occupy, including there are places business zenye wameiba pesa wameweka huko, and many other things. So we can change immediately and go to that place. So you'll realize that once we master that, it will be so hard for them, hata wakiamua waban any other place, they'll not succeed in any other thing. And then another thing is that we should avoid slippery grounds. I was in a space of Miguna, and one thing I noted, a very big point alisema ni kwamba avoid such thing as religion. Actually, one of our targets should be to separate religion and politics. Yeah, I'm also a Christian, and I actually believe that Jesus Christ says that let what belong to Caesar be and what belong to God be. So actually, a good policy should be that religion and politics should be apart. Like hatuhitaji politician apeleke kwa church like 200 million, and yet there is a school karibu, wanafunzi hawana maji, wanafunzi kwa hiyo shule hawana uniform and such basic need. You see, that's a waste of time. So we should separate religion, and then we should also choose our wars very well, the battles we fight. Like, let us not fight just everything at once. Like venye tu msee amesema hapo, tukue tukinarrow down with one, and then avoid slippery points whereby they can now, like for example, an idea kusema kwamba watu wasiende church for certain days. Okay, it can be a good idea, but remember, as per now, we still have so many people wenye wako confused, hawaelewi kama tuko on the right track. Some like mona idea kama hiyo ya kwamba we are burning the country, imeingia some of those people who are supporting us. So we should avoid slippery grounds whereby the enemy can use them for our disadvantage. So for example, tukipersist na Ruto must go. Me, I always remain to say this way. Hiyo first Thursday, kama ingekuwa watu kugawanyika, watu watoke, sahi tungekuwa tunaishi bila Ruto. We will be having good life now.
Land, Mr. Nuna.
Okay.
It's only 3 minutes, kindly.
Let me learn. Yeah. So we should have a unified front. That's my last point. Like hiyo siku kama tungeendelea na hiyo unified front venye tulifika hivyo parliament, hiyo siku tungeingia state house. Like once we can mobilize like 2 million people, hata tuachane na hizi mini maandamanos mara ingine, we just decide for one, tunakuwa undefinable and we attack. Kama Nairobi tunafika hivyo, it will prove a challenge to them, and actually it will work, rather than having many mini maandamanos na wanajaribu kutu dilute and then they do the way they are doing. So have a nice time.
Thank you. Biril, I texted you, kindly check.
Yeah, I've seen you.
Biril, are you there?
Yeah, I've got you. Just carry on.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so the next speaker after Mr. Noit was Smith.
All right. Smith, I've seen Smith, and then Eunice, and then Mr. No. So I'll give you an emoji of 100 to confirm.
Eunice has spoken, so it is Smith, MC, Pinky, Mr. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you very much. I really appreciate for this opportunity. Nataka ni join watu kusema kuwa tubaki tu strategic, tuone vile tunaweza kuwa objective na to achieve whatever we want. Number one, sahi we tume maintain stand Ruto must go, which is a good stand. Now, the political class currently wamesha realize that they somehow they're going to lose, because if we send Ruto home and the military takes over and the parliament pia tulikuwa tumesha give out a signal of a vote of no confidence, now wako in panic that what if nobody comes in, what if they lose the influence. Now sahi wameshaenda game ahead of us, ile watafute vile wanaweza kutogawa totally. What can we do at this hour? Mi nilikuwa na suggest if at this point tuanze kutafuta vile tunaweza toa parliament totally, alafu what parliament ikirudi elections zote, all the seats, the new people wakuje na tuhakikishe kuwa the ODM ime lose power yake, UDA ime lose influence yake, so that these big wigs, hao watu wamekuwa na influence since the 90s, the only way to weaken them is ensuring that hawana any more influence in parliament. Hiyo tutakuwa tumepunguza confidence yao. Lakini if we assume that we are fighting Ruto and Raila again is being assumed that is not an enemy on this other side, or we want to face them, the two of them now, with immediate fight, and again we don't plan on how to win the war, then I think we are sabotaging ourselves at a certain point. Let us ensure also we achieve, hii mambo ya parliament ni kitu yenye tulisha achieve, tusiachie hapa njiani pia. Tuhakikisha parliament imeenda nyumbani yote, wamerudi kwa elections. Hapo nao tuko na strong chance ya kuwin about the parliament. Once the parliament inaenda home, how about pia as much as tuna hold protest, na protest sahi sasa mali tumefikia tunafaa kuwa na protest Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday na Friday, so that tuhakikishe it is a run ya Monday to Friday. Hao makarao watapata chance ya kureplan kunini, they will be exhausted, na in fact wataput out pressure itakuwa mingi zaidi to them, watakuwa wameshachoka sasa. But if we give them a chance that we go on Tuesday, alafu Wednesday tumewapea chance tena ya kujikusanya tena, waone tena wajirestrategize, we are giving them 5 days ya kuplan on how to counter us. Unaona? So I'm suggesting that if we want to achieve this, pia kuna wale wenye wako maushago, kuna people wale wenye bada waelewi anything, they still believe that the minds and the likes of Raila, like you realize that Wanga the other time was saying that Luos, this is not our fight. Now they are trying to coerce those who are in at wale wenye wako kwa zile counties za nyumbani kueleza kuwa hii ni vita ya Wakikuyu. Unaona? So it Baron?
I'm saying you land. I don't want to take off the mic.
Okay.
Just proceed. I give it 5 more seconds.
Okay. So we need to fight, to put up this fight strongly to ensure. And also one thing, something else I also wanted to suggest, wakati tuna push for hizi mambo ya police, National Police Service reforms, tuhakikishe kuwa hauwezi weka EPOA, the command come from the same place, the same OCPD mwenye alipeana command for somebody to be killed, a protester to be killed. You can't expect this same OCPD to give out a command to arrest the same officer that he gave a command to shoot, to kill. So let us try to ensure that the IPOA, let us fight so that the reform can be that the IPOA training and recruitment, they can be fully be independent like the judiciary, so that from the recruitment point, they can recruit, and also as they recruit, they can also train their own officers on everything. The same also to happen with the corruption, we recruit, na wa train, na wa execute, na command yao ikuwe separate, so that we don't have an issue whereby the command is at the same point, na it's a central point, now it sabotages everything. So that is my take for today.
Thank you, thank you very much, guys. I really like. We have almost 22 speakers. Kindly just try to make use of the 3 minutes and then avoid repetition, because we're not in the realm of just somebody speaking and then it's going. We're really picking the points that we are talking here, and you are taking note on them. So I don't want to just give somebody speaker, then I take it off. We are noting whatever we are discussing. It's not like other spaces where people just go and rant. No, we are noting everything. So when we give you the mic, kindly make use of it and be brief, as you emphasize on your point. So Pinky, you go. Everyone else, I'll give you the mic. So once you take the mic, I'll take it so that I can add more speakers, and then we carry on like that. You're most welcome, and just be patient with us. Pinky. Pinky.
Yeah.
Carry
Am
on.
I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Ismail, I'll give you after Pinky.
First of all, if we are able to get to Nairobi, I think we should change our tactics. Na kama tunaweza jazana town wote, first tuache ile kushout kwamba someone must go. Tufuate watu directly kwa offices zao. If tunaweza kuchanga pesa, tukatengeneza maplacards, tukatengeneza ma stickers and ma signboards, na tukazunguka town siku nzima tukirushiana tear gas na polisi. Kwa nini tusishikane to print these things are public on the websites za Auditor General? We print hizi reports zimetoka since 2021. Tuzitoe zile zenye zinagusia vitu zinawauma, pesa has been spent bila akili. Mtu anakuwa awarded a tender for kuchimba kisima ya coal 200 million, anakuwa awarded leo the tender, and tomorrow analipwa tari 200 million, and they end up doing only 9 wells out of 54. Why don't we print these things? If we have funds, let's do site visits. Let's start in Nairobi. Let's do site visits and take pictures of these places. Barabara zimeharibika, drainage ziko mbaya. We take pictures, tunashikanisha hizo with the reports za auditors kwamba there was money spent kujenga barabara mahali, there was money spent kuweka mataa mahali. We take those pictures, we go visit the office ya anaitwa nani, prosecutor. We visit them in their offices. Tuna our question, we have photos here, we have the report of the Auditor General here, kwamba money was spent doing this and this, and nothing was done. What have you done about it? We have pictures here. Tuende kwa DPP, kwa huyo prosecutor, tutoke huko, tuende kwa offices za, I think it's the same office, za EACC, ama hizo ni za offices za KRA. We visit these people, tuache kuzunguka town kama wagoroki. We face them sasa. Wao wakitarajia tutaenda Uhuru Park, sisi tumeenda kwa visit hawa jamaa kwa office, tunauliza maswali magumu. Tuende City Hall, tuulize Governor Sakaja, tulipewa pesa fulani. There's a report saying money was spent in doing ABCD, and tumeenda site visit, tumevisit hizo places, it has not been done. Hawa watu wakikuja kuvisit, wakikuwa visited by auditors, there's something called an exit report. Exit report ikitoka, when the auditors want to leave, wakienda kusomea governor ama ni nani hii report, wanatengeneza pesa, wanalipa hawa watu, and the reports zinapotea chini ya maji. But these reports are online. Kwa hiyo website ya I don't know the name. Hiyo website ya Auditor General. If we have time to print all these posters, why don't we print these things and share them around? Tukienda Uhuru Park, hiyo siku tukikaa hapo, tufanye groups hapo, tuelimishane watu what is actually happening. Let's focus on this mwanzo pesa kupotea, tutoe hawa watu. It is not all about Ruto. It is about the governors. It is about the MCAs. Money is being spent every year kutengeneza barabara. Barabara inakuwa, there's this thing called grading and marraming. Every year unapata, let's say every financial year, 10 million is spent on marraming and grading a road. while inaweza kuwa kushikanishwa yote hiyo 30 million ikawekwa barabara ikakaa 20 plus years. These are things that are happening. Tufuate budgets zilisema tutajenga hospitali mahali, tutafanya renovation mahali, tunaenda site visit na budgets tunaangalia. Nothing was done. We take photos, we get expenditure reports, people are being paid for this money. Mtu amelipwa, kazi haijafanyika. We follow the companies, we go to the banks, we get bank statements, tuulize hii pesa imelipwa kwa hii kampuni, nani ametoa hii pesa? Tukipata hizo vitu zote, tukienda kwa face nazo, utapata mtu amenyamaza, hakuna kitu ya kusema, hakuna kitu anaweza kukujibu, because you have the picture, you have the video, we have a budget, we have an expenditure report, we have an auditor general report that alisema money was spent badly. What have you done about this? Tunaweza anza City Hall, tunaweza anza office ya EACC, tunaweza anza kwa DPP. If we do it next week, tukienda Uhuru Park, tukikaa next week, watu wako diaspora, sisi wenyewe tuko hapa, most of us are working, the Gen Z are not working, but tuko wengi katika hizi shida.
Thank you.
Tushikane, tutoe resources, to print hizi vitu, tukienda Uhuru Park to share, watu wajue what is actually happening. It is not only about Ruto. Money inavuja hadi chini kwa MCAs. Over expenditure, over pricing, all those things are happening. Hii tumesikia leo ya governor ana price crate moja 1 million. Hizi zote zikiaccumulate unapata pesa inatoka.
Thank you, Asante. Thank you very much. The point I've gotten from you, we go for those places, we go to these places, we account for everything, and then we go for forensic check. I've noted that. Thank you very much. Allow me to go to the next speaker. Ismail, I'll give you 2 minutes. At least everyone to be able to speak, because some people are inboxing that we are denying them speakers. Ismail, 2 minutes is yours. Pinky, you can go rotate, and then you can come back again once I rotate the speakers, if you've not exhausted your points.
Thank you, Biril. Am I audible?
Yes, carry on.
Please, let's note one thing, yeah? There are a lot of distractors who are coming in. And for sure, we are focusing on something so important, and then people are taking us back, and taking us rounds. We are not into that. We are past that. Whatever your intention is, this movement is going forward. Please, listeners, everyone is entitled to his opinion, yes, but please, let's not keep on talking about some issues that we know it doesn't add up, because the government of Kenya, the so-called government of Kenya, is a crime scene. There is nothing that can work. Institutions have failed completely. People are talking about, we visit these offices. These offices we are talking about, the occupants have bought positions. People are just waking up to the fact that these people are in office appointed by Ruto. Nobody was appointed on a favor. Most of these people who are in these offices have bought those positions. Money was taken from them. We have reached that extent. Corruption has reached that extent that people are buying positions. The permanent secretaries, when they are being appointed, we know what happened. The parastatal heads, we know what happened. They were doing it out in the open. The ambassadors, when they are being recruited, the Uhuru team, when they were leaving, another team were coming in. When they were being recruited, up to some, there are some still that are vacant, and still there are bids. The highest bidder is the one that is given that position. So there is nothing that we can say that is working from this government. Nothing. The ones that are saying we occupy other places, yes, the kids are many. Add the millennials. Some of the parents are ready even to join. So occupying is not a problem, but focus. The focus is this guy has failed this nation. It starts with him, it ends with him. So there's no bargaining here. There's no kubembelezana hapa, tuachane nayo. Tuachane nayo completely. Institutions mnasema tuende to report. The IPO you're talking about is in somebody's pocket. It cannot work. There are laws that are put in the constitution that safeguard IPO for it to be for them to be a working team. They cannot do anything. They are toothless dogs. They cannot do anything. They cannot prosecute a simple policeman's case. One simple a complaint against a policeman. They can never do anything. You talk about EACC. EACC are people that have been. You talk about EACC. We're talking about the DPP, handpicked by Ruto, incompetent person who is in office. People are withdrawing. Major scandals and major corruption cases are being withdrawn. Governors are being grilled, and what happens? What comes next? The institutions have failed, starting with the president coming to parliament. The thing is this: a governor is taken to questioning. We can see everything that's happening there. This guy is supposed to be prosecuted. The DPP withdraws the case because there's money that is changing hands. The governors have money. They have stolen enough. They can buy these parliamentarians and these senators. They can buy the DPP and the prosecution system that we have. The courts that you're relying on. It was the same courts that were saying hot air and all these things. Today they're in the same bracket, all of them. So who is there for us Kenyans? Nobody is there for us. We will fight for our own rights. We will fight to the brim until this guy gets out of office. So there's nothing. Don't say Ati, where we relent. No. He pressured before it was Tuesdays, Thursdays. Now they will have it every day in unexpected places. This guy we will not give him a space to rule this country because he is not competent. He is not fit to rule this country. Rigathi Gachagua, the one that's saying that if Ruto goes, what happens? As Raila is claiming. You think Rigathi Gachagua is better? Rigathi Gachagua is the same guy who was doing all this. He's the architect of planning. He's the co-planner. He's the second blood sucker that is sucking our kids' blood every day and night. So these guys, there's no one who is better. And there will be no vacuum if these guys leave office. Msidanganywa at these guys, there's a space that kutakuwa na vacuum. What the military will have nothing to do with us. We pay the military. Kwani military mnaona kama they are from somewhere else. These police, we are the ones who are paying them. We are the majority taxpayers. We are the majority taxpayers. Understand one thing, put it in your brains. We are the majority taxpayers in this country. Gen Zs combined with the millennials, only that. We are the majority taxpayers in this country. So to say that we are talking about something else, no. We are the ones who are paying the bills of all these people. And we have the right to question how is the money that we are contributing, how is it being used? They cannot be accountable. They know what they have done. If you don't want to be accountable, then we go to what the Constitution provides for us. So Article 1 is us. It's us. We shall, not me, we shall. Because we have reached a point of no return. So people focus. Our focus is these guys should leave office with his regime completely. The ones who have joined them, they are doomed. We are waiting for that. We wanted to see if they will sell us as traitors, but they will be with us. They have chosen their way. We were the ones who were bringing them to power and always fighting for them. It's something that they forgot. That ODM that they are bragging with today, we are the ones who made ODM what it is. We are out of the party now. We are partyless, we are leaderless, but this country is all ours. We are patriots for this country. That's the thing that they are forgetting. We love this country more than them. They have they have even the audacity to tell us that we are working to save this country. To save from who? We are not enemies of this country. We love this country. That's why we are dying for this country. So people, Musidanganyo, let's not be distracted. Our focus, our aim, Ruto must go. Ruto must go. That is it. So don't lose hope. We are winning. This thing we are winning. We are winning. Focus. Wenye wametumwa hapa, mnakuja kusema vitu zingine hapa, wachieni. Hatuwezi wasikiza. And course na mahost, mkiona mtu anakuja kuongea vitu zingine hapa na distractions, mwambie just keep off. Keep your ideas. We don't want that. We have a goal and we will get this guy out of office by whatever means we can. Ikienda the hard way, we will fight. If they want to listen to the constitutional way, we'll use the way. If they go their own way, to violate the constitution, we will violate the same constitution. We'll remove them from the offices they are holding. We also own this country. It's not only theirs. So don't lose hope. Let's
Thank you.
focus.
Thank you very much.
It's okay. It's okay. It's my land. We have
All right.
very many
Okay.
speakers at the moment.
Appreciate.
I've
Thank
been
Yeah.
waiting, guys. I've been waiting.
someone else.
Sorry, who is speaking?
I've been waiting.
Okay, MC, you can go.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity.
6,000
Someone very
Maniskia.
Yeah, nakusikia Biril, nakusikia. It's MC who's been waiting, so I think he can go next.
Okay, just give a
yeah.
lineup of 3 speakers. MC. Give a lineup of 3 speakers and then we can go ahead. MC then.
Yeah, Biril, I've been waiting, so it's that I got that tempo to go.
Carry on, carry on.
Okay, thank you. Guys, at first, we've been in the battle for so long, but it's never long. It seems like the journey is just kind of kicking off. You know, we are facing a lot of things. Like, honestly, let me express my feelings on this. Today, I saw some poster on calling us to go occupy Uhuru Park. I personally was there, only to get back, open my space within somewhere, and find that it was a prank. So my question is, and as a point one for me, where are we finding the real information? Because me coming to space, I'm being told like it was a mind game. I, as part of the movement, how am I to be sure that this is the right information or this is the right way to go? Like I spent my time going all the way to town only to come back and notice that, oh, it was all about mind game. That is first point. Generally, it's about the source of information. What information am I to go for? Secondly, there recently, that governor of Mutembei, Gladys Wanga, tried to calling laws and tell them like they should not be part of this thing. Like she was trying to introduce kind of some tribal games, eh? And suddenly, my friend Denzel is coming home lifeless, a Luo from Homa Bay. And you're trying to tell me that I, a Luo, should not be in this. This is not our fight. Why then is Denzel coming home lifeless? And this is not even the first Luo I'm seeing. I'm not being tribal in any way, but I'm just asking. Why are you telling me that this is not the fight for the Luos? Here I've seen a lot. Man like Denzel, whom I scold with, my friend is coming home lifeless. And someone is coming with some tribal games telling us that no, this is not our fight. In short, youths, this is our fight. Irregardless of tribe, the focus is that you are tribeless, leaderless, and fearless. Currently, I'm seeing that fear is fading away. Some of us are backing off, but we should strode forward. We should stick to the line. The few who are still intact in this, we should go. And if you are capable of mobilizing someone, just call in someone. The fear is fading away. You're seeing how they are mishandling some of the activists, eh? And it's kind of instilling some fears in you. We shouldn't be afraid in any way. We shouldn't be afraid in any way. This thing is a marathon, but we shouldn't run even for so long. I heard of someone spoke of making a major protest and we attack once and for all. That thing works. Feel the depth of that one in the parliament, that day of parliament. It really touched a lot of people. It worked. We should not give these people time. We should not wait to be bought because the more we keep taking long is the more we are fading. The more we keep taking long is the more we are fading. So we should keep focus and strike forward. Third point is the kind of, I'll reflect to the first point about killing. You know, we are like complaining like, oh, the rock cops should be like they should be punished or what or what. But the reality is that they won't be punished. They won't be punished. Because who should be punishing them is dining with them in the same table, and is the same person feeding them, and it's the same cycle we are fighting. It's not all about political class. Those guys are pocketed in the political class. They'll do nothing at all about us complaining of the killing. And then they are introducing some kind of destructive, they are introducing some sort of destructive things. Like you saw previously, they came up with some stories to distract us. Hizo story na Mkuru kwa Njenga sijui nini. Like wana
MC land.
okay, was that short, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. Umejua kuna kitu umesema and it's only you and the former president of Kenya who say it. Irregardless. I went to research and realized irregardless is not English. It is regardless. You know, Uhuru made us also believe false English. Fuck government. Ruto must go. So guys, juu Anto ameinua mkono nitapatia Anto, then the rest tuinue mkono sasa tuanze afresh.
Host
We
akisema
want to
land
be ordered.
usituangushe kama mayai bana. Tupeleke polepole kama ndege na utulandishe vizuri. Usikatishe tu point. That's it, I'm done. The host means land inamaanisha
It's okay.
malizia, but thank you.
Aha.
Hello, hello, good
Anto.
afternoon. I'm on, I guess.
Sorry about that. I had to mute everyone. Afro is always very good with timekeeping. So to set a clock here 3 minutes, so that somebody can get that alert, then he's able to know that he's supposed to be landing. So that because he cut the statement halfway.
Oh, niko siko available.
Okay, sawa. 6 cents uko na hiyo nini? Do you have that timer?
Nitaweka tu timer. I hope itasikika. I think the last speaker nilimwekea timer.
Weka tu hiyo timer so that at least mtu asikate statement because riko ziko mob mpaka watu wanaanza kucomplain, but we want everyone to put a point and we brief and then avoid repetition kindly guys. The next speaker alikuwa ni nani?
Yeah. Then alikuwa Anto. And
Anto.
guys, before the next speaker goes,
Sawa.
there is one thing I love doing every now and then. It's called tweeting the space. Make sure this space appears on your timeline. People should be aware of whatever is happening. What are our next plans as a revolution? We don't care who listen and who won't listen. At the moment, it's just to create awareness of whatever is happening, so that when we attack as a group. So make sure you tweet the space. Make sure the space appears on your timeline as we go on. Make sure you tweet hashtag Ruto must go in the comment section and do the honorable thing also. The host has been doing this every now and then. Make sure you follow the host, that is KOT Sonko. Follow people on the space and follow the co-hosts too as we continue with this conversation. Anto, your 3 minutes start now.
Hello, good afternoon. I've seen this space from YouTube. I didn't know it was happening. Big up to KOT Sonko though. Try to amplify it more so that we can be able to know what is happening. To my point now, let us be strategic 100%. There are so many things which are happening. The political class, you may realize we are walking. So what is happening? Ruto, Raila, wameshikana. These people will beat us down if you're not strategic. Sai tuko online kila saa, oh Tereo alifanya hivi. Let's say oh Sonko alifanya, KOT alifanya hivi. Let's stop that. Let's be strategic, let us be focused. Let us have issues based approach. If for instance today we are saying we want to remove the MPs, how do you approach it? How do you approach, inabidi kwa the questions which you are asking within ourselves. Sasa tuko tu zile za leo ni maandamano, kesho ni hii, communication inatoka from one side, ingine inatoka from the other side. What do we do? For instance, me, I come from Nandi County. I'm working in Nandi County. I can tell you, huku ni kubaya, wase wamejam. But there's no one who can amplify this information. Do you know why? The information is scanty. Sisi tunaogopa tukiamka hivi, tuna protest, inageuka. Unaongea chafu, inageuka. The governor atakam, analipa wasee, juzi we tried protesting, alipea wazae soda na mkate. Do you know that maandamano ilishia hapo? That is the thing which you are saying. It's not only about Nairobi alone. It's countrywide. But now, watu wameanza kurudi nyuma. Reason being, like no one cares. No one cares. So my 50 cent, what I think, let's pass information to everybody. Let this thing be strategic. Let tuieke hapa nje. Wacha wase waelewe, we are advocating for this and this and this. For instance, many people have died. Many people have died. Wengine watazikuwa hivi karibuni. Some of us, you are going to put ourselves and our lives in stake, atujali. But the question ni, kuna wase wana take advantage of this movement. As you're speaking, there are some people say washakatiwa yao. Yesterday, Gaitho alishikwa. Nimesahau jina mwingine. It was Gaitho and I've forgotten the other name. How many people tweeted about them? How many? Nobody. Sasa na assume Keoti Sonko maybe yes him famous hivyo sana. So that's why unapata hii kitu hujashika sana. My thinking, let's be united. Let's focus. Yeah, kuandamana si mbaya. But let us be strategic. Tunaandamana tunajua leo ni Uhuru Park, tunaenda Uhuru Park, hata kama divert tusipofika Uhuru Park tuende mahali pengine, it still makes sense. But let us be strategic. Let us share information to everybody. Wacha kila msee ajue kunaendaje. And that's all. The last one. I was a die-hard fan wa Raila. I was. Msee leo karibu nilie na jana. That guy amenimes. So saa ile story ya tribeless, fearless ni nini? Mimi niko huko mbaya. I'm still young. Siwezi kuwa hapa nikitetea mzee fulani na anijali. So for us Kenyans and my fellow youths, let us be strategic, let us be focused, let us know the goal ni nini. Wataua wasee, watafanya nini, but revolution must watu wadai. Hiyo tujue tu. That's all.
Thank you very much. 6,000. There's a lady that is on the speaker. We've had a lot of gentlemen. Josephine, and then Esther, then Matson. Mavrero, you go after Lisa. A bit of a balance. We get to hear our ladies. Josephine? Esther, if you can hear me, open your mic.
Hi, I can hear you.
Kindly proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The last sentence of the last speaker broke my heart because it's very true. In a revolution, people have to die. But I just want to say this as I begin. Let's get very strategic. Let's think through our plans, especially the plans where we know there'll be a high number of deaths, like walking to State House. Let's get really strategic. We need numbers to go to State House, like the country, the Sri Lankans, when they went and took over the presidential palace, they overpowered the police. It was impossible for the police to dare anything. Actually, they overpowered them. They took over. They went to the swimming pool. They swam. They went to the bedroom. They took over the whole palace. But they had the numbers, and that's what I want us to do. Let's get very strategic. Let's not call for going to State House until we know we have the numbers, we know we have the traction. Let's get very strategic so we can reduce the amount of lives that will be lost in this journey. Let's get strategic. I hope you guys understand me. State House is the people's house. You know, like the White House in America, it's usually open to visitors, any member of the public. I live in England. Buckingham Palace, the Westminster, there's no place that the people are blocked from, like the way State House is at a protected area. The State House is the people's house. That man is living there because of the taxpayer, because of the votes he got from the Kenyan people who are sovereign. We, the Kenyan people, are sovereign. Here in England, you can go to Buckingham Palace. They open, in fact, all the palaces, they open them for tours. Tourists, people from foreign countries can come and walk into Westminster and look at anything. They can see where the parliamentarians are. So my prayer is that we will get to that point. But let's get there strategically. Let's plan this thing meticulously so that we know that the lives that have been lost and that will be lost at that time, we'll know that we have done our best to protect lives, even as we move forward in the revolution. But this is not what I wanted to talk about. I want to bring to our attention what's happening with the education ministry and the education sector. There seems this Ruto government, I'm willing to die for this, even though I'm so far. By the way, I'm a millennial, and my family was not wealthy enough to put us through university. We studied through HELB, we studied through Kibaki's free education, and then in this, when this government of Ruto came in, the first thing they did was hit at the universities. Fee structures came from 30,000 to 300,000 per year. Even that 30,000 was a struggle for many parents, which is why HELB was there. Students could hustle, but it was an amount that students could hustle with the parents and then come up with something together with the HELB amount that they were given. This administration, I'm so angry because no government has done this to Kenyans. In the Uhuru government, there was HELB. Maximum fees people are paying was 30K, 40K for the big courses. Kibaki's government, not only was there HELB and reasonable fees for university, we had free education. Even before, in Moi's time, my eldest brother studied in Moi's time, there was HELB. And the fee structure was reasonable. I think he paid 24,000 to study engineering. During Moi's time, this is the only government, the only president in Kenya's history that has refused, that has closed the door to education. That the only government that is shutting out education, shutting out the poor from the great equalizer that is education. And they know a poor generation that is uneducated, they'll be super easy to control. They won't be like us, Gen Zs and millennials, who question every step they make because of how educated we are. We know our rights. We know our A's to Z's. Listen to this. The first thing they did was attack university. The next thing, Linda Mama was removed. Remember, Linda Mama was taking care of maternal health for the poor. And the first 5 years, my mother is a midwife. The first 5 years of a child's life are the most important. And that's why Linda Mama was coming in. Now, Linda Mama has been removed. And if you, let me try and calm down. If you look at the amount that is needed for Linda Mama, all these luxuries that they're paying for could cover Linda Mama. But anyway, they prioritized their luxuries. Linda Mama was removed, which means the child of the poor mother will have a very hard time reaching to 5 years old. Okay. So for those who get to 5 years old, the small percentage of the poor that get their children to 5 years old, there was another cover in the last government called Edu Afya for children in school. Ruto has removed that as well. So the children of the poor, if they make it to standard 1 primary school, then there's another fight there that they will have to face. And I'm hoping and praying and believing that as millennials and Gen Zs, we will fight for the next generation. until all these things are returned to them. It is their right according to our constitution. Education shall not be denied to anyone. It's in our constitution. Let's fight for it with the people, the sovereign people of Kenya. Edu Afia was removed. The next thing, I want you guys to see how every level of education has been attacked. That the children of the poor, who are the majority of the country, in the country, are facing a war on every level from the time they're born. Linda Mama out. They have to face diseases, childbirth. How many will survive? What percentage will survive? We know how many will die in that area. I know how many will die because my mother is a midwife. She has told me how many will die. The percentage of children that will be dying before they reach 5 years old. The mortality rate. Okay, so after Afia has been removed in the primary schools.
Esther, kindly land.
I'm landing, I'm sorry. So I'm really sorry. After Afia has been removed, the JSS teachers were also striked off. They don't have enough money to hire 46,000 teachers. Can you imagine? 46,000 teachers are missing in our classrooms. I want us to all get angry. Imagine the amount of value and education that 46,000 teachers would bring to Kenya's children. This government doesn't care, but they're rebuilding State House for 1 billion shillings. The State House that the King of England came to. It was good enough for the King of England, but it's not good enough for Ruto. He needs 1 billion shillings for that, while teachers are not in classrooms. They have no pay. They're not even talking about reinstating them. Let's get very angry. From primary school, high school, university, there has been a full attack on education for the next generation. Let's fight for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Esther. Thank you for that. So kindly nobody to repeat that. She's spoken about education. She's spoken about the child care taken off. Remember, the doctors were on the street the other day. So our health system is also problematic. So Lisa, you'll go. Josephine, if you're on the mic, give me an emoji because I want to add another bunch of speakers. Lisa, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, take the mic. Just stick to 3 minutes so that I don't have to cut you off.
Sure. Thank you so much, guys, for hosting and everybody else who has turned up today. I just want to emphasize very quickly, I'm not going to take long because I don't even have much time today. I want to emphasize on this movement, being on this space for a minute. So the thing is, like, I can see the intimidation that's happening, the kidnapping and things like that. And I just want to tell people this is tactics that have been used even in the past. The reason why right now they don't know who to hold accountable, it's because it's a leaderless, partyless, whatever. So don't be fooled when they try to incite you, when they try to come up with these tribal propaganda and stuff like that. It's because they know you're already ahead of the game. Like, I'm talking about the whole system is messed up. Like, from top to bottom, like we can't even finish listing, So I just wanted to tell people to stick together. Obviously, in every revolution, there's people that, everything that you're facing is the challenge that comes with it. So I just want to emphasize on the people, like, keep going, keep moving. Do not relent because they are waiting for that minute so that they can come and nail you properly, So we are not going to give them that chance to do that because this is in the Constitution. There's nothing anybody is doing wrong. We are just fighting for our rights. And let's keep the fight going. There's going to be naysays. People are gonna be paid off and stuff like that, and we're already used to this. We know these guys, they are not leaders, they are cartels, from time memorial. So everything they're gonna bring, tribal, religious, whatever, you name it, just to try and distract. But trust me, when you're hitting headlines in even Financial Times and all those other Wall Street headlines, frontline in the US, I have so many people who have reached out to me and asked me, are you okay? We can see you guys in the news, like we are seeing and blah, blah, blah. So you keep pushing and tuko pamoja sana. There is no relenting. We push forward, okay? For those people who are sabotaging, because this is the cartel game. We are not going to end up like South American countries where it's being run by cartels. And you saw them. They came over here, interfered, rigged our system, and this is why we are in this mess, So they're going to sabotage. I've seen even the hashtag going down, Ruto must go. When we say Ruto must go, for those political people who are trying to divide people, we mean the whole swamp, like Ruto, the rest, all people, whoever has the political class, let me put it that way, because they are out here to intimidate and do all that stuff. And they are still not even ready to listen to you people. They are not ready to work for you people. They are still killing kids, killing youth who are the future, So let's not give them a chance. I'm on my way to Nairobi. So let's strategize, like somebody said, and we see what's going to happen. We need a strong movement so that they can listen. And don't let anybody intimidate you or stop you or whatever. You know what you're fighting for. So go for it. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you. Matson, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Can you
you.
take
Can you
the
hear
mic?
me?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, thank you for this opportunity and thank you for hosting this space. One thing I would like to insist on is being resilient. We need to be resilient for our rights, for our fallen soldiers. Our condolences. I want to echo what Ishmael told us, that we must always remember Ruto must go is our main goal, and we need to plan. We need to plan for even long term, especially 2027. I want to echo what Professor has been doing, keeping pressure to the to have IDs come out early. It is important because the government is trying to suppress our votes by the Gen Zs not having the IDs. So I would like us to put more pressure on that. The other important thing is there's a blockchain that is used to ensure the safety of our votes called Mkura. I'm very happy about it. We need to support that, and we need to ensure that we support that thing. Thank you so much, and let's keep fighting.
Thank you very much, Matt. So, Effie, you can go ahead, and then we'll follow by Nisha Pai. I'm dropping you if you've spoken so that I can add another bunch of speakers kindly, or you can just drop the mic. You can get off the speaker panel. Effie?
Hi, thank you. Can you guys hear me though?
Let's proceed.
All right. First of all, okay. First of all, is to say thank you for this opportunity. I think you guys are doing a really great job, and we're very, very proud of you. Those of us who are not in Kenya. But today I have a different enemy, and I would like to address them probably in a language that they will understand. So mi nataka kubonga stories za goons, na probably goons wako hapa. I'll try to keep it as minimal as possible. Mi life nimetravel na sijaona watu wajinga kama nyinyi. If you have a friend who has been paid to come and distract this, only mjinga, the level ya ujinga hata sijai experience maisha yangu. Nigga, we are out here trying to fight so that you and your children's children can have a better country, can have a future. So that ile siku madhako atakuwa msik, akienda hosi atapata madawa. Ile siku madhako ataenda hosi, akipatia na kadi ya NHIF, itafunction na mtaanza kuambiwa sijui mlipe stories za madawa, sijui nini, ati nalipa bed peke yake. Huko tu yuko nje unatupiga tukitry kufightia rights kama hizo. We are out here, young men are out here dying so that you are not worth 500 shillings. Hizo zinaenda kuvuruga watu huko. These people have been stealing right, left and center. Na brother huko tu huko unapatiwa punch. Unakam kuvuruga vijana watu unataka kufightia watu wako waende shule. Kama una ganji, watu wako wapewe lunch, ushinde ukigwaya ati mtu wangu atakula nini. Tunafaitia ndio upewe hizi vitu. Baadaye na ujinga yako juu unafikiria tu story za leo, unakamkaribia wasee wanataka kufaitia rights zako. Asa nakula do ngapi? Kwani nyamuonangi news? And I want to tell everybody who is here, msiwahi samehea watu. Mtu hata asiwahi kuomba punch ama so ama vio mbili kama kwambia buda niokolee. Mwambie hapana, huo mheshimiwa alikupatia do, enda kupatia hizo do. Simlikataa tupiganie hizi rights zenu. Simlijifanya ni wajanja. Enda kupatia do. I've been seeing, especially, and I'm sorry to say this, Kikuyus and people from Rift Valley, and I'm not a tribalist person, but ni wasee mnakuwaga na ufala. Hakuna cha mtu wetu, hasa wakidisho na dishingi peke yao. Kikuyus have had three presidents at the moment, and they're the highest tribe with the poorest people. Tunakam kuwafaitia ndio maisha yenu ikuwe fiti. Na nyinyi mko huko mnarusha mawe, mnataka kudestroy juu ya punch. Punch brother, iko utakula siku ngapi? How long are you going to use that 500 shillings? Siku hizi hata sisi ya mtu. Unashinda mtu kawa na reasonaje. Facts ziko kwa table. There's been spaces everywhere. Kama uko TikTok, people are talking. YouTube, everybody's talking. On TV, which is even free, always sema una bundles, everybody's talking about this. But when udwanzi yako, hauwezi fikiria. Unaona tu hiyo pachi ndio shike jaba leo, aluta paka kesho, hauna kakitu, hauna edu, umerudi msoto tena uko pale jobless corner. Na wase wako huko nje wanataka kufaitia, ndio wache kukua kwa situation kama hiyo. Ndio doi tiririke ikamchini, ikusaidia wewe kama mtu wa kawaida. Madwanzi, mafala, nyine mafala. Mimi hata sisi yaki unamtukaa huyo. So mimi naambianga tu mtu usikue mjinga, just don't be stupid bana. Think, it is not being taxed yet. Think, it is still free. This country, everybody should be an activist. Mimi nilituma home do, nikaambia nieces wangu na nephew, msipotoka kwenda maandamano kupigania for better Kenya, mtu hata asionitisha hata bob. Usionitisha bob. Endeni mshindwe, at least hata nikituma do, ninajua ninatuma do juu mliko fight hii country, maisha ikuwe better. Bro, wezi kwa unaniambia watu wana apply passport, 1 year ijaitoka, ati printing machines zimeharibika. Na watu wanaenda ofisi daily. Kwani what have you been doing there? Now we are angry, bana. We keep on being angry. I don't know if Ruto will go or if he will not go. All we want is accountability and good governance. And we don't want to dialogue. Tunaongea nini na tuambie tena tunataka. You know what we want. I have not much to say. I'm just so fucking mad. I'm sorry, but thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
No, don't be sorry. And please usikunywe maji. Just take a deep breath, breathe in and breathe out, and then continue being mad.
Nah, it hurts, bana. It really hurts.
No, so don't take any water, please.
Did you see what Harry Tubman used to do? And I try kwa slaves, but the others wanamstate paka kwa slave owners. And this is exactly what is happening in Kenya.
It's like we're putting
I
fire
saw
on
that
somebody
young
else's
lady Jana
other
Eldoret talking about that usitukane president wetu, usitukane president yetu. And a few days earlier she was talking about how Murkomen is such a bad person. Mimi naangalia mtu kama unashindwa. Do you use your head? Ukiekelea kichwa chako hivi jioni kwa pillow, unajiambia umefanya nini siku mzima? Shame on them na watoto wao. Na mimi na show, nyinyi wote mko kwa hii space. Mtu ile siku atakakuambia kupeza maragwe, usiwaimpe hata bob. Muulize kale country, ndio siku anaomba. Cannot be begging your whole fucking life. What is wrong with you?
Hiyo story ya mtu wetu ndio tunataka kuua because mtu wetu does not even
Yes,
feed
we
anyone.
kill it.
Yeah.
We kill it. There is enough money to spread in this country. Enough. And the reason why there was even devolution is because so that the government can be able to touch everybody's life. Shinda hapo ukituambia hapa atitupewa Kikuyu sijui ati Mount Kenya sijui 76. For what? For what? Wapewe kwa nini? Kwani hiyo ni akina nani? Incompetent.
Thank you,
Damn,
thank you,
I'm really mad. It's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Josephine, if you're there, I give you the mic.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, you're 3
Thank you
minutes
so
past
much.
now.
Umenilenga sana throughout the day, Yaki. Wherever I come, you didn't give me mic. And whenever you give me the mic when I'm almost about to get there, then I get a job and I have to work. But all in all, thank you so much. Thank you, KYOT, for your commitment in hosting us in this world. And I want also to say good evening to everyone, wherever you are. And those wherever they are, it's morning, good morning. We are here back in Kenya, just been from Mombasa as usual. And always and every time, I'll not stop talking about remaining focused. I have listened to very many speakers today. I had an opportunity to listen to many in this group. And I've heard so many opinions. Where am I agree. In totality, we need accountability, we need good governance, and we need good leadership. But withstanding all this, one thing I would want to say is that we cannot destroy what we have, then we expect to have something else tomorrow. Some of us, we've grown in the highest levels of poverty. And right now, as we are seeing, we've seen things are changing. And when we go in the streets there and put fire on our roads, I don't think that pothole we have created, it will cost us again to construct it and to rebuild it after we are through. Can we also take care of our own properties and our own infrastructures? Because once we destroy them, we will be going at a loss. Another thing I would want to say is that we cannot have had several people say that we need free education, we need free medical cover. We are entitled to all these things, but these things can be found by us ensuring that already the infrastructures which we have as right now, they are functioning well for us, they are working well for us, which is not happening. Wherever you need an essential document, you have to wait for more than 6 months, and that's an essential document. We need to focus on these areas. We need to focus on what do we really want. We need to protect. You agree with me that actually 97% of our country, people who are business people, they are running their businesses with big loans, which they have taken to sustain themselves and to have the businesses running. If you remember last year but one, when Raila was leading the maandamano after elections, if you remember very well, Samia Suluhu, Her Excellency President of Tanzania, she said it openly. She said, look, this is what is happening. We have received so many investors coming into our country simply because in our neighborhood, the fire is burning and they are taking advantage of that. That's the same thing we are still doing again as once we overdo what we are doing. When we start actually doing things that we are not supposed to do, a company will be deciding I'm closing down because I'm running at a loss. And that company is employing our own people. Then, by the time we are saying now, okay, we are done with the bad leadership now, President Ruto is out, and now we want to fix our country again. We do not have investors in the country, and they've left. So what are we supposed to do? First, we should be the foot soldiers to protect anyone's business. As long as we are there outside there in the street, make sure the person who is next to you is not destroying someone's business, is not destroying anyone's property. What has taken us out there is to say this is what we want, but not to see somebody just in going and destroying your fellow countrymen and fellow countrywoman property who is operating on business actually on a deficit because they are always paying their loans, and the loans they are servicing which they don't have even conducive environment now to do the business. What am I trying to say? In this occasion, if we continue like this, in the next 2 years or so, not even 2 years, in less than a year, if we continue allowing the vandalization of businesses in our country, we will be having so many patients in the country who are suffering from high blood pressure, high blood sugars, and even stroke. Then will our country be able to manage them, to sustain them, because we have already
Wow. Is it only me? Can anybody hear Josephine? If you're on the speaker
Yes,
panel,
she dropped.
Yeah, we are tunamsikia.
you can hear me or you can hear her.
Like
I can't see her.
we can hear you, but her it's like she has gone off.
Josephine, give me 100 if you can see me. Okay, I think we lost our something. The space has had issues since morning. Caroline, you'll take it, and then Kevin. Kevin, actually go fast because you've had two female talk. I'm trying to balance because we need all voices heard. And I thank you all for your contributions. Monday, you have something really pressing I give you before Kevin. Monday? Unmute your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I've been asking and I keep dropping. So for me, I really like this discussion and thank you everyone who has been hosting these spaces. I think it's not easy. It's like work. I'm very sure there's nothing else you're doing, and that is takes a sacrifice for you to be able to do this. So what I am going to say is that I can see some people in some spaces and even here, they are trying to say that moto imeisha. I don't think it has. I think the temperature is still increasing. And having said that, is that for me, the way we are feeling, I think it's not as bad as what Ruto is feeling. I'm very sure that guy is not sleeping. So we are still on course. So, and one thing that we need to put in our mind for those people who are saying give a dialogue a chance is that we have established we are dealing with someone who is a liar and someone who is incompetent, and it is not changing. Because when even that time when you give him a chance to redeem himself, he never does it. Anasema there are no Arambes. The following day he's doing an Arambe. He says there's no extrajudicial killing. There's no brutality of the police. The second day, watu wanarushiwa gas ya pink, which is apparently is poison. So this is a person, I've even seen the spokesperson speaking nonsense, today. So this is ni ile inaitwa sikio la kufa ambalo alisikii dawa. Alafu kuna ile unasikia nyani siku yake ya kufa ikifika miti yote inateleza. So for me, that's what I'm thinking is happening, because this guy has been given so many chances by the Gen Z to redeem himself, but is doing, anafanya tu vile because I'm like, what is he waiting for? Some of the things that should be done very, very immediately. What is he waiting for? He has sent his cabinet home. He has not sent his cabinet home because he's listening to you. He's sent them because they are becoming a liability to him for his political survival. That is it. Don't think he's doing it. Unajua kuna ile ushaitisha mtu kitu alafu anakupea na roho ingine mpaka you are like unasikia kumrudishia. That's how I'm feeling about Ruto. He's not giving this thing akiwa na roho safi, because I remember when he dropped the finance bill, he said, juu mumefanya ni drop the finance bill, I'm going to borrow trillions and trillions to run the economy. Then I'm like, this person did not even know why he let the bill go off. It's just like, mumefanya hivi pia, I'll punish you for punishing me. That's what he's speaking. So we are dealing with someone who is not in touch with reality. The fact that he can say that people are being funded by Ford Foundation is ridiculous. It means ni mtu ashikanishi rada. Me, I was like, you have young people in your house. That man is a parent of Gen Zs and parents of millennials. Wenye wanashinda online now watoto wake, and I'm very sure they are tech savvy. He can even decide to listen to his children, because your children are not going to lie to you because you are not paying them. I don't know. Someone is doing something. Sorry. Is
No,
someone?
sorry, it's okay. Just
Okay.
go ahead. Just go ahead. I'm
Okay.
muted.
So so I'm saying this is a person who is not in touch with reality, because hawezi sema ni mzee sana aelewi what is going in these spaces or aelewi with the environment. Akona millennials in his house. Akona Gen Zs in his house who are his own children. Your own children cannot lie to you. You should just call his sons and daughters and ask them, for real, my children, tell me the truth. You know, because these other people, the Dennis Tumbes are being paid, so they can lie to him. But his children rarely lie to their parents. So what I am saying is this: one, since Mandamano is looking like they want to interfere with Mandamano, because I hear they are
No. There's news right now, Mwende. It's just the court has actually suspended the order that was issued by the police. I've just seen the tweet now. The court has issued a conservatory order suspending the ban on the protest in Nairobi and its surrounding areas. A directive that has been instituted by acting inspector. So it has actually been suspended because it's unconstitutional.
Yes, good. But we don't know if they are going to obey, because they were also told about how the police should treat protesters, but they still shot on protesters. So this is a government
a bad leader. I'm sorry to interrupt you. A bad leader, I'm just cooking. A bad leader will use the tools that he has, which the tools are actually ours, and we are the people. So when you're using the tools that are supposed to protect us to harm us, then you're not our leader. Already you're speaking to us.
Hello.
Yeah. So
Diego.
So what I'm saying that we can complement with Mandamano. Mandamano should not stop. Mandamano is the icing in the cake of this revolution. So Mandamano is our right and should continue. After to decide we are going to do it in outside the UN, the embassy, the JKIA, the Apple Occupy the Nyayo House, where they are suppressing the right of the Gen Zs to vote in the next elections, because you should be very open that he's trying to make sure Gen Zs don't vote. So Gen Zs who do not have IDs, they should come up in arms and get the IDs, because kupata ID, it should not take more than 30 days. So I think the fight has started. And one thing that I'm thinking we should complement, because the LSK is on our side. LSK is supporting the Gen Zs in this, and many other volunteer lawyers and legal people. One thing is that we should substitute, not stop Mandamano, substitute Mandamano with other legal means. For example, there is a website that has been developed in I think recall something, where you can collect signatures to recall your MP. Because one, tunataka kukatakata Ruto miguu, and most of the yes MPs can be recalled. So tukimsendia like 10 MPs home ama 20 wenye walisema yes, unajua tumemkripo miguu when he's trying to pass laws in the parliament, or in case we try to do an impeachment on him. So that is one. The second one is that people who have been brutalized by this regime, people who have been killed, cases should be now in court, trying to get people accountable. Why is this tag mwenye aliua Rex moving around? He should be in. We should be having a case now ongoing now. That guy should have been arrested by now. Those are the things. We should not give him peace. Anything that now tukitoka hapo ni Safaricom yenye ilikuwa inauza data za watu. Safaricom was the one giving government information about the whereabouts of people. Wacha hata hawa spies mnasema wako hapo ndani. Safaricom ilikuwa inapeana mpaka location yako. You know where you are. Unakujiwa hapo usiku. So Safaricom is also on our radar. Tukimaliza hii, we do have other providers that can work. We cannot work with companies that are participating in brutalizing the Kenyans. So what I'm thinking is that tuchape left, right, center. Maandamano should not only be the main one. Tunapaswa kuwa na maandamano, tuko na kesi kotini, tuko na recall zinaendelea, yani ni kuchafua. That is what we can do. Hiyo ni kuchafua, inakuwa mtu haezi lala hata kama he is not going to get out. Tumpe pressure. Unajua unaweza, Ruto is how old? I think he's 60 or going there. Hiyo pressure ni mingi, inaweza fanya mtu apate heart attack. So Gen Z uzuri wenu mko na nguvu, you know you can even go to maandamano every day because ya hiyo nguvu. That guy cannot sustain that pressure every day yenye tunampea. So tunampea hiyo pressure kila siku, tunapiga left, right, center. That is what we should do. So nobody should say the fire is dying. There is no fire that is dying. The fire has just started because tuko na vitu mingi zenye tunaweza mkalia gangari vibaya sana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would kindly ask you to share that website whereby we can recall the MPs. People have been asking for it so much. Share it on the comment section and any other input that you would like the members to see. And then you go to the comment section to read some of the insights that our guys are sharing.
Okay,
follow
great.
each other.
I will also add, there is another website that has some of the things, the promises that Ruto made, or the policies that he said to do from when he came into power, the date he did them, the evidence, and if it has been done. So right now we are at 3%. So it's like a list of almost 100 plus things zenye alishaisema, zingine hata ziko alisema kwa Twitter handle yake, zingine alisema kwa parliament, zingine kwa cabinet. So that guy is at 3% as we speak. Kutoa cabinet, kufanya kudrop finance bill na sijui kufanya nini. Amefanya tu vitu tatu out of all the things that have been listed there. So there is also that website that is tracking his promises. So, and there is also another website, I think I'm going to share, inaitwa amnesia.com or something. Amnesia.com is to remind you, Kenyan, if you have forgotten what your politicians are doing to you, unaenda kwa hiyo website unaangalia what your member of parliament did to you. Then you remember, fire inaamka tena. Then we need a website ya hao watu wameabductiwa, wamekufa, wale watu wamechapwa kwa polisi. Ukisikia ni kama unalegea, unaenda una open moto inaamka. So I'm going to put them here in the chat. So guys, go check if your MP recall nini yake imeshaanza. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Global, are you there? Mogusu?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, take your 3 minutes.
Yes.
And try to follow each other. Try to check on the comment section. There are some things that people are tagging on the comment section, and try to follow each other. The conversation continues.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, I'm still mourning for the loss of the fallen soldiers. And the first thing that I would like to point out is we should not stop civic education. Let's continue educating. Do civic education wherever you are. Those people, the border people, those people who are being hired, even the policemen who are doing all these atrocities, let us explain to them the importance of what we are doing. And if possible, let's educate them on the 2010 Constitution about their rights and also what we are doing. And even our parents and people who are in the villages, please, let's continue to educate them. And also, let's not stop what we were doing from the beginning. That is, for instance, making the posters with education, highlighting this corruption and highlighting how much this money which is being stolen, how much it can do, maybe like building schools. Let's educate our mothers back home in their chamas. Let's tell them that the money that the politicians give as contributions, those are money that are being stolen. So let's try to make this for them to understand in their own way, using the chamas. Let's educate even in the churches, when we go to our churches with the people that we interact with them. Let's do civic education. And sometimes even we can decide maybe to come up with strategies whereby we can go to the markets. We said today, let's go to the Kangemi market. We just go there and we just do civic education about the Constitution so that the Mama Mboga can really understand what's going on. So apart from the physical war that we are having, it's also important for us to change the mindset of our people. And also these policemen, they are not, they are our brothers. So let's try to engage them also. Let's try to educate them so that they can understand the importance of what's going on, whereby once this succeeds, all of them will also be beneficiaries of this. So let's take advantage of that, and let's ensure that everyone is on board. Let's not leave people outside. Please, let's educate everybody, and I believe that everyone will come on the right side and also make right decisions. When we say we deplatform the politicians, they will be able to understand. But now they cannot understand because they don't have that civic education which me and you, we have already gotten. And for my instance, I have learned a lot from this past 1 month, because I've been listening to different spaces. I've been listening to different knowledge from different people. So let's continue with the education, civic education. Once you get the information, please go out, explain it to that border, explain it to that Gen Z who is being hired or who is being used as goon. Let's help them to understand exactly what this is. So I believe that once we do that, we'll have a change of mindset, which is very important for this movement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those who have spoken kindly drop off from the speaker. And we've agreed that civic education is our first mandatory. It's actually mandatory to everyone. But the guys are wondering why are guys going to town. So it's mandatory that that neighbor, that house girl that you're talking to there, they don't know what's going on. Educate them, because we need everybody in the next election and in the coming actions. So guys, civic education starts with you. You, the knowledge, share it with everybody that is near you. So if you've spoken, kindly drop so that I can add other speakers. I don't have to remove you from the panel. I'll always circulate back after everyone is out. We have almost 56 requests. And lift up your hand so that I can see others. The space is starting to act up again. When it runs longer, then it starts acting up. Even if you find you're being dropped, it's not us. You just request again, and then we'll circulate the mic. Mogusu, if you can hear me. Kenyan, if you can hear me. Carol, if you can hear me.
Hello.
Yes, you can go
I
ahead.
can hear you.
Yes, go ahead.
So I've been here like the whole day, and I hope you can hear me. And what I've heard people saying is we need to re-strategize. So like I don't know, I'm not an IT expert. Is there a way that we can do like a dark web for us to be communicating these things? Tunapata watu ghafla bingu, because they're in our spaces, they're everywhere, they're on Twitter, they're on Telegram, wako moja moja. Is there a way we can encrypt a secret code for us to be communicating with each other? Tunawashtua. Because as Ismail said, no one can be trusted, not the cops, not the judiciary. Like, is there a way that we can communicate with each other? Because talking of strategizing, sorry about my English. Like, what IT, we come up with a cryptic way to communicate with each other. Wanatupata tao kama wako anajua hivyo tu. Like, is there a way?
Anybody in IT? Maguso, you want to respond?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you want to respond to what Caroline has asked? Or you just
No,
want
no,
to
no,
make
no,
your
no.
submission?
I
Okay,
want to
just
make
chill.
some.
Caroline, are you
Okay.
done?
Oh yeah, I was just asking Mogusu, is there a way that we can
Now we'll ask our
encrypt
IT team.
our
We'll ask our IT team. Moguso said he's not aware of that. We have guys that are in internet, the ones that were talking about the blockchain. So we'll ask them if there's such a
like,
thing that people can communicate.
like our secret dark web or something like that, where they cannot infiltrate, possibly.
Okay, that's a point. We'll try to ask around. We have many, even in other spaces. Thank you for that. So Mogusi, you'll go. Then Ibrahim. Then most
Yes,
Kenyan,
thank
then
you.
Kenyan. Yeah, it's 3 minutes so
Thank
that
you.
we can capture everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to talk about even everybody is aware that this issue I've been too much tormented about this issue of people killed in Nairobi, whereby I saw this news about this lady was killed and their parents went to see the mortuary for seeing the body. I was too much bitter when I saw, I think the sister falling down and fainting. I was really touched. That night I never slept for sure. These people are killing people now, whatever they are producing results are saying that there's no end bullet on these bodies. For sure, they are lying to us. There's something they are doing and they are hiding from us. Second thing, I want to talk about, there's one of our members who talked about this interns, that's JSS teachers. I'm too much angry about this government. I have too much friends wherever I'm staying. I'm from Nakuru. These people are working for 17,000 salary. One guy is paying rent in town, 5,000, 12,000, meaning this guy is orphan, blah, blah, this guy's family. Every day this guy is on my door. Please assist me, 10 shillings, I don't have anything. There's this woman called Nas Masharia. This lady is almost 61 years. This lady should evacuate from this office immediately. This lady suspended almost 900 interns. Where is this money going? Every month, every year, we see teacher entering into payroll system of TSC. There's no proper procedure now. They are putting this people on this payroll. For example, you see these politicians are also giving letters. We don't know how this woman is selling these letters to these people. For sure, 100% this only is selling this letter.
Maguso? Oh, wow. I think we lost him. Kenyan, you can go, and then most Kenyan, then Ibrahim. Sharon, you're welcome. Guys, if you're on the speaker request, kindly just be patient. I'm trying like everyone to get at least 2 minutes each. We've been here the whole day. We wish for everyone to air out because today we are demonstrating. Chill out, man. Today we are demonstrating on spaces. So if you're tired, you sleep, the other person is carrying on. So guys, if you're just arriving, I'll give you Wangu if you're feeling you have a pressing issue. But Mugusu, are you done? And if you're on the waiting list,
one minute, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was talking this issue of TSC, Kenya Teacher Service Commission. This is a fair law commission. Also, if this president is serious, he should check on these people. We have too much people are suffering in terms of interns. They don't have nothing. And even I can tell you reality, I go through most schools which I call these JSS schools. Nothing is going on there. Totally, kids are praying from morning up to evening and come home. Nothing. They are coming here telling us we want to do like this. Like nothing is going on there. Teachers have now decided they will teach according to what they are running. Our education in Kenya is too much, totally messed up, and that is all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It was Kenyan. Wangu, if you're ready, just pick the mic and then we save time.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to sort of support what most people have said, really, and to say this is the time. We have already gone through what we have gone through as citizens. But I think I agree with most speakers that we need to strategize. And by that, having one thing that we are focusing, okay, we have so many, because our country is really messed up in terms of governance and other things. I think I agree with some speakers who have talked about having that one major thing that we are focusing on as a group, as a major focus point, even though we are fighting these other areas. And I can take us back to the trigger of this movement, if I may. The reason why the movement started was mainly because of the finance bill that united us all to come to oppose the bill. And I think that should sort of extend to now wanting the government to show accountability in terms of being transparent about the public debt. Okay, they went and they borrowed money in our name as citizens, as a country. And they need to show us, what did they borrow? When did they borrow it? Where has the money gone? And I agree with the person who said we can follow that through the General Audit Office and get the right information and then spread the word. I have seen IMF being called out, the fact that their strategy of just loaning countries money without accountability for it, or rather the way they are going in terms of accountability is very discriminatory and inhumane, in the fact that they don't care about the person at the lowest of the pyramid, where the working class are and the poorest of our people are, and they don't care about it. And we are not only, this is what I want us to realize, we are not just fighting the battle that we are fighting in Kenya in terms of economic oppression. It's not just about us, it's worldwide. We just happen to be the pioneers who are saying enough is enough. We need to realize that even in East Africa, the finance bills were passed not long ago, and their citizens did not demonstrate and protest. So yes, we are who we think we are, and we are not going to stop. And I agree, we need to have a focus point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wangu. Thank you very much for your contribution. Kenyan?
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Now,
Sharon
in
will go after
19,
Kenyan. Sorry, carry on.
in 1952, Cuba underwent almost the same scenario of what we are going through Kenya right now. General Batista had his regime so constrained with these three big issues. Number one, corruption. Number two, social inequality, social and economic inequality. The third one was the lack of justice. Exactly the same things that are bedeviling our country. And this is the only solution out for our president. He has to kill corruption at all levels. He has to bring social and economic equity among his people. And he has to fight injustice. I think failure to do any of these things will not, will exacerbate our problems. Remember, there's thousands of people in villages and in cities that have faced injustice, not only now during this season, but all the way from 80s, 90s, early 2000s. They have pain. They have lost lands. They have been grabbed by, the big and mighty. And all these people are in this movement. There are people who are facing economic inequality, the Gen Zs, the millennials. We don't have jobs. I mean, so many of us, if you go back to our villages, there is even no inheritance that we are going to receive from our parents. And therefore, that leaves for us to fight for a better Kenya. Now, in Cuba, after this movement had begun, there emerged one man called Fidel Castro and his friend and his brother Raul Castro and his other friend Che Guevara. I know we have been leaderless for a time, but I believe going forward, a leader is going to emerge amongst us. The only thing that I'm asking us to do is when that leader will emerge, like now right here, I can see one of our friends, KOT Sonko, is hosting us. When that leader will emerge, he will deliver our people to the promised land. In Cuba, they had the July 26th movement. In Kenya, we went to parliament on 25th June. It's going to be the 25th June movement that is going to change our country. And I could be wrong, but I want to suggest one person. I don't know if he will be interested in leading this movement, but I can tell you, if we had, I don't know if you're a friend to him, but I believe if we had Mike Sonko leading this movement, he is not straight, he has his own weaknesses, but I can tell you the only leader relatable with this generation is Mike Sonko. If you are his friend, tell Mike Sonko to come out and start talking about these issues. We have, yes, the Wanjigis, but is really not very relatable with our people. But I know there will emerge a man, a woman, even if it's Casmuel or whoever, and we are going to deliver this country. We are not going to be leaderless, because if we will be leaderless for long, this thing will diffuse. Let us get, I hope one day we'll host a space and discuss at least either one leader or a council of leaders that will take us forward. But if our president will not fight corruption, social inequality, and economic inequality, and if the injustice that has been committed from all the levels in the villages to the higher levels at in Nairobi, at the houses of representatives, then this thing is not going away. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kenyan. Thank you, Kenyan. I'm a bit taken aback, but I value and respect everyone's opinion. And as stated, and as I still state, and that is now my personal opinion, as you've given your own. I'm a co-host. I'm not supposed to be biased, but I would not vouch for anybody that has always had questionable characters. That is my perception. So on your note, I will rest it at that. I appreciate Ndewa is joined in. If you've spoken, you kindly drop. I don't have to drop you. People are really on my neck with joining the speaker panel. Sharon, you've been lifting up your hand for long, and let's respect his opinion. We're actually trying to look for leaders at the moment, but we're not looking for a leader to lead us. We're looking for direction. We need somebody who understands our constitution, somebody who walks in our shoes, somebody who knows our do's and the don'ts in Kenya, somebody who is going to deliver what the people want. Sharon, take the mic.
Okay, hi everybody, and first of all I want to give my condolences to the mashujaa wenye tumewapoteza, wenye wako kazi. We love them all. So yes, kila mtu ako na their point and we really respect that. Hapo mambo na Sonko, I don't know about that, but my main point is this. We are looking for a leader, yes, but what strategy are we going to use on her so that we know on how we are going about this to choose our leaders? And then secondly, I will emphasize on the IDs. In as much we want to call our MPs, we want to do this and that, but I think tunafinywa hapo kwa IDs. So I'm emphasizing on IDs. So if we can have one major goal, hata tukiamua next Tuesday tunaenda maandamano, or even the way we are talking on space, kama tunaweza elewana, we put this major emphasis on IDs. Tujue vile tutapewa ID, tujue when tutapewa ID, kwa sababu tukisukuma at least they will hear us, but tukiendelea kuongea hivi kwa space hawatafanya anything. And then another thing, IBC ikitengenezwa, how are we going to choose somebody from the our movement waende watu represent? If it can be either a woman and a gentleman, waende watu represent huko, because we need eyes all over. Juu hata wakieka IBC na hakuna mtu huko mwenye atatu oversee kenye inaendelea, then tuta lose to the same. So I'm asking, how are we going to go about the IBC issue of at least if you can get one of person from our group to represent us, na hiyo emphasis ya IDs pia. That is a major thing that maybe we should concentrate on that first, on how we are going to get ID, ndo so that we know how to proceed on the next strategy. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, host. May I just have a contribution on what she has just raised?
That's Wakili.
Yes, Ndegwa.
Kindly go on.
On that issue of the ID, I've been very persistent and consistent that we need to have the machines that produce IDs devolved to our counties. to make sure that we expedite the process of the production of IDs and make it accessible to every person who has not acquired the ID. Remember, the ID is one of the biggest arsenal that we have. When all the guns are silent, when all the water cannons are silent, when all the tear gas is silent, we'll be left with an ID at a place called the polling station. Despite the fact that we are 28 million strong, we may lose the war if we are not duly registered. Why? Because it's only those people who are registered who will be able to participate in this revolution. Because the revolution will persist until the day we get the tyrant, until we get the day we get the despot out of that house. Number two, on the criteria of coming up with leaders. Any leader who qualifies or who meets the criteria under Chapter 6 of the Constitution, that is a man or woman whom we are looking for. A person, a lamp without blemish, a person beyond reproach, a person who fits the description of the sister's wife. And I believe there are many of us of that criteria and who can fit that bill. On the question of the IBC, is a very crucial situation. And I want to remind members and the listeners here that the most important aspect is the criteria for selecting the panel that will eventually interview the commissioners. I mentioned previously that we'll have 9 panelists. One of them will come from Azimio Coalition. One of them will come from the KK Coalition. 3 of them will be elected by the Political Party Liaison Committee. Political Party Liaison Committee is a committee that has been constituted by all the registered political parties. The other one will come from, I think the church will have 2, and then the civil service will also have 1. So in total, there will be 9. These panelists are the ones that we must make sure that they are people, they are men and women of integrity. People who cannot be compromised. So as we proceed, because the Gen Zs have not been participating in matters of political party, we may not have an opportunity of selecting, but we may have the opportunity of putting these individuals to a test and to a scale and say that if you do not have this criteria, if you do not meet this criteria, you are not qualified to sit in that particular panel. If the panel is constituted of bad people, people who cannot be trusted, people who cannot be held to account, remember the principle, garbage in, garbage out, we'll still find ourselves with an incompetent IBC. Finally, we must have individuals who speak our language in that particular committee panel, so that at the end of the day, our revolution will have representatives in that particular panel. And then those are the issues I wanted to raise. I find them quite fundamental. Number 3, and the last one is that we must keep the fire burning. The revolution must not die. Today we have successfully, as LSK, been able to stay the directives that were issued by these acting IG. We have stayed them, they are no longer effective. So we need now to start going to the next level of our revolution. And the next level of our revolution, perhaps we need to start now redefining ourselves, where we are having perhaps things like projects like sit-ins. If you're not having sit-ins, we should have something like the debates in town halls, meetings, so that we keep on sensitizing our people. And then the other thing is that we must insist that the revolution is a non-violence revolution, is a non-violence approach. And we must call out those individuals who are bringing up the violence. Today, the IG confirmed through his presser that he knows the goons, that he has met with the goons, and that the goons are there to disrupt us. You ask yourself, which competent police officer or police force will identify of the incompetence that is this country is suffering? I beg to rest my case. kindly consider on that issue of the ID, consider on that issue of the IBC selection panel, and the idea of pushing an non-violent movement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wakili, and it's good to have you. And we actually celebrate on your inputs, you guys. You really stood with us, and we appreciate you.
Thank you.
In a big way.
We are behind you. We will not leave this revolution until we win.
Amen to that. Guys, you heard it, yeah? Let's there's also another lawyer in the house. He's always with us. Kindly say hi to Steve Mbogwa. Kindly say hi to the meeting, and then we can continue.
I want to salute you all and the patriots and those who even turned up today to invade. Some activism sometimes is not necessarily being out there and actively protesting. Sometimes even sharing knowledge and enlightening our parents, our colleagues on the need to respect the rule of law is one of the aspects of being active citizens, because this is our nation and this is our country that we must shape the future how it needs to look like. I want to first start by thanking the High Court. Today was very grateful. They at least they upheld the rule of law by suspending those bans which we saw the acting IG trying to put across to ban protests. Because what I would like the public to know, if such an act is allowed where an inspector of police can wake up in the morning and declare that they have suspended particular sections of the law, which or particular rights which are enshrined in our constitution, it clearly means that these rights are given to you by the government, and therefore the government has a right to take them away as they wish or when they feel they are not able to. The government need to know that the Bill of Rights, it is an inherent rights that we were born with. They are there for us, and they cannot be taken away. They are only written in the constitution as a matter of just entrenchment, but not giving to us. We already have them, because the mere fact that we are human beings and we are citizens of this country, we already have these rights. So, and the other thing I would like to also further mention, and which has been moving around, is the aspect of use of violence in this protest. When the Inspector General of Police came out strongly to say that they understand, I think that is what my senior colleague, Mr. Ndego Njiro, was mentioning. He's able to mention that they are able to identify these goons, and they can know they have intel that they are going to cause mayhem and destroy property. And then as a result, they want to instill fear to the public not to protest, and also issue demands to threaten the public, the peaceful protesters, not to protest. Then they are failing on their job, because it is the job of the police as the duty bearers to provide security to those who intend to peacefully protest, and those who intend not to protest, they protect their businesses. So the moment they start mentioning that they have no ability or capacity to take care of your property because people are going to protest and goons are going to take advantage, then it baffles each and every one of us, because we have seen them being deployed to even out of the country to Haiti. And if they knew that we don't have capacity to deal with the thugs who are harassing Kenyans, they should not do that, despite a court order stopping them from doing that. So we have suffered as a country for a very long time when it comes to respect of the rule of law. And I hope and pray that the Inspector General respects the court's directive. And if not, what we have vowed as advocates and lawyers in general is that we are now going to, and the Law Society of Kenya, we are now going to file matters against these people individually, because they like hiding under the bracket of, I am the Inspector General. And every single time you attack, you're attacking the office of Inspector General. But that office has a bearer who is violating these rights and ensuring that they don't even comply with the court order. So we are going to go after them individually for violations of these rights and these orders which they have failed to comply with. Because the moment you lift that veil, everybody needs to know that respect human rights and fundamental freedoms that we are enshrined in our constitution. The good thing is, I like the conversations and the discussion that have been moving around the country, and even through these spaces and also in various platforms, on how the need for good governance. And what has even makes me even more happy as a young person and also as a lawyer is the fact that the clamor that we have seen across the country this time around is not about mtu wetu, mtu wetu atapata nini, mtu wetu atakuwa kwa serikali. It is about we want a better Kenya for each and every one of us. We want a Kenya where if I get my child in Bungoma, if I have a child in Nyeri, if I have a child in Turkana, they all have equal chances to go to school, equal chances to access health, equal chances for the police to treat them right, not where your son, you have sent them to the shop and you don't know whether they're going to come back home because someone illegally abducted them and you don't even know how to trace them. They cannot even accord them right to call their parents or call their lawyers. And this aspect of anarchy, which the government machineries have been using to peddle for the last, I think, 4 days, and trying to scare people that if this happen, if you remove, if you say Ruto must go, what next? I think those are naive approach to issues and failure to appreciate the real issue that Kenyans are facing. The constitution, even if Ruto was to die today because of a condition or a death, a natural death, the constitution under Article 146 has provided mechanisms of how governments are managed and how they're supposed to be handed over to the next person. So they should stop peddling this approach that if Kenyans agitate for their rights and a demand for accountable government and demand for stopping police brutality, that is tantamount to anarchy. Anarchy is when a court gives an order in Malindi and says police not to use water cannons and tear gas, and then police officers proceed to use them the following day on citizens. Anarchy is when police use live bullets to shoot innocent peaceful protesters with the claim that they are quelling a protest and intimidating Kenyans from agitating for their rights. So if there is any form of lawlessness, it is the government orchestrating it and sending even goons. When the government doesn't provide security to business people who have shops in the city or towns and protect their businesses, that is the aspect of anarchy. But anarchy is not when citizens exercises their right under the constitution to demand for an accountable government, to demand for people who are misusing public funds to be held accountable, to demand for a government that is geared towards respect to human rights and fundamental freedoms. Those are not reasons to declare citizens as perpetrators of anarchy. And it is so worrying when the political class has been so much ganging up to try and fight even journalists who are supposed to be really providing this information to us and sharing information to the whole world to know what is happening in this country. Then they're using excessive force even to journalists. Apart from citizens, they're even going to journalists. I saw that they have also orchestrated some approach across the social media, attacking some media houses. These are just propagandas and fear. And I think Napoleon has one time mentioned that government have a long time thrive in fear and propaganda. That's how most of government entities have thrived, that they sell fear to you, they sell propaganda, and they manage things. They told us that someone has confessed they have killed 42 people. The next day, we are seeing the same person in court through their lawyers, indicating that the said confession was obtained by way of use of force and violence on them. So we need to be honest as a country, and we need to continue being vigilant and to be active, not just on this issue, but to be active in all aspects of governance. We are headed to the process of selecting commission, and the people are going to be nominated in the election panel from various institutions. Even the LSK is going to send one of our representatives to sit in that particular committee, and various institutions are going to do the same thing. And I want to echo the words of my senior colleague, Mr. Ndegwa, that these persons, we need to have people who have the best interest of the country at heart. We have to have people who are going to get us the best commissioners who are going to run this election in the best way possible, because it is our business as citizens and active members of this country to be able to manage our affairs in a manner that is going to protect not only our present, but even our future. Because those who are in government right now, if you look at how they came into government, most of them joined when they were young. Probably they never had the best interest of our parents that time. They never bothered about the interest of our seniors who were living at that time, and they have only orchestrated selfish political agendas to try and misuse public funds. And you look at what even Nani Maura, the spokesperson of the government, yesterday was giving a statement, yesterday or today, saying that the government has lost 6 billion for the last 1 month because of protest. I remember we have been told before that government loses 2 billion every day on corruption every day. So I think if the protest only costed 6 billion for 1 month, that if comparing to how much money we have been losing through the aspect of corruption, that is comparing day and night. And I think the government need to get serious when it comes to issues of governance, and we need to stop na sisi kama Wakenya, because sisi kama young people especially, I want to say that we have a duty to educate our parents. When our parents wake up in the morning and they see that a child in Kajiado was shot because of protesting against government excesses, some of them get scared and they remind you not to protest, not to raise this issue, keep quiet, stop being vigilant. But we can't just keep quiet like they did, and we don't raise questions, we don't go to court, we don't hold them accountable, and we allow this issue to continue and we hand over them to the next regime and our children come and take over. We have to ensure and to remember that the price of revolution is eternal vigilance. If we don't remain vigilant in everything that we are doing, in every sectors, in every corporations that we're supposed to be providing services to us, even at the county government level, at the CDF level, the management of our public resources by the members of parliament and the NGCDF committees, if we don't hold these people at all these levels accountable, then we may not realize the kind of country we all desire to live. And that's why you find most of us, you look at other countries and developed democracies, and we want to run there because we are saying the education system is working. I want to run to Finland. I want to go to Europe. I want to go to Asia. I want to go to America because I find their healthcare is working. I want to go there to India because their hospitals have better treatment care than our hospitals. People should not be running away from their country to go and seek services elsewhere. Yet every single year every single day, every single minute we are being taxed heavily as Kenyans and as citizens. So the conversation should go on. The conversation should not stop with just the protest. The conversation should be continue even in your local barazas, in those chiefs barazas, educating our people, talking to them about holding our leaders accountable, asking questions where we need to, participating in governance. If you have not applied for an ID, if you have just finished high school, you apply for one. If you have not applied for a registration a voter card, you apply for one, because all these issues, at the end of it all, even us as young people, we're not pushing for them, and even as lawyers, we're not pushing for them, and then we use illegal means to also manage their affairs. We want to participate and respect the rule of law in all ways. That if there are people we need to recall, you need to remember that even if you recall them, an election will be called to replace them. And that election needs people to turn up and vote. So if you have not registered yourself as a voter and don't turn up to vote, or don't educate the fellow colleagues and fellow people, Kenyans, on how to vote rightfully, we may not realize the best leaders. We may have the same people and recycle the same characters in government. So it is our business. It is a business of each and every one of us to remain vigilant, and vigilance to demand for a better Kenya and an accountable one. And as the Law Society of Kenya, and as advocates and members of this society and members of this country, we have to push forward, and we are going to push for the respect of the rule of law. And we are happy that each and every Kenyan is appreciating every single provision of the Constitution, because this Katiba, if you look at it after 2010, when it was being brought on board in 2010, August, the whole world was very happy with us. Everybody was happy. South Africans we were being compared with to be better than even South Africa. People were claiming that Kenya is headed in the right direction. So everybody was seeing it. And that's why, if you can remember the promulgation of the Constitution, almost the whole world was here to witness this serious change that Kenya and East African state is taking this route. But 14 years down the line, now the life in the Constitution is being taken away. Violations, people have been living in the old Constitution dispensation. It's time we breathe in the life to this Constitution, so that everybody knows that it is our document and we give it to ourselves. And therefore, when it provides an Article 43 that each and every one of us has a right to socio-economic rights, a right to healthcare, a right to education, rights to all those development that we desire, political rights that we have, rights to participate in protests peacefully, rights to hold the government accountable, rights to hold our leaders accountable, then these rights must be respected, upheld, and when we hold these leaders accountable, we should not be intimidated and fear sold to us. France, we have witnessed what they are doing, and nobody is fighting them. We saw what happened in the UK. People have can raise concerns and raise issues against the government that they don't feel they're comfortable with. And leaders, I think for 2 years, UK dropped 3 prime ministers, and the government is still in place and running because people have been educated more. Civic education is coming more, been raised to a high level. So it's our business as revolutionaries and people who demand for a better Kenya to educate each and every one of us and those who don't have the benefit of joining these spaces, to let them understand what are we demanding for, what are the issues that we are holding our leaders accountable for, so that it doesn't just become a brand of hiyo ni maandamano ya kawaida. People now realize that these are issues and appreciate them, because we have done a lot, and Kenyans have achieved so much in the last 1 month that most of our forefathers who died many years, if they were to wake up today, they'll even be shocked. So let's keep the vigilance and we move forward. In case of any legal issues, we have always requested members of the public to feel free to reach out to the lawyer who is closest to you, or you can always call the LSK for assistance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very broad, and you covered almost all areas. We appreciate your presence, you and Wakili Ndegwa. We appreciate you for your input and your contribution in both in the courts, both in the walls, in our platforms, in our town halls. We really appreciate you, Wakili. Thank you so much. And
Thank you very much. And I can also recognize, I see presence of some of my council members. Wavinya is also present.
Thank you.
If they're on the speaker panel, we could have actually let them in. I can't see some of them, but I only saw the two of you, and I had to drop some people to add you back.
Oh, thank you for that honor and privilege. Today I tweeted and I said, because government is trying to perpetuate a Twitter handle that Ruto listens. So today I tweeted and said, yes, if Ruto listens, let him listen to the Kenyans and resign. I think we need to promote that and tweet it in that aspect, so that then we are saying, okay, if you are really listening, then resign. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you put it on the comment section so that the people that are on the space can retweet it right away?
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll carry on. I'll still give you, if you still have something, I'll let you stay on the speaker panel for a while as we carry on with the discussion of today. Afrique, kindly take the mic. We're on 3 minutes, and then Fred Polo, you'll carry on. And everyone that is coming to discuss property, you cannot replace our lives. Life one lost is one too many. So I'm sorry if I'm co-hosting, I will not discuss property. I will not discuss businesses. I will discuss lives. So if you can have discussion on life, and I'm not being biased, it's just me. So kindly, Africa, come on, and then Fred Polo and Solo.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, kindly go ahead.
I'm gonna approach what currently we are facing as a country in a different perspective, just to shed more light on a global stage per se. So I'm a big fan of economical takeover of countries. Ukiangalia from Venezuela, Colombia, Brazil, like all countries, when the West are actually planning to come in and take over, there's a very popular strategy. Like if you remember, guys, last year, most of our resources and state corporations were up for sale. And if you look in the entire Africa as you speak right now, I think Kenya is poised to be the number one most successful country coming the next 10, 15 years. Like right now, yes, we are through this, but it's going to be a very prosperous country. But prosperous means so many things. Like even if you go to the West right now, they are very well developed, Sipitali zinafanya, but even if you look at a survey done in the States as recent as this year, 60% of the population don't have an emergency fund of $500 to $1,000. So mtu akishika na emergency ya 50k to 150k ni shida kubwa sana. Even if it's a very developed country, they rely 100% on debt and other structures. But what I want to quickly point out with the few minutes I have, let's say 2 or so, is there's something called economic destabilization or financial warfare, which is happening in our country. So what happens is they always say, don't let a good opportunity go to waste. And they normally use their own population, kama sisi wenyewe, to self-destruct, to devalue all our companies. If you go to the Nairobi Stock Exchange and check on the big companies that are actually very active, from agriculture to residential construction, they're at the record low. From when Ruto came into power, NSE was trading at about 15, now it was 6.5. All companies now are trading at the record low values. Okay? And these riots we are doing, it's only helping to shrink the middle class. All companies zile ambazo ziko on loan, tao, biashara, wamekopa pesa, the people who have these buildings, the tenants, at some point, watashindwa kulipa. All these things are going to go back to the banks. Ukiangalia the top 10 companies saizi kwa stock exchange, they're all banks and insurances. They're making bucks. But the tactics they use is they orchestrate riots and protests. Unaona? Then they start inciting through different civil societies. Yes, you're fighting a good cause, but now they use their different wings to put more fire on it. Then there's going to be economic sabotage, where they encourage engaging in activities that disrupt the economy. Kama hizi strikes unafanya boycotts, attack on critical infrastructures. 2. 3 ni currency manipulation. So far, our currency has been stable. We haven't seen an attack on our currency yet. Maintain hivyo kumaanisha there's no major outflight of dollars. Like, it's balanced out. So kumaanisha whoever is doing this, they are watching. No major money is leaving the country. Then next kuna market manipulation, which will come. So utaona there are some commodities which are being traded. Ukiangalia, you'll see which commodities are actually being manipulated. And then there's going to be international pressure, which again, the international pressure is going to, after everything has been done, after all the evaluations of the deals for these acquisitions mefanyika, there's going to be international pressure. All our needs are going to be met. And even if Ruto ataambiwa step down, is going to step down. But the cost is we'll have lost most of our critical. There's something happening behind the scenes as all these things are going on. So as much as we're trying to do this, we'd rather open our eyes and see what's actually happening behind the scenes, so that once all this is done, we go back and try to see if you're protecting our state assets, our state parastatals, and our resources. So that this is the biggest takeover happening. So whenever they come, they'll have owned each and every machinery within the country. It's easier for their control. No one is going to come to Kenya and invest in Kenya if they don't control and own almost everything. And they want it for cheap. Whatever you're doing is enabling them, and they like it. They're just watching. So we need to do it smart, in such a way that we do not harm our critical infrastructures. All right? Kama ni rails, the only person who we are hurting, yes, we are shutting down the economy, but remember, the cycle goes from the mamamboga to the guy who has a stall to the owner of the building, and all this money goes back to the top. So the only way we can actually make them listen is try see how we can affect the key trade aspects up donacheza from the ports and stuff like that. Then from there they cannot do business, instead of hurting our mamambogas and the likes. And it's a cycle, it's going to take time, but the faster we can do this, the better, because our credit rating is down, our risk level is now high, so money coming into the country is going to be difficult. At the end of the day, if you don't get these companies to come back to our country, I think even the jobs you're crying for will not be there. Because if you look at the stock exchange, all these companies have lost 70, 60, 50% of their value since this new government took place. And the only thing they can do is either leave the country, fire people, reduce salaries, or no hiring. And that's what is happening. Because if you're not careful, all these companies will shut down and there'll be no one to employ anyone. So mine is just a caution to understand the art of political takeover and economical warfare, how it's done, and then we try to see how we can make our voices heard without hurting our country, because that's what's really happening. And I hit my mic. That's my points.
Thank you very much, Afrik. I will have to add you back on the mic. There's something I want to ask you. So let me spread the mic for a while.
No problem.
You'll go to Solo, then Fred Polo.
All right, thank you very much for the
2 minutes each.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'm just calling to kind of voice my concern about, as a leader, somebody who says that we need a leader, and proposed Sonko. And I think those are the direction we don't want to go. The problem we have right now is because of having leaders who are compromised, who have checkered past and can be manipulated, so they will do and do anything, whatever they're being told. So we don't want to go back that direction. That aside, so I think as Gen Zs, we're losing the direction. And what I mean by that is this: we need a strategy, and the strategy is what we've been lacking. Yes, we should protest. It is the most impactful way. But as we protest, deals are being done on the back channel. Like right now, look at what this old man is doing with Ruto. He's sanitizing him, but that is what he's been doing all his years. The people that were killed during his protest are forgotten. He's happy so long as he's eating. So we must have a strategy. And I would post this to the lawyers. Number one, we've heard JKIA is being sold as we sit. What can we do? As Gen Zs, could we put pressure? Could we call the PS for transport on space? Can he come and explain? And through pressure, we should focus on something like that and ask the tough questions. And the more we ask, the more we request, the more we tweet, get his number, call him until he comes to space and explain to us, yes, JKIA is being sold or not. So we know from a horse mouth. And this should also go with the ID. We want IDs, yes. We're complaining here on X, but we need to direct our complaint to the PS on that office. Should we put pressure on him, call him, do whatever we can until we get an answer from them? And with that, that will help us kind of narrow down, okay, we've talked on JKIA with somebody who is responsible. So if something happens, we know we have a record for it. And another thing that we as Gen Zs are forgetting is we've achieved something that no generation has achieved, and this will go in the history of books. There is only one person, like him or hate him, who can call a holiday. Now we have two. Number one is Raila Odinga. He can call a holiday anytime and the country will be shut. Number two, the Gen Zs can call a holiday anytime and the country will be shut. All these other generations, we can forget about them. So now we have that power. What can we do? Our lawyers, what can we do for us to be part of IEBC? They talked about we can put pressure on those being pointed and tweet and do all that, but is tweeting enough? Is there anything more that we can do when they choose somebody we can ask? Because we have so many honest, accountable and respected Kenyans who can do our thing. The only problem we have is when they get chosen with all these political parties, they are kind of beholden to those parties because they don't listen to us. But we want to be in a position where we can press them and ask them the tough question, like, when you go there as an IEBC, will you be biased? Will you be doing the will of the people? So those things we need to get them before they get there, because once they're in there, they're doing the bidding either of those people who chose them. Like we have those political parties and we have I don't understand, the church left us. Why should we give them 2 slots? Those are questions that we should ask. The civil society, okay, what is civil society doing right now? Why are we giving them 2 slots? What about the citizens? Like we, the people, should have a voice on people being chosen. Do we have a platform in this group where a citizen can be, we as the people can choose our own? Okay, IEBC, all these parties are choosing their own. This slot, 1 slot is left for the ordinary wananchi, Gen Zs and youth and all that stuff. They're telling us youth of tomorrow. One thing we should remember as youth, today you are on your 20s. In 10 years' time, you will be on your 30s. You will still be complaining. So this revolution must start and must continue, and it has to achieve something. If it doesn't achieve something, trust me, 20 years down the line, you will be looking back, say, man, we were tear gassed for no reason at all. These our comrades lost their life for no reason at all. We can't relent, but at the same time, we must kind of focus on the direction in which we want this discussion to go, by being laser point to a point where when we hear something, let's use these MPs like Babu Owino, Edwin Sifuna, Ledama Olekina. They are not clean, they are not the greatest, but they are what we have. Let's use them and they can tell us what is going on in parliament, because I know those people who wrote Ruto boat will never come out here and tell us what is going on in parliament. All they will tell us, yeah, I voted yes because I was told. So let's use these and clean guys who at least can listen to us to come to spaces and tell us what is going on in parliament, because we're not there. Before we know it, we will be hearing this law was passed and we have no idea. So please, let's be accommodative, but at the same time, let's get focused. That is my take. And thank you very much for the space. Let's keep it burning.
Thank you, Solo. Thank you very much for that. Fred, you can go ahead.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the platform. It's been a pleasure hearing Wakili Ndegwa and the rest of the LSK team on board. But just a quick one for Wakili Ndegwa. You guys are doing a good job, more so you. I just bumped into you when you were representing one of the legal times. I think that was a case for Waiguru. It was a pleasure seeing the way you do. But
Thank you.
question,
Thank you very much.
some of us would just like some mentorship from people who are senior like you, a coffee, lunch to discuss and motivate some of us to be the people you are. It would be very encouraging.
Thank you.
Number two, it has saddened me today that the government thinks if they form a government of national unity, everything will be sorted out. That sorts out only the political class, but leaves room for the issues which have been raised for the last few months still pending. I doubt if the government or the government of national unity will be able to implement issues which have been raised, more so in integrity issues, resource mobilization, and equal sharing of resources and all that. They are taking Kenyans for a ride, and currently the opposition thinks that they have somehow hijacked the Gen Z movement to benefit out of that. Number two, I'm hearing, or we have had several people saying we are leaderless, but allow me to bring something which might sound controversial. The leadership starts with you. Before you point at me, kindly look at yourself and try analyze if you can be the best we can at the moment as compared to what we already have. I will think if we think we have got no leadership, I will offer myself to all the membership around to go through my background, look at me at the eye at the person to see if Fred Polo can be the person who can implement the changes we need. Leadership starts with me, and if you can think one of us is better than you, who you are, I think it can be wrong to some extent. We are not brought up equally, but if we can take up and champion a task and deliver, you make a good leader. And I feel I will make a good leader. Not that anything else, but it's upon all of us to pick up issues which we can address where we can and sort them out. If you cannot sort them out, we can consult on who or how best those things can be sorted out. And again, initially we had that, or we have a discussion whereby we say we cannot have a recycled leadership, because some of these leaders we have had allegations on issues of integrity. So it's we are not lacking leadership in this country. So there's no reason for us to recycle leadership. I think those are the few points I had. And I would like to encourage everyone, wherever you are, please be positive and always stand up for the right thing. Thank you a lot, everyone, and have a good evening.
May I respond?
Sure.
Kindly go ahead. That's why I'm leaving you on the speaker panel. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much for the compliment and that kind regard and appreciation that the gentleman has had on me. Yeah, it is true that we've been very consistent in trying to call Mr. William Ruto to order. Some of us have refused to dine with the king, just like the way Daniel did. It came to a time when Daniel said, I will not sit and dine with the king. He was put to the den of lions, but again, God was with him and he was able to be delivered. That is where most of us are at this particular time. It calls a man or a woman, it takes a man or a woman of substance to take the stand that Daniel took, that I will not dine with the king. I'll not eat the king's food. I'll not defile my consciousness. I'll not defile my integrity. I'll not defile myself by associating with those people who have depleted the resources of this country. Fortunately, the majority of us, and especially on these spaces, hold a similar view that the time has come for us to change the way we do things in this country. And the good thing is that we are not beginning afresh. We have a basis upon where we should begin, and that is Article 10, which gives the Article 10 of the Constitution, which gives the values and the principles of governance. Previously, this country existed without values. But now there are some values that we have said these are values that are dear to us. One of the values is the value of the rule of law, the value of integrity, the value for respect of human rights, the value of inclusivity, the value of equity, the value of social justice, the value of democracy, the value of good governance, and the value of sustainable development. Those values were not there before. We now have those values to inculcate in our government. We have those values to inculcate in our institutions. We have those values to inculcate in us. And that constitution says those values bind every state organ, every state officer, and every person. So they bind all of us. So we have a basis upon which we can begin. We have a basis upon which we can say, yes, we are beginning as a clean slate, but this is a mirror. The mirror is Article 10 of the Constitution. Moving forward, on the question of JKIA, we have written to we had written to the minister in charge before he was removed, but we have now written to the head of civil service to under the right to access of information under Article 35 of the Constitution and Section 4 of the Access to Information Act, asking him to clarify that preposition so that at the fullness of time, when that preposition is not clarified, you have a basis upon which you can approach court to ask for that particular information. As it was said, that democracy is sustained by the eternal vigilance of individuals. We shall sustain this war and this revolution through our own eternal vigilance. And the eternal vigilance is keeping watch. For example, I am keeping watch and close watch on those persons who are going to be selected in the panel. If you get people of the caliber that we are fighting getting into the panel, you realize that we are destined for destruction. The IBC will not be able to deliver the credible, secure, and free and fair elections because garbage in, garbage out. Allow me to address the conduct of His Excellency Raila Odinga. I don't believe he represents us in any way, we the Gen Zs and the millenniums. Even if he goes for the dialogue, that is up to him. But he should not allow him to sabotage the movement. As and when he attempts to sabotage us, we must call him to order. For example, the time is right for us to call him to order, that he is not a Gen Z. He has tried to change this country. He has failed. Let him not interfere with the flow of things. And that is something that we need even to write to him. You know, today I was very happy that the IG is able to realize that the process is leaderless. The process is tribeless. The process is a non-violence process, and we are also fearless, and that's why we are we are soldiering on. I have heard the gentleman saying, yes, I am equal to the task. He is equal to the task. I agree, is equal to the task. But as per now, let us remain as abstract as we can. Let him not be able to see where the head is. Let them not be able to tell where the tail is, so that we are able to move. A time will come when we shall identify the head. A time will come when we shall identify the tail. Why? Because at the fullness of time, government will be formed. A government that will be formed must be formed in accordance to the constitution, and there are no any other people who are better suited to form government other than the persons who are currently listening to me at this particular time. When that time comes, when that time presents itself, I will urge every person to present himself for purposes of making sure that we revert the manner in which things have been done in this country. And therefore, I'm saying, for me, I am ready, I am able, I am willing to soldier on. And what is giving me courage is that I'm soldiering on to fight incompetence in this country. I will soldier on to fight the extrajudicial killings in this country. I will soldier on to call for accountability in this country. I will soldier on to call for good governance in this country. I will soldier on to call for competent performance of the institutions that we have created in this country. I would wish my child to access good education like the child who is accessing that similar education in Brookhouse. I would wish to access, and my child to access better health care like any other person who is accessing them. So I believe we are in the right course. We shall not relent. We are not going to drop the ball. They will kill us, but they will not kill the revolution. They will maim us, but they are not going to maim the revolution. They will brutalize us. They will blackmail us, but they will not blackmail the revolution. Why? Because change has come, change is here, and change shall live. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you very much, Wakili. Thank you very much. I still again appreciate your presence and the insights you're giving us. And as you've mentioned, when the bus starts leaving from this point to the next, those are dropping, those who are not continuing will carry on and will soldier on. And soldiers never die and soldiers never tire. The ones who die, we pick them up and we move on with the bodies. So guys, you've heard it from the horse's mouth, and we have a team and we are a team. And if you remember and you're bringing the discussion to a different kind of perspective, I think you're in the wrong platform. So Africa, I'll recognize Ruben is here with us. So Ruben, you'll go after Africa, and then most Kenyan, you'll go after Ruben. Fred Polo, if you're done with your submission, can you allow me to drop you and I add somebody else on the mic?
Thanks a lot. You can drop me, please.
Thank you very much. Africa?
Yes, good evening, everybody. Getting me?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Carry on.
Yes, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be able to say one or two things, and also to encourage everyone who is together with us in this particular movement, and to ensure that we bring change that is much needed to our country. I just want to mention some areas of concern that should be able to give us the much needed energy to be able to soldier on, even as we demand for this particular change. One of the areas that is likely even to bring a serious issue than even some of the areas that we are looking at is in the area of education. There's a complete mess in our education system, and that's why we really need change. And if this change comes, it's likely to address these particular areas. Now, where we are at the moment, there's what we call CBC. And if you analyze from my perspective and experience in the sector, CBC is actually a total mess. When you look at the way the curriculum has been developed, we realize that there's been a systematic move that has been done in our country, that every time something good is about to happen, there are people who normally come and hijack. And at the end of the day, sometimes we come up with names. Like, for example, we have had the 844 system. And to me, I've not seen any serious problem with it, because actually nearly all of us who are on this particular platform, maybe except a few, were privileged to go through the international system. We are a project, or rather product, of 844. And what we only needed was basically to align
our curriculum in terms of the contents to the current needs, but not to change the name or to change the structure. So currently we have got teacher training still going on, like in the universities, those who are taking up education courses, the units being offered are still the same. Yet when we look at the CBC curriculum in terms of the contents that they expect to subject our children to when they get to the high school level, is different to what they have. So that is one area that we really need basically to continue pushing so that resources can be available. And even before the resources are available, we demand that, if possible, we revert through this particular system, because it's one of the areas that we had been promised by the current leadership that when they take over power, they'll be able to revert back to the 844 education system. Now, an example of a system of education that has been there for some time, for those of us who are well acquainted with the UK or the British system of education, they have not had change of that structure for many years. So the only thing they normally do is basically to align the contents, but not dismantling, changing the structure, and then making it very difficult to be able to achieve anything. We have got these kids in primary school, the ones now we are calling the junior secondary schools, they cannot access laboratories. And you find somebody saying if they need those labs, they share with the neighboring secondary schools, and some of them are several kilometers away at the end of the day. So it's a total mess in that particular area. Now, number two, whatever we have is actually a product of our negligence. And that's why it's a time, as we continue to move on, we need basically to continue asking ourselves certain questions and have a lot of commitment, so that we don't make the same mistake that people made in the last election by staying at home while other people were going to vote. So let's be active. Let's make sure that we exercise our rights when that particular moment comes, even as we continue to basically push. And the issue of leadership, I believe that in this particular movement, there are many people who have got the capacity and who have got the moral values that are required, that basically makes them to be leaders. So I don't think if there's any issue of a vacuum, like the way someone was suggesting that maybe we focus on certain politicians who are part of the mess that we have had, we can have some of the politicians who come to the platform probably to share the experiences, to see if there's anything that we can borrow from them, but we cannot say that the same people end up being planted in our midst as leaders, and then they take us back to where they are. I really want to appreciate the efforts of some of the lawyers, like Akili Ndegwa, the chairperson of the Law Society of Kenya. Basically, they have done so much. I'm actually one of those people who were abducted from Nairobi, and then later on I was dropped somewhere in Tarbo in the middle of the night, past Eldoret, and I've had quite a lot of struggles. I sustained injuries at the end of the day, but because we have got people who are patriotic and they really want to ensure that we get to a place where everybody can be able to enjoy the freedoms that our forefathers fought for, so that at least we have a better nation. So let's bring everybody on board. I want to encourage the Js and us, the millennials, so that as much as we own this particular movement, let's give space also even to the others who are above us, because at the end of the day, we'll need their votes. Like, for example, if I decide to run as a member of parliament, I would be looking forward to getting votes even from my parents at the end of the day. So let's create a conducive environment by slowly, basically educating them, accepting the fact that some of us, at least we are well placed to understand certain things which they may not be able to understand, because others are used to being within the comfort zones. But with the time, as we continue to move, I think we are likely to achieve much more if we get focused, if we move systematically, if we remain consistent, and above all, let's continue to encourage our young people that anytime we have got an opportunity to go and participate in the protest, let's refrain from any acts that could derail the process. Let's not be part of the goons. Let's completely be different from them. Let's act different. Let's continue to focus on the moves that we are making. Let's not be derailed. Let's not begin to behave like
Thank you,
and
Africa.
just do everything.
Africa, thank you very much.
Yes.
Are you done with your last word, or I give you a second more?
Just a second. Just a second.
Okay.
As it has been mentioned, now I don't think there's any vacuum. Like, many a times when people are discussing some of these particular issues, people keep on asking, now if this one happens, what is going to happen here at the end of the day? So I'm concerned, especially about this process that we are saying about the IBC, because when I look at some of the changes that were made to that particular bill, just like one of us was asking in terms of the representation in that particular body, I think there is need probably even for a push still to be made, because, like, for example, there are people that are going to be elected by the political parties to represent them. There are people that are going to come from the church. There are people that are going to come from the civil societies. But sometimes you ask yourself, what criteria is there? What is going to be used, or which particular civil society organizations are going to be involved that are going basically to give this name, or somebody would be able to call shots and come up with a list and say, now so and so number one has come from civil society, so and so number two is from maybe LSK, so and so number three is from the church. So it's not very clear who particularly will be nominating these particular people. And maybe from there, at that particular end, we would still need a lot of input from some of our members who are members of the Law Society of Kenya to be able to continue to highlight us, or rather to enlighten us on that particular area, and see if there is any push that we can be able to make to ensure that the people that are going to be nominated meet a particular criteria in terms of the process of nominating them to be in that particular panel, because it is the panel that will determine the commissioners that are going to be elected or finally appointed to run the IBC. And that is very critical into bringing the right people in terms of what we are fighting for. Thank you very much for your time.
Wow. Africa, I really appreciate your inputs, and I appreciate everybody and your contributions. Actually, we forgot to appreciate the doctors and the first aiders and those people who are actually helping the people who are injured in the streets. So thank you very much. Guy, we have over 96 requests. I really ask for just 2 minutes each, so that at least everyone can be able to have an input. Ruben, you'll go ahead, and then followed by Most Kenyan, then Ratumo, like that. 2 minutes, so that I don't have to ask you to drop.
Thank you very, very much for the opportunity to put in a word. Mine is 3 points of gratitude. First of all, I want to thank the Gen Zs for mainstreaming the correct kind of dialogue in our country. Of those fighting for an end to corruption, an end to impunity, an end to indignity, that is the Matharau culture, an end to debt, mismanagement of our economy through debt, and so on. And to an extent, we were beginning to be a little tired. In 2022, those are the things I was fighting for when wanting to run for office. And my vision was summarized in just 4 things. Utu, which means human dignity; haki, fundamental basic rights for the citizen; maadili, which has got to do with values, and they're enshrined in our Constitution, Article 10, Article 232, Chapter 6. And if we had leadership, servant leadership of character, we would go very far. IBC was given 241 cases in 2022 before the general elections, names that were not fit to run for office. They cleared several of them. And so I want to pass a hearty thank you to all the Gen Zs for mainstreaming these conversations, but also for staking their lives. I salute you. The second group I want to salute is the judiciary, but especially the Law Society of Kenya, the Defenders Coalition, in the civil society. I want to salute several judges, and especially those of the High Court, for staying our hope alive, because we had begun to fear for the capture of the judiciary. But I'm a very proud Kenyan to see what the High Court has done to protect us from excesses of power. I sincerely thank you. I want to thank especially Madam President, Law Society of Kenya, for staking your head and showing us leadership of example. Madam Odhiambo, I'm so proud of you. Thank you so much. And thank you for staying this rogue procedure of preventing media and demonstrations from going on. Thank you very much. The third group I want to thank are the journalists, the media people, especially in mainstream media that are risking their lives out there. I want to bring you a word of encouragement that I'm on the road just from the Annex Hospital in Nakuru, where I was able to spend some time with Catherine Wanjeri. And she is getting strong. We need to pray for her so that she is out of that hospital soon. But we need to protect the freedom of expression, especially because it's guaranteed in Article 34, as well as 33. Media freedom is protected in Article 34, and freedom of expression in Article 33. And each of these journalists actually has the freedom to have conscience, opinions of conscience and so on in Article 32. And so let us not relent. I close by saying exactly 2 years ago, on the day, 18th of July, 2022, Justice Mrima ruled that I should be included on the 2022 ballots. Strangely, IEBC went to court 2 days later to stay that judgment. I expected that somehow in 6 months or so, my case would have been heard. As I speak to you today, that case died in the Court of the Appeal. The court
Wow. Am I the one who's lost him? Can you hear him
I am
if you're in the speaker
concerned.
panel?
think he's dropped.
Anybody with a question to the Wakili and on the speaker panel before I give you a chance to speak? Anybody that is not on the speaker that has a question for the Wakili that is in the house? You just raise your hand. Okay.
I think I can mention, I've posted a screenshot of the requirements and the composition of the select panel committee for the IBC. I think that would be a good chance for people to educate themselves and to know the composition and the requirement.
Did you put it on the comment section?
Yes, I have posted it.
Oh yeah, it's in it. Okay, guys, you can check on the comment section. There's something there. You can go through it as we carry on. Ruben, as you're trying to reconnect back, I'll still hand you over the mic so that you can finish your submission. And I don't know, Wakili, if you have anything in regards to that thing that was in the
So maybe I
IBC
can
thing
go.
about Ruben. Who is speaking?
Most Kenyans.
Okay, most Kenyan, go ahead. You've really been patient. I'm so sorry. The queue is too long. Carry
Yeah,
on.
thank you. Thank you so much, Biril. So first of all, I'd like to thank all my fellow compatriots for joining in today's maandamano. Yeah. Uh, let nobody tell you that this is not maandamano. If you're not on the ground, when you're done on the ground, we come online in the spaces, we continue undermining until our voices are heard. And the message goes home. Ruto must go. And at this point, also I'd like to call out Baba and fuck that old man. Kwa sababu, how is he now going to bed with the government? But anyway, that is an agenda for another day which we'll pursue. For now, let's stay the course. We've highlighted so many things in the spaces with various brilliant submissions, and I'd like to take us back kidogo to the debt issue. You see, in the previous space hosted by I don't know who, but Jimmy Wanjigi's submissions were very clear. Yeah, for a period of 10 years on the forensic audit, there was a deficit of the budget of 1.3 trillion. Yeah, but the government went ahead and borrowed 7.7 trillion shillings. So you can imagine an odious debt of us as a country we've been suffering for the last 10 years of 6.4 trillion just to pay a few individuals in this country and even abroad, so that we fill their bellies, and for us we are suffering here on the ground. Now, fast forward to Ruto's government. He, as at now, has borrowed a total of 1.4 trillion, a figure that is even above the deficit of 10 years for the last government, which he was also part of it. So you can see this confidence that the political class have in matters kutuumiza kabisa kabisa kabisa. And then you get people coming over here and telling us, trying to steer us away from the course, and yet the political class have gone to bed with each other. They've united. They've gotten united against us, the wananchi. I'm so angry when someone comes here and says ati Sonko should be the face of our movement. Seriously? As Kenyans, we should know that nobody is coming to save us. Yeah? Nobody is coming to save us. And with this, I'd like to call each and every person that is in this space, each and every person that has a smartphone in Kenya, that these are called for disciples to the movement. We need to call on disciples to the movement, in the sense that in whatever space that you are in, you need to be a disciple to this. You need to be a disciple to this movement, in the sense that when you have at your disposal a key information that can lead to the growth of the movement and support the movement, you need to come on here and share it. Yeah, we need to have those people in the political spaces but are loyal to the movement. We need to have even those children of political elites who are loyal to the movement to come and give us these pieces of information that we need, so that we steer the course forward. Yeah, hata wachawi, even the witch doctors who are here, we need you guys to come in, mroge hawa watu mpaka wakufe ama watoke hapo, watuachie nchi yetu. If we have at least a better idea of where we are going. Yeah, tusikae hapa like acting like this thing does not concern us. Yeah, you can see a whole state house coming to do a press briefing and saying that 6 billion has been lost due to demonstration, and yet this state house wants even to come on, man.
You can imagine a country that we are having right now, and then you are here gaslighting us in the spirit of discipleship to the movement. In an every movement lazima kuna wale majudas, yeah, and this Judas we are watching them, yeah. Somebody like in a Cairo nini, let's just watch them and keep quiet. And after we are done with this struggle, we should circle back and pick each and everyone, because at the end of the day, even in the disciples of Jesus, Judas had the thing that came to him and it came to pass. So this Judas is in our movement. We are watching you. Some of us we are silent, but we are watching you. So be one, stay one. And most of all, as I want to finish, let us continue with this movement. Let us stay on course, and let us think, if Ruto in 2 years can borrow 1.4 trillion, what about in the next 5 years, hadi 2027? And if that's not enough, what if he cheats his way to power until 2032? Tutakuwa na deni ya trillion ngapi? As we stand right now, we have paid a debt payment. We've serviced our debt to a tune of 8.8 trillion shillings. Yeah, and then wanatuambia bado imebaki 11 trillion. So you can imagine kama umse ako kwa spree ya in 2 years 1.4, you can do the maths. Tutakuwa na almost double ama triple ya deni. Hiyo inamaanisha nini? Tutakuwa hii nchi yetu itakuwa tushauziwa, eh? Na nchi imeuzwa na sisi wenyewe hatuna pesa. That is directly selling us to these colonial powers, na hata pia these oligarchs in this country. We should also call out these local lenders who are lending the government in tunes of billions and also trillions. These guys want to cripple us. Sisi wakulima huku chini, they want to cripple us. Why do they want to cripple us? You can imagine your fellow compatriot trying to cripple you. These are the Judases that we are talking about in this movement and in this country. We should at some point call them out. Because explain to me how I put my money in the bank, and then at the end of the day, when I go to get a loan, I'm having very high interest rates. And these interest rates that I end up paying, they give again to Ruto. Yeah, they give again to Ruto so that they can again tax me so that they pay back. Yeah, yani hii cycle inaenda mpaka hata nasikia tu I've lost my line of thought. But anyway, guys, let's continue the struggle. Aluta continua, and I would like to call on the lawyers in this space to highlight the key articles and the key sections of the constitutions that are that will enable us to cut down this misinformation that the gaslighters are using to bring down our movement. Ruto must go, Viva, and fuck Baba and fuck the opposition. Thank you.
Okay, this is a recorded space. Most Kenyan, let's not use French, kindly. Let's not use French, but don't drink water, kindly. Just breathe in and breathe out. Let the anger continue. And today we didn't go to the streets, but we've been here protesting the whole day. If you're just joining in, the discussion was Uhuru Park. Kindly mute your mic. Thank you very much. So if you've already spoken, I'll drop you off. Nicholas has something that he wants to share. So Nicholas, I'll give you 4 minutes, not 3. I'll give you 4 minutes. And Acheng, you're welcome. I can see you on the panel. I'll add you right away. And if you're on the waiting list and you're feeling like you're burning, raise up your hand so that I can drop somebody and add you. Tony, I can see you. You're welcome. Kenneth, a few shout outs to the people that are on the panel waiting. Wakili, we still appreciate your presence. So Nicholas, I'll give you 4 minutes, and then Wanjala, and then PLO. Go as we carry on. Nicholas, 4 minutes, the rest 3 minutes each. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Nicholas, and I'm so excited to have gotten this opportunity. Well, let me begin by saying that nobody is coming to save us, and if we take the necessary actions by counter-attacking the propaganda that is being pushed by the paid government bloggers. Uh, there's something Caroline spoke about us coming up with an alternative way that we can try and counterattack these paid government bloggers. And one of the ways was at least we thought, I thought of, was creating a parallel social network whereby we are able to converse, plan everything as we want it to go, and just come here on X and hit them actually and push that agenda of the day. They won't know what hit them, and they won't know how we planned the day's activity. One of the things that the platform is going to really help us in is that anybody who's trying to push a narrative that is against, or that we are against as a people, we are able to report him, and since we are the ones who are controlling that platform, we are able to restrict them from the platform, and we continue on with the agenda of the day. Well, if you visit my profile, well, the platform is called Social Kid, and we recently just finished putting it up to help with this. It's there are two links on my profile, and the one that is written socialkid.net, that is it. One thing that I believe the platform is going to help with is we have also put, since we are struggling a lot with the job opportunities, that I believe as a people we are able to market our skills and at least earn something from our skills through the platform. And this way we are not just fighting a movement that we're not just having a movement that is transforming the government, but also creating opportunities for ourselves. And yes, I'd like also to call anybody on this platform here who is able to help us put this platform and also push for the platform to go and reach several people. It will really be helpful.
Sorry, Nicholas, I muted you. I just wanted to help you out. Guys, Nicholas, earlier on we had discussed about a different platform whereby if we want to have a one voice communication, people could just get the alert. And then people can meet, because today we had, it's called, it was a hoax for the Uhuru thing. So some people went and they were wondering, why can't we have a communication centralized in one place that people can talk in codes and people can get the alert? So that is what Nicholas is trying to explain. So I actually asked him to highlight more, but the way he's explaining, I don't think anybody can get it faster. So once we're able to talk to him with a few guys that we know in IT, and then on the next platform, we'll be able to share extensively. And if it is safe for everyone, because you want something that is safe for your data protection, not something that is going to expose you. So that is what he's actually trying to say, so that you don't get lost with what Nicholas is talking about. Did I make it clearer, Nicholas? Is that it?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, so that is what actually he's explaining. So we'll liaise with him, and then we emphasize on it so that we can have somewhere that it's called, there's a lady who gave it a name, like our it's a dark spot whereby we can have everything communicated there, and you can just go in there and find the right information without your data compromised. And you don't have to jump from this space or the other to get the information. When you go there, you find everything. So you want to check it out with our other teams. We have so many guys in IT, and then we'll shed back on this space. So Nicholas, allow us to carry on as we liaise with you the way we chatted. Is that okay? And those are the kind of brains we need, because we need centralized communication, and we need more in our IT. Like the blockchain that we're discussing, guys, if you have more knowledge about it, we need a different kind of a system than the IBC. So these are the kind of brains we need, and we really welcome any kind of an idea that will take us on progressively. PLO, you can take the mic, and then Rotumo, then Anthony, then Achieng.
Hi.
2 minutes each, so that's...
Hi, can you hear me?
Just do 2 minutes. Yes, I can.
Well, I had actually joined the space to join my colleague Steve, just answer some of the legal questions on board. That's why I'm here technically. Can you hear me?
Just please carry on. We can hear you.
I'm saying I joined the space to
Yes.
answer some of the legal questions that the patriots who are part of this, space have been raising over time. Yeah, so that's why I joined the panel, just to assess Steve to clear a few legal issues as a lawyer and as a citizen of this country that we are trying to fix. But nonetheless, if I were to begin my submissions, my focus will be on the IEBC Act, Amendment Act that was recently assented to just the other day. So my concern is on the 5 representatives of the select panel, technically, who I think have the most political power, and that will mean the president has much more influence when it comes to the selection panel. Because when you look at the amendment to the first schedule of the IBC Act of 2011, the select panel consists of 2 persons nominated by the Parliamentary Service Commission, who are representing the majority party or coalition of parties and the minority party or coalition of parties. And then you have 3 persons nominated by the political parties liaison committee, of whom you have 1 person who shall be from a party other than a parliamentary party or coalition of parties, 2, 1 person who shall be from a parliamentary party or coalition of parties forming the national government, that is the UDA. 3, you have the 1 person who shall be from a parliamentary party or coalition of parties not forming the national government. So the other representatives of the select panel, you have 1 person nominated by our society, that is the Law Society of Kenya, and then you have 1 person nominated by the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, that is ISPAC, and then lastly, you have 2 persons nominated by the Interreligious Council of Kenya. So technically, when you look at the composition of this particular select committee, there are 9 in number. It is an additional 2 slots from the IEBC Amendment Act of 2023. It was signed into law in January, I do believe. So the 2 extra slots now have been, allocated to those who are not factored in the previous committee. So my concern, not just as an advocate or as a lawyer, but as a citizen, is how the kind of pull and the kind of influence the president would have, especially on those nominees from the political parties liaison committee and those from the parliamentary service commission. Those are 5 in number, and this select panel has 9. So 4 extra slots. Of course, LSK doesn't play tune to the government. So in as much as we are trying to have commissioners who are vetted in accordance with the law, then it is equally important to address how this shall be done. Because as far as I'm concerned, the composition of this select panel is another barrier or another mountain that we as citizenry and we who have the ultimate power, we have to climb that particular mountain. So with that, I rest my submission, and I'll just be on the speakers panel to answer any legal question that patriots who join this space may have. So back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PLO. I don't know, Wakili, would you highlight something on what he's mentioned, because that touches actually on the IBC thing, before I give the next speaker?
Well,
is it in regard to what PLO has mentioned, on what the other speaker
Yes, in regards to what PLO has
To
mentioned.
be honest, I haven't even
Because
heard him. I was even wondering whether it is a system which dropped or what was it.
actually you can combine. You can combine the both.
No, my concern is I never had his contribution because I think there was an issue with the network. PLO, you can quickly mention it before I...
PLO, you can just quickly highlight.
All right. My learned friend and colleague Steve.
Is he speaking?
I think I'm audible. Am I not?
Yes, you are.
All right.
Unless
Is
Steve,
PLO speaking? I can't hear him.
Steve, I think you have some issues with your network. So just
no, maybe you can drop and then I'll add you back to the speaker panel.
Let me do that.
Yeah. Okay,
so
PLO, let somebody else carry on, and then I'll let you stay there. Let another person take. I like when somebody asks a question, and the lawyer is in the house. You can actually just tackle it, and then we go to the next speaker. Is that okay, guys? Oh, Richard has dropped. Koki, Anthony.
Who's Koki or me? Who should go first? Can I go,
Okay,
Koki?
whoever is speaking can take it.
Okay,
Yes,
okay, it's Anthony.
just go ahead.
I'm happy today. I was just in another group and another one, and this is my third one. And what I'm finding to be absolutely fascinating is that now we are beginning to ask the right questions on what is our next step. I'm happy that today we have a lawyer who's saying, I'm here to handle your only anything pertaining legal. Why am I so happy? I'll go back and tell you guys, we are facing a political movement. We can only fight it in the language they understand, which is political. Why am I saying this? Because we are governed by a constitution which is a political document. Now, I'll go back to what PLO said. We had a chance to have our leg in when the IBC was being reconstituted. We missed that. And I believe if we took it, we would have we had a very good segue into picking the cabinet. Now that we are almost in all spaces, we are now talking of how do we bring our strengths together. In this group KOT is hosting, how do we have one messaging so that if all groups are saying, because I believe we now have a nuclear message. If we are saying tomorrow we are meeting at Uhuru Park, if it is from this platform, it is legitimate. We know this is the communication, and this is where we are going. Now, to bring the point home and to land, is that how do we harness all the strengths we have, from the law fraternity to the graphics guys, to the guys who understand politics, to people like Ruben Kagame, who can actually give us a story of I believe the lady who did the most in terms of what we are doing, as I finish, was Wangari Maathai. Just to give you a short story, 1 minute, 30 seconds actually. Wangari Maathai started like us. She was in the street every day. And she had people in hospital because Moi really went down on her. And we had prisoners and everything. Wangari Maathai realized that I cannot beat Moi with brute force. I can only beat Moi intellectually. And that is why Wangari Maathai zeroed in on Uhuru Park. She went to Uhuru Park and never left that field, day and night, until the international media started covering her. When the international media started covering her, international bodies like the UN, the US, through the ambassador, started telling Moi that you are actually abusing human rights. How can a woman who is simply agitating for the release of people be such a cumbersome thing to you? So what did Wangari Maathai do? She started controlling the narrative. Anytime the media would go, the international and local media, she would voice her voice and say, I want Moi to release all prisoners of this Mandamano. And Moi would do it. Okay? Then she would come and say, I want you to do ABCD. She turned the narrative. Why am I saying about us turning the narrative? And PLO will come to this. Is right now the narrative is not with us anymore. It is with someone else. That's why you are seeing political parties coming together, because governments are political institutions. Now, how shall we turn the narrative? We need to bring attention to ourselves in a non-violent manner, like Wangari Maathai did, in a non-violent manner. Something that will make it impossible for goons to attack us and make it difficult for government to govern, because we've placed ourselves in a position that makes the world say, you want to tell me these young people are mad? Can you listen to them? Once we get that focus on us, guys, we are off. We shall start changing this government a step at a time, and we shall get to the government we want, the Kenya we want, and we shall have vindicated the people who have lost their lives, the people in hospital. So let's put our minds together, let's leverage on our strengths, and let us learn from history so that we don't repeat the mistakes and take what worked then, it will work now. We have the advantage of social media. Let's use it. Let's amplify our voices. But I'm very happy. I'm happy that right now, like Nonini, I've seen him here. He said when he found it impossible to work with MCSK, they bolted out and formed their own group. We must talk to people in a non-violent manner, but in a strategic way. Right now, what we are sitting to discuss is strategy. And if we continue with these kind of discussions, we will win. We will have the Kenya that Rex died for. We will have the Kenya that there's someone right now in hospital who lost a leg for. We shall give Rex's mother the vindication that your son did not die in vain. Let's continue this. I'm happy Wakili you're here. Let us get guys on graphics and let us learn. Let us learn on how do we keep on controlling the narrative. I think those are my submissions, but I'm happy we are finally discussing issues and not events.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Yeah, that was quite something. Oh, sawa. Bundi, let me give a Cheng and then Koki and then you.
Hi, could you just give the other speakers kidogo tu nafanya kitu and then I'll be back kindly.
Okay. Fine. Wind up. Bundi, you can take the mic. Then Rotumo.
Ania Jenny Wadau. Manze, today I'm very happy. Like I came from work nikiwa tu nimeingia tu hapa. I've been here for a while, just listening. And yani true, man. Like right now we can all feel like we have started taking like real shape. And Jana, for you guys who are not there, when KOT had a space at night, I did mention about the Mau Mau, and I want to come back to this point. Like at the moment we decided that this is the route we have taken, if we truly believe in this cause, we should be also ready to be willing to shed blood for it if it comes to that. But whatever we do, like I insist to strategically ruthless now I say, but in a non-violent way. Like we make sure our hands are super clean, but tukwange also ready. Juu tuliuziangu, kuna most of us wameuziwa uoga, and that's why inakuwa very difficult. Hadi tukisema tunapatana place fulani for people to show up, because the majority waliuziwa uoga, wakiuko home propaganda ishawaingia. So like we should also make strategies to win back those people, like to incite them back, to rekindle that fire that has been burning out in some of us. Yeah, without sina anything else to say. Nachiki hapa kuna setu manze wanasema vitu watu unadai tu kusikiza jo. Manze big up manze, big up.
Wow. I think we lost him. Bundi, you there or you done?
Yeah, I'm done manze. Mse mwingine tu aongee tu juu vitu zinasema hapa zina make sense mbaya sana. Mse mwingine aongee.
Lakini ukasirike hivyo hivyo, usinywe maji poa. Pumua ndani, pumua nje. Tuende nalo.
Yangu mina ban, but na ban for something that's true.
and you're going to see the fruits. Not today, not tomorrow, but it's
Well,
coming.
inshallah,
Carry on.
inshallah,
Rotumo.
inshallah, manze, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Hey, thank you, KTO Sonko, and the co-hosts. And I can also see the legal fraternity. Big up, big up. At least I can see you are standing with us. So my main issue was, at least thank you for whatever you have given. Okay, for each and everyone who has given a sight on whatever used to happen like that. There's this guy called. He talked about Mother Karua going to. I think is it Park what? Uhuru Garden or so for a certain time, and he never came out from there. That's why I want to emphasize that. I think this struggle, we have to keep it ongoing to an extent whereby we should put these mandamanos like each and every day. That's my opinion actually, like for a whole month without giving the president time to breathe, time to reason. Still, it is like he should resign for sure. I know, according to how I can see Ruto, the way he speaks, for me, he's not my president. But according to how he speaks, he's so rude and arrogant. So meaning that he is not ready to back down. And the best thing also, we have to, as we are going to go, as we go out, stand firm. I believe that he's going to relent. So I had some few issues to talk about. One of the thing I thought that it will be good to have the government, we can hold to, okay, like wacha niweke hivi, tunaweza shika hii serikali kwa roho, na kushika hii serikali kwa roho, ninafikiria kitu mzuri yenye tunaweza fanya, we occupy all KRA, and I'll stand to be corrected and to be advised by our legal fraternity, because I'm not familiar in that ground, because I'm an ass actually. So I thought the best thing, we occupy all KRAs, because that is the source of every income for each Kenyan. Because I don't believe there is another source, like maybe parastatals and so. But the center, the core thing here is the KRA. If we occupy, we create posters for occupying KRA, it will be good. Secondly, these police officers and each and every person, the police officers and the KRA people, they are our brothers and sisters. How about if we make a national labor strike, whereby all people who are going to work, let's notify them there is no job for 1 month. You won't die within 1 month, but the government cannot go on without money for a month, because they have to source from outside. So number one, if the police officers will not have money, they will also have to join the strike. You see, and when they join the strike, I think we will be standing on a better ground. Remember, I stand to be advised. If I might be wrong, I don't know, but if I stand to be, you can advise me. Thirdly, I was thinking of if we retrieve this we get the nini, all labor people who are working for this, all civil servants to stop working. We all go. We want one thing at a go, because actually people who are being even taxed more are the civil servants, until almost I think almost half of their salary goes back to the government. So I think I'll be so much convinced if we can make sure that KRAs, the people who work on the KRAs, they do what they strike at the same time. But people who are going to leave for work, I think the doctors, at least we need them.
Yes, carry on. Wakili, can you hear PLO right now?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
All right, so I think I just do a recap of what I was talking about earlier before my learned colleague and friend Steve dropped off. So I was addressing the selection panel on the recently enacted Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Act. It was a bill number 10 of 2024, but now it starts in motion. The voting, the selection, the recommendation and subsequent forwarding of the 7, prospective names of candidates to the president, for appointment. So my issue when it comes to the selection panel, it's 9 in number, just to start, the record straight, that is. And the additional 2 names, or 2 slots rather, that wasn't in the IBC Amendment Act of 2023. It was assented into law in January last year. So my concern is that the president still has much more influence when it comes to to this particular selection panel, because when you look at the composition of this selection panel, what perhaps improved the number from 7 to 9 was an amendment to the first schedule of the Principal Act. And the Principal Act here means the IBC Act of 2011. That was Act number 9 of 2011. So this IBC Amendment Act of 2024, when it was a bill, it sought to amend the first schedule. A schedule is always, a part of a bill. It normally comes towards the end. So the way a bill is structured, of course, there's the title, there's the substance of the bill, and then there are schedules, the transitional and serving clauses, etc. But for now, I will focus on the first schedule, or the schedule of this bill. So the first schedule of the IBC Act of 2011 was amended now through this particular act, which is now operational, and the president signed it into law, I think, a week or so ago. So when you look at this composition, it does consist of 9 persons. Two persons who are nominated by the Parliamentary Service Commission, representing the majority party or coalition of parties, and the minority party or coalition of parties. So that is the Opio Wandai-led faction, and you have the Kimani Kuria-led faction. Those are members of the PSC, right? So of course you expect, that is a political, a nomination. Those are 2 slots. You have 7 slots remaining. The next 3 slots, are persons nominated by the political parties liaison committee, of whom 1 shall be from a party other than a parliamentary party or coalition of parties. And then 2 shall be from a parliamentary party or coalition of parties forming the national government. Okay? Like ANC, technically, or just all those affiliate parties, that merged with UDA to form government. And then the last slot, of the 3 nominees from the political parties liaison committee will come from a parliamentary party or coalition of parties not forming the national government. Okay? So either could be opposition, or other, solitary parties out there. And then those are now 3 slots. Add them to the 2 slots, from PSC. Those are 5 slots already. So there's a political connotation attached to that already. Okay? So now we are moving to those not aligned with the politics of the day. So the next representative of the selection panel, 1 person will have to be nominated by the Law Society of Kenya. That is our society as advocates. And we expect, of course, LSK, as it keeps on doing so, to check on the exercise of, power, and just to balance the same by being the voice of the members of the public. So those are 3, 4, 5, 6 slots already. And then the last 3 will be 1 person will be nominated by the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, that is ISPAC, and then the last 2 persons will be nominated by the Interreligious Council of Kenya. So those are 9 slots. So here, the task, not really task, but the selection panel rather, has 9 members. But 5 of these 9 members of the selection panel shall be, at least they shall have some influence from either the political masters, political, or party leaders, or people who perhaps call the shots in those, parties. So technically, we are at a disadvantage. I would say that, unless miracles happen, but I do feel we are at a disadvantage. I'd rather those 2 extra slots, at least 2 extra slots were removed from the nominees from the political parties liaison committee, and those 2 slots be allocated to members of the public. You see? So I think in as much as this particular bill, which is now a law, with the force, that is backing, the same, 5 of the 9 members of the selection panel, they are from the political side. So technically, if we were to have, the best candidates as, commissioners to the IBC, remember the way IBC is constituted right now, it doesn't have, the apex policy-making organ. So the apex policy-making organ lies with the commission. And just to bring to your attention, patriots, there is a legislative proposal right now at the National Assembly. In April this year, this sort of proposal wanted to give, powers of the commissioners to the secretariat. So, like in the absence of a well-constituted commission, then the secretariat, which is headed by Marjan Hussein Marjan, the CEO of IBC, who has the secretariat, shall now have powers to conduct elections. And elections here include even by-elections. So for me, that is an affront, and a desecration to the sanctity of our constitution, because that bill, not yet a bill, published for us as members of the public to comply with in accordance with Article 10 when it comes to public participation, but it is a legislative proposal likely to be published into a bill. So that was the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2023. It is still a legislative proposal, but it is equally my worry, and I would do my best. LSK will equally do the best to just keep track. And if a shove comes to push, then it means if Parliament, that is the National Assembly, would enact or pass this particular legislation, then it would open room for rigging, because there's no way you would tell me that a secretariat of a commission can have the same kind of footing, influence, power, and oversight more than a 7-member constituted commission. So that is why I'm having a very big problem with this particular IBC Act, that yes, we have 9 members of the selection panel, but I would, bet that LSK will never play second fiddle to government, and neither will they, have any other motive to join government in whatsoever capacity. The other day, when you saw our, able president, Miss Faith Odhiambo, was nominated as part of the audit, committee, well, through the council, and which my learned colleague here, Steve, sits in, that issue, statement saying and notifying the president that we have no problem with the substance of what, is on that particular statement, but we have a problem with the procedure. And the procedure dictates that the office of the, Auditor General should have the powers to audit all this particular. That is a constitutional right that we can never take it, away from her, because LSK stands to protect, safeguard, uphold, and defend the rule of law.
Sorry.
So
Hello.
that's the overview I was giving. So back to you, Steve.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I would like you to handle the IBC, and then there's another question on the same. So I would like you to approach the one for PLO on the IBC, and the other one on the financial, you leave it for now, so that I can ask you this another question on the same IBC, if you can take the both.
I think the concerns my learned colleague has raised, Mr. Patrick PLO, on the issues of the composition is a fact that the political class obviously has a higher representation when it comes to the select panel, members of the select panel, because for obvious reasons that it also has a political process. And it's unfortunate that some of these decisions over time have been made with very little participation by the members of the public when some of these bills have been pending for a very long time. If you can remember, the signing of this particular bill involved a lot of it was a result of these protests that were taking place, and I think that was one of the first agreement that was signed as a proposed one of the proposed recommendations from the NADCO. And I think Honorable Raila Odinga, when they went to witness this particular assenting of this law. But I can say over and above that even as it may, because this is what we are working with, and this is the particular law that is already in place, and we need to put in place as a commission of the IBC. It is our business as citizens of this country to also be vigilant, to know these persons who are going to be elected, to vet them. We also have to vet them and know their conduct and and be able to participate when we are called to give any opinions for the commissioners. We file a memorandum if we have concerns about their integrity, if we have concerns about these persons who have been recommended to form the commission. We know any information that may make them not offer the best service to this country. We submit this information and we share it and we broadcast it widely and wildly, because that is the only way that we are able to call out and shame those who we know are going to bring this country down. And I think with your kind permission, I can request you also accord our former president, Mr. Eric Theuri, a chance to comment on this particular issue. I think he's on the platform. You can add him as one of our speakers.
Could you request the mic, or I send him the mic directly?
You can send him the mic directly.
Give them the name, kindly.
Eric Theuri.
Eric. Okay, carry on as I proceed searching for him. Eric, can you raise your hand? Oh my God, this is embarrassing. Sorry, guys. Let me find you.
There's something else I wanted to mention, and which is separately from the issue of the IBC, which is in regard to the issues Kenyans have been raising. And I think the government, and if they are agents of the government in this particular space right now, it's good. They appreciate that when the president was vying for this particular seat to serve this country. Good. Thank you. Before this, Eric take over, I wanted to mention that the president of this country vied on the mantra of socio-economic justice, and he really pushed that narrative of how he's going to transform the lives of the young people, the lives of our mothers, the lives of our brothers and sisters who are also in informal sectors, in border sectors, and those hopes that were created under the issue of socio-economic justice. What Kenyans and we observe is that the actions the state and the state machineries, state agents have been taking all through have not shown any aspect of goodwill in realization of these rights. And that is why that aspect has made most Kenyans feel that life is becoming unbearable, education is becoming unaffordable. Students right now, you look at the university model they're using right now, is becoming untenable for most of the students to be able to be in school. The kind of the workplace, I hear one of the speakers was mentioning about the KRA issue, but I think the most concerned part is not even the collecting agent, but how the money is being spent, because nobody has an issue paying for tax. If I pay for more tax, but I know if I go to hospital, things are going to be okay. If I go to school, I will find books. Capitation for high schools will be sent on time, so our schools will not have to call our parents and call us to demand that we pay money for children, or our parents to pay money for children who are in school. So these are the challenges, and lack of accountability has made most Kenyans feel aggrieved, and that's why we need to remain vigilant about this. Over to you, President Theory.
Thank you so much, Steve, and everyone else for what has been a very insightful and wonderful conversation in terms of what would be the way forward for the country arising from the recent agitation for greater adherence to the principles of good governance and upholding the Constitution. From the beginning, the first thing that we must emphasize is that we all have a responsibility under the Constitution to obey the Constitution. Not only do we have a responsibility to obey the Constitution, we do have a responsibility to uphold the values and the spirit of the Constitution. And one of the spirits of the Constitution is patriotism. And we exercise patriotism as citizens by engaging in the affairs of the management of the country. And I think that is what we have been doing. And we do that directly and indirectly. And I think that for quite a period of time, we've had that direct exercise of that responsibility. And I think that anyone, every Kenyan should be proud of the actions that have been undertaken in the direct exercise of the sovereignty that we all enjoy as Kenyans, the direct exercise of the principles of patriotism. And I think I would urge that even as we consider some of the questions that have been posed, especially with regard to the reconstitution of the IEBC, because it's one of the very, very big things that we are going to face as a country, given that the referee that we choose for the election players in the next election, the referees that we choose in the question of boundaries delimitation, the referees that we choose to prepare for any by-elections that may arise, or currently the positions that need to be filled, must be a referee that would inspire confidence and would give the public the feeling that they would be able to discharge that function independently and as required under the Constitution. And why is this important? This is important because the current environment is an environment where majority of the Kenyans seems to be saying that we have certain questions in terms of how we are being governed. We appear to be having a crisis of confidence in terms of where we are going as a country, and whether we might be justified in that feeling or not. There is almost general consensus that there is a need to change the manner in which we are governed. And part of governance is the manner in which the feedback by the public is taken into consideration before government decisions are made. So my take would be that as we undertake this process, we know that the IEBC selection panel is to be reconstituted. We know the composition, and the composition is heavier on the political side. But my thinking is that even one person, like Wangari Maathai once said, that fuming bird, even one person in a selection panel of about 7 can still make a difference. And so therefore it is absolutely important that those first who would be sent to the selection panel should be people that have a track record and of integrity, that would be people that would inspire this country, that would be able to make and pick the right persons for considerations to appointment into that office. And so once that team is constituted and the advertisements are put out and the names of those who are likely to be picked as commissioners are put out and shortlisted, there needs to be extensive and robust, independent, and credible public participation in terms of the submission of memorandum, in terms of submissions of character memorandum, in terms of submissions of integrity memorandum, so that then the selection panel is at a place where they have a flood of information that would help them to make the right choices. Because if we get the right people in office through the exercise of our power to public to participate in the process, then we are one step ahead in terms of ensuring that we have, 1, people of integrity, and 2, then that they have a job that is completely cut out for them. We must not, we must understand the assignment that is before us, the weight of the work that is going to be faced by those who come into office, because there are 2 very, very important constitutional considerations. 1, the question of delimitation of boundaries, and 2, the test that we expect will be put to the commissioners, 1, in terms of conducting the by-elections that are required to be conducted, and some that may come up in the near future. And also, perhaps what is often talked about, that there might be a test on them as citizens attempt to exercise the right to recall. So it basically means that whoever comes in must be ready from day one to discharge their functions as commissioners of the IEBC. I'll still be on this space, so if there are any questions of a legal nature, then I can join the other panel in trying to respond to them. But I just want to say that I'm delighted by the numbers that have joined this conversation, and I think that if we can keep up these conversations, if we can keep up greater scrutiny in terms of how we are governed as a country, and if we can keep up this spirit of making positive and constructive criticism and contributions, so that we can enrich the public participation process for anything that the government wants to do on our behalf as Kenyans, then we will surely witness a new dawn in terms of the manner in which this country is run, and the manner in which decisions that affect all of us as Kenyans are made and implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Senior. I'll call you that because you're very senior. Now, there's one question from one of us. She requested to speak after PLO on the same before you can take your rest. Acheng, you can take the mic if it's in relation with what we're discussing, and then you can continue the discussion.
Hi, thank you. Actually, my sentiments have been covered by my seniors, both former President Eric and Rafiki PLO. But just to corroborate and emphasize what they've said, and then I'll continue on to the conversation you are having. It is very true we're facing a very big challenge with IBC with regards to the political parties having an upper hand at us than us. As we have to give ourselves props. This thing started like a joke, but it's reached a point where our voice are actually being listened to globally out there. And as we continue and we rally ourselves once more, there's something that you said before on us having a proper channel, and also Eric talked about it in the previous speakers. Our voice on the street is very constructive and it is good and it is pushing for the change that we want. But today I'm going to be here just to talk about the uncomfortable conversations that we push aside for so long, because it will reach a point we need to have those uncomfortable conversations. PLO said that out of the commission, we have even no chance of, so far, we have no chance of even, let's say, us fronting somebody, because this voice of ours, the only way that it is channeled and it can be put on record is if somebody stands up and says, these people, us as we've said, we're leaderless, we are putting somewhere, fronting somebody over here. One thing that will also come back to bite us as a people is the fact that we fight each other and we fight everyone. In 48 laws of power, we need to know who is our ally and who is not our ally. You know, we can't just be making enemies with everyone who says something different to an opinion that we have, to an opinion different than us. Yeah, we need a strategy. And as much as we're leaderless, if one person could just come up to that panel, to the commission, to be one of the commissioners, it would put so much strength on us, because right now, truth be told, we're not ally to any political party. They might be there silently just watching us, waiting for us to dim down, but we don't want to dim down. The only way this movement has picked up, and Martha Karua started, not Martha Karua, sorry, I'm so sorry. The late, what is her name?
Wangari Maathai.
Remind. Yes,
Wangari
thank you.
Maathai.
Yes, thank you. Wangari Maathai started like a joke. Mau freedom fighters, they started like a joke. But you know, I always believe what you conceive and perceive in your mind is eventually what you end up achieving. We have achieved so much, but right now we've at the point where this juncture where we need structures. IBC is such a very big animal that if we think we're going to make noise on the streets and the noise is not implemented on some formal piece of paper, then we're really going to lose big time, because at the grassroots level, those people don't have these Twitter X spaces. Most of them are even wondering what's going on. Them kura watajua watapiga kura na commissioners wale watakuwa hapo, wata oversee everything and everything will be good. So if we don't have somebody out of all these commissioners, if we can't have somebody, if we're not even aligned to somebody who speaks good for us, we're going to be at a losing end, and we really need to participate very, very, we need to turn out. I don't think we've ever witnessed public participation like what has just happened in this country, and IBC is our only way out. We can't make noise forever. We need our actions to be implemented. And the only way we can rightfully, legally implement our actions, and it's taken even by other people, is if we can share out our channels, our voice in a manner that's well. One last thing. I've been the Uhuru Park thing. I've gotten a glimpse of it. That apparently it wasn't even our poster. And you see, this is something that we also have to recognize. These same spaces have the government listening in, have the pleasers listening in. It's also our spaces. So the Uhuru Park thing, somebody said it like a joke, I believe, in a space, or it wasn't. And the thing was there. But you see, we didn't show up, or I don't know, maybe people are planning to show up, but we need somewhere where our voice will be taken as one. If this thing is posted there, we know this is it. This is our voice. Because now what's happening is our voice is being infiltrated. And that is why the police, even yesterday, when purportedly, how they're banning protests, kivipi, aje. Even me as a wakili, nilisimama nikasema, is it possible? But the fact that I even questioned myself is even bad enough. So as I yield the mic, I just want us to see on how we can have our voice to be documented. Our voice is really strong. And I believe the way we go out to the streets, I believe if we just say that one channel that says, guys, we're meeting at Nation Center. After Nation Center, we're proceeding to Uhuru Park, and we will sit there and we will camp there. But now you see, we don't have people come. People are beaten aimlessly. Tunachapwa kama manyoka, tunauliwa. People are being intimidated. People are being becoming more scared to get out. We need to really use our. You strike when it's still hot. So that's just all. I.
Sorry about that. Did you finish your submission?
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. That's just all I have to say. And IBC is one of our main concerns. And if we can have a voice, the political parties have a big voice. We need to find a way of our voice being actually channeled, because hizi zote ni votes, ndio kwa maana wanashtuka. But hizi votes is for translate square kura, we'll be at a very losing end, and we'll still be angry for the next 5 years. And I don't want to carry on this anger in my heart.
Thank you very much, Cheng. Thank you very much, PLO, for that highlight. I actually had to peruse through my internet to that thing that you just mentioned. And thank you, Eric, for the input. Thank you, Steve, for that. We really appreciate this kind of knowledge. And as Cheng has mentioned, we really have a civic education upcoming campaign that we really must do. Like right now, each and everyone that is here, we are mandated to start doing the civic education, because a fraction of people that are online are the majority, and also the other majority and the minority who are offline are also the people that always messes up mostly, because I think the next election, this would be the first one in history whereby us, the Gen Zs, are going to really champion for vote, and we'll see very new faces, if at all. As we are watching and voicing out our voices, we'll still go to the same in terms of ballots. So thank you very much. PLO, I hope your point is well covered, and they're still here. So we'll carry on with the discussion for today. It was actually an open mic, so it was not directed to anything. We've been here, like today, we chose to protest on the space. So if at all we didn't go out, sorry, I checked yesterday. It was after what they did, guys were not going out today, but they were made to believe that Thursday and Tuesday people are going out. So people wanted to see how they're going to turn to be dummies, and actually they turned to be dummies among themselves, because there was nobody to beat. They really waited. So there are some spaces that are quite authentic. So you follow a space that you always find has the same topic all round, because you don't want to highlight on a particular person to be the voice of everyone, because you're going to compromise the person. As at the moment, as the way it is still, we are a bit safer, because nobody wants to be fronted and nobody wants to be compromised in terms of leadership skills. So the mic is open. We were touching on every subject and some uncomfortable truth and the real facts and the factual factors that are affecting us, and any topic that you feel that is actually in the movement that touches on something that you needed to be highlighted. So if you're on the speaker panel, we'll carry on. James, I'm seeing you raising your hand. I'll let you speak. And Acheng, you'll allow me to drop you so that I can add others. I will still want the seniors to remain in case somebody wants to ask any question. Ayo, you're welcome. So James, carry on. Piolo, I'll drop you if you're okay, and then I can add other speakers. Karibu, James.
Thank you for this platform. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, depending on where you're streaming this space. Well, firstly, I am glad to be in the company of Senior Eric Theuri, Wakili Stephen Mbugwa, PLO Achieng, Ruben Kigame, sir, and the entire fraternity of revolutionaries. It's a pleasure. Secondly, today, after I saw the ban on the protests and the pressure by the communications authority, I kind of had a feeling that people would not stream to town to protest, because lately Kenyans have been buying fear, and I don't understand where we got the money to buy fear, because last I checked we said we were too broke to buy fear. Anyway, I had been slotted for an interview last night. It was an impromptu show with one of the local stations from the Kampa community. I decided to honor the invite because as I read the mood, and as it was confirmed, Kenyans would not head to the street because they feel they have lower moods, they have lesser spirit, the zeal has dissipated, probably because of the fear the government is mongering, and some Kenyans feel they have no reason to fight. They feel that most of the things they were pushing the government to change have been actually reformed, but they do not understand that the president is like a bad principal in a high school. I will use that analogy. Even if you change all the teachers and the senior teacher, if the principal condones corruption in that school, if the principal condones laziness, if the principal influences who gets hired into that school and hires incompetency, that school will never perform. And parents understand that. That's why they often push for the unseating of principals, because they understand that the principal of any high school, for example, is the head of that school in all departments, in the department of finance, in the department of academics, and in all departments. Same as the presidency. President Ruto is the head of government. You all know that the question about who had a majority of seats between Azimio and the Kenya Kwanza government. You know how that tussle went, and how the president influenced the independent MPs, and how he bought some MPs from the opposition side and forced a majority in the National Assembly. It's quite unfortunate, but that is the status quo. So you have a president who runs the legislature. He has influenced the judiciary, and he is the head of the executive. So if Kenya was an high school, then the president would be the principal. So even if he fired the senior teachers and the rest of the teachers and the cooks and the accounts clerk and the bursar and the school secretary, nothing would change. I mean, the problem is at the top, not those that are junior to him. If any Kenyan cannot see that, then we need to show them. We need to push this message out there. We need to make them understand why we have a problem with the president. And for those Kenyans who've lost the revolutionary zeal because they feel that a few reforms, for example, the dissolution of cabinet, the repeal of the finance bill, is going to solve this country, we need to reawaken them. They need to understand that those are merely survival tactics from the head of state because he does not want to relinquish power. If we can manage to reawaken that zeal, that revolutionary spirit, that yearn for change among those that whose battery for revolution is low right now, we can actually get back to pre-finance bill moods. And it's a hard work. It's a tussle. Today I reminded those from my community. I'm not tribal, but I was invited to a TV show and I could not dishonor the invite, especially after I realized that Kenyans were not going to demonstrate today. And I pushed word out there in local language. And I will continue pushing the same word on Twitter, on TikTok, and on ground. We need Kenyans to understand that the problem is at the top. And if we fail at that, then allow me to say sadly, this would be the end of this for some time. We may revive the fire maybe in 2026 or when the president fucks up again. Because as you remember, the breaking point for Kenyans was the finance bill 2024. The absence and the silence of the opposition actually gave us a vacuum, a space to air out our voices undeterred. And we got coverage for the same. If the opposition was as vibrant as it was a year ago, and if the opposition was not silent, we probably would not have gotten that chance. They would have continued negotiating with the government and dialoguing with the government as they have for years. But I'm glad they were silent. I'm glad they were absent. I'm glad we got mad enough and courageous enough to brave tear gas, to brave bullets. I mean, I saw my friends shot left, right. I was shot at myself. I merely survived. We've survived canisters. We've survived abductions, and we are still not safe. But we braved it all. If we can reawaken that spirit in whatever capacity mtu ako nayo, as a content creator, as a lawyer, as a journalist, as an accountant, in whichever profession you are in, we can get back Kenya on track. People need a reason to head out to the street. People need to understand the problem is at the top. I'm sorry for that lengthy introduction, but that is as it is. We need to set stage for a renewal of mind, for a renewal of commitment, because we need a renewal, a renewal of commitment. I have 3 questions. I don't know if Senior Eric Theuri will take them. Is there any other lawyer on the speakers panel? Let me direct them to Senior Eric Theuri. If there's another lawyer in the speakers panel, I think they will collaborate with Senior Eric to answer the questions. 1, I have noted with concern that too much power is vested on the president. Well, that is how the Constitution was framed, and it is a situation we have to deal with. The first question is it possible? Maybe, is it possible to delegate the role of appointing commissioners from the president to perhaps the Chief Justice or the Speaker of the National Assembly, or to any other official in the government apart from the president? Because if the president has to choose between 2 people on who becomes the chairperson, we all know, and history has served us well, that the president will always choose a chairperson who would favor him or her, a chairperson who is willing to be compromised. After all, the president appoints them. It is unfortunate that in this country, presidents dialogue with appointees. And if you are not conforming, if you are too inflexible, the president may decide not to appoint you. After all, if the president appoints an uncooperative, let me put it that way, an uncooperative chairperson, he is sure that he has possibly lost the elections. We all know how chairpersons play a vital role, especially chairpersons of the IEBC Commission. Is it possible to remove such powers of appointment from the president to someone else? That is the first question. The second question, under Article 145, I stand to be corrected, but I think Article 145 addresses the removal of office of the president on grounds or on impeachment, on grounds of impeachment. That a motion has to be moved through parliament by a member of parliament, then there has to be reasons to impeach the president. Among the 3 reasons listed in the Constitution includes gross misconduct by the president or the head of state, gross violation of the Constitution of Kenya, or the possibility of the president having committed a crime under Kenyan law or international law. That is it, as it is in regards to impeachment and the reasons for impeachment. So the National Assembly has to confirm the veracity of such. It has to go through a voting. If the motion is approved by a majority of the members of parliament, I think 3/4, if I'm not wrong, it is sent to Senate and the procedure goes on and on and on. So my question
Thank you
was,
very much, James. James, kindly land so that your question can be responded to allow other speakers to speak. The panel is full and people are really complaining. So we take
so
it brief and then we also allow them to answer.
my question was to advocates here. Of the 3 reasons the president can be impeached on, which one can we pin him on? And the last question, Article 144 guarantees that a president can be removed from office on grounds of incapacitation. This has to be mental or physical incapacitation. The procedure for removal of a president is still outlined, clearly outlined under Article 144. That there are 3 persons who are supposed to be, there is a tribunal that is supposed to be set up by the Chief Justice, I think, of 3 persons from from the medical body, 1 advocate, and 1 person nominated by the president. Some time ago, Lawyer Ndegwa Jiru, senior counsel, pointed out to this as the easiest way to remove a president from office. So my question is, on what grounds, in terms of incapacity, which is the easiest reason to incapacitate a president, either mentally or physically? Is it about his physical health or his mental ability to lead a government? Sorry, I've taken too long. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Senior Eric, I don't know if you'll take that or Alex.
I could do that. Let me just respond.
Thank you.
Okay, let me begin by saying this, that we find ourselves in a very interesting position. The position we find ourselves is that we have certain grievances and we feel extremely strong about those grievances. You can tell from what James is saying that he has a very clear diagnosis of where the problem is. That might be the easier part for all of us. I mean, being able to point out where the problem is. The more difficult part is how to deal with it. And I keep saying that the law has given us how the Constitution ought to be interpreted, and the Constitution itself has given us how the canons of interpretation or the rules of interpretation. And one of the critical rules of interpreting the Constitution is that you must read it as a whole, and you must read it and act in a manner that advances the Constitution. And I think that is where we are all having a challenge. And I like the conversation that we are beginning to have of looking at the various constitutional means of removal of the president, constitutional means of removal of the members of parliament if we feel like we are aggrieved with them, and constitutional means of contributing to the government agenda in terms of public participation. So I would want to say that we have options, and we have a lot of options, and we should not be limited to one option only, because public protest is a good way of showing discontent with certain policies of certain decisions that have been made by a government. But they also have their own limitations. And we need to look at the options that are available to us and ask, in view of the limitations that might be there, for example, with public protests and public demonstrations, what other options are available to Kenyans? And I think I like the conversation because we begin to look at and saying, is recall a possibility? Is impeachment a possibility? Is use of Article 144 a possibility? And that is good because it shows that we are alive to the fact that we must find the prescriptions to the challenges that we are facing in the Constitution of Kenya. Because what we are all asking for is that the Constitution has a promise, and we want to realize that promise. The Constitution is a social contract between us and and those who we give the power to make decisions over our life, and we would want to see greater meaning in as they undertake those functions. So the reality of the system that we have is that we have a presidential system, and that the president is both the head of state and the head of government and a figure of national unity. It is as a result of his power as a figure of national unity that he is given certain symbolic powers in terms of appointment. What the Constitution has done is that it has tried to restrain the power of the presidency. And the power of the president is then restrained by parliament, is restrained by the executive, and is restrained by the independent constitutional commissions that we have. Of course, it is highly debatable that the institutions that are supposed to restrain the power of the president are working as good as they should be working. And I think, for me, that should be the agitation that we should be having. That is the agitation that we should say we should not relent from, so that we keep calling into account anyone who is exercising public office and asking them, you are not exercising your public powers, your public functions as contemplated under the Constitution. And we begin to look at all these institutions and to say, how can we hold them to account? Because if they are working as well as they are supposed to work, there will be a restraint on the power that the president exercises. And so therefore, the spectra of an all-powerful president will begin to diminish, because that president will be subject to the law. Now, you remember, for example, the Law Society challenged the appointment of the CASs, and the Constitutional Court said that the president cannot do what he has tried to do. And it quashed them and declared that action to be unconstitutional. Now, that is a restraint on the power of the executive. So if we have more and more petitions and more decisions coming from the courts, if we have the police exercising their powers and functions as contemplated only under the Constitution and not subjecting themselves to whimsical political directives, then there would be a restraint on the power of the president. And I think what we need to realize as Kenyans is that we are where we are because we are not faithfully implementing the Constitution. Because if we were, we would not be having the challenges that we have. And so the renewal that I would want to see in the country, the revolutionary spirit that we would want to see in this country, is a spirit and a renewal that talks about, that seeks to enforce not just the letter of the Constitution, but the spirit of the Constitution, so that that spirit should awaken institutions, should awaken our conscience, because it is the only way we can ensure that that is done. If you remove the power of appointing, for example, as appointing commissioners and you vest it on another body, and you still don't get people of integrity, we will still have the problem. So the problem is not per se the appointing authority. The problem is the process that leads to the appointment on one hand, and on the other hand, is that those who are appointed perhaps either lack integrity, or two, are institutions that are so weak that they are unable to discharge their functions as contemplated under the Constitution. And public scrutiny, the calling to account of public officers, helps to give courage to those that may want to do the right thing, but are in an environment where everyone around them is weak, because it gives them the moral courage to be able to do the right thing. And so when you look at, for example, the appointment of commissioners, there is supposed to be a selection panel. There's supposed to be public participation prior to the appointment of those of the commissioners. And so if we have men and women of integrity who apply, and we have petitions and we have memorandums that come and say this person is of questionable moral standing, but this one is good, we know him, he has of this standing, we have tested him and we know that he's a person of integrity, and we ask the selection panel to appoint that person. And if the selection panel then listens to what people say and gives the country people of integrity, then the president will elect into office people of integrity. But if in the process there is inadequate public participation, and the people who are presented to the president are of questionable standing, then the president will almost inevitably appoint those people, because it will serve his purpose to have people he can manipulate. And those are now some of the things that I would want us to take from this. Let us not just look at it and say that the institution of the presidency is the problem. Yet, yes, it might be a problem, but it is so much a problem because the restraint that is supposed to be that on that office from the other institutions, parliament, judiciary, and constitutional commissions, is not working as well. So if we can fix that mechanisms, that is what will create the problem. Because
Oh my God. Eric?
and as
Steve, you can pick
affected,
it up.
He's back. He's
Are
back.
you there?
He's back.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. We lost you for a minute.
so sorry, I was saying that the problem that we have had is that we have over time relied so much on individuals as opposed to building the credibility of our institutions and ensuring that we have men and women, and there are so many in this country, men and women of character and integrity that can be able to lead the process forward. So finally, let me just comment, and I would want to say that the process of impeachment of a president is a political process. It is a political process. And when it becomes a political process, it is extremely difficult to achieve it unless you have the political numbers. It is extremely difficult to achieve unless you have the sufficient pressure on political parties. And it is literally impossible to do so at this particular juncture, given the kind of parliament that we have. And in any event, even if we were to achieve impeachment as under Article 145, to what end would that impeachment serve? Because ideally, the question should not be so much of the individual. The question should be, what can we do to make our institutions better? And I think that for me, what I look at what is happening in this country is a social, let me just use this word, a social media revolution, because I've looked at the amount of information that is in TikTok, that is in Twitter, and people, the analysis that people are making on the current laws and on the current bills that are in parliament, on the supplementary estimates. And I'm seeing that quantum of knowledge and information, if properly deployed in a meaningful and a coordinated manner, and in ensuring that every piece of policy, every piece of government decision would be infused with the kind of quality and the kind of insight that a lot of us have had, we are going to get to a point where mediocrity will take a back seat, and merit will now become the issue that everyone considers as we undertake public offices. And what that will do is that the men and women who are of integrity and who find it difficult to rise up because perhaps when they try to raise their head, they're hit because it is not fashionable to be a person of integrity in government, then would begin to shine through, and we would see a renewal in our institutions and a new vigor that will reinvigorate the manner in which we exercise public authority and exercise a public trust. So I would want to urge all of us, let us not just look at the aspect of we need to be on the streets for us to be heard. Let us use the other mechanisms, petitions, going to court, challenging issues, and calling to account those that we feel are whatever. I look at what happened, for example, to Farah Maalim when he was at the White Sands, and people used social media to raise awareness and to say, is White Sands saying that their values are consistent with the presence of that gentleman there, and White Sands had to come out and make a statement. That is now what we should be experiencing in this country, calling institutions and calling other people to account and to say, when you host so and so, are you saying that you are supporting the kind of stand that he has taken? That reawakening, I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, is what we need in this country. We do not. It will be much more effective than the protests that we are making, because it will complement the protests, and it will ensure that those who can soil a protest by bringing in goons so that the message is lost would not have that opportunity. So let us look at creatively other mechanisms through which we can hold public officers to account. And then I can assure you that what we are fighting, what all of us seek and want for this country, would be realized if we remain vigilant, if we remain committed, and if we remain patriotic and observing what the Constitution asks us to observe as we undertake our responsibilities as citizens, and for those who are in public office, their responsibilities as public and state officers.
Co-host,
Thank you very much. I am right here. Thank you very much.
Senior Eric.
James, hold on a minute. James.
Okay. Yes.
Come on, don't spoil it when he's just told us that most of our leaders don't have discipline. Just let me take on the space, and then I can give you the mic.
Okay.
Now, with a lot of reservation, the real answer that it's called uncomfortable truth is like our leaders are having something called misuse of power and lack of discipline, because the Constitution is there to guide you and take you through how you're supposed to lead the people, and then you're taking some mantle in your power because you have the authority, with a lot of reservations. So, and whatever he stated very clearly, we can use other platforms, which are very many. Remember, for the first 2 weeks, they could not go to churches. And then those are the MPs, they could not go to churches. They started driving in small cars that you could not identify them. because when you're sitting somewhere and you want to nash people and squash them like their pupas and people refuse, then you cannot fit to be amongst people. So James, I'll give you the mic back. There are some of the sensitive topics. I know Eric is able to handle it, but we are dealing with leaders who are overusing. It's called misuse and lack of discipline in their power. James, you can go ahead, and then I start circulating the mic. Alex, I will let you speak after James, kindly. And thank you for joining the space.
Thank you. Senior Eric, there was some time ago, I remember Raila Odinga, should I call him former prime minister, was fronting a certain narrative that it is possible to remove a president from power by collecting, was it 2 million signatures from Kenyans? Is that an option constitutionally, or was it a pure political gimmick? That is the last question I had.
PLO, you came back on the mic. Did you have another question? PLO? Alex, you can go ahead. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Did Senior Eric hear the question I asked?
He's still muted, so give him a few. Alex, you can go ahead, and then Eric is still here. He said he's here for a while, so he'll
Yes,
respond to that question.
yes. Thank you very much for giving me the mic, and I also want to thank everyone who is participating and my former president of the Law Society, Eric Deuri. I want to begin from the point that the former president said that the Constitution requires us to interpret it purposively. That is, what did the Constitution intend to address? Unfortunately, it's only us, the citizens, who have been interpreting the Constitution purposively. But that's not a big problem. It's a good thing. Eric also said that we need to stop focusing on the person, and I tend to agree with that. For me, I think the movement that we have right now is about restructuring the state, because this state that we have, this design of this Kenyan state has not been working. So the questions we need to be asking in terms of strategy: what is the structural design of the Kenyan state that we need to answer, to address? We need, how I view it is this way: we need to address policy, we need to address legislation, and we need to address the administrative part of the state. Let me start with the last one, the administrative part of the state. The administrative part of the state includes the bureaucracy. The bureaucracy is like those people we find at Nyayo House, immigration, where you go apply for ID, it takes 7 months, 1 year, whereas the Constitution and the law requires those people to serve you immediately. Another bit of the bureaucracy is what we saw yesterday happening with Macharia Gaido. The law already provides for how the procedures of arrests. You should not be assaulted. You should not be put in handcuffs if you are not running away. But the police go ahead and do it anyway. So we need to discuss how we are going to address the administrative part of the state. Then there is legislation. I will give you an example, and perhaps the lawyers in here, my colleague Steve, we need to be proposing amendments to some of these laws that the executive uses to muzzle Kenyans. A good example is the National Police Service Act. Another one is the Criminal Procedure Code. Do we need to amend it to require that police wear body cams when arresting? Right now, there is nothing that in the law that outlaws your advocate or yourself to record an interview between you and the police. But we have seen Kenyans being assaulted for recording police activities. We have seen a governor saying that they will arrest Kenyans who take videos of city county askaris when they are harassing Kenyans. That is a bit of legislation. Do we need to track the legislation that is still in 1920? For instance, the Criminal Procedure Code was enacted in the 1930s. That was a law that was enacted by Muzungu, and it was meant to perpetuate the colonial state. That's why you will find offenses like vagrancy, offenses like offending the public order. It was meant to ensure that Africans don't go and idle around and offend the white man. So we have an act that was enacted with the attitude of 1930 that has survived post-2010 constitution. So despite us having the 2010 constitution, we cannot go anywhere within that legislative environment. Then there is policy. The policy is what you will see that mostly the cabinet describes itself as the apex policy making institution. Policy, policy in Kenya has largely been a consensus of the political elite. When the political elite say, now we are going to be doing things this way, that's what emanates as Kenyan policy, and that is what cascades into legislation and informs how our bureaucracy operates. So how can we sort of have a record of the offensive policy? And these policies have affected everyone. They have affected agriculture. That's why you will see you're told you need a permit to farm certain crops. Those are certain policy attitudes that we need to address. So we have to take it beyond William Ruto. And the main reason why we must do that is because when we make it about William Ruto, the movement is going to be hijacked by reactionaries. Reactionaries are those people who are waiting for this movement to remove William Ruto so that they can occupy his position and perpetuate that malfunctioning state. So we have to be very careful, because if we make it about the person, it will be hijacked by people who do not want to reform the state, people who do not want to see lasting reforms. Whereas what I believe we are asking is for this state to work for us, so that when a 20-year-old applies for an ID, they do not have to wait for 7 months. When a young advocate, like some I have seen in this forum, go to the court to file pleadings, they will not be asked to bribe a registry clerk. That is the reform we want, a state that works for everybody, so that I don't need to know Eric Theuri for me to get services. I don't need to know anyone to get services. It's not about the person. Let's have a way to track these things. And I was impressed when someone said, do we need to have blockchain experts? These blockchain experts can help us track these things, categorize these aspects of the state, and see where we can pool our collective knowledge to find these reforms. For instance, my own Law Society of Kenya, and this is something I've been asking, probably Steve could explain. Do we have bills or legislative proposals which we can draft and petition Parliament to enact, so that we can start dismantling this old state? So that's all for me for now, and thank you so much for giving me the mic.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you very much, Eric. We'll carry on. Eric, anytime you feel like jumping in, you just jump in. Steve the same, and Alex the same. I'll let you stay for a while. Patriotic, you've been here for a while. I'm sorry I dropped you because I wanted the seniors to handle some legal issues. So kindly you can take the mic and then we proceed. Forgive me, Patriot.
Okay, Nimek, forgive. Thank you very much, KOT, for hosting this space, and thank you everyone who has logged in. Okay, mine ilikuwa just to take you back to history a little bit. mi nilikuwa nataka kusema all issues that we are having today as a country originated long time ago. Toka time our forefathers chose to fight for our freedom and our independence, and as they were progressing very well and they were to win. At the battlefield, kuna thing went wrong. And the same thing, it was about to repeat itself when Mr. Ruto alikuwa anasema ati tukue na dialogue. He wanted to compromise among our, to compromise us again using those old tactics. Where alikuwa anauliza tuchague some of our leaders to go there and have a dialogue with them. We wanted to compromise them. I want to tell you this, guys. We should not accept that thing again. This is a test. We are put into the same test again. We should not accept. We should not relent. Kwa sababu I personally feels like we didn't win our forefathers didn't win for our independence. They negotiated it. Our independence was negotiated, and during those negotiations, that's where everything went wrong. That's where the colonialists got away to penetrate into our country and invade everything. That's why we are having issues up to date. So for now, the war is not about only William Samoei Ruto to step down. We want to turn every stone and resolve our issues completely for a long-lasting result. Okay, thank you. Mine was just that. Thank you, everyone.
You want to jump in? You just jump in.
Right. Thank you for passing the mic. I believe this is the first time I'm having an opportunity to speak on KOT Sonko's space. Mine is just to highlight the issues that I noted. Yesterday, I was part of the team that was in town as a journalist, and we were met with harsh stance from the police officers. I was hit by a tear gas canister on my leg, which is so unfortunate. And when I went to ask why I was being tear gassed, and I was told that enda hospitali, utibiwe, urudi tena. You see, that is the kind of people we are relying on to probably give us security in terms of when there is maandamano and so forth. So it's total crap. And personally, I'm disappointed, and that is why I'm looking forward to after the 7 days of elapsed, that will be on Wednesday. I will be on the streets as well, raising my concern about the freedom of the press. So this government is trying to, it's trying like to dictate, and they want to make every other journalist or other media station a puppet. So when they say this goes, it goes. If you go against that, you're met with harsh conditions that will not give you advert slots. This is going to happen, which is total crap. Yeah. So today I was in town, and the police presence was heavy, whereby some police officers are reasonable because they didn't stop us from filming. Some behave like they are childs, like they're kids. Yeah, they have that adolescent stage that they don't want you to film them. It's like when you're filming them, you're going to sell their images to somewhere. So they're behaving like nuisances. So there was a group of boda boda riders while on Ibianga Watu. They tried to, cross over. They were met with harsh conditions. For once, I celebrated having to see tear gas being hurled at boda boda riders. For once, I felt that they did the right thing. Yeah, so that is all from me. Thank you.
Asante sana, Mogocho. And guys, when you come to the speaker panel, just take the language you're comfortable. We mixed, and we're from different places, so take the language that you feel comfortable. Mogocho.
Mogonchi. So I'll be very brief and quickly through the point. I have a few questions about your IT plan, and data encryption and transmission of maybe any other data that you feel like you want it to be on the public domain, and where you may host it. I probably may give some help on that particular section. And however, we also may want to vet or whoever will be part of the team, because you don't want to put it again the DCI in part of that team. And that will bring also some small questions about the cookies and where you'll be hosting it. Will you be hosting it on the server side, or will you want it to be hosted on the private domains where people are hosting through from their own houses, or something small servers you make in your house? So I also have a few suggestions to talk about, particularly the way we are funding the government, funding the killers. My own opinion on that particular topic I was thinking is that if there's a way we can starve the government, is that avoid banking, or whenever your paycheck comes into your bank, you just go withdraw your money, put it somewhere, buy from your local neighborhood supermarket or mama mboga, whoever does it remit taxes or VAT directly to the government. Lessen the way people go eat out, because those are most of the common ways this government is making a lot of money, through eating out, partying in the club, all those things, because they have to remit those VAT every now and then. Cutting that cash flow to the government will help us really curtail this government from having that power it has to really kill our fellow Kenyans. And I was also thinking, because Safaricom has really portrayed a very bad character in behalf, exposing the location of few people. It's not only about Safaricom, but we also saw at some point they were trying to really act like they were down, yet they were not down. If we can find an alternative of Safaricom, Starlink is there. There could be those local ISP internet service providers who don't really use Safaricom as their gateway to the internet, or they don't have to buy a bandwidth from Safaricom to access the internet. So we really have that kind of list of those kind of internet service provider. We also need to put them in the public, so that we can avoid Safaricom and put them down, so that they can know that we are fighting for our own democracy and freedom. I've seen a few bloggers. I'm going to mention a name, the MCA for Kileleshwa. That's a lie. The guy is really afraid of losing. If Ruto gets out of power, he is also going to be kicked out, and he has to campaign again. He probably doesn't have money to campaign again. But if he has done what the people really need, he shouldn't be worried about him getting back to power. He's been really been against the movement, this GNC movement that is fighting for our freedom and independence. If you see people like him, we can try to report their accounts until they're kicked out of the spaces. We don't want to hear their negative energy in our positive energy that is really pushing or really willing to get the message out there. And this also will happen to the government bloggers who are really pushing the message, trying to intimidate people out there, telling them, oh, you are by yourself. There's nobody who's willing to fight for you anymore. Nobody's demonstrating. Nobody's against the government anymore. Those kind of accounts, just report them. Let's put them down. We don't need to have that kind of energy. No more in the space. And on the legal perspective, I'm not really good at law. The lawyers out there, this is your question for us, please. We know Sugoi King has already signed a bill, the traffic bill, that allows the police officer to get into your vehicle at any point whenever they feel like you've committed a traffic offense. The Kenyan police, they can always try to find something that is not even existent to just take you in. Don't you think this is a privacy infringement into the privacy of the people? And I also saw that they can also take a part of your car, which means they can take a number plate of your car until you avail yourself the police station. This will give all those government officials who are willing to cut down the voices of the people the power to intimidate Kenyans. And I don't think this is the right way of us really getting our democracy. I mean, a really mature democracy of handling things. You have my driver's license, you have my driver's license number. Why don't you open a case against me and present me in court, or ticket me, send me a ticket, and come maybe either pay or present myself in court. What can be done on this kind of policies or bill that was really recently signed by Sogoi King? I'll jump out. That is my last point.
Thank you very much. You corrected me. I should pronounce it Mogonchi. I got it right. Kindly inbox the host and the co-host on that data thing. We don't want to discuss it on the panel. We have a few of us already that are on it. So inbox either, and then we'll touch on it over there. In regards to that that bill, I think Wakili, either of you can take it, and then we can give another speaker. Anybody that has a legal question and is on the speaker panel, kindly, I could give you a chance so that when they take your question, they just do it for a minute. We rarely get them on board, so take advantage. Esther, you have a question on in legal issues?
Yes, please.
Okay, take it.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I had earlier discussed what is happening in the education sector, the attacks on every level of education. I'm just going to go through them quickly. When a child, let's talk about a poor child in Kenya is born, there used to be Linda Mama to protect them in the first 5 years of life. That's been taken away. Once they get into school, there used to be Edu Afya to take care of them and their health while in school. That's also been taken away by this government. Something else I forgot to mention earlier, the school feeding program for primary schools has been cut out by this government as well. JSS teachers, 46,000 of them, have been let go by the government. And without pressure, I don't see them without the kind of pressure the medics put on the Ministry of Health. These teachers will remain unemployed and away from their classrooms. Around 50,000 teachers missing from classrooms. You can imagine the damage that is doing to our children. That's in high school, JSS teachers. University, we know what has happened. Fees going from 30,000 to 300,000 a year. And that's for the cheaper courses. And my question is, because if we don't fight for this generation with every tool available to us and win and make sure that the next generation is as educated as us, we will have failed them. And I also mentioned that this is the first government that has attacked university education in Kenya and closed the door, shut the door to make sure that they have a generation that is poor, uneducated, unempowered, and with no access to information. So they'll not rise up like we have risen. My question to the lawyers, please, is in the Constitution of Kenya, in Article 53, 1B, it states that every child has a right to free and compulsory basic education. And Article 55A says the state shall take measures, including affirmative action programs, to ensure that the youth access relevant education and training. Can we take the government to court? Is that one of the tools available to us? And would the LSK explain how we can do that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esther. Seniors, I think you can take that. Then we carry on with the other speakers, if it is in relation with your side.
I can weigh in before my other colleagues join up. And I want to say that the socio-economic rights and also rights to all those rights that fall under that aspect. One of them is also access to education and good health. Is our fundamental rights, and the challenge that has we have had with so many governments is this interpretation of these rights need to be progressively realized. And the aspect of progressive realization, if you look at some of the jurisprudence which have discussed, some of the cases which have been discussed in various jurisdictions like South Africa and other developed nations come to this issue, they have been set out guidelines, even under the international law and also African Charter, and even our Kenyan courts have interpreted this aspect of what is progressive realization. When you tell someone that for you to be able to access these particular higher standards of health services or able to access this sort of education, what are the criteria that define what we call progressive realization? And one of them which has been set out, is the aspect of putting up deliberate measures by the state to put up measures that are geared towards this agenda. If you're saying that people need to go to school, we need to see how much resources being allocated to schools. There's something on that breath that I've always noted with a lot of concern, is the aspect of bursaries. The question that keeps on pondering in my head is, why do we have a kitty called bursary, which is meant to help Kenyan students and Kenyan children to access education, but this money is held by political leaders and to be released as a way of favor to the constituent? You find the office of the president has a kitty. You go to the office of the deputy president, has a kitty on the bursary. You go to the governor, has a kitty on the bursary. You go to the MP, has a kitty on the bursary. Yet all this money will be used and pumped in the education system and education sector through the ministry, and ensuring the capitation is delivered on time to the schools, so that every single child has an equal opportunity to access school without their parents begging the members of parliament. If you look at how our parents and our colleagues who have children will walk into those CDF offices every single minute with papers and bunch of envelopes, trying to follow up for this kind of, as if it's they are giving you a favor. So when we interrogate these concerns, we need to ask the question of what measures the government is doing, whether these measures are retrogressive in nature or progressive in nature, and whether the people who are vulnerable and special are being protected. And so that this will give us a confirmation that the government's realization of these rights, though progressive, are they putting in place? Is it something achievable, and is it a realistic way of doing it because they are meeting a particular criteria as set out? So right now, as we reflect on the Kenyan education system, we look at children in places, especially outside Nairobi, and you go to North Rift Valley, especially the north part of it. You go to Ukambani region. You go to some places central Kenya. You go to some places in West Kenya. There are so many schools in very depopulated states. Students are not even able to access schools. I was seeing a picture in X platform of a water tank donated by a member of, I think, area women rep, but the children cannot be able to take the tank to school because the roads are in very poor condition. But I know they pay tax every day. So these are rights that we can push for their enforcement. These are rights that we can sue the various institutions and government departments. And these are rights that we can demand for their realization. We can hold our leaders at all levels, even the Ministry of Education, accountable for this particular right that our children have. And I want to request us to to push for this issue, especially on the bursary, so that I was seeing a quick math somewhere on someone was doing some mathematics, which was ranging to almost 80 billion on the money that is spent in form of bursaries, and that money can be pumped in the Ministry of Education. So it is, I may not have the exact figures, but we are talking of billions of shillings that are being spent to be dished out in form of goodies to buy off members, public loyalty, instead of people realizing and appreciating that these are their rights. It's your right to go to school and find education. Schools with the books, is your right to find teachers there. If it's junior secondary schools, government's duty to hire teachers and pay them. Teachers, because even this right of education, as we talk about even our teachers on that breath, the kind of salaries they receive, is it motivating enough? The kind of working conditions they have, is it motivating enough to make them also give their best in these particular institutions? So there's a lot of issues that surrounds making education a success, especially on policy and implementation of it. And our business as vigilant and revolutionaries and people who are supporting development of this country is to push and to hold these leaders accountable to ensure that they deliver on these issues, that our rights and our fundamental rights that we need to be realized. Thank you. Can I allow Banarienye to weigh in on that?
Yes,
All right.
kindly go ahead.
Thank you very much, Steve. I think I associate myself with the sentiments that Steve made, but we need to realize that the constitution is like is a big room which is implemented through policy, the legislation, and simply by administrative actions. I will start with the issue of Article 33 that the lady asked about. Probably what we have done, in the past, we have not questioned the policy aspects that inform the funding of government programs. And probably one of the best routes we should be taking as citizens is when the minister or the CS for finance is presenting the budget policy statement, we should be taking some time and analyze it and interrogate it and see the policy position that the government is taking in terms of actualizing some of those rights. Then she asked whether going to court is one of the avenues that one of the tools that can be deployed. And my answer to that is yes. And you do not have to wait for the LSK to go to court. You yourself as a citizen can, seek the court's interpretation on how mandatory or on which structural, elements the government needs to put in place to actualize that particular right. Then there was the gentleman who mentioned something about the Traffic Act. I think for most of us, when you look at the Traffic Act and other laws within the, within the criminal justice system, most of us, are still aspirational. Our interaction with the criminal justice system, we aspire it to be like what we see in the West. For instance, we will want to, I have seen people on social media telling a police officer, you cannot get into my car without a warrant. Well, that is not necessarily the truth in our context. Yes, the Constitution aspires for us to be that way, but the Traffic Act, as currently drafted, gives that police officer the power to get into your vehicle. So probably that's why I had previously suggested some of these elements as citizens. Now we need to start speaking out, talk to our members of parliament, find ways of proposing amendments to those laws, which in my view are really draconian. You will see police officers saying that they have seen, there is something in our law called a cognizable offense in the penal code, a cognizable offense. In the National Police Service Act, they call it a cognizable offense. And the administrative part of policing makes almost everything cognizable. So a police officer will say, I'm getting into your car because I suspect there is something. So, and it happens. So until we amend those laws to fit what ideally is contained in our constitution, we will continue seeing those things. And probably this movement should encourage us to amend those laws. I hope I have answered the two patriots.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wakili. James had asked that question, and Esther, I hope you've been answered well. And still, they'll be coming back. Magoncho, you're still on the speaker. I want you to drop you, but then we need a communication from you to add on to the other IT people. So we'll go to Otero, and then engineer, and then Koki. Then we can add another list on the another new speakers. Otero.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
First of all, I want
We
to.
can hear you.
Yes. First of all, I want to salute all the soldiers that we lost in the battlefield, and this fight has been one of a kind, and we did something that is gonna be remembered forever. Number two, Kenya is for everyone, and the power belongs to the people. And no matter how much these people brutalize, maim and kill young men, and even abduct them, we still keep pushing. I know it might not pay right now, but I know someday it will pay off. Even the blood of those young men that we've lost, those people who called the shots, and those people who also pulled the trigger, will not go scot-free, because these guys just exercised their right. Personally, I felt so offended. I felt by there I'm the Rubis guy. You say I'm the Rubis guy, eh? The guy in the red jersey and the red jacket that was sprayed on the water that was meant to be sprayed on a group of people was sprayed on me. And in the event, I happened to lose my phone and even some money on me. And since then, I've been staying away for some while. I felt so bad whenever I saw ladies being shoved to and fro. They get groped by the police, and as if nothing happened. These ladies only had their gadgets and all. They did nothing wrong, and we condemn such acts. I'd even prefer, if they want to do these things, they also assign female cops to deal with the girls. It's so bad at this time and age that we still experience things that have been happening back then. And I still heard you guys. We'll always stay together, and this work will keep going on and on, no matter what they do, until Kenya changes, until the systems work, until these people realize that they are serving us, not the other way around. Thank you. That's what I felt I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Otero. Koki. Koki, you can go ahead.
Hi. Hi everyone. Thank you. I don't know, Be Real, for giving me a chance to speak. It's been a long week. A really, really long week. I'm going to touch on several things, but I feel like all of them are gonna be under the umbrella of what I would like to call enabling, not even that, what I would like to call using the proxies concept. So I just want to go online just so that I can read for your definition of that praxis concept, so that I give you the best definition from a behavioral science point of view. So it's the act of practicing something, an art, a science, or skill, as you do it, you know. It's the process by which a theory, lesson, or skill is enacted, embodied, realized, applied, or put into practice. And it's just draws from the word practice, but the concept is, and this is just to first of all dispel all these quell all these conversations about people need to, you know, just relax with the mandamano. They need to, you know, let things go back to business as usual. The constant questions of what next. I feel like you need to tell whoever is asking you those questions at this point in time, where we have seen all the things we've seen, that we will use praxis. You will use the concept of praxis. We will learn as we go. We will apply as we go. We will implement as we go. We will theorize as we embody and enact. Like, theory becomes practice. And in doing that, that requires a lot of us to create environments where we enable ideas and discourse, where we allow for ideas to thrive. And I know right now that that is a thing under attack. That freedom of speech, that freedom of basically everything. And you can't say it's not going to happen to me. I think that has been a really huge problem with our society, where, and we can't even blame, you can't blame yourself for being in an abusive situation and for not knowing what you didn't know, you know. The more awake you are, the more aware you're going to be about every next step that you need to make that is better. And I want to encourage everyone to focus on the personal, like you and what you are bringing to this table you are creating as we go. Huh? What are you bringing to the table, and what is the impact that you're making? And that impact can be so diverse. It can be in the ideas you're giving. It can be in, I was seeing on the news lately, I have been seeing Kasamuel, and I was like, I remembered watching him back years because my sister used to do that debaters contest. And I remember watching him, and I was like that flashback came back, and I was like, everyone needs to do what they need to do. Like, you can talk. You can sing. You can dance for freedom. Please, by all means, go ahead and dance. But the point is to try and look at the positive and the glass half full, which is so hard right now. Like, but we need to try and do that. I want to speak, like, I'm going to split what I wanted to say, but I wanted to start by that, like, grounding, and also to talk about two tweets that I have written that are very important. And the first one is with regards to a ruling by the Supreme Court. I think AO had me speaking about this, and maybe Afrocentric. I don't know whether there was other people. I think it was their space. And we are in a situation where the money in the economy has been it's rotten. I don't know what else to call it. It's rotten, yeah. And that rot is manifesting in very different ways. But one of the ways that I want to contribute to helping people to fix that rot is by that tweet that I wrote about the ruling by the Supreme Court for this case that has been going on since 2008. And basically the long short, I'm going to try and like retweet it and maybe pin it somewhere, I don't know, in the next like 10 minutes. But it basically tells you that you are allowed to go back to the bank and tell them this interest rate that you went and added for me, and not just banks but any institution that is under that list that was released in 2023, I think, regulating all the financial institutions that are allowed to give credit facilities in this country. So if you've ever had such a situation, you have grounds to go back to the bank and have like a readjustment of your loans. And even further, you can even link up with other people and you can get into a class action if you want, because you're already having so much money taken out of your pocket. You don't need to be paying punitive taxes and punitive interest rates at the same time. I need to take a call, but someone else can talk and then I will come back. Yeah.
Thank you, Koki. And Ayot, are you on the speaker? Ayot?
Yeah, I'm here. Um, I'm here,
And
but I don't.
6,000?
I'm not sure if 6 is there. Is 6 there really?
Hold it for me. Hold it for me a bit.
All right. I'm really trying to avoid to speak on these spaces because of a few issues
No,
here and
just
there.
don't speak. Don't speak. Just take for me the speakers.
Okay. So so we just had Koki, right?
Yeah, after Koki now circulate the others. I'll be back in a few.
Okay. So gentlemen and ladies, I hope you're well. I'm going to start from Africa. Africa, are you there? Africa Watch.
Yes.
Is your mic hot?
I'm there.
Yes, please speak to us.
Okay, just a very quick one. In terms of some of the issues that we have been looking at, good evening once again. I really liked the bit of the discussion that we had, especially with the legal experts that were here a few minutes ago on the platform, led by the former president of the Law Society of Kenya, Akili Steve, and the rest. And I really appreciate the fact that when what we are doing is basically led by information, there is no such a power like the power of having the right information. Because I think that plays a very big role in ordering our steps, such that as much as we push for what we are pushing for, we try also to ensure that we do not behave like the way everybody else is behaving. As we correct the mess, we try to correct it in a much decent way, basically informed by the right information that we have. Because I think for some time, I just wanted us to look at the aspects of issues to do with future appointments. And I realized that looking at the ethical issues, actually most of the problems that we have, I realize they are much of an ethical issue than sometimes even the law. Just as Wakili Deuri said, sometimes it's in most cases because we have gotten the wrong men and women in place, not because they didn't have the right education. As you can see, some of the elite members of the society who have got an advantage of having the best education, but minus ethics, you find that there isn't much that they're able to do. And I just wanted us to have an example of the UK, a close study of the UK government, because that is one of the developed nations. And I've seen when you go online, you find most of us have been very much excited by the fact that they have elected, I think, like around either 11 or 13 young people who are below the age of 30. But of course, that is not so much of news, because in every election in the UK, there are always such category in terms of the age brackets. But what I want us to have to borrow a leaf from is the kind of ministers they are calling the cabinet secretaries in the UK. And I'll also relate it with a few people who held the same dockets here, and though they didn't have a speciality in terms of the academic background in those particular areas, but they still delivered. Like, for instance, we remember this lady called Charity Ngilu. There's a time she served as the Minister of Health, and that is the time when we had a lot of improvement. Charity Ngilu was not a medical doctor, but she was able to deliver, because the cabinet secretaries, in most cases, what they deal with are policy issues, to be able to push policy issues, because under their dockets, you find in every ministry, they are technocrats who will deal with the professional issues pertaining to the specifics in terms of speciality in those areas. But as long as they are women and men of integrity, sometimes it's not much about education, or rather what they have specialized. Like now, just a brief look at the current UK cabinet, which has just been formed a few days ago. You find, for instance, the current Minister of Health, Mr. West Thierry, is actually somebody who specialized in history. And I know in our Kenyan setting, somebody would be wondering, what would a historian be doing at Afi House? But you find that still their systems work, because this guy is there to be able to push policy issues. And because they have embraced the right ethical values, and they believe that their presence there is not because they are the best, but it is because they have been given an honor to be able to serve. They are able to discharge their services and to make a very big difference. So in relation to that, what I would want us to do, if it's possible, I encourage most of us who are involved in this particular movement of trying to push for changes, that at least as these discussions go on, we should not miss any information. Let's get the right information, so that even when we are acting when we are informed. Like, for example, I remember sometimes there are people who are saying, let the president dissolve the parliament. But of course, when we look at our 2010 constitution, of course, we know the president does not have the powers to be able to dissolve that particular parliament, because currently, as it is, the parliament has an independent, it's independent in terms of its calendar. And when we get this information, which becomes power, when we act on it and we push things, you find that things would be able to work. So is it possible in these discussions to identify some of the main issues, so that at least we can push issue by issue by issue, so that at the end of the day, sometimes we sit back and we take stock and say, so far, what have we succeeded in? Okay. So by so doing, at least sometimes just applying some sort of blanket force in a way that we are not systematic, and then people begin to lose that synergy. Of course, we know that there are people who came in because of certain interests, because I believe the other week of 24th, that is from 18th to 24th, there was a lot of synergy. But of course, there are people who also came in because they were looking for certain things. And once they have gotten whatever they were looking for, some people will fall back because they have achieved what they wanted. Because when you talk to people in the streets, you find sometimes people come, they are different groups, and people coming with different aims. So let's be organized. Being organized does not necessarily mean that probably we get a leader, because I think there is this notion, anytime you mention about getting organized, then people say, no, we don't want, because we are leaderless. But being leaderless does not mean that we lose the sense of organization. Just like the previous speaker who was saying that sometimes it's good and we do things, we do it informed by certain things, and then we try to practice. We push, but we try to practice what we are pushing for. Like now we are in a place where we are trying to push for better leadership, better governance. And the best way to be able to achieve this will not be so better than identifying certain issues and starting to act on them. Like from the discussions we have had today, we have seen like education is one of the areas that is now seriously affected. What do we do to be able to push, or even just within this particular time as you're piling, as this pressure is piling, what do we do to push maybe certain reforms in the education sector? Now, there's a time there was a discussion sometimes back, just immediately after the election, where the legal minds were coming up with this particular idea. Again, according to our constitution, we should have certain limits such that somebody does not just wake up in the morning and come and tell us, now today we are changing from this system of education to another one. So it should be in the constitution on how to do it. Because education-wise, the failures that we have, the CBC, we are here because probably within the constitution, there wasn't particular articles that protect the education system such that we say probably if we need to change the system, we subject it to a referendum, because this is something that affects so many people. And I'll repeat this question that I'd asked sometimes earlier. Ask yourself, why is it that in Kenya, we have got so many international schools which are thriving? And these international schools have students from well-to-do families. Most of these students come from homes where we have got these people who are representing us, these people who are making decisions at higher level of government. Why hasn't they taken a step of subjecting these children to the CBC that now they have brought to us to be able to dilute our education system? I don't know if there's somebody is seeing that kind of mischief, the way basically I look at it. So is there something that we can do to be able to resolve the issue around education? Because I think if we resolve it, even this issue of bursaries, like I've had people going to the constituency development fund offices, governors' offices, and trying to plead, to beg, if that can be fixed, we wouldn't even need that kind of a thing, because the child will leave the house and go to school without complicated demands at the end of the day. And that money probably can be directed to the schools directly, so that every child is able to access education. So what do we do? Is there something that we can do at the moment? Because the more we wait, especially like on the education issue, the more things are getting complicated. So can we find a way of crafting our ideas based on the issues that we are trying to push for, so that in case in future could be tomorrow, it could be in the next few hours, if there is a situation or other setup where probably these things can be presented and can be pushed, then we'll say we have got this document and these are the things that we need to be done at the end of the day. I think when we do that, we are likely to achieve much more than just, spending all this time discussing, and we don't have anything in place in terms of a strategy, in terms of a plan, in terms of the issues that are very crucial that would want to push and be able to say, let's begin with this number 2, 3, 4, 5, so that at the end of the day, we are able to succeed. Otherwise, I want to encourage us to continue with the spirit. Let's continue to engage, to learn more, to get to understand even our constitution. I'm really happy with the way people are interrogating the constitution. People, basically, most of the local people are beginning to master it, to understand this article says this. This is where we have got a problem. This is what is here. This is what we can do to be able to solve this and that. So all in all, as we continue, let's begin also to have probably to think about some of the men and women of good ideals, such that should an opportunity come where you want to present people, rather to elect people in leadership positions, at least we can be able to position them, knowing that if these fellas get into that particular place, they'll not be able to drive their agenda, but the agenda of the people, and they would be able to serve based on the morals, based on the discipline, based on the ethical background, and above all, based on that patriotism. Because I think we are all in this, discussing all this because we are patriotic about this particular country and we want Kenya to succeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Africa. I think we'll go to the next speaker. But before I go, I literally took up this mic today, not to speak, but just to stay here, just in case anything happens, because apparently I received a phone call today, a very weird phone call towards around evening. And that phone call was a strange number, not a strange number, but a private number. And this person asked, to the man, this person asked, young man, don't you love your life? And they actually told me, if I don't delete my pinned tweet, they will make an example to the rest on me. So I don't know what that meant. I don't know if I should feel threatened. I don't know where they got my number. And I just wanted to ask the lawyers who are here. I don't know if they're still here, but how do we get to go about that? You have a phone call, but it's a private number. It was a call under a minute. They said it very fast, then dropped the call. They said I'm inciting the public with my pin tweet. I'm inciting the youth, not the public, the youth, literally the youth. So I can't lie that I'm not scared. Yes, I am, but who on earth will share my number? Who is that who knows me that will share my number to strangers? Who would end up threatening me because of what I do? I'm a video journalist. I've been attending all these protests since day one. Of course, today I didn't go to the streets. After hosting that long space, I wasn't feeling so well. So my question is, how does someone get to go about this? for those who know how to handle these issues. How do I go about it? But I'm not deleting that tweet. I'm not deleting my pinned tweet. I'm not deleting that video. So I will not delete it. But how does someone go about it? Number one, for my safety. Number two, to exercise my freedom of speech and freedom of, my career as a journalist. How do I literally go around that? But the next speaker can speak. That's why I've been feeling so. I didn't even want to speak. I just wanted to be on the speaker panel so that if anything happens, I just say, "Hey, nimekujiwa, mkae mkijua nimekujiwa." I literally switched off my whatever, my location. I've just been incognito. So you guys can advise whatever possible. We can go on to the next speaker. I guess David. David, are you there? David Leito. If David is not around, let's go to KD. KD, can you hear me? Since people are asleep on this space. Engineer Mato, are you there? Guys, can you hear me on this space? Ni kama watu is Koki. Can you hear
Yes,
me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Since people can't hear me because they're not talking.
Let
Ama
Africa
mmetense
speak.
kama mimi. Ala, mmetense na mko kwa rada gava.
Let me what is it called? Let me inject a little encouragement, especially to AO. I'm really sorry about that. That sounds very unfortunate. I've also been having sleepless nights. I'm just been like, okay, today I'm gonna say something that's gonna be completely out of pocket. But and this is also, I'm encouraging myself at the same time because it's part of what I said I'm going to talk about in my blanket of the praxis concept. I want to read for you something that I wrote somewhere some time back. Convention is something made up by somebody and then repeated by others. If convention feels wrong for you, if your skin bristles and your spirit stalls at the thought of doing something the way it's done, then stop and act. There's someone, I don't know, someone's mic. Okay. Yeah. Who's that?
Go ahead, please, Koki. Sorry.
Hello.
Koki, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. You muted everyone. Sorry.
Yeah, I muted
So
everyone
let
to
me
mute
just.
that guy who had the
Okay.
mic on.
Thank you so much. Let me just repeat that because that's the only thing I want to say, and then I let someone else talk for now. Convention is something made up by somebody and then repeated by others. If convention feels wrong for you, if your skin bristles and your spirit stalls at the thought of doing something the way it's done, then stop and act. We can make changes. We can try and craft small slices of the life that we want. We can make convention to make things more just, more complete, and more beautiful. And not everyone will be happy with you because it is human nature to try and conserve things as they are. But your spirit will feel full, and there's nothing more meaningful than knowing you have been true to yourself. Yeah, I just wanted to give an encouragement to AO, but also to everyone, because I know we are all worried for each other, and it's good for us to be each other's keepers. As much as we are making everyone awake, it's good that we also keep, check on everyone. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Koki. Means a lot. Really appreciate your kind words. David Lele, are you on this space? David, Engineer Mato, are you there? KD, if you guys are not responding, allow me to drop you guys to give other people.
Ayo, can I just talk about something that and it's just related to the person who was talking just before. Yeah,
It's all right.
you
Go
spoke.
ahead.
Yeah, they were talking about like workable solutions, and I'm a very solutions oriented person. And also because I look at data all the time, I try to see the patterns in the numbers and everything. And honestly, this is the first time I have seen this kind of level of greed, because even the data doesn't lie. Like, even when you're trying to, let's say, monitor things like fixed income week on week, because there's a budget that's given, and then every week, without fail actually, the government always comes to the market to borrow money from the public, and that money is not going to good use. Let's just face it. And I want to give an example of a solution. I'll start with healthcare. I have another one for education, but I want to start with healthcare because it's at the top of my mind, and I've just written something about it because I was thinking about the numbers from a unit economics perspective, and it fills me with a lot of rage, especially when I truncate things and I kind of like see, I can calculate how much debt my child is gonna be paying, and that debt is racking up the more I'm even speaking right now. It's not a tenable situation, and I have some solutions I was going to just throw around. But the first one is with relation to like healthcare. And I've written about it, but I just wanted to expound a little bit more, for maybe anyone who might not see it or might not understand what I'm saying, a little bit. So right now, currently, I mean, hospitals are not taking NHIF, and for most of them, you will find that they have not even been taking this NHIF for months now. Because if you talk to people, and that's another thing I want to encourage us, we are here online, and there are people who are not online, but we can make a point of checking in. I had someone mention that they were speaking in a Kamba radio station, and I was like, that's actually one of the ways of applying the praxis concept and making an impact matters in your own way as well. And it's the little things because they're gonna reflect in the collective. So I want to use the example of healthcare and this NHIF to make this point right now. So we all contribute a minimum of 500 to NHIF, right? And okay, we can even say 300, 500. I'm not even sure about that minimum, but it is 500, yeah. And you can even say like that translates now, if you're looking at it from a unit economics perspective, that translates to what? What? That translates to 500 million for 10 million people. And that translates to 5 billion for 1 million people, and then 500 million, and then 10 million, 5 billion, and then let's say 50 million, 25 billion, right? So in a month, these guys are collecting 25 billion. Like that's on the higher limit. Even if we lower that amount and we say 10 million people, that's still 5 billion every month. And on now a grand economic scale, now in a year, on the lower side, they'll collect a minimum of 60 billion. And on the higher side, they're going to collect a maximum of 300 billion. So that's 60 billion to 300 billion. That's the range of how much money they can collect from this NHIF, and that they do actually. So why not carve out 300 million in our budget and say that we are going to get everyone healthcare? No one is going to be paying, and there's a set, like it's like the way you just go and pay insurance every month, every whatever year. There's a bill for that for everyone, and this is an investment in public wealth and public assets and public dignity, And then to even add on top of that, since these people cannot be trusted to manage money, maybe they need us to show them how to, I don't know, do it. And that 500 can even be, you say we are not even going to scrap it, we're actually going to invest in our country. This is going to be Daima Mimim Kenya contribution, I don't know, call it whatever. And you still contribute. It's not going to NHIF actually, because has already been allocated in the budget, 300 billion. We've done the math. It's possible. And probably even get very good healthcare, because that kind of economies of scale should not be something that we are playing around with. Those numbers are not small. That's why this whole situation has everyone shook. But imagine now if we contributed that 500, like just continued. It's not going to NHIF, and it's going to now this thing that he was saying about SHIF, right? If someone has an extenuating medical circumstance that cannot be covered within the scope of this 300 million, and those are those rare cases, because that is how you take care of everyone in the community. But that can be even channeled into a fund that's professionally run, and then every year it can even be pegged on like a blockchain, and you say that the thing to the unique identifier is your birth certificate that becomes an ID, when now that's the change that determines, you can start now contributing to this sovereign, I don't know, wealth fund that in year one makes 300 million, year two 300 billion, year two 600. The potential is limitless. You could even peg the decision making on what happens to the money of that fund every year. Can be a rolling investment that everyone votes on, and there's options, and you present your case, whoever you are in the country, and you say, this is what I want this money to go to do, and everyone votes on it, and it's decentralized. And I really want to encourage, and that's why I keep going back to the praxis concept, that we need to allow for environments such as this, to allow for discourse and ideas to go every which way they can go. And then if you learn about something here, love it forward, like tell your neighbor. Like nowadays people don't even talk to each other, and they're living in the same buildings, and it's all a tactic of segregation, and divided we fall. Just even your gardener, your boda guy, every person you meet has something to teach you, and that should give you a certain level of humility, but it should also make you present yourself into all these situations with, I want to tell them about this thing that I learned today, because sharing, it's like a candle. It's not gonna make me mine burn out. In fact, probably burn brighter from all the contact, scientifically speaking. Yeah. So that's just my second point. You can give someone else to talk and maybe give me a chance another time. But that was just an example of how to use all the discourse that you're having to now boil down into the numbers. And I'm happy to dissect the numbers that I can. I'll try. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Koki. Biril, are you able to
Yeah,
take over
kindly,
for a while?
can you take a break? We need your mental sanity. I'm so sorry what I've had, but stay vigilant. Keep in touch with us. Don't go offline, and don't pick any number that is not having a phone number. Just try to stay on the speaker panel. Don't get involved right now. Keep your mental sanity and reach us out. Check your inbox. We're with you, guys. That's the kind of leadership we have. So we all safe, but where are we safe? That is just a threat, and that's just a scare. But you cannot ignore it, and that is what they're trying to really make us be scared. So we need your mental sanity. So get off the co-host, stay on the speaker panel, and because that video is actually your artwork, and that is what sells you, and it actually happened. So just because you put it together, it is what happened. There's no lie about it, unless we take different scenarios and then we put it on one clip. That's a clip that happened in Kenya. But we need your sanity. We need you to be okay. Ayo, you together? Koki, you were saying something. Somebody was speaking.
Sorry, it's just I am getting on a call, but I'll be around like in 20 minutes to. I'm still listening. Yeah.
Okay. De jure. Some names. Wow.
Yes, good evening to all of you.
Good evening.
My condolences, first and foremost, to all our comrades whom we've lost since the liberation struggle started about 3-4 weeks back. Well, mine is just to give a summary of my perception of what is happening, because at times things move so fast, and we also move with the speed, with the kinetic, and we forget to account. Now, my attention comes to the regrouping of the political class, and whatever the divide they're trying to swing in, some pretending like they're not in with Zakayo, and others going in with the Zakayo, or the obvious traitor, should be an open eye. Everybody should realize that that is the political class as a group. In our study groups, we call them the bourgeois. Those are the bourgeois, the buccaneers, the brokers. So you need not to look at yourself as belonging to any of them. You are the proletariat. And thirdly, there's no middle class. You're just one paycheck, one missed paycheck, one firing letter away from being a proletariat, if you believe that you are middle class or anything. And if you can, and I think you can attest to me, most of you, if you take your paycheck at the end of the month, by mid-month it's worth nothing. You're looking forward to the end of the month. And these are things that people need to go and study. Dialectic materialism. people need to go and study such things as the wages as taught by Karl Marx. So my point is, there is a divide, a clear one, that now people need to open their eyes and see that the political class came and neutralized your fire, your revolution. And right now the narrative, they are the ones who are running the narrative. Where is the narrative of the revolutionaries? As we speak right now, it's muted. Second, my point is, you can talk all kinds of policy, you can talk all kinds of improvements, you can come up with all the brilliant ideas, but they ain't gonna they ain't gonna count at the end of the days. They ain't gonna count. Why? You haven't gotten rid of the cancer. You haven't gotten rid of the pendulum that is swinging. So how do we move forward? The numbers, I call it the arrowhead approach or the spear formation. And you go to one point in numbers, 5 million man strong. You take the day. You take the day and you run with the price. But if you keep on strategizing, talking, negotiating, planning, blah, blah, you can do that all day, every day. The political class is organizing, is strategizing, and is running the narrative. So it's even better you never started it. Because even what you think you gained, in reality, if you give these sharks, the political sharks, time, they are going to reverse it double the time. Remember now when they go into a coalition, they're going to be more in numbers. So any bill they want to pass, they'll pass it. Anything, if they want to manipulate the voting and whatnot, they'll do it. If they want to curtail the IDs, they'll do it. So if you really are in a revolution, you need to organize and march and take your prize and walk away. Thank you. They say, just as I leave, they say the revolution is not a tea party or the revolution is not a dinner party. So you can't move on like that as revolutionaries. You have to take decisive decision and take decisive moves and take the prize once and for all and go and move and create a new utopia and a fundamental change in the political, social, economic sphere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How was the lineup? Who came first? Because I dropped for a minute. I would go with how you came. Give me your hand if you were here before. If you can hear me and you're here before, you give me your hand. Okay, you can go. Okay, my goodness. Okay, go ahead. And if you're not speaking, kindly mute your mic. Caroline, mute your mic. General Alpha, mute your mic. Jejure, mute your mic.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me send my condolences to everyone that has lost their loved ones. Yeah, we'll be keeping you guys in prayers. So we've been through a lot recently as a nation. We've seen deaths, abductions, killings, and the police brutality that has been going on for the last, let me say, 5 weeks now, right? For the last 5 weeks, we felt disrespected and hurt. But despite all of this, we've managed to, stay strong and keep fighting. So mentally, I think we're in a tough place mentally. So we've experienced a lot of pain and fear, but we've also shown a lot of resilience. We are determined to push through, and make things better. So our spirit should remain unbroken, and we need to continue fighting for our rights and justice. The police have been trying to take us back, but we've kept on pushing forward. That should be our spirit right now. We need to be, keep pushing forward. Because we are in a transition. We are heading towards our future where we hope to see a change, a better change for Kenya. We are Sorry. Yeah, we are more aware of the challenges that we face, and we are more united in our efforts to overcome the challenges. So our mental strength is being tested, but we need to but we are providing that we are trying to withstand the pressure, and we are continuing to strive for a better Kenya. So I have some strategic actions that we need to take as we keep on fighting. Number one, let's begin by acknowledging the complex socio-political landscapes in Kenya. Government manipulation, corruption, and human rights violations, these are some pressing issues. So it's important to frame these discussions in a way that is accessible and relevant to the lived experiences of our audiences. So we need to spread the gospel. Let me say the gospel to everyone that is still in the dark. We need to tell them whatever is happening. We need to keep everyone in the limelight. Number two, we need to focus on these key approaches so that we'll provide a strong foundation for effectively educating our community about the pressing issues in Kenya. So these methods combine personal interaction, technological leverage, community engagement, and safety, so that we ensure a comprehensive and impactful effort. Then, so as I finish, let me say that Kenya, at this point, we are pregnant. Kenya is pregnant. And during pregnancy, there comes a lot of challenges like high blood pressure, there are infections, people get depressed, women get anxiety, and even there are lots of things. But eventually, they always give birth to beautiful kids, bouncing baby boys, like beautiful kids. So Kenya, we are now facing the challenge of pregnancy. We are pregnant. We are trying to deliver. Eventually, everything is going to work out for us, and we need to just keep on fighting until the end, because when we give up now, it's like we are committing an abortion. So we need to continue fighting, because at the end of the tunnel, there's light. Let's go for the light. Thank you so much.
Alpha checking. Okay, thank you for your submission. We're going to be okay. Just give us a few, guys. So, who's talking after you? And that's why I said that these people, it's high time that, man, I don't know when it's going to be, but then.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Who is talking?
This is Levi. Can you hear me?
Is that General Alpha?
Levi.
Okay, go
No,
ahead, please.
it's fine.
Kindly go ahead.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I wanted to congratulate all the guys who are on the ground protesting, but at the same time, we guys in the diaspora have to offer them some help. And part of the things that we need to do is come up with a few social handles where everybody can be able to go and get the basic things that people can use. Basically, we get the information and disseminate it. Basically, like chew it down to palatable. In short, like things that can be easily be consumed by a regular mwananchi. Like all these guys are stealing money and putting up shell companies all over the world. Like Ruto and Kenyatta, they sold close to about $10 billion. So if we are able to like do some websites and where we highlight where all this money is stolen and hidden, so that in the next time people, when they start voting, they can start voting not based on tribalism and favoritism, but they'll vote based on the idea and not on thieves. So anybody from the county government to the whole central government who has ever stolen, any person who's caught on the ballot should not even receive a single vote. But this will come along if we establish certain sites, and like the previous guy was saying, we give out all the information to everybody out there so they're able to know what's going on. In so doing, they work for us, not we work for them, because most of these guys are working for can I say the West, where they are promised to get a diplomatic passports, immunity. They're like the old dictators when they were chased from their countries, like Mobutu. They ran to France. This is what the Kenyattas are waiting for. If we put them through the grill, they run to Britain. These are the kind of things they hope to go and do, but they're stealing from us. I don't even understand till today what the British Army is doing in Kenya, occupying the most fertile land in Kenya, in Nanyuki. And now the Americans are coming in. Are we really in charge of our own country? I'm going to stop right there. I'm getting hot.
You don't need to drink no water, man. Just take a deep breath in and breathing out. We want you more angry. Don't drink any water. Caroline, Levi, don't drink any water. Keep on getting angry.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me, General Alpha?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, let me start by expressing my deep, heartfelt condolences to our soldiers, the young ones who have really died because of fighting for justice in Kenya. I speak from Kenya, and the situation is not very good, as people see, even though today there was no protesting. But I want to tell you that the young people, especially those who are not known either in the social media, have been abducted, probably killed. Nobody knows where they are about. And I want really to request, if there's some people who are hearing me here with the legal minds, that they should now move again to the High Court to ask the court that police officers who are arresting people must be in uniform and have to identify them to befriend any protester. And if there is any police who is hooded and not in a full uniform, the protesters should treat them as criminals and should resist the arrest. And to the police, such criminals who have been set by this administration to intimidate people and to torture, can be able also to assist in case if there is such people, because now they are invading people's houses and abducting, especially they are able to follow you when you are in the space like this, WhatsApp, TikTok. They can see you and come and abduct you, and sometimes even the people in the states are just watching. And I think maybe if the Law Society of Kenya or anybody here, I think we should think of that so that we can protect the young people who are being abducted and killed. The number those people are saying, maybe 41, 51, those are just numbers which are not really authentic. There are many, many people who are missing and have been killed. So we should be thinking of that. One thing that now we should address, because from the beginning I said that we are dealing with a very, very terrible person, a thug. The more that we stop protesting and giving chance, probably maybe 2 days or 1 week, we give him time to reorganize and to organize these thugs who are coming to brutalize people and to abduct. Because we are now fighting for justice and we want this revolution to be successful, the protest should go on every day as one of the strategies, every day. Because if we give him time, he is strategizing. So we should be thinking of that. Again, now we are seeing now the political class is becoming more threatened, and now they are organizing themselves. And this coalition that these people are trying that they are going to organize is to protect them, because whether the opposition whether maybe the government, these people are benefiting from this injustice. And when what are they going to address? What are they going to address? Because the issue that is ailing us seriously here in Kenya is about corruption and disregard of the rule of law. So the constitutionalism is what we are crying for, that we want to be implemented, to be followed strictly. But what are they addressing? They are addressing of how they are going to get powers and dish out the government ministry among themselves to benefit, and they will be continuing to do the business. It is becoming open that indeed Kenya does not have any serious debt as they allege. These debts are just created for us because they know quite well that quite a number of Kenyans do not follow things and do not probably understand the finances and how things work. But it is becoming now clear to everyone. So what we want really to be addressed is this debt issue. We want to know the real figures of debt of Kenya and what have we been paying for, because this is where we are getting a problem. And this is where they are using it to loot us, to enrich themselves. We know that there was a report about the Pandora box. These things began from 1963. If the Constitution stipulates how money should be borrowed and used, we want to know this. And we have a very qualified office of the Auditor General. She's able to do all this because when we look at the auditing that she has been doing, there's a lot of credibility of that. But nobody from the executive is able to implement the proposals of the Auditor General. And this begins way back from Ouko. And we saw even Kenyatta when the auditor revealed a lot of things. Mr. Kenyatta was very harsh in State House because they all benefited from this. So probably the person who did not steal money from Kenya and probably hid them somewhere else could be Kibaki. But all these people have stolen money and they are hiding them outside. And they know very well, because we know very well that Ruto has borrowed 1.2 trillion, which is just 1 year. And according to the auditor report, this much of the borrowing he did without even seeking the authorization from Parliament and even from the advice from the Attorney General. So which means the borrowing or the loans that he took does not belong to us as the taxpayers. We should not pay that. He should pay it because that money, nothing it has done. And we know very well that according to the Constitution, when we borrow, that money should just be used for the development. We should not use it for the recurrence expenses. So we know since this guy took over the power, it's 1 year, there is no roads. There are no roads being built. There is any mega project going on. Why was he doing this borrowing? And where is this? So these are the things that we have that the kind of the government of national unity they are trying to.
Alpha, are you there, General Alpha?
I can hear you, yes.
Are you done with your submission?
Let me wind up by just 2 minutes, then I finish. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, but your words are breaking into two. I think your network has issues.
Okay, that is a problem. So I'm really saying that the protests should continue every day. It should not be, maybe we give them chance, because when we give Ruto chance, he strategizes and he gets that time to attack people. Let us be in the street every day so that we deny him the revenues that he can use. And he will go home because he's cornered. Even if you look at over 80% of Kenyans are not supporting him, are not even supporting the coalition kind of a government that he wants to form with opposition. So it means that when we stay in the street every day, in the next coming 2 weeks, Ruto will go home with all his people. And this is what we should do. And beginning, I said that the lawyers who are here, who can help us, please, they should file a case in a high court for emergency to bar the police who are not in school, who are not in their uniforms, to arrest the protesters, because they are using these people to abduct people, to kill people, because these policemen, some of them are hooded. Why are they hooded if they are policemen? Why are they hooded? Why do they wear a mask? Why are they masked? You know? So they should now be barred so that the protesters should not be arrested by anybody who is hooded or masked or who is not in full police uniform. That is my request, and I think that is the end of my submission. Thank you very much.
Geoffrey.
Yes, yes, thank you.
General Alpha, I think you have to fix your internet because I'm even struggling to get what you're saying because I have to piece it together.
He's done.
It's Geoffrey and then David, then Engineer, then Caroline. We're doing 3 minutes, so make better use of it. Geoffrey?
Okay, good evening, members. Are you getting me?
Yes, go ahead.
First of all, I want to say to give condolences to those people who have lost their lives, their families that have lost their loved ones. And secondly, I want to say that we are nearing there. The fight is there. We have to fight. You see, when you are about to achieve something, that's when it gets too tough. So let's get tough and let's get going. In fact, to me, I could suggest that this demonstration should be every day. Reason being, when we give them a day to rest, they already have our plans in mind. Like today, you saw police, the way police were everywhere. You go to Uhuru Park, you will find that you can't gain entry there. So it gives them time to plan. But if we do it every day, from morning, evening, they don't have time to plan. Tomorrow we are there, they will get confused. Secondly, you see what has happened. These people, we thought Raila was a good man, but you see what has happened. It means that everyone can betray us, even including in here. I know they are spies. They already pick what we are talking and they plan ahead of us. So please, there are sensitive information that we should not even reveal here because it will ruin our plans. But we should strategize on how we can do things so that we always be a step ahead. Now, like we were talking of occupying Uhuru Park, you saw they planned. These people, they come here, they listen to what we talk, and then they are there. Thirdly, I think apart from even demonstrations, there are other ways we can also try to destabilize the smooth running of the government institutions. For example, I know as Kenyans, we are IT experts. Personally, I am an IT expert, and I know Kenyans have enough knowledge. They love technology. If we can get a way, we have ethical hackers. Let me use ethical in this suggestion, but we have hackers who can even hack government institutions so that we destabilize them so that they can feel the heat by destabilizing most of the things. We go to Huduma Center, go to KRA, destabilize those things. It will make them feel like, okay, the pressure is enough now. Because our goal is like, we don't want the government, not only Ruto, we don't want the government. We want the government to be resolved so that we start fresh. We scrutinize all those parastatals, all those institutions, so that by the end of the story, by the end of our journey now, we could find that tumefikia mahali kwamba it's a corruption free country. Ukiona Kenya now is becoming a reference point to most of other countries, including outside Africa. This is a good example. I am very happy because of this. And if we leave it here, it will be like we have been defeated, and now it will be worse. Because what again, ukiona sasa Raila ameingia ndani, au wezi wataingia. Wataenda sasa ndio watatupora kabisa. You see, the finance bill was dropped, but in real sense, it was not dropped. If you check well, they have started increasing those things that they said they were dropped in the finance bill. They knew what they were doing. We have not even seen the gazettement of the finance bill. I don't know whether it was there, but I haven't seen one. So those people have plans. Like now, again, something that I don't know. What does the Constitution say about the reappointment of those dismissed ministers? Because I saw somewhere that if a minister is dismissed, it means that they have got a ground that they are not worthy holding the office, meaning that they cannot be reappointed back. But according to the fununu kidogo, it's as if they might even return those other ministers back. Like now, umeanza kuona they are sponsoring people, these opinion polls, to rank them so that ndio waone kumbe watu wanawaamini. It's not us. That's not our cause. If they have been sacked, let them go home. We don't need them. In fact, we need a new start to everything. Not only in the cabinet or in parliament or what. We need a new start, including parastatals, including PSS. Hapo ndio wanapata njia ya kuipa. In fact, those ones wenye waliachwa kwa ma PSS, hao ndio wezi kabisa wa kwanza. Hata hao ma minister hawana kitu. Those PSS ndio wezi. Ni vile sasa hawajitokezi, wameachwa ma minister wako kama umbrella hapo tu, lakini wako ndani ndio wezi. Ukiwafuatilia vizuri, they are investing on a lot of things. Hao ndio wash ya kwanza. So sisi ndio tunakaa tukiumia hapa. If you see like Ruto took his money to Uganda. He invested in Uganda in a very big way. That even has affected the Ugandan currency. Saa hii ukipata hata kama ukiwa Uganda, the rate that was 35, it's now 28. Because after he entered kwa gava, he had now to return back the rate so that he can return back his money to Kenya. He invested a lot. Pesa yote ya wizi. So nikisikia eti hakuna nini, eti watu wanataka dialogue, I don't have a need for dialogue. What we want is let them back down. Let us start afresh. Otherwise,
Jeffrey,
I'm very annoyed about this. Yes?
Jeffrey, keep on being annoyed. Please don't drink water.
Yes.
Kindly. Don't drink water. How many petrol stations right now are in Uganda for the big man? Big man
There are
Bazoo.
very many petrol stations. Not even one. We have rubies. In fact, the rubies, don't be lied to that it is for Uhuru. The rubies is for Ruto. If you don't know. When
No,
Ruto
the
won,
number of
those
petrol
people,
stations in Uganda. Have you confirmed the number? The ones that belong to him?
we have rubies. Rubies is his in Uganda here.
Uh-huh.
In fact, let me get the whole figure. I will come back later, maybe tomorrow. I'll tell you. I will collect all the information. But this guy, we don't need him.
I don't have the actual number, but what I know, for those who have been on your way from when you are going to northern Uganda, Kitgum, Ulu, so all those small stations along that road when you are going northern Uganda, his petrol stations, they have some yellow colors. Those are his petrol stations, and even quite a number of Ugandans will tell you that they belong to the deputy president of Kenya, which means he built them during Uhuru's term, when I think he stole money in the first term.
All of them, in fact, including Rubies. He even opened the vaccination, this COVID vaccination center here in Uganda. That guy, I don't know. They are colliding with the Ugandan government to steal us. So even whatever information they get advice from Uganda. In fact, most of the police there who are killing people, they came from Uganda. Let them not think that we don't know. We understand. And we don't want that government, including opposition, those of Raila. In fact, let me stop here. Nitaongea baadaye. Thank you.
Gloria, you can go. Gloria. Oh my God. Anybody on
All
this?
right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I don't know if the lawyers were still here, but at that point, of course, there were so many speakers waiting to speak, so maybe I couldn't have gotten a chance. But if they are still here, I suggest, yes, the information they're giving us is good. It's good to be informed. But I suggest all hands should be on deck. We can't all be bombarded with a lot of information. Tutapasuka misamba. Tushike hii, tushike ile, tushike ile. So if you are in the legal profession, hiyo ni kazi yenu. In fact, that is the work of LSK. It's just in the previous administrations, there've been factions within the LSK. Mara wako in bed with the government, mara wako, but this particular LSK seems to be promising. So if they are aligning with the movement and they want change, then that is, wao ndo wanafaa kuwa wanashikilia that legal bit. Sisi wanatuinform tu, kulikuwa na hii kitu, tumepeleka kotini. Kulikuwa na hii, tunaipeleka kotini. So that, because what can we do? What can the rest of us do if all the time tunaletewa hiyo information? So what I want is for us, kila mtu ashike yake. For me, I'm into communication. That's why in the morning I was suggesting a communication strategy. Walimu, shikeni yenu. Nini? Kila mtu ashike docket yake. Then here when we come, it's just to collect information and know kama leo tunapush ya walimu tunapush, but hashtag Ruto must go always remains hapo chini. That's the only way we can move forward. But hatuwezi shika hii na tushike ile na tushike. Then the other way they can also help us if they are here. It's not, remember hiyo the signing of this constitution of IEBC that Ruto did after we said, oh, reconstitute IEBC. Remember, it is a product of the NDC. And the NDC, which the political elite had, it's not us. Remember, after your 2023, your mandamano and what not, these people formed an NDC. So it was political parties. It was Azimio, walichagua wao, and the Kenya Kwanza walichagua wao. So how is it that it is political parties that sat down and decided on who is supposed to constitute IEBC? I find that already that's an illegality because there was no participation. citizen participation on the matter of IBC, because all of us are affected. When kura zikibiwa, it's in fact it's the ordinary citizen who is most affected. It is our vote that doesn't count. So the lawyers can also pursue that. What is the legality of that thing? So that your constitution, the IBC as is constituted now, should be thrown out, because what was that? That thing was a product of the NDC. So let nobody gaslight us that, oh, we had a chance. That is when we had a chance to be part of the to be part of the team. No. In fact, if we had gone at that point when they were calling for dialogue or they want representative to that thing, we would be rubber stamping an illegality. It's a good thing that we did not go there. Because now what were we going to do? To simply stand there, take photos as they are signing something that it's only the political parties decided on. So lawyers, please, give us information, yes, but come to us with, this is illegal, we have taken the case. Walimu pia wakikuja, wanakuja na yao. Because it's not possible, it's not humanly possible for us to do everything. If they're aligning with us, let us see how they're helping us. Then on top of, we could also come up with, yes?
Okay, wind up, and then I'll highlight something for you that was mentioned. I think you must have stepped away. Just finish, and then I'll highlight something for you.
And then on the other matter, even with the how that IBC, when they're talking about the panel constitution, there's still a way we can still put our foot in there. The LSK, who I consider our partners in this movement, part of us, have one slot. So they can give that to public participation to tell them who to nominate. Churches, the council has, I don't know, 2 slots, 2 whole slots. We can petition the churches, we can push them. Si nyinyi ndo mnasimamia morality, nyinyi ndo mnataka vitu zifanyike vizuri. Give us those slots, let us nominate people, let us vet people, let us give you people that you can put forward. So there's still a way we can participate. Let us not look at it as, you know, it's already gone or we are giving up. No, there's no giving up. We have to put our fingers everywhere. Saizi hakuna kuachilia kitu yoyote. Hatutaki kujua it has been passed, it has not been passed. No, we have to poke holes everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, they highlighted that there are some suits that you can actually file, and they're willing to do it pro bono. Pro bono means they'll take the case to court, but you as the petitioner, and they'll go without a fee, without the lawyer's fee. So that's what I wanted to highlight. And then again, on another forum with some other senior counsels, they were saying we can constitute 58 professionals. So like the teachers, the doctors, and you see the way the doctors and the lawyers have actually been a team, and engineers joined in, but on one demonstration. So like if you're a lawyer, you're a teacher here, and all that kind of stuff, that's how people can start constituting. So these are on the comment section. There's that form of how you can file a petition and how we can actually vet a leader. So those are things that they should just be on the fingertips, because you don't know when you're going to use them. But as much as we've now gone back to the Constitution of Kenya becoming like our Bible, because that's what's governing us, when you go through certain things, then you get to know. Once you have the knowledge, you know knowledge is power. So another speaker will take it as you digest on that. Let's not overfeed, because you may end up actually vomiting the way she's mentioning, because you can actually not comprehend the entire information the way they are spearing across, and some are really involving, So who was supposed to go? Yes.
Question.
Yes.
This is Chege. Why have they not started? Did they say? Like the lawyers, for example, why have they not started? What are they waiting for?
No, they cannot go to court alone. You have to petition as a citizen, and then now they're going to be Bonoko lawyer for us. Bonoko means they're going to stand with each and every petition we're going to pull across on a leader
Yeah.
that is non-performing, all those kind of stuff.
So why when they are not citizens, why are they not able to do it?
No. You cannot petition and then again stand for the case. A citizen can petition.
Yeah. So
because already right now,
one of them.
right now already you realize that it seems like they are joining the citizen, but no, they're not. It's the first time that actually sense is coming to hit the reality on the ground that this is not right, and we are not going to compromise our professionalism to doing the wrong, yet the citizens are right. It's the first time that the law is standing with the public and the citizen. So the citizen and the judicial system, which actually not all, are coming and standing in with us. That's why you find that you cannot come with this and it's not in the constitution. You come with this, it's not in the constitution, they're going to battle it over there. So already we have a backup plan. So you get the right petition and you petition it. We have even referrals of the lawyers that will give you, and they'll come and stand in with that case. But you'll go, you as George, you as Gloria, but not a lawyer and another lawyer.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
okay,
anyway,
maybe some clarity, because it doesn't make sense on this issue of picketing, for instance, where we were told we can't go, we can't demonstrate. Who went to court? Was it the common ordinary citizen, or was it the lawyers, the LSK, that went to represent us?
No, that one they went themselves, because that one touched, Gloria, that one touched on the constitution. And that's when the LSK team went and petitioned, and actually the judgment came out today. That one they went because it touched on the constitution. But now on certain aspect, like actually calling back some of these, I don't even want to call them leaders. Some of these people that appropriate themselves as leaders, some of the things that we need to recall them with has to be petitioned. And then they'll help you compile the entire case. I, as an individual, like Be Real, I can go and petition, and then the case will start. Then they'll take you through until it pulls through. But then there are these other ones that are touching on the constitution that are actually just being denied on the spot. Because for you to give such a letter that the general gave, that acting police, that one it touched on the constitution. So he has to go back and file a petition against that constitution. It has to go to the parliament for it to be extracted from the constitution. So he touched on the constitution. And that's why when we were here earlier, you heard me ask that we have leaders that are actually abusing the power for their own selfish interest and to oppress the common person. Let's progress, guys.
Yeah, okay. Actually, Be Real, I think Nini was Katiba Institute are the ones who went to court for this the acting IG's letter. And to me, I'd love for a lawyer to come up here and actually tell me why they cannot petition, because they are citizens as well. For me, I think that's hogwash. But maybe I'm wrong. I'd love for them to come and tell us why they cannot do it.
We were having them here for over 4 hours. I think you're late. We had the former LSK president, we had the Mbugua, we had Ndegwa, and we had another one called Rene. So they were all here for quite some time, and we asked them all those questions. So we can compile those questions. You put them on the comment section, and then they've given us a heads up if you want them. We just call them. So if you have any legal questions, not that they come and then again you ask them irrelevant questions, and they create time. Like they cannot be with us for over 12 hours. So like if you have anything legal that you're not understanding, like we touched on a very key subject today about there's a clause in the this IBC. There's a clause that was actually touchy, and they really clarified it, and it's actually not right. So such kind of questions we asked them when they were here, and they were quite in for a long time. So whatever question you may have, either you inbox me or you inbox KOT, or you put in the comment section. But comment section is so full, we may not be able to go through it. So that when we're inviting them, the questions are already tabled. And then when we're starting, we don't get confused and then ask them irrelevant questions. And then you find we remain with actually pressing questions that we need an understanding and clarity about. I hope that's all clear, so we can carry on with the discussion. They were here actually for a very long time. So let's proceed.
Can I go?
Yes, anybody on the mic can go.
Okay. Thank you guys for giving me this opportunity. First of all, I want to condole with everyone who is bereaving, has lost a family member, a brother, a sister. My heartfelt condolence goes to them. First of all, I would like to say that, or I would like to suggest that we should not allow any police officer who is not uniformed to be, once, because this protest, the government knows we are protesting. So as long as you're protesting and want to provide security, no police officer who is not uniformed should be there. Unless they're doing a private investigation where they want to arrest a crime, like for example, what happened in Mukuru. If they say that it is not related to the protest, then that one private police officers in private roads can go. However, where we have clearly said that on Tuesday we are going to protest, no police officer, if this can be put into law, then that can be very, very good. Secondly, is I am very disturbed at how the executive and the legislature relate. We should find a way of delinking these two, because like the current president we have right now knows how to use his money, and he pays people so easily. That is why these people's loyalty are to the 2 million they were given in parliament, and not to us, the people who wanted this finance bill to fall. And then they sheepishly go and laugh in State House when the president now declines to sign it off. So we should be able to see maybe if it is possible for a president to be only elected on an independent ticket, and then for the majority and minority in parliament, we can be able to have maybe political parties in parliament, but for executive, the president maybe could go on an independent ticket. But that is just, those are just my thoughts. Again, public participation. I personally was not satisfied with this kind of public participation where majorly it was centered in Nairobi. These policies are not affecting people in Nairobi only. These policies are affecting all of us. Watching at what was happening during the public participation, it was like more centered only on the views of people in Nairobi and not other parts. I would suggest that when it is time to take part in these public participations, they should be done in every constituency. And these members of parliament who go and pass those laws that we don't want, they should be present in those constituencies so that they know exactly what their constituents are saying. Not having Kimani Kuria and Ndindi Nyoro and that other useless guy called Osoro, all centered in Nairobi, and their main view is just within Nairobi and not other parts of this country. Now, again, the members of parliament also should not be given this CDF kit. Their duty should be strictly legislation and oversight. We cannot have the governor developing the county. The MCA wants to develop their area of jurisdiction. Member of parliament also wants to create another market. We have governors. There are funds that are allocated to that governor. That governor should undertake those developments of the county. We can't have a woman rep with a kitty, MCA with a kitty, member of parliament with a kitty, and this we are overrepresented. It's a very big bulge that we have in this parliament that is completely unnecessary. Then I am much more concerned. I am a beneficiary of help, the Joint Admission Board back then. Right now, I am seeing like people paying hundreds of thousands. So I'm wondering, I was from the village. I came to this city, and that help is what helped me to partially pay for my school fees. I am just wondering what happens to that kid in Turkana who gets a clean A and cannot afford 200, 300,000 to come and pursue his degree at the University of Nairobi, at Moi University. I am quite disturbed because this kind of addition to the school fees, and it's very exorbitant, is going to curtail the how we people were getting education back then. It's going to be much more expensive. Majority of us, some of us in this space, got the chance to come to this city through education. And when you went to that school, you managed to get that help. That helped you also pay your school fees. Now you can imagine someone who was getting 60,000 as help could be able to partly pay for his school fees and maybe help family back at home. But right now, a school fee, someone getting that little money can't even manage to sustain himself in school. If this guy must be feared, if Uhuru Kenyatta himself could come publicly and cry that he is not being given his dues, what about us who small people? Are we going to get what we need? If Uhuru, a former president, had to come crying publicly that he's not being given the funds that were supposed to be, what about us? And this guy is like a wounded snake or lion. If we leave him and he goes beyond this, I don't see us having a future here. We don't really have a future. And then there is this guilt trip. As I finish, there's a guilt trip they use always, that you have to we don't have to go the Somali way, we are going to go the Sudan way. We cannot reach that point if they govern us correctly. The reason why we are here is because of these people who did not want to listen to us, the president included. Because we cannot be, our views are collected, but now it's like even the way he's doing things, you could feel that he's doing them grudgingly. The real Ruto, the real Mr. Ruto, is the one who came out that day and called us prisoners. That is the real him. These other things, he is wearing gloves. When he brings out that sword that he was given in Kasarani, he will cut all of us. So my submission is, let's continue pushing. They are saying since they started, they are losing 6 billion. That is money they don't have. So we continue pushing. And I'm so proud of whatever we have achieved, but it's not enough. All these CSS and the IT also, it cannot happen that once now we have a problem, so many people have been found dead at Mukuru, even now he resigns, running away from taking responsibility of accounting for those murders, accounting for those people, the Rex and others who were murdered in the demonstrations. He has to be brought to account. The likes of Murkomen and others who cannot also account on the dockets that they were given. They must be brought to book. It can't be that every time something like this happens, they are sacked, but nothing is followed. Like people like Linturi, surely. The buck stops with him in that ministry. Our grandfathers and mothers and parents back in the village were now wanapalilia na mavia ya mbuzi na sand, which is despicable. And then he's just left scot-free. That is not something that we can be able to accept. They must be brought to book. And all these people who have stolen from the public coffers must bring back, pay a debt that we don't know how it was used. It is not acceptable. And those are my submissions. Thank you.
Hello, guys. Am I the next?
Kindly carry on.
Kindly carry on. Thank you very much, guys. I'm Simon. Maybe to start with, my condolences to the people who are murdered. I cannot say maybe the people who left us, because those people were killed by Mr. Ruto, Baba Shalin. Number two, I think hii maneno ya maybe Chief Justice, this is my opinion maneno ya Chief Justice, maybe tunafaa tuweke sisi wananchi ndio tunachagua Chief Justice. Ndio sasa huyu mtu asiwe anatishwa na president. Anafanya vitu zenye maybe president anataka ama government. That is my opinion. Number 3. Nasikia watu wanasema kuhusu IDs, watu wa register wachukua ID, the Zs. This government will frustrate people. Watu hawatapatia vijana ID. Washajua vizuri hii revolution imejaa vijana wengi na wengi wao hawana ID. So when someone is talking about maybe 2027 watu wachukua ID, the same Ruto mwenye alikuwa amesema ati amejipanga 2027 atakuwa amejipanga mbaya sana. Ni yeye tu bado wako. Na kuna swali moja nimekuwa nikiuliza. Jose Kamago mwenye alituibia kura, nani alisema ashakufa? Huyo mtu bado wako. So Ruto bado tukimwachia chance 2027 atatupanga vibaya sana. So mimi hiyo maneno ya 2027 hata si support. Ruto kama tunamalizana na yeye tumalizane na yeye saa hii. Tushaanza hii vita lazima tumalize. Na tukirelent guys Kenya ishageuka Uganda. So it's us to change it, right? Lazima tuibadilishe saa hii. Tukiacha watu watashikana na kina Museveni na wafanye vituko zao. Thank you very much. Let me give other people chance to speak.
Who was going next? I'm on
Who
the
was
road.
going
I'm just
next?
about to
I'm on
step
the
off.
road. I'm just about to step off.
Hillary, if you can hear me, just take the mic. I'm going to give order in a minute. Duncan, you can speak.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, we can.
So I want to make 2 points. One, I want to support what Chege was saying. We need to know how we can bring the other people to the party. I know we have the numbers, but we can get the lawyers, the teachers, the people who are in marketing and communication to help us do a lot of this work. Because we can be overwhelmed by doing it ourselves. We might not know the way forward. And there's that lady who said, we get this information, we might get overwhelmed. If we can clarify from the lawyers first, if we can do the things, and maybe the marketing guys and communication, they can help us there, we will get a lot of work done for us, and it will make our work easier. Also, is there a way we can bring everyone to the table kwenda hii maandamano tunasema? The one we did finance bill, we got everyone. I got even teachers from school saying tunaenda maandamano kesho. So how can we bring everyone else to support us? I know we have the numbers, but how can we bring in the millennials, the other generations? You see, these days, the spaces don't have a lot of people. Is there a tactic we can use to make them feel part of this movement? I know they are, but I have a feeling like they don't know how they are going to engage with us because we requested them to kukaa kando kidogo. But how can we bring them to the streets with us? So that is something we have to look at. And finally, it's civic education. You remember Wamatangi, governor wa Kiambu hapa kwetu. Ameshikwa juzi na Tatu City thing, but just the other day alienda Kiamwangi akadanganya wazazi wetu walikuwa wanaimba huko akiwapatia mbegu za kupanda ama ni whatever things. So we have to go there and do civic education. But this I think is something we are going to do after. The most important one is tujue vile tutaleta everyone kwa hii maandamano and we make them feel like they are welcomed here as much as we are the leaders. So one option would be we become the executive and then we have the professionals do the work for us. So we guide the agenda where we are saying what we want to do and everything. Then we can have the millennials who are the managers and all the other guys who are in these institutions to help us with the professional part of the work. So that's my submission.
I'm looking
Yes,
for somebody who's not
Biril.
spoken.
Yeah,
I'm looking
myself,
for
I
somebody
hadn't
who's
made
not
my submission.
spoken.
This
Yeah,
is
kindly
Chege.
go ahead.
Can you hear
Chege, go
me?
ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Asante sana. Let
After
me start
Chege,
by
Felix will take it.
Felix. Okay.
After Chege, follow.
Yeah, I know it's okay. It's okay, Biril. Housekeeping is important. So let me start first by congratulating and saluting our host and co-host, KOT 6, Biril. You guys are doing a very important thing. I think this has now officially probably gone 24 hours. The space imeanguka tukirudisha, and we we thank God because it's very important, I think, that we have this place where we can actually come and talk, look out for each other. I think probably KOT, you are holding one of the spaces that many people have heard saying, this is my first time to speak on spaces, this is my first time to speak on spaces, which is something that is very good. In other spaces, watu waga hata hawapewi chance, ukiingia you are truly harassed. And those of us who are from the older generations, from Gen Z, we are more respectful. We cow
What's up?
probably a good day. Yeah, go ahead.
We lost you or what? I don't think Chege finished. Chege, did you finish? Okay, Felix, you can hear me?
Yeah.
You're going after Chege, yes? Chege or Felix, you can take the mic.
I'm talking, Biril. Mnanisikia?
No, I can't hear anything.
Oh,
That's why I'm calling you.
I'm now back.
Basi umepotea for long. And then if you've been here since morning, a namba ya QT iko hapo juu. Ebu bundles and whatever you can. Me, I'm sorted, but QT maze, leo tumemban mbaya sana. You guys do something. So Felix, Chege ulisimama mbali. See, I can't even know where you disappeared for about 4 minutes there.
Oh, sorry. So nilikuwa tu nimesema asanti.
Ulianza
Alafu nikapotea.
ulifika mali ulisema like you the I don't know millennium, you're going slow, you talk pole pole, you're being harassed with other spaces. Hapo ndio tulikupoteza.
Okay, sawa. Nimewasha.
You got to work on your network.
This has been one of the spaces where we've been able to be given mics to come back, express ourselves. Tunaitisha mic tena after some time unarudi. I've supported KOT now that you've brought it up. Mimi KOT anajua ninatumaga na pia tuna sort vijana ambao wanaenda maandamano. We've been trying to do that. But yes, guys, the number is up there. Let's support, especially people who are in the diaspora. They've been asking, what can you do? That is one of the things that you can do at least. The young men who are going out there every day, every Tuesday and every Thursday, they are wanajitolea, wanaenda, they are so courageous, they are not afraid to die. And So I think the least we can do, those of us who are in a position to, please support, send to the kitty so that at least we're able to sort them out. Now, there's a very important point that I think we've reached now, and we can probably start having the conversation that I've been hearing. We are having an information overload with everything that we are hearing. This constitutional maneno, personally I'm an engineer. Mimi mkiniuliza mambo ya ujenzi nitakujibu, lakini sasa hii mambo ya sijui kipenge gani, chapter what, article what, and you know guys here are really spitting them out, our lawyer friends. It's time that we started organizing ourselves into these caucuses, having sort of like breakout rooms and discussions whereby these discussions are being done in a tangible way. And please, please, as much as possible, do what Katiba Institute and the others are doing. We are citizens. I think all of us are citizens. And if you need one of us to go and sign a petition, I think Okio Mtata ako very available, na pia sisi I think tumechokeshwa na hii regime to the point that putting in a petition, a signature for a petition against something like what the IG of police was doing today is a very easy thing to get. So I think we need to start seeing actions. Let us all be as patriotic as our children are being, our youth are being, and that way we are going to start having a positive movement to things. I think today the courts spoke very loudly that the right to picket is a right that is in the Constitution, and there is no police officer. Okay, wacha nini ati IG. Kitambo hata OCS alikuwa anakataza picketing. Okay, no police officer can purport to take away such a right from Kenyans. So that's number one. Then, like I think it was Gloria who said, you know, watu wa communications waingie kwa mambo ya communications. Walimu waingie mambo ya walimu, watuambie stories za JSS and all the evils. Vile madaktari wamekaa chini wakatuambia interns. So that we are supporting things that are moving. Engineers, we have so many things in engineers realm, from the registration of engineers, graduate engineers, to the poor quality of the roads, the approvals, the corruption in our systems. Every time when it rains, unaona barabara zinaoshwa, the lack of protective ninis on the roads in steep places, unapata tu barabara kuna nini black spots. All these things are things that as professionals, every professional knows how the corruption happens, and we can start dealing with these things. What I would like to highlight here, and especially for the Gen Z, because I'm seeing as if they're starting to get frustrated. They've done extremely well. You guys have done extremely well to get to this point. I think we are, is it 5 or 6 weeks down from the beginning of the Maandamanos? The government was expecting you to burn out at week 2. Normally, most so-called revolutions burn out by the second week. Wanaua wawili watatu hivi, munaona wameanza kuua, then people run away. Here, the courage has been amazing. It's been beyond whatever, but the underlying issues, I think, are bigger. There is a huge issue that I came to learn of in one of these spaces about online jobs. Kuna wakati Ruto alienda somewhere in I think it was Eldoret or Wasingisho, somewhere. There was this young man who was doing something on the computer, and this is where he got this Kufinya computer thing. And apparently, because of all the publicity that he gave, they even zoomed into the screen and they showed the project that the young man was working on and the way that he was using VPN. Because if your account is shown as registered in Kenya, you're paid less than if you're shown as registered somewhere else, like a US or something. So walionyesha hiyo story, and that company eventually pulled out because after Ruto discovered that these guys are able to earn 20K a week, they went and tried to force this company to give them information about who in Kenya is registered and how much they are earning, and then they can have like withholding tax. Now, the company refused, said no, from our data protection agreements, we cannot disclose this kind of information. And when they pushed more, this company pulled out of Kenya. And now, most of these guys that you're seeing on the streets, walikuwa wana earn, guys in universities during their free hours, they were earning on these platforms, and now those platforms are gone. That is actually the pain that has led our Gen Zs to be in the streets. I did not even know that, and I consider myself at nimeshanuka. I'm in touch with my nephews and nieces, and the things that they know. So some of these things are not even being discussed. Tuko huku sijui constitution, sijui nini vitu za wazee. Whereas our kids are having their livelihoods, their income being taken away by this same regime. Something that I think we can have a quick win. We can fix quickly by agitating. Now we can have those agreements cancelled, whatever they were trying to push cancelled, and we get that company or others to come back. This back office type of jobs. I think it's called business process. Something BPO jobs that are all over the world. India is leading in them. Kina Philippines, people are going to English-speaking countries to outsource. Yes, that's what business process outsourcing. And we are losing out because of greed by a political class that does not care about the working class and the struggling majority of this country. So information overload is something that we need to now start dealing with, so that let's have breakout rooms for people to do their thing. Let us have real issues coming up and being addressed. And then one more thing that I had, and I feel we can take action. IO, thank you very much for staying on throughout. These threats are something that it's an old tactic. We've seen it since the Moi days. It was there. They will try and intimidate you. KOT earlier told us also about a number that he even posted up there on the Jumbotron. Please find lawyers who will help you to unpack. The lawyers here, please reach out to IO, help him draft a statement to the police, so that at least he can give already his statement. Let it be recorded. Let him. He has already been threatened. IO, you've been threatened, and you shouldn't be. Holding a space is not an offense. We are living in 2024 Kenya. We are not in 19 whatever. So Black people can have spaces where they can speak out, and they can whatever. Young men are normally targeted because they want to silence you. They want to put fear in you. Thank you for remaining resilient. Thank you for telling us, because at least now we know we are going to keep track of you. So lawyers here, help IO. Please do it pro bono. Let us make sure that there is a statement in a police station and an OB in case anything happens to him. IO, find a safe haven. If you feel that you're compromised, go to a place that at least you're safe. Hata kama utaenda ushago, lakini kama mahali kuna network, we still need you. We need your vibrance. And let's support these guys. IO has explained to us how he lost his job. Let's be vigilant. Number two, journalists. I think today we've had in the news a lot of outcry by the Kenya Union of Journalists, the Media Owners Association, the Kenya Editors Guild. I think yesterday, the day before, we were calling you guys out here. Mumefinywa sasa, mumeanza kulia. We do not support any injustice, but you've seen that injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. Ukiona mtoto ameuawa, it can very easily be your own child. Ukiona mtu ameuawa, it can very easily be you. Let us be there for each other. I think the freedom of broadcasting is something that boils down to this type of spaces. Everybody who is holding a space is guaranteed that freedom by our constitution. Let us have these conversations being collective. You are denouncing, if you listen to all the statements that you guys gave today, you denounced the shooting and injuring of your people, but we did not hear even one of you denounce the killing of Kinarex and all the people who've died. I think every life matters, every injured Kenyan matters. So we need to make sure that these spaces are being opened up. We are having a lot of anger amongst ourselves, whereas in fact the leadership, Ruto and his people, are the enemy. And we need to stay focused, and we need to make sure that it is the constitution that is being followed, and that is what we are pushing. Okay, I've spoken for long enough. Be real, over to you.
Well, that is a father speaking, man. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was encouraging. It was insightful. And sometimes that's why I give you all the airtime, because when you're touching on the core focal points when we have been wounded, we soldier on. The voices cannot be killed. We soldier on.
Yeah, but by the way, be real.
Yes.
I hope people are joining spaces where mental health is being discussed. Yesterday, I literally, after the killing of the two guys, the one in Kitengela and the one in town, that was actually even televised. You saw the guy who was in town get shot and fall, and then we were told, you can see him moving, and then we were told he died. I was like, my goodness. What kind of horror are these people showing us? I swear to God, I was not able to go to any space. Jana mi nilienda place ya mental health. We spoke about this is actually violence. What
Are you speaking? I think I lost you.
Unapata. Oh, sorry. Yes, I am.
Yes. So you went somewhere that you're speaking about it? Yeah, and I can hear you.
Okay, sawa. So, I went to a space where we were talking about mental health, because what's happening, all these videos of killings and, like the guy who was shot and we saw him fringing and then we were told he died, the guy in Kitengela. And then you find after that, they bring you at Sijui, a woman in Kericho has killed her children. And then Sijui, a bus has killed how many people. So it's just death after death after death. It gets you emotionally defeated. You feel, what can we do? Are we even achieving anything? This is all violence that is emotional. It's emotional violence that is being inflicted on our people. So people need to realize that you need to go to places where you can get help. You can switch off. You need to stop watching some of this media. That's why I really love these spaces, because at least we are able to come and talk and vent and be angry. There's also this thing that we keep saying, that be angry. I think be very careful with your anger, because some people are not probably as good at handling their anger as others. Be real. So whereas we are telling people, yes, be angry, but let us find ways whereby this anger actually results in something positive. Please let us remember to be human. To remember our humanity. Let us cry with the people who are weeping. Let us be there for them. Let us have fundraisings. Let us help those people who are stranded like that, so that at least you're doing something that is helping you to remember your humanity, because this government is not helping us remember our humanity.
Hey, Chege, thank you very much. I just have to confess. The day before yesterday, when that guy was shot, I was up until 5 a.m. I stayed in a space whereby you are with the Kuro court until about 3. The image kept on flipping through my eyes. In the morning at around 6 o'clock, I went for a walk. I walked until I was exhausted. It's very true. These images that you see they are really torturing. So if you cannot handle it, like sometimes I say, like the images that came from the Kwara, is it Kware or Kwara? Those
Yeah,
images,
Kware.
I
It was
could
madness.
not,
That was madness.
I could not open. If you cannot handle it, you don't have to look at it. And if you cannot take it, don't deal with it. Like sometimes I get off the spaces for a couple of days, but today I said, no, after that, I just dedicated. Actually, we've been here from 9 a.m. today, and we left QT last night. So if you don't know how to comprehend with the overwhelming things, then do something else. But it's been really, really exhausting. It's been really energy consuming and very emotional. Deep down, you can feel it below your belly. So it is true. You
Exactly.
check on your mental health. Whatever you cannot handle, then just don't deal with it. If you can not watch that image, I would really voice out, don't open it. If you see a clip has been covered, I would really advise, just don't open it. When they write that, they always put something there, notification that actually QT, when a post, he writes, if you cannot handle it, don't open it. So it's really something that you ask yourself, is it by force, by fire? Because at the end of the day, this is somebody's brother, this is somebody's kid, this is somebody's husband. The youngest was as young as 8. Even a cop
There was a
kid.
a mother and a child.
Yeah.
You know, it's horror.
It's horror. Like it's like, am I watching a movie or what? So when I dedicated
So be real. I don't want guys to.
No,
I don't want guys to feel like.
You brought it.
Yeah, I don't know. There's something I want to say.
Yes, carry on.
Yeah, there's something I want to say because I think these spaces are very useful. Because I don't want guys to feel defeated, because you see what happens when you open the news, you do not know what you're going to be shown. So unajipata tu, that is the story that is running. What I would advocate for us to be doing in these spaces is, for example, we call out the police, we vent, and then we also now caucus around solving that problem. For example, that Kware story, mpaka sahi, it hasn't been solved.